Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
For nearly a month, the diary had been tossed aside. Once treated like a hidden treasure, Tom Riddle's diary now sat forgotten at the bottom of Harry's trunk in the burrow. Tom waited, seethed, and watched. Every day Harry ignored him, the dread in the diary's pages grew heavier. Time was running out. The Hogwarts Express would leave soon, and if Harry returned to school, he'd be under Dumbledore's and Dracula's watchful eyes again. Getting close to him, let alone his blood, would become nearly impossible. No. I won't sit idle any longer, Riddle thought. It was time to act. Harry had never wanted summer to end so quickly, yet here it was. His time at the Burrow had been everything the Dursleys weren't: warmth, laughter, magic, and family. The Weasleys' chaotic home was loud, cluttered, and overflowing with love, and for Harry it was paradise. On the last night before term, Mrs. Weasley prepared a dinner fit for a royal banquet. The finale was a honey pudding so rich it made Harry melt with delight. Fred and George, never ones to end things quietly, lit up the night with fireworks. Homemade, unpredictable, and so spectacular that even the grumbling Percy was momentarily silenced. Afterwards, hot chocolate was passed around, and everyone retreated to bed full and content. Morning chaos erupted with the rooster's crow. Mrs. Weasley sprinted from room to room, organizing clothes, lunches, and a worried Ginny, who was starting her first year. The twins were half-dressed, Ron was chasing his trousers, and Harry was running up the stairs, searching for a forgotten book. At the worst possible moment, Mr. Weasley tripped over a quaffle in the yard. "Ow, why is this quaffle by the garage?" he groaned, rubbing his neck and glaring at the twins. "Fred? George? We didn't do it," both said in unison. Then Fred's eyes sparkled. He pointed at the rooster nearby. "Dad, maybe the chicken kicked it?" George caught on instantly. "Yeah. Muggle chickens play basketball, don't they? Ours could just prefer Quidditch." "Basketball." Mr. Weasley's eyes lit up. "A ball in a basket? Fascinating. Tell me more." "Arthur." Mrs. Weasley barked. "We're going to be late." Suitcases and cages were crammed into the magically expanded trunk of the old Ford Anglia. When Harry admired the space inside, Mr. Weasley leaned in and whispered proudly, "Don't tell Molly." Finally, with everyone loaded in, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and Harry in the back, and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny up front, the car rumbled out of the yard. Harry glanced back at the Burrow one last time, already missing it. Only for the car to screech to a halt 10 minutes later. "Forgot my broom," Fred shouted, leaping out. Then again, "My fireworks," George shouted. By the time they actually left, Mrs. Weasley looked ready to hex the entire family. "Molly dear," Mr. Weasley began. "No, Arthur," she said through gritted teeth. "But we're running late. If I just press this one little invisibility booster." I said no flying the car in daylight. And so, the enchanted Ford Anglia joined the line of Muggle vehicles outside King's Cross Station, crawling forward like a stubborn toad. By the time they reached platform 9 3/4, the Hogwarts Express was minutes from departure. 5 minutes, Mrs. Weasley muttered, glancing at the clock nervously. "We can do this." Fred was first through the wall, then George, then Percy, then Mr. Weasley with Ginny. Mrs. Weasley turned to Harry and Ron. "You two go together, you've done this before." Harry nodded and readied his trolley. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 wasn't as bad as flu powder, and he charged forward confidently with Ron. Only to bounce off the wall, hard. Crash. Trunks scattered. Hedwig's cage rolled away. Harry hit the floor with a thud. "What are you doing?" a nearby Muggle guard demanded. Practicing for rugby?" Harry winced. A nearby woman gasped. "Animal cruelty. That owl shouldn't be in a cage. It needs freedom." "It's a pet owl." Ron protested. "Lies," she snapped. "I work with the Animal Protection Association. No one keeps owls." But Harry and Ron had bigger problems. The wall was sealed. The second hand on the clock reached 12. The train had left. "Oh no," Ron whispered. "We missed it. What if Mum and Dad can't come back for us?" Harry groaned, rubbing a bump on his head. "Maybe the diary," Ron said suddenly, pointing to the floor. Harry's eyes darted to where Tom Riddle's diary lay open. A message shimmered on the page. Harry, if you're in trouble, I may know a way to help you return to Hogwarts. His heart raced. He quickly turned his back to Ron and leaned over the diary. I can create a portkey. Harry's breath caught. Tom, the ever-helpful voice from the diary, was offering a solution. And Riddle was thrilled. This was exactly the moment he had engineered. He had sealed the barrier the moment Harry approached, ensuring Harry's desperation. And now, when Harry most needed help, he'd appear as the savior. Only, the portkey wouldn't take Harry to Hogwarts. It would lead him to Gaunt's old shack, deep in the woods, right into Voldemort's hands. It was perfect. If Riddle had a mouth, he would have been laughing. Ron, Harry asked, trying to stay casual, do you know how a portkey works? Ron blinked. Why are you asking that now? Just curious. They're usually old objects, rope, a boot, whatever, enchanted by the Ministry. They let you travel instantly. But we're not allowed to use them. Before Harry could reply, he thought again of his last Floo powder trip, the alley, the dark shops, that terrifying witch. He shuddered. Maybe a portkey wasn't a good idea. We should go back to the car, Harry muttered. We'll figure something out. Harry! Ron suddenly shouted. The car. What? We can fly to Hogwarts. Are you sure? Fred and George told me, if it's an emergency, there's some rule, section 19 or something. I don't know. But we're stuck, and the car's right there. Harry hesitated. Then he looked at the clock. They had no time left. Let's do it. The two of them sprinted through the station, dodging concerned guards and the owl rights activist yelling something about traumatized birds. Back in the parking lot, they jumped into the Ford Anglia. Moments later, the old blue car took off into the sky, vanishing into the clouds, leaving behind a confused crowd and one diary rattling quietly in Harry's trunk. Across the Black Lake, Hogwarts shimmered under the night sky. The sorting ceremony was underway. Candles floated above the four long house tables, and golden goblets sparkled under the enchanted starry ceiling. Dracula raised his goblet and smirked as the new sorting hat, his personal design, crooned to nervous first years. He glanced toward the Gryffindor table. Fred and George sat oddly quiet. No grins. No tricks. No bets. Not even a whisper about exploding cauldrons. They looked worried. Dracula's brow furrowed. That wasn't like them. Before he could move, a distant boom echoed through the castle. The professors froze. Every head turned toward the northeast wing. Something had just crashed into Hogwarts. And Dracula, lowering his goblet, felt the unmistakable pulse of something dark and familiar, approaching fast. The sudden muffled boom reverberated through the great hall, stunning the professors. Have we been attacked? Are Death Eaters here? One student gasped. Panic spread like wildfire through the hall. Students rose from their seats, voices clashing in chaotic murmurs. The new first years stood frozen at the front, eyes wide in fear. Professor McGonagall, holding the brand new sorting hat, narrowed her eyes and raised her voice like a thunderclap. Silence. The hall immediately quieted, the echoes of her voice still lingering among the floating candles. Hogwarts is safe, she said firmly, scanning the faces before her. There is no danger inside the castle. The sorting ceremony will proceed as planned. As the students slowly returned to their seats, Dumbledore leaned toward Snape, his twinkling eyes sharp. Severus, would you mind checking what caused that noise? Snape inclined his head, but before he could rise, another figure stood first. I'll go, said Dracula, brushing his dark red cloak behind him as he downed the last of his wine. He stretched lazily. Watching another sorting ceremony sounds dreadfully repetitive. Maybe I'll find something actually interesting out there. Before Dumbledore could respond, Dracula was already striding away. Snape followed quickly, his cloak billowing behind him like wings. I'm coming too, he said coolly. Dracula cast him a sideways glance. You seem unusually attentive to Gryffindor tonight, Professor Snape. No, Snape said curtly. His clenched jaw betrayed annoyance. I merely detest the house that stole the Slytherin house cup. Dracula smirked. His gaze drifted toward the Gryffindor table, specifically, to Hermione Granger. She looked visibly anxious, eyes darting toward the two empty spots beside her. Fred and George's earlier worry. 2 empty seats. Harry and Ron? Interesting, Dracula murmured, his grin sharpening. Very interesting. He picked up his pace, leaving Snape trailing behind like a shadowy specter. By the time they reached the northeast edge of the grounds, Dracula spotted it, the whomping willow, flailing like an enraged beast. The centuries-old tree was lashing out at a battered blue car wedged among its roots, the enchanted Ford Anglia, its limbs swinging with bone-cracking force. Inside the car, chaos reigned. "This tree is trying to kill us," Ron yelled. Branches battered the windshield. A thick limb smashed into the roof, and thin, flexible branches wormed their way through the cracked window like vipers. "Get us out." Ron shoved at the door, only for a rogue branch to uppercut him, knocking him backward into Harry's lap. The roof buckled. "We're dead," Ron moaned. But suddenly, with a jolt, the car's engine roared back to life. "It's working!" Harry cried. "Reverse!" With a shriek of tires and a burst of magic, the car shot backward, evading another crushing blow from the tree. The whomping willow twisted violently, trying to reach them. The effort was so intense, the bark groaned and roots trembled. "Sweet Merlin," Ron gasped. "We're alive. Good car. Very good car." But the Ford Anglia had had enough. With two thunks, the doors swung open, and with a decisive lurch, it kicked Harry and Ron out onto the muddy ground. Then came the luggage, tossed out unceremoniously. Hedwig's cage was flung skyward, but the door popped open midair. She screeched indignantly, flapped hard, and soared off toward the castle without a backward glance. The car sputtered angrily, its body battered and steaming, then growled into gear and rumbled off toward the forbidden forest, its red taillights glowing with defiant rage. "Come back," Ron wailed. "If Dad finds out I lost the car, I'm dead." For a moment, the taillights slowed. The car hesitated. "Yes, that's it," Ron encouraged. "Come ba." But Harry squinted. "Ron, it doesn't look happy." Indeed, the headlights flared, not kindly, but like an angry glare, and the tires spun with frustration, kicking up tufts of grass. "It's mad," Harry concluded. "It can't be mad," Ron insisted. "You were yelling at it." "So? It's a car." The car revved, hovered momentarily in place, and then dropped to the ground with a heavy thump, sulking. That's when a voice echoed from behind them. What an enthusiastic greeting. The boys froze. They turned slowly, and saw glowing wine-red eyes. Harry sighed in relief. "Professor Dracula, thank Merlin. You scared the life out of us." Dracula ignored them. His gaze was fixed on the smoking, dented Ford Anglia. He stepped forward, eyes gleaming. "Is this the Weasley car?" Yes," Ron said cautiously. Dracula grinned. "Fascinating." Harry and Ron exchanged wary glances. Dracula circled the car like an art critic observing a strange sculpture. "It's been enchanted, of course, but to this extent?" He pressed a hand against the car's hood. "This thing has grown reactive. It's developed a faint sense of will. Brilliant." A broken part clattered to the ground. "Completely normal," Dracula said cheerfully. "Actually, I'd say it's thriving." Harry muttered, "His definition of thriving is worrying." "Does it understand you?" Ron asked, watching Dracula with increasing alarm. "It's showing signs of limited consciousness," Dracula said. "Not full sentience, but enough to respond instinctively." He turned to the car. "Would you like to be free?" The headlights blinked once. "I'll take that as a yes." Dracula laid a pale hand on the roof. Wherever his fingers touched, dents vanished. Scratches smoothed. Glass repaired itself. Harry and Ron gawked as the car reassembled itself, panel by panel, under Dracula's touch. "Just a bit of restoration magic," he said casually. "Internal repairs are up to you." The headlights blinked again, just once. "Stubborn," Dracula mused. "Very well." He tapped a glowing red symbol, like stylized bat wings, onto the car's interior, then stepped back. "I've placed a mark on you. Nothing invasive, just a tracker. I'd like to check on your development now and then." The car seemed to accept this, revving once, almost politely. Then it turned, and with a roar of the engine, sped off into the trees. Ron stared at the retreating taillights in horror. "No. Don't leave," he cried. "My dad will skin me alive." "Relax," Dracula said. "You're his son. He won't kill you." He paused. "Maybe just beat you within an inch of your life." Ron's face paled. "I'll compensate the family," Dracula added, waving a hand. "A new car, same model. Tell me the address of the borough." Ron brightened. "Really? You mean it?" "Yes. Just Maybe don't enchant the next one. Ron eagerly rattled off the address. Now then, Dracula turned back to the boys, his tone shifting. Why exactly weren't you on the train? Harry and Ron froze. Dracula tilted his head. Got tired of conventional travel? Decided the school express was too boring. At that moment, Harry noticed a dangerous gleam in Dracula's eyes. He's interested. And when Professor Dracula was interested, things usually ended, less terrifyingly. Harry nodded quickly. Exactly. Just trying something new. Dracula's amused smirk deepened. How bold. Just as the tension eased. Well, well. Look who finally arrived. Harry's stomach sank at the oily voice. He and Ron turned to see Severus Snape approaching, his black cloak fluttering behind him and a dark smile curling his lips. Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley, he drawled. Flying cars into school property. Damaging the Whomping Willow. Trespassing. I dare say, that's a record even for you. Ron gulped. The tree hit us, sir. Silence. Snape's eyes gleamed with malicious satisfaction. If only you were Slytherins. I'd expel you myself. Ron and Harry looked helplessly at Dracula for support, but he had returned his attention to the Whomping Willow, absently stroking a branch. To their amazement, the previously violent tree had stilled, its limbs gently rustling like a content cat. Even the tree liked Professor Dracula more than them. Snape snapped, "What are you waiting for? Move." Shoulders slumped, Ron and Harry followed him toward the castle, dreading every step, and very much regretting their exciting, interesting idea.
After the sorting ceremony, Professor Sprout packed up the tools needed to treat the plants and came to the Whomping Willow. Oh, the poor little willow tree, it has suffered such a serious blow. She looked at the large piece of bark that had been scraped off and the Whomping Willow note on the ground, covering her mouth and saying distressedly. Dracula was also standing under the tree at this time, turning to look at Professor Sprout. To tell you the truth, Professor Sprout, this Whomping Willow probably needs to calm down a bit. Dracula shrugged and said to her, actually, only the knocked off bark is it was two troublemakers, Potter and Wes, who actually took down the branches on the ground. Did you drop it yourself? Professor Sprout was a little confused. Yeah, it might not be in a good mood after being hit by that car. It would go crazy and hit the sky, the ground, and the car with its branches. Dracula said, after all, it's wood. It's still not very strong, and it becomes like this after being smashed. Okay, I have to admit that the Whomping Willow species is indeed prone to irritability. Professor Sprout said as he walked towards the Whomping Willow, but if someone hit it hard for no reason, don't talk about it, even I will be angry. That's true. Dracula chuckled, but if I were the Whomping Willow, I wouldn't be able to let myself get so irritable that I would start hitting people without even looking for their opponent's weaknesses. If it were me, I would smash the car glass, then use two thicker branches to imprison the whole car and block the door. In this way, the people inside the car will be at my mercy. Professor Sprout glanced blankly at Dracula's interested smile and couldn't help but shudder. Thinking about it this way, it's fortunate that the Whomping Willow is a fool and won't pick on weaknesses. Otherwise, wouldn't the two little guys, Harry and Ron, have no way out? Ahem, Professor Dracula, do you also know the weakness of the Whomping Willow? She quickly changed the subject and refused to discuss with Dracula how to hit people more effectively. It looks like this right now. It's pretty quiet. A book chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Does the Whomping Willow have any weaknesses? Dracula raised his eyebrows. I haven't noticed that it doesn't get angry when it sees me. It seems that I don't need to understand its weaknesses. Professor Sprout raised his forehead. She silently walked to the Whomping Willow, jumped up high, and stretched out her hand to press on the branch. Although she was a little short in height, she jumped quite high and just landed on a knot. It seemed that she had specially practiced high jumping in order to control the Whomping Willow. The effect was very fast. The Whomping Willow, which was still swaying gently, immediately entered a still state after being touched by the knot, as if it had turned into an ordinary willow tree. It's quite an interesting tree. Seeing Professor Sprout's movements, Dracula chuckled, but I have a problem here dash. Since you have to get close to the Whomping Willow to touch its weakness, what should you do if the Whomping Willow is already in an irritable state? In this case, there is no need for a wizard who can touch the Whomping Willow. Find its weakness, and the wizard who wants to find the weakness can't get close to it. So, what's the point of this weakness? Professor Sprout's face stiffened. Is this really the case? She scratched her head. Unless someone can accurately hit the Whomping Willow's knots with a magic spell or a pebble or something outside the attack range of the Whomping Willow, I will definitely be able to press down the knots. No, when I talk about the Whomping Willow in class next time, I have to tell those naughty little wizards to stay away from the angry Whomping Willow. We can't let them think that they can handle it smoothly if they master its weaknesses. While muttering, Professor Sprout quickly took out a series of plant therapy supplies and was busy bandaging the broken branches of the whomping willow and the trunk that had been damaged by a layer of bark, so as to prevent it from being fragile. The location was bitten by mosquitoes. Seeing Professor Sprout entering working mode, Dracula shrugged casually and walked back to the castle. He could guess that the two naughty boys Harry and Ron had probably been punished by Snape or Professor McGonagall. But Dracula is not worried about the future of the two of them at all. Dumbledore is also preparing to train Harry and make him the main force against Voldemort. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for the two of them to be expelled. Even because it was just the beginning of school, the college points were not deducted. Dracula estimated that based on the heartless temperament of the Gryffindor little lions, Harry and Ron, who drove to school without having their house points deducted, might even be regarded as heroes. Dracula was as expected. The news that Harry and Ron drove to school spread unknowingly. Except for Percy and Hermione, two good students, all the little lions in Gryffindor thought this was an extremely exciting and long-faced event. The two heroes returned to the door of the Gryffindor common room. As soon as the portrait of the fat lady guarding the door opened, a burst of thunderous applause erupted in the room. All the students in Gryffindor House were still awake and crowded into the circular common room waiting for them. Many hands enthusiastically stretched out from the hole behind the fat lady's portrait and pulled Harry and Ron in. Instead, Hermione, who had picked them up, could only crawl in by herself. "Brilliant," exclaimed the twins' roommate Lee Jordan. "What a brilliant way to do it! Drive a flying car into the Whomping Willow, you'll be talked about at Hogwarts for years." "Well done," said a fifth grader who had never spoken to Harry before. Others were patting Harry and Ron on the back as if they had just won first place in a marathon. Fred and George squeezed through the crowd and asked in unison, "Why don't you call us back? It's so embarrassing." Ron's face was flushed and he smiled radiantly among the crowd. Percy, the most upright person in the entire college, stood behind some excited freshmen with a stern face, trying to squeeze in and scold them. However, there were too many little lions surrounding the two of them, and he couldn't squeeze in at all. Another 2 minutes passed, and when Percy finally approached Harry and Ron, Harry spotted him. So, Harry poked Ron in the ribs with his elbow and twisted his head towards Percy. Ron understood immediately. "Yawn, I'm going upstairs." Ron's radiant red face changed color instantly, and he covered his mouth with his hand and pretended to yawn. "I've been flying all day today, I'm a little tired." Harry also pretended to be extremely tired and squeezed towards the door at the other end of the lounge, where there was a spiral staircase leading to their bedroom. He was pretending very well because he was really tired. The various twists and turns of the day made him a little exhausted. "Good night." Even though Harry was tired, he didn't forget to call back to Hermione. She shared Percy's scowl. It took a lot of effort for Harry and Ron to finally squeeze to the other end of the lounge, while someone was patting them on the back. Outside the door at the other end was a secluded staircase. The two ran up the stairs in one breath and arrived in front of their dormitory door. The sign at the door of the dormitory that originally read first grade has now become second grade. They entered the familiar round room and saw again the 5 4-poster beds decorated with red velvet and the tall, narrow windows. Their boxes had been magically moved up by the house elves and placed beside the bed. Ron breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Harry with some shame. "I know we shouldn't feel proud about this, but..." The dormitory door opened, and Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom rushed in. They were the other second-year Gryffindor boys. "I can't believe you guys actually drove over here." Simo gave a thumbs up. "Cool," Dean said. "It's amazing." Even Neville, who has always been honest, said in admiration. "Unbelievable, Azing." The three of them almost used all the common adjectives used to express shock. Harry couldn't hold it in any longer and smirked along with Ron. Of course, it's hard for them to be complacent for long. During dinner the next morning, Harry and Ron felt a little uneasy. Harry tremblingly picked up the bowl and began to drink the porridge. As a chaotic sound of flapping wings sounded overhead, hundreds of owls poured in from the windows above the auditorium, hovering in the air of the auditorium, dropping letters and packages into the conversing crowd. In the professor's chair, Dracula came for a rare breakfast, and he felt a little irritable when he saw this messy scene. "I still don't understand. Why does Hogwarts allow owls to deliver messages during meals?" He turned his head and asked Professor Flitwick, who was sitting on 2 chairs. "What if the dirty feathers on the owl's body are? If it falls into the rice, how can we eat it? After all, there is only mealtime when all the little wizards are here during the day." Professor Flitwick looked like he was used to it, and he used the levitating spell to make a feather that was about to fall on his head fly elsewhere. Especially on the first day of school, many careless little wizards forget to take things. Dracula depressedly put down the blood pudding in his hand, lost his appetite, and began to look at the reactions of the professors and young wizards around him. Snape seemed to be very dissatisfied with the fact that Harry was not expelled or even deducted points. At this time, he was staring at the Gryffindor table intently, thinking maliciously about how to give the little wizard is having a hard time finding it. At this moment, there was a pop and a pool of grey liquid fell from the sky onto Snape's plate. Snape was startled, looking away from the Gryffindor table and looking at his plate. "Hey, Severus, you seem to have won the lottery." The elderly Professor Ketleben never missed an opportunity to tease Snape. He stuck his head over and said, "Do you want me to explain it to you? This is from the bird droppings. It can be seen that this owl caught a mouse last night." "Stop talking." Snape clutched the wand tightly, as if suppressing the desire to massacre the owl. Alas, Severus, young people are easily distracted. Professor Kettleban said with a smile. Hogwarts professors should have long been accustomed to paying attention to the top of their heads during breakfast. How could you forget this? Snape couldn't resist him and gave Harry and Ron a hard look. He didn't even eat anything and walked out of the Great Hall angrily. Watching his leaving figure, Professor Kettleban clicked his tongue. Young people are easily irritable and reckless. The professors around him all raised eyebrows at these words. Professor Kettleban, you are clearly the most reckless one after having been on probation for more than 60 times. The trouble caused by the owl's collective letter delivery was obviously not just the professor's seat. Some problems occurred at the Gryffindor table that Snape had been paying attention to. A big grey owl seemed to have drunk fake wine. It could not fly smoothly and suddenly fell into the milk jug in front of Hermione. Suddenly, milk and feathers splashed all over Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Errol! Ron shouted hurriedly when he saw the owl struggling in the milk jug. Taking Errol's talons, he pulled the wet owl out of the pot and placed it on the table. Errol slumped beside the milk bottle, his legs stretched stiffly in the air, and a wet red envelope in his mouth. Oh, no. Ron covered his face in pain. Don't be too sad, Ron, it's still alive. Hermione shook the milk out of her wizard robe, then stood up and gently poked the unconscious Errol with her fingertips. Errol's bird talons moved, as if to show that he was still alive. No, I'm used to Errol being like this. Ron said sadly, what I'm worried about is that dash. He pointed to the red envelope Errol was holding in his mouth. Harry and Hermione looked at the ordinary-looking envelope with puzzled expressions, but Ron and Neville next to them frowned and leaned back, as if they thought it would explode. What happened to this letter? Harry asked confused. Well, Mum sent me a howler letter, Ron said weakly. You'd better open it, Ron. Neville said fearfully, it's worse not to open it. My grandma sent it to me once, but I ignored it, and the result. He breathed, that's horrible. Harry looked at the horrified looks on both of their faces, and then looked at the red envelope. What is a howler letter? He asked. But Ron's attention was all focused on the letter, sweat was dripping from his forehead, and he didn't pay any attention to his idleness. At this time, the four corners of the envelope began to smoke, and the inside of the envelope began to bulge at the same time. Open it quickly, Neville urged. It only takes a few minutes, or it will blow up, which will make the noise even louder. Ron looked at the envelope, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted, Fred, George, help. The twins heard Ron's voice and looked over curiously. They were accompanied by a large group of Gryffindor wizards who were watching the fun. Wow, you really didn't disappoint us, Ron. Fred patted Ron on the shoulder with a look of relief on his face. We knew you were definitely our biological brother, Ron. George also had a happy smile on his face. There's no time, you two should think of a solution. Ron was about to burst into tears, and said loudly to the two of them, when you went to pick up Harry at Privet Drive, didn't you say you had learned something about howling in order to deal with it? Avoidance spell? Now it's time to use it. First of all, that curse is an avoidance spell. George held out a finger to Ron. We don't know of any other avoidance spells in the wizarding world. Okay, avoidance spell? I beg you to use it as soon as possible. Ron's voice was filled with tears. Secondly, Fred held out 2 fingers beside him. The avoidance spell is used to block the location of the wizard. It can only prevent the owl from finding the addressee. Your howling letter has been delivered. Then the avoidance spell is useless. Finally, George spread out 3 fingers and said happily, have you forgotten? Neither of us has learned the avoidance spell at all. Ron's lips trembled as he looked at Fred and George talking to each other. Then just tell me that it can't be used. Why are you talking so much? He roared. Finally, the red envelope was almost swollen to its limit, and Errol could no longer hold it in his beak. Seeing this, Harry quickly took out the envelope from Errol's mouth and handed it to Ron's hand. Looking at the envelope in his hand, Ron gritted his teeth and said, Harry, you are really my good brother. The next moment, the envelope exploded with a bang, blowing Ron's hands and face into red, and then suspended in midair. The postmark on the envelope had been opened after the explosion, and the opening opened and closed, like a ferocious mouth. Neville quickly plugged his ears with his fingers and ducked under the Gryffindor table. Isn't the explosion over? Harry looked at his actions in confusion, but he immediately knew why. The next moment, a huge sound filled the entire auditorium, shaking the dust from the ceiling. Stealing a car? If they fire you, I won't be surprised at all. See how I deal with you then? You probably haven't even thought about it. How did your father and I feel when we found out that the car was gone? Dracula had just regained some mood to eat, and then he was startled by the loud roar of the letter. His excellent hearing became a complete burden at this time, as if there were a bunch of bombs exploding in his ears. It's so early in the morning, can't we let people have a good meal? Dracula casually threw the spoon onto the plate, stood up coldly, raised his hand and shook it in the face of the Gryffindor table. The milk in Hermione's milk jug floated out of the jug, and instantly formed a soundproof shield, wrapping Harry and Ron in it. The auditorium suddenly became quiet, but the faces of the 2 little wizards instantly turned purple. It's much quieter now. Dracula sat back on his seat and leaned back comfortably. He picked up the blood pudding again, and while tasting the dessert, he watched with interest the uncomfortable expressions of the 2 little wizards, Harry and Ron. After a long time, the red roaring letter finally stopped roaring, fell from the air to the ground, then burned, curled up and turned into ashes. The cover made of milk also fell down, showering both Ron and Harry. However, the two of them seemed not to feel anything. They just stood there blankly, as if they had just been run over by a large group of rhino-horned beasts, and their entire faces turned purple. Are you guys okay? Hermione had already used a cleaning spell to clean up the area and was looking at Ron and Harry worriedly. I'm sorry, Hermione, what did you say? Ron asked hoarsely. I feel like my head is buzzing and I can't hear anything. What are you two talking about? Harry's voice was also hoarse. He looked at Ron and Hermione's mouths opening and closing, but couldn't hear any sound coming out. I feel like I may be deaf. What now? Can't even hear it. Because they couldn't hear the sound, the two people spoke loudly unconsciously, breaking the rare quiet atmosphere in the auditorium. Draco Malfoy, who was sitting on the long Slytherin table, looked at the two people's purple faces and couldn't help laughing. Under the guidance of someone, Crabbe and Goyle also laughed. Then, the laughter spread from the Slytherin table to Ravenclaw, and finally even Gryffindor laughed loudly. Got up. As for Harry and Ron, they were not ashamed of the laughter because they didn't hear it. The two people were still staring at each other blankly, their minds buzzing. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall stepped down from the professor's chair, handed out the course schedule along the Gryffindor table, and cast a spell on them that the two of them woke up. Professor, can I ask who did that soundproof milk cover just now? After Ron regained his consciousness, he was immediately ready to find someone to take revenge. I wonder who is so unscrupulous and yelled at us and my mother. Keep the letters together. Harry nodded in agreement. There is such a loud echo in this cover. Mrs. Weasley's roar echoed in the cover countless times. I even feel like it is still spinning in my head. Professor McGonagall handed them both a course schedule, and then she looked at Harry and Ron with a slightly weird expression that was different from her usual seriousness. What will happen to you if I tell you who cast the curse? She asked. Do you still want to take revenge? It's necessary. Ron said angrily. How can you do it without revenge? Harry stood nearby, somewhat agreeing with Ron's words, but feeling that something was wrong, so he shut his mouth and prepared to wait and see. Professor McGonagall seemed to be laughing a little, nodded to Ron, and pointed to the front of the auditorium. Harry and Ron followed her fingers and saw a silver-haired professor eating pudding happily. The person who used the protective shield to cover you is right there. Professor McGonagall said, you can go find him for revenge, come Weiss. Ah, it turns out that the cover just now was cast by Professor Dracula. Ron showed an extremely embarrassed smile. It must be a misunderstanding. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. Professor Dracula must be worried about our safety, so he protected us with a cover. As if feeling their gazes, Professor Dracula raised his head and glanced at the two of them. Dracula thought for a moment, then raised the corners of his mouth, moved his lips slightly, and a sentence was clearly transmitted to Ron's ears over a long distance. Come Wes, your homework load will be the same as Potter's in the first 2 weeks of school. Hearing this, Ron was stunned for a moment, then frowned in confusion. Professor McGonagall glanced at him, seeming to believe that with Dracula's deterrence, the two of them would not continue to cause trouble. So she turned around and went back to handing out course schedules to other little wizards. What's wrong, Ron? Harry looked at Ron's confused expression and asked. Harry, Professor Dracula just told me that I should have the same amount of homework as you in the first 2 weeks. Ron scratched his head. But aren't we in the same grade? Our workload should be the same. It's the same thing. Then he lowered his voice and leaned into Harry's ear. Do you think Professor Dracula is a little confused? Why do you say that? Harry glanced at Dracula carefully and found that he was eating pudding again and no longer paying attention to the Gryffindor table, so he asked in a lower voice. I heard from Fred and George that no matter what year the defense against the dark arts professor is bound to have problems. Ron whispered, look, even if he talked to the car before, the car does look like responded to him. But something is not right about homework. Could it be that your homework is more than mine? At this point, Harry suddenly fell silent. Don't you think so, Harry? Ron asked reluctantly when Harry didn't speak. Ron, Harry took a deep breath and patted Ron on the shoulder with a heavy expression. I have bad news for you. My homework is really more than yours, twice as much. After a happy week at Wes's house and the psychological stimulation of driving to school, Harry had almost forgotten about it. It wasn't until Ron mentioned the homework that Harry suddenly remembered. When Professor Dracula was in Nocturne Alley, his homework load in the first 2 weeks of the semester was twice that of others. Ron. The first day of school is a Wednesday. This school year, Dracula's first lesson was given to 6th grade students. The 6th grade course is the Defense Against the Dark Arts, Ultimate Wizard Level Examination, Advanced Class. The advanced class is no longer held in 2 separate colleges, but 4 colleges in 1 classroom. Since there are only a small number of students who choose one subject, students from 4 colleges do not feel crowded in 1 classroom. When Dracula came to the classroom, students wearing collars of 4 colors were already sitting neatly in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He glanced at the desk subconsciously and found that he had forgotten to bring his teachers and textbooks again, and he didn't even have a roster of students for this class. Only then did Dracula sadly remember that the dedicated assistant Quirrell had been dead for half a year. You are 6th grade students, right? He sighed and asked casually. Yes, Professor, the red-haired wizard sitting in the first row said cooperatively. Okay, I understand. Dracula nodded to him. Since all of you here are 6th year wizards, you must have passed the defense against the dark arts ordinary wizard level exam, right? Yes, Professor. It was Percy again, his head held high in glory. Percy Weiss earned 12 certificates in the ordinary wizarding examinations, something that very few people could achieve. But Dracula didn't care at all about Percy, the top student, nor the Ravenclaw students who were basically all top students. Instead, he looked at the few griffins in the corner who were looking down sadly. Much and Hufflepuff. If my prediction is correct, you guys should have failed the ordinary wizard level exam, right? Dracula smiled coldly, looking at the few sitting in the corner like quails, daring not to raise their heads. Gryffindors. Percy glanced back at them, then raised his hand. Professor, you usually don't assign homework very much. Students like them who have no self-control can easily put their minds on other things, and then naturally fail the class. He analyzed reasonably. Dracula's expression stiffened. So I suggest that, Professor, you can give more homework. Percy wanted to continue telling his theory, but was interrupted by a Ravenclaw witch next to him. Professor, Percy didn't mean this. He just wanted to give himself more homework, said Penelope Cravat of Ravenclaw. Pinello had to choose to save Percy. Because his words obviously offended most of the students in the classroom, and even Professor Dracula, he was easily targeted by his classmates. Being targeted by his classmates wasn't the scariest thing. After all, Percy wasn't very popular to begin with. She was afraid that the petty Professor Dracula would hold a grudge. If Professor Dracula took care of him, Percy might not have a good life in the future. Percy Weiss, here you go. Dracula looked deeply at the red-haired wizard sitting in the audience, and raised the corner of his mouth in an arc without any smile. Do you think my teaching method is wrong? What's the problem? The temperature in the entire defense against the dark arts classroom seemed to drop a few degrees, and Percy shivered all over. Actually, I'm lying, Professor. Percy lowered his head and said weakly. But I think what you said makes sense, Weiss. Dracula said coldly, since there are so many people who have failed the ordinary wizard level exam, it means there are big problems with my teaching methods. The students in the classroom opened their eyes in horror, and then looked at Percy with angry eyes. If it weren't for this nosy guy, how could Professor Dracula, who originally didn't like assigning homework, suddenly reflect on his teaching methods? Don't worry about showing such a frightened expression. Dracula looked at them and suddenly chuckled. Even if someone fails the exam, I still don't bother to assign so many useless paper homework. Your homework, it's what it should be. The students in the classroom opened their eyes wide in confusion and looked at Professor Dracula, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. However, the next moment, the surprise in their eyes turned into shock. Defense against the dark arts is a subject that is suitable for practice. Doing paper homework will not have the best effect on improving your grades, Dracula said. At the same time, he took out his spooky wooden wand from his pocket and said, learning about dark arts, of course there is no better way to improve magic defense than actual combat. With a wave of his magic wand, the desks and chairs in the classroom were pulled out from around and even underneath the students, and were neatly placed on both sides of the defense against dark arts classroom, leaving an open space in the middle of the classroom. All the students in the classroom were lifted up by an invisible force that was too powerful to resist, and stood in the empty space that had just been vacated. Next, take out your wands. A malicious smile appeared on Dracula's face. You all come together and fight with me. Let me see what happens after 5 years of studying at Hogwarts. What progress has it brought to you? With that said, Dracula took the lead in casting a stun spell, which flew past Percy's ear and hit the window at the back of the classroom. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. With a crash, the window glass immediately shattered into pieces. Your reaction is too slow, Dracula said coldly. If this was a life and death duel, you people would have died 1,000 times. Percy gritted his teeth, pulled out his wand, and quickly cast a disarming spell, shooting it into Dracula's eyes. Expelliarmus. Dracula shook his head casually, and the red disarming spell missed him and hit the blackboard in front of the classroom. The reaction is not bad, but the judgment is not good, Dracula said. The disarming spell, a functional spell used to seize weapons, has the same effect no matter where it is hit. So you should aim for the easiest place to hit. Cast on the chest. At this moment, another red disarming spell flew over silently. Dracula waved his wand and sent it flying to his side. The silent spell is used well, Miss Cravat. He nodded approvingly, and he knows that when facing a strong enemy, he should use sneak attack tactics to defeat the enemy when he is unprepared. But you ignored one issue. You and Percy are both facing me. Do you think a sneak attack from the front can be called a sneak attack? Before Dracula could finish speaking, countless magic spells were fired from the hands of the little wizards in the classroom like a hail of arrows, leaving almost no room for Dracula to dodge. However, Dracula had no intention of evading, nor did he use his perverted magic resistance to resist, nor did he use a powerful armor spell to block it. Facing countless spells, Dracula casually dodged or deflected the incoming beams of light. At the same time, he did not forget to introduce the flaws of their spells to the students in the classroom, and make corresponding improvement suggestions accordingly. Move faster, connect the spells more frequently, and improve the accuracy. Dracula kept urging, and from time to time cast a punitive spell on those students who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Such high pressure forced them to use all their strength every second, squeezing their own magic and physical strength, and casting various types of spells without interruption. 10 minutes later, all the 6th grade students fell to the ground. And Dracula didn't even use an offensive spell. Some 6th graders at Hogwarts now regret it, very much. They didn't study hard and failed the defense against the dark arts subject in the ordinary wizarding level examination. Theoretically speaking, these students who failed the class cannot participate in the 6th grade improvement class. But when Professor McGonagall asked Dracula and asked him what grade level he was planning to accept for students in the improvement class, Dracula directly said that extremely poor, levels were allowed to participate in the defense against the dark arts improvement class. Such a conditions that are ridiculously lenient. Those students who did not perform well in all subjects and had few advanced courses to sign up for were originally worried. If they obtain too few certificates, their future employment situation will be extremely severe. There aren't many jobs in the magic world. If they can't even get a test certificate during school, they might have to go home and farm. No, most of them failed in herbal medicine, I'm afraid. I can't even farm well when I get home. After learning that Professor Dracula would accept students with P and other grades, those scumbag students were immediately happy. Being able to join the advanced class means that they have the opportunity to continue to be exposed to defense against the dark arts. This way, they have a greater chance of passing the makeup exam in the second year. As a result, the poor students put a check mark on the subject of defense against the dark arts on the registration form for the advanced class, and then happily handed it over to their respective deans. However, they only regretted taking the first defense against the dark arts lesson in 6th grade. Where is Professor Dracula's defense against the dark arts class? This is obviously life-threatening. The students in the classroom are forced to use magic spells non-stop. If anyone dares to be lazy, they will be punished with spells that are not harmful but can cause extreme pain, until everyone is exhausted and paralyzed on the ground, unable to move anymore. It took him only one finger to stop his hand without finishing it. This kind of professor is nothing but a devil. I won't give you any homework today. Go back and reflect on how to improve your spellcasting skills. As the only person who could stand in the classroom, Dracula stood out and said to a large group of students on the ground. After handing over today's homework, he waved his hands and moved the students lying on the ground to both sides of the classroom, as if cleaning up garbage, and neatly placed the tables and chairs pushed away in the middle of the classroom. Dracula glanced at the neat classroom and the messy group of students lying on the floor, nodded happily, and then returned to his office from the steps in front of the classroom. 20 minutes later, the students who came to the next defense against the dark arts class saw this scene. Both sides of the classroom were crowded with students from various colleges. They were sweating profusely, their wizard robes were soaked, and they were pale and poorly dressed. No one had the strength to move and leave the classroom. What happened here? Cedric, who had come to class, stopped at the door of the defense against the dark arts classroom in a daze, not daring to step into the classroom door for a long time. Fred and George poked their heads out from Cedric's left and right shoulders, saw the scene in the classroom, and immediately took a breath. Hiss. Their expressions were shocked. Is this some kind of large-scale murder scene? Well, this does seem like something Professor Dracula could do. At this moment, the two of them accidentally caught a glimpse of a red-haired wizard who was squeezed into the corner of the classroom wall and pinned down by several boys. Hey, Fred, look who that is. George patted Fred on the back in surprise. Oh, Percy? It's so rare. I haven't seen Percy in such a miserable state for a long time. Fred's expression instantly became extremely surprised, and he waved to Percy happily. Seeing the surprised expressions on his two brothers' faces, Percy felt a little embarrassed. But he really didn't have the extra strength to break free from the oppression of a group of strong men, so he had to turn his head silently, face the wall and start to close himself in. Is it time for class? Suddenly, a voice rang from the front of the classroom, interrupting the nervous thoughts of the students at the door. The 4th grade wizards raised their heads from outside the door and saw that Professor Dracula had come down from the office at some point and was now standing on the podium, looking at them with interest. Class has already started. Why don't you come in? Dracula asked. Are you worried that these senior students will affect your class? As he spoke, he raised his hand casually, like dropping dumplings into a pot, and threw the 6th grade students who were lying on the ground from the window to the corridor outside the 2nd floor. Given the size of the window, he could only throw 5 or 6 6th grade students at one time, and it took him several times to throw them all outside. When Percy Weiss, who was squeezed into the corner, was thrown out, the defense against the dark arts classroom once again returned to its spacious and bright appearance. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Okay, can you come in now? Dracula looked at the little wizards outside the door and asked with a chuckle. The trembling 4th grade wizards filed into the classroom, sat in their seats, and looked at Dracula on the podium tremblingly, not knowing what kind of hell would be waiting for them next. You seem to be very interested in what happened in that class just now. Dracula glanced around slowly, then raised the corners of his mouth and asked with a half smile. The little wizards who were swept by Dracula's gaze were all trembling, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. At this time, they just hope that a real warrior can stand up and tell Professor Dracula loudly that they are not interested in the content of the previous class, and please be sure not to let them become like the 6th grade students. Look. So the real Menchie stood up. Professor, we are not interested in the content of the last class. The little wizard in the classroom, who lowered his head like an ostrich, was overjoyed and quietly raised his head with admiration, wanting to see who had the courage to confront Professor Dracula's power and oppression head-on. Then they saw 2 flaming red hairs. Suddenly, the little wizards felt a thump in their hearts, subconsciously feeling that something was not good. And the Wesley twins did not disappoint. That's right, Professor, we are not interested in class, we are just more interested in your method of making Percy tired like a dog, Fred said with a smile. Yes, Professor, we must laugh at Percy about this when we go back, George said. The little wizards sitting on the seats kept winking at the 2 people who stood up, staring at them with angry eyes. However, the twins were immersed in the joy of laughing at Percy, and did not realize what they were doing, nor did they say the well-intentioned reminders from their classmates. Very good. Dracula looked at the 2 of them with a half-smile, and said slowly, in that case, I can let you personally experience how Percy Weiss became a tired dog as you said. The tables and chairs in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom have once again been moved to both sides of the classroom. The next day, Dracula's notoriety spread throughout Hogwarts Castle. The reason why it spread only the next day instead of becoming widely known that night was not because the impact of the incident was not big enough, but because the students who had experienced the first day of Defense Against the Dark Arts class were exhausted. There was no time to tell others about their tragic experience, and they fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until the next day that these students regained a little energy, and then they remembered to tell the students who had not yet attended the Defense Against the Dark Arts class about the content of the class, wishing them to take more care, and hoping that their people would be fine. The young wizards at Hogwarts all agreed that Professor Dracula had restrained himself when he first came last year. He just let a classroom of students use spells on him at the same time. What does it look like now? It's a piece of cake. In the eyes of the young wizards, the crazy Professor Dracula even lowered the Defense Against the Dark Arts class to the lowest T level in order to let everyone experience what it means to be tired like a dog. Blatantly unwilling to leave out any student? On the 8th floor of the main tower, the Hogwarts principal's office. Professor Dracula, many professors have come to me recently, all here to give your opinions. Dumbledore sat behind his desk and looked helplessly at Dracula, who was lying skillfully on the sofa opposite him. They all said that after taking your class, the students no longer have the energy to listen to them. What does it have to do with me? Dracula said nonchalantly. In the ordinary wizard level exam last semester, the failure rate in Defense Against the Dark Arts was almost the highest. This makes me lose face and makes me very unhappy. So in the future, in my classes, all practical exercises must be strengthened, so that those little wizards who think about having fun all day can remember them. At the end of the sentence, Dracula's voice turned cold unconsciously, and even the temperature in the principal's office dropped by more than 10 degrees in just an instant. The weather that originally seemed a bit hot in late summer and early autumn suddenly looks like winter. Phoenix Fox, who had been combing his feathers leisurely, suddenly became frightened. After combing his feathers for a long time, his feathers were all in vain. Dumbledore waved his wand helplessly, restoring the temperature in the principal's office to its original state, and then stretched out a hand to smooth down Fox's newly exploded golden red feathers. Professor Dracula, I didn't mean to say that your teaching methods are bad. Dumbledore considered his words and said in a consultative tone, I know what you think. It will indeed be very helpful to improve students' performance through practical exercises efficient. As far as I know, increasing the intensity of actual combat can not only improve students' defense against the dark arts, but also improve their adaptability, combat quality, and application abilities in other subjects, such as transfiguration and charms. What's more, you and I both know that Voldemort is back, and he may regain all his strength and come back at any time. By then, the students at Hogwarts will have a higher level of practical ability, and they will have more possible survival. Dumbledore looked solemn and gave a series of affirmations to Dracula's teaching methods. Since Mr. Principal recognizes my teaching methods so much, why did you call me here? Dracula looked at him in surprise and asked casually. What I mean is that although this kind of practical training does have great benefits, it is not without its drawbacks. Dumbledore said, this kind of teaching method that drains students of their physical strength will inevitably make them lose all their energy. All the energy is devoted to defense against the dark arts, thereby neglecting the study of other subjects. As a result, basic subjects such as transfiguration and charms will be gradually neglected or even forgotten by them. But defense against the dark arts is not just an independent course to learn how to deal with dark creatures and dark wizards. In fact, it's more like a defensive subject that relies on various basic magic subjects. Therefore, I suggest that for the sake of the all-round development of the little wizards, try not to delay their other courses. Dumbledore looked deeply into Dracula's eyes and analyzed him in detail. You are truly worthy of being the principal, Dumbledore. Dracula sat up from the sofa, chuckled and shook his head. Your words are indeed reasonable and make me speechless. I don't dare take it seriously. I just have some superficial teaching experience. Dumbledore smiled and stroked his long white beard. Okay, then tell me, are there any teaching methods that can take into account practical exercises and the study of other subjects? Dracula asked. Professor Dracula, actually we can think about the problem from another angle. Dumbledore winked at him. Since practicing actual combat in class will cause students to become tired and delay their next class, then why not find a time when there are no other classes to do practical exercises? You mean, adding classes during students' breaks? Dracula raised his eyebrows. Don't say that, Professor Dracula, adding classes is not a good idea. Dumbledore said with a smile, we can change the idea. For example, hold a dueling club. Wizard duels can be said to be a traditional event in the magical world for thousands of years. It is regarded as the most honorable duel among wizards. No young wizard can resist the temptation of an open duel. Believe me, they will definitely come to participate in this event. From the duel club. Professor Dracula, what do you think of my idea? Looking at Dumbledore with a smile on his face, the corners of Dracula's mouth twitched. You understand little wizards, Mr. Headmaster. He affirmed Dumbledore's plan, but there are still some little wizards who have never experienced the feeling of being tired like a dog in class. I need to let them feel the feelings too. You can't favor one over the other, right? Then just wait until next Monday. The duel club will officially open after dinner next Monday. Although there were only 3 days of classes in the first week of school, Harry still felt that he had spent an extremely difficult week. On his first day at Hogwarts, he encountered an accident. The partition wall between Platform 9 and Platform 10 was blocked, making him unable to take the Hogwarts Express. I finally thought of driving to the castle, and even crashed my car into the Whomping Willow. I was beaten by the Whomping Willow for a long time, and even lost Mr. Weasley's car. If Mr. Weiss had not sent a letter to Ron later, saying that they had done a great job, and the Weiss family had received a luxury car called a Rolls-Royce from Professor Dracula as a blessing in disguise, I am afraid that Harry would have feeling even more guilty. On the second day after school started, Ron received a shouting letter from Mrs. Weasley. He was also locked in a soundproof cover by Professor Dracula and was shaken to pieces by Mrs. Weasley's huge roar. White. Not only that, even after several days, Hedwig was still angry with Harry about the disastrous flying car trip, and feeding him several packages of jerky did not ease the tense relationship. In order to take revenge on Ron for driving, Hedwig even almost caught and eaten his pet rat, Scabbers. If Scabbers hadn't been smart enough to notice Hedwig's malicious look in time and got into Ron's pants in fear, I'm afraid the pet rat Ron inherited from Percy would have turned into the pet rat that fell in front of Snape that day. Indescribable things. Ron and Harry had a fight over their beloved Scabbers. These are all small things. The most painful thing is Professor Dracula's defense against the dark arts class. Harry and other young wizards are miserable about it. They never want to experience that feeling of having all their magic power and physical strength drained out of their bodies again. Not only was Harry's first week very difficult, Ron's first week was even worse. After Ron hit the Whomping Willow with his car, the old wand he inherited from his family was broken. However, the impoverished Weasley family did not have enough galleons to buy Ron a new wand. In other words, even if the family had money, Mrs. Weasley would definitely refuse to buy a new wand for Ron, who had made a big mistake. Wand. Ron had no choice but to tape up the wand himself with magic tape, thinking he could make do with it for a semester. But if just a bit of tape works, what does the wizarding world need a staff maker for? Ron's wand was obviously not back to normal, crackling and emitting sparks from time to time. Especially in the charms class on Friday morning, when Ron recited a spell, the wand suddenly flew out of his hand and just hit the short Professor Flitwick between the eyebrows. Professor Flitwick let out an ouch, and a big green bump immediately bulged out between his eyebrows, beating loudly. For this reason, Professor Flitwick rarely deducted points from Gryffindor. As for the nightmarish defense against the dark arts class, needless to say, the wand in Ron's hand caused him a lot of trouble. He couldn't even use the simplest spell. In view of this situation, Dracula was very careful about Ron, and would cast a small spell on him from time to time for punishment, forcing Ron to use his tattered wand to cast spells. Due to these sad circumstances, Harry and Ron were glad to have finally made it to Friday night. The two of them lay on the bed exhausted, and immediately fell asleep, preparing to sleep for a long time, and completely recover from the grievances they had suffered in the past half-week in their sleep. Harry was awakened early in the morning by a burly figure. He originally wanted to sleep for a few more hours and sleep until noon. What happened? Harry narrowed his eyes and said in confusion. Quidditch training, said the burly man. Get up. Harry rubbed his eyes and reluctantly half-opened his eyes to look at the sky outside the window, wondering if he had slept for too long and lost track of time. Outside the window of Gryffindor's dormitory, a thin layer of mist enveloped the pink and gold sky, and crisp birdsong could be heard outside. Oliver. Harry glanced dissatisfied at the burly young man beside him and found that he was the captain of his Quidditch team, Oliver Wood. The genius has just begun to shine. Did you see the wrong time? I got the time right. Wood's eyes flashed with fanaticism. This is part of our team's new training plan. Come on, take your broomstick and follow me. Wood said eagerly, other teams haven't started training yet, and we are going to die. They defend our Quidditch championship trophy. Oliver, why do you have so much energy? Harry looked at Wood's fanatical eyes in disbelief. Can it be that even Professor Dracula's perverted defense against the dark arts class can't calm you down? I have to admit that Professor Dracula's class is indeed very painful. Wood's eyes were a little scared, but paradoxically there was a sense of comfort. But after the pain, just yesterday when I was practicing Quidditch, I found that my endurance has obviously improved a lot. God, this is greater than my improvement last year, he said. So we have discovered that only extreme exercise can bring us greater improvement. From now on, our Quidditch training must be in line with Professor Dracula's defense against the dark arts class. Looking at Wood's solemn expression, Harry was horrified to realize that he was not joking at all. Oliver, I want to ask you a question. Harry swallowed. Are you really not masochistic? Wood. After all, Harry didn't say anything to Wood and decided to follow his decision and go to Quidditch training. He yawned. His legs still had not recovered from the actual combat training in defense against the dark arts class, and he climbed out of bed, trembling slightly, and started looking for his team uniform. When Harry arrived on the pitch, the other players from the Gryffindor team were already in the dressing room. He was very fortunate to see that only Wood was fully awake in the locker room. Fred and George didn't seem to have recovered from the ordeal of defense against the dark arts. They sat there in despair, with puffy eye circles and disheveled hair. The female players next to them, chasers Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson, sat across from each other and yawned repeatedly. When Wood saw that everyone was present, he held up a large diagram of a Quidditch pitch with lines, arrows, and crosses in various colors drawn on it. He took out his wand and pointed it at a point on the board. The arrows squirmed on the board like caterpillars. In front of the sleepy Gryffindor players, Wood began to explain his new tactics. In fact, no one could listen at all. More than an hour later, amid the grunts in the locker room, Wood, who was intoxicated with his own tactics, clapped his hands. That's the overall strategy. He finally said, do you have any other questions? Snoring, snoring. I'm sorry you didn't listen to a word of the tactics I worked so hard to tell you, right? He said angrily. It's not that I didn't hear a word. Fred rubbed his sleepy eyes and raised his head from Angelina's shoulder. I still heard one sentence. The overall tactics are like this, how about it? Am I repeating it correctly? Seeing the disapproving expressions of the team members, Wood was a little unhappy. Look, guys, he said grimly, we managed to win the Quidditch trophy last year with a little bit of luck and sheer strength. That's pretty good. But this year our task is even more arduous. The strength of other teams will not remain unchanged. We must work 100 times harder to defend our championship in the end. That's it. Now let's put the new theory into practice. Wood said loudly, grabbed his broom and took the lead out of the locker room. And his team members yawned and followed behind with numb legs. However, this week, Harry seemed destined to be unlucky. After they finished explaining the tactics, not long after training, a group of Slytherin Quidditch players wearing green robes came to the door. There is a custom that has been passed down for hundreds of years in the magic school Hogwarts, that is, when a lion and a snake meet, they will inevitably fight. Sure enough, the two teams fought immediately after meeting. Wood thought he had reserved the pitch, and Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, took out the note signed by Snape. I, Professor S. Snape, give permission for the Slytherin team to train on the Quidditch pitch today to train their new seeker. He read proudly to the note. Then the Gryffindor players discovered that second-year Draco Malfoy had become Slytherin's new seeker. And he didn't become a seeker by relying on his own strength. He relied on his rich father, Lucius Malfoy. Lucius donated 7 of the latest Nimbus 2001 broomsticks to the Slytherin Quidditch team, and sent Draco to the Slytherin team through the power of Krypton Gold. Of course, the Slytherin team began to laugh at the old sweeping 7-star number 5 broomsticks in the hands of the Gryffindor players, while Hermione, who was watching the game, sharply mocked Draco Malfoy for joining the team with money. Draco was very unhappy about this and cursed the most unpleasant word. No one asked you, you stinking little mudblood, he said viciously. Mudblood, a vicious word used to describe Muggle-born wizards, completely detonated the battlefield, and the Gryffindor wizards roared and rushed towards the opposite side. Flint had to stand in front of Draco to prevent Fred and George from jumping on him. Ron, who had come to watch Harry's training with Hermione, reached out angrily, pulled out his tattered wand from his robes, and shouted, "You will pay for it, Malfoy." Furiously, he thrust his wand out from under Flint's arm and pointed it at Malfoy's face. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Slug vomiting charm. In extreme anger, Ron thought of a curse that Fred and George had taught him, and he used the powerful slug curse, and hit himself unerringly. A huge explosion resounded throughout the stadium, and a green light shot out from the back of the wand, hitting Ron in the abdomen, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. Ron, are you okay? Hermione squatted down and asked worriedly. Ron opened his mouth to say that he was fine, but no words came out. Instead, he belched loudly, and several fat slugs came out of his mouth and landed on his lap. Seeing this scene, the members of the Slytherin team collapsed with laughter. Flint laughed so hard that he couldn't stand up straight, using Nimbus 2001 to support the ground. Malfoy fell to the ground laughing, pounding the ground with his fists wildly. The Gryffindors had worried looks on their faces and gathered around Ron, but no one wanted to touch him as he kept spitting out big, shiny, sticky slugs. Fred, George, you are his brothers, help him to the school infirmary. Wood patted the Weasley twins heavily on the shoulders and said to them, "What, Captain, I think it would be good to let little Luo lie here." Fred glanced at Ron with some disgust, and took a small step back. If he covets him all the way to the castle, the school infirmary is upstairs. Maybe he will vomit slugs all over the place. Wouldn't that give Snape a chance to deduct points from our academy? Ron, hold on, you can do it. George and Fred kept moving forward and backward, and also took a small step back, giving Ron a thumbs up. Well done, Ron, at least we know that you learned the curse we taught you. Looking at Ron's two unreliable brothers, Harry gritted his teeth and walked to Ron's side first. We'd better take him to Hagrid, that's the closest. He looked at Hermione and said. Seeing this, Hermione nodded bravely, and together with Harry, suppressing her nausea, she grabbed Ron's arm and pulled him up. Fred was right, Ron really vomited slugs all over the place. Fortunately, the Quidditch pitch was located far to the north of Hogwarts Castle, not too far from Hagrid's shack. Harry and Hermione carried Ron and rushed to Hagrid's shack very quickly, leaving a long, sticky trail on the ground. Just when they were standing at the door of Hagrid's shack, raising their hands to knock on the door, a silver-haired figure suddenly opened the door and walked out. Harry and Hermione were overjoyed to see the visitor. Professor Dracula, Ron has been hit by the slug curse, can you help him get rid of it? Hermione asked hopefully. Dracula looked at the three little wizards in front of him with some surprise, and then glanced at Ron with interest. Of course, this counterspell is actually very simple. He raised his hand casually, ready to lift the curse from Ron. At this moment, Ron couldn't hold back and spat out another shiny slug, which happened to land on Dracula's shoes. The air became quietly quiet. Dracula stopped raising his hand. I suddenly forgot the counter curse of the slug curse, he said coldly. Dracula's heartless words made Ron, who was originally full of hope, become desperate. Professor, don't vomit. He retched and said painfully, don't be so heartless, Professor, vomit dash. Just when Ron was about to spit out the next slug, Dracula frowned in disgust and recited a spell very quickly. Mimble-wimble. This is the gag spell that Dracula once used on Lockhart, and it is very useful in certain situations. Under the influence of the speech spell, Ron's mouth immediately closed. The slug that was about to be spit out was stuck in Ron's mouth. He couldn't spit it out and couldn't swallow it. Go down. Ron kept making gestures and looking at Dracula with red eyes, almost crying. Dracula shook the slug off his shoes, and then used a dozen cleaning spells to finally make the shoes clean again. Seeing Ron's embarrassed look, he finally raised the corners of his mouth happily. Professor, please help Ron. Harry said urgently. He and Hermione were as anxious as ash snakes leaving the flames, circling around Ron, looking at Ron's pain but unable to do much to help. Professor. Hermione shouted, look, Ron's face is already so red. If he doesn't break the spell, he will be suffocated by slugs. Dracula glanced at Ron, saw his flushed face, and knew that the next slug was probably going to come out of his stomach. With a slug still held in his mouth, when the next fat slug appears, it will directly block Ron's throat and esophagus, and it is not impossible for Ron to suffocate. Tisk, what a pity. Dracula didn't appreciate Ron's expression enough, and shrugged with regret. He lightly snapped his fingers, and the universal breaking curse silently covered Ron's body, instantly eliminating the two curses of the slug curse and the speechless curse on his body. Ahem. After the spell was lifted, Ron immediately opened his mouth and retched, coughing nonstop. Ah, it's so disgusting. I just felt two slugs squirming in my mouth and throat. He said sadly and angrily, why can't I spit them out now? Shouldn't I put them out? Have you digested it? Ron opened his eyes wide and looked at Harry and Hermione in shock. What are you thinking? The slugs you spit out are the product of magic, and they will naturally dissipate after the magic is lifted, Dracula said casually. Hearing Dracula's voice, Ron turned his shocked eyes in Dracula's direction. Professor, how could you shut me up at such a critical moment? This is so unkind, he accused with a flushed face, waving his hands. Oh, I'm not kind, am I? Dracula's lips curved into a sinister arc. Ron shuddered immediately. Ah, Professor, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that. His aggrieved and angry mood immediately calmed down, and he said with a flattering smile, I mean, what you did was too kind. I know you, this is how I exercise my perseverance. I have understood that when I face dark wizards or dark creatures in the future, whenever I think of today's experience, I will never fall into deeper despair and will always be able to muster greater courage to face it. Danger. As he spoke, Ron gradually raised his head and chest, and became more confident. It seems that these words may not be able to convince Dracula, but at least they can convince him. Well, if you need it, I'll let you swallow a few more slugs next time. Dracula nodded with interest and looked at Ron, who held his head high. If it's not enough for you, I can help. You reform the slug curse. Slugs are still too conservative. How about changing them to cockroaches? If you think it's not enough, you can change it to spiders. Ron, who had been pretending to be calm at first, trembled violently after hearing the word spider, and his face turned green with fear. Professor Dracula, please stop scaring Ron. What he fears most is spiders. Hermione looked at the heartless Dracula, couldn't help but pursed her lips, and advised seriously. However, Ron didn't seem to appreciate it very much. Who is afraid of spiders? He felt a little embarrassed and retorted, how can a big man like me be afraid of spiders? Then tell me, who was frightened by the big spider at the door of the auditorium last Halloween and jumped 3 feet high? Hermione retorted. Everyone saw it at the time, and you were hanging around Harry's neck. You don't dare to come down until he carries you into the auditorium. You. Ron pointed at Hermione. Because he was wrong, he stammered for a long time without explaining the reason. Ron, why don't you admit it? You are indeed afraid of spiders. Harry looked at Hermione, who was angry, and then at Ron, who was angry, and could only use a conciliatory tone to talk to Ron. Said. Hearing his good brother's conclusion, Ron's shoulders slumped down and he was immediately deflated. Dracula watched the three little guys debate for a long time with great interest, and waited patiently until they stopped. Then he thought of a question. If you've finished discussing it, you might as well introduce the situation to me. He asked. This slug curse seems to be very effective. Who did this to Wes? You guys? Lytron's mortal enemy. No, Professor, it was Ron himself who did it. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Ron's face froze, and he lowered his head silently, and his shoulders dropped another 2 inches. You did it yourself. Dracula looked at Ron in surprise. Can you be so cruel to yourself? I can't see it. Come on, Weiss, I didn't expect you to be a cruel person. No, it's actually Ron's wand that's broken, Professor. Hermione added cheerfully. She was very happy to see Ron, who did not understand good people, being defeated one after another. Ron originally wanted to use the slug curse on that annoying Draco Malfoy, but his curse was fired from the end of the wand. Come out. Is there such a thing? Dracula suddenly became interested and looked at Ron, who had slumped shoulders next to him. Wes, come on, can you show me your wand? In fact, in the previous defense against the dark arts class, Dracula had already seen that there was something wrong with Ron's wand. However, he had never been very interested in wands, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But today he unexpectedly learned that Ron's wand could shoot spells in the opposite direction, causing the slug curse to hit him directly. Dracula immediately thought that this unique wand was quite maneuverable. For example, when encountering a dark wizard, the poor little wizard first took out a wand that could only cast spells in the opposite direction, tricked the opponent into using a disarming spell to snatch away his wand, and then guided the opponent to use a new one. Attack with the stolen wand. Then, the dark wizard will receive a surprise, he will be hit by his own spell without any defense. Thinking of this, Dracula subconsciously raised the corners of his mouth, with an evil smile appearing on his face. Ron looked at the smile on Dracula's face and couldn't help but shudder. Of course it's okay, Professor, I've had enough of this wand. He hurriedly took the wand out of his pocket and handed it to Dracula. This wand originally belonged to Charlie. Later Charlie bought a new wand, and my mother gave me this old wand. Mom thought this would save me 7 galleons in the cost of the wand. She would have never thought that I would break it after just 1 year of use. Harry gave Ron a sympathetic look and patted him on the shoulder. Dracula didn't pay attention to what Ron said. He was not interested at all in the original story of Ron's wand. He was only interested in the wand itself that could reversely emit magic spells. As soon as he took the wand from Ron, Dracula felt the wand in his hand begin to tremble slightly. This feeling was exactly the same as when he tried out the unicorn tail hair core in Ollivander's wand shop shortly after he woke up. The only difference is that the struggle of this one is much weaker. I don't know if it is because the wand has been damaged. The core of the wand with unicorn tail hair? Dracula asked casually. Yes, I heard from Charlie that the core of the wand is made of unicorn tail hair, the material is ash, and the length is 12 inches. Ron's eyes lit up and he introduced carefully, Professor, you also have some experience with wands. Do you understand? Can you help me fix it? A glimmer of hope arose in his heart. If Professor Dracula could help him repair the wand, then he wouldn't have to tell Mrs. Weasley about the broken wand, and maybe he would get less of a beating. I don't understand. I'm not interested in things like wands. The next moment, Dracula's cold words extinguished Ron's newly raised hopes. Ron slumped his shoulders again. Dracula looked at the struggling and trembling wand in his hand, thought for a moment, and slowly suppressed the dark power in his body to the deepest level, transmitting only the purest magic power to his right hand. His right hand gradually emitted a gleaming light, and his pale skin became as warm as white jade. Ron's wand gradually stopped trembling, slowly calmed down, no longer resisted Dracula's touch, and was quietly held in his hand. A satisfied smile appeared on Dracula's face and he gently raised his hand. Lumos. A flash of white light appeared at the tip of the wand, which was normal, except that small sparks appeared from time to time on the wand's body, reminding those present that this was a bad wand. Isn't it because the amount of magic power used is not high enough? Dracula frowned slightly, and then recited the enhanced version of the wand lighting spell. Bright as day, Lumos Solemn. Ron's wand flashed with unprecedented sparks, and then a dazzling light suddenly shone from the end of the wand, illuminating the area in front of Hagrid's hut into a white mess, almost blinding him. The eyes of 3 little wizards. Ah, who am I? Where am I? Ron's voice came out from the white space. Oops, I can't see. Harry also panicked. Professor, what did you do? Harry, Ron, please be quiet first. Hermione shouted loudly. We should be lucky that Professor Dracula only used a lighting spell in the experiment and not an offensive spell. What happened outside? Hagrid's rough voice came out of the shed belatedly and asked in shock, Harry, is it you? I thought I heard your voice just now. In the light, Dracula's burgundy eyes were shining, without any intention of closing his eyes, and he was looking at the wand in his hand with interest. He could feel that when his pure magic power was transmitted through Ron's wand and reached the middle of the wand, it encountered a strong obstacle. If the most basic magic wand lighting spell is used, which does not cost much magic power at all, Dracula's magic power will be partially weakened by the wand and turn into sparks overflowing from the outside of the wand. The remaining magic power will pass through the obstacle and continue, achieve the original purpose and cast the magic spell. However, if you use the most advanced version of the wand lighting spell, a lot of magic power will be activated, and it will be difficult for these excess magic powers to pass through the obstacle in the center of the wand. Therefore, those magic powers will get stuck in the barrier, continue to accumulate, and eventually explode completely. This situation is somewhat similar to the explosion of Muggle guns and artillery. They are both powerful and accidental. But the difference is that after the Muggle guns and artillery explode, the firearm will be completely destroyed and cannot be used again, while the explosion of Ron's wand is caused by the wand expelling the original magic from the end of the wand. There is duplication. Utilized space. This is also the reason why Ron can use the extremely effective slug curse. After figuring out the principle of emitting magic spells from the end of the wand, Dracula raised his lips happily and snapped his fingers amidst the panicked voices of the three little ones and Hagrid. Nox. This is the counter curse of the wand extinguishing charm, the illuminating charm. Then, the bright light suddenly dissipated, and the door of Hagrid's hut returned to its former vibrant appearance. Thank you for the wand, Ron. It brought me some inspiration. Dracula put Ron's wand back into his hand and said with a chuckle, well, how about this? Aren't you two going to have double your homework in the first 2 weeks? I can cancel it for you. Dracula was in a very happy mood, smiled and nodded to Hagrid, then picked up a cage covered with black cloth at the door of Hagrid's hut and left Hagrid's hut. Harry and Ron looked at each other, with smiles of disbelief and extreme surprise on their faces. The next moment, they jumped up in unison. Great. Looking at the performance of the two of them, Hermione curled her lips somewhat angrily and turned her gaze to Hagrid. Hagrid, what is in the cage that Professor Dracula took away from the door? She asked curiously. Oh, you're talking about that. Hagrid yawned, rubbed his eyes that had just been dazzled by the white light, and said casually, Professor Dracula woke me up early this morning, and the two of us we went to the Forbidden Forest together to catch some interesting little things. I don't know what he did to that cage, but he put at least a dozen different kinds of magical animals in it, like hinkpunks, grindylows, etc. I guess, Dracula the professor may be bringing those animals to class. Oh, by the way, Professor Dracula mentioned to me before that he will not give homework for the first half of the month. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. Harry and Ron's excited cheers suddenly fell silent. While Harry and Ron were still complaining about the unsatisfactory first week of school, on the other side, Harry's nemesis Voldemort was quietly doing big things. A large, exquisite, and dignified mansion surrounded by well-designed gardens. A melancholy green color filled the entire courtyard, and no fewer than 100 beautiful trees were densely planted in the open space on both sides of the stone road. The magic fountain gushes in the center of the garden, and white peacocks roam freely in the garden, looking luxurious and noble. However, the owner of this large mansion stood grovelingly on the side of the living room covered with purple wallpaper, nodding and bowing to a man with a bald head, twisted features, and a ferocious face. Lucius, how did you go about what I told you? The ferocious-looking man sat on the chair at the front of the living room and asked hoarsely. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. It's done, master. Lucius bent down deeply, almost buried his head in the ground, and said respectfully, I have used a lot of money and the contacts retained by the Malfoy family to the path to promotion was paved for Yaxley. According to reliable information, he will soon become the third in command of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Lucius buried his head so low that no one could see the unwillingness and anger in his expression at this time. Originally relying on the considerable wealth of the Malfoy family and Lucius's own ability to flatter and capture people's minds, he easily became a popular figure during the first Wizarding War started by the Death Eaters. Upper-level Death Eaters are the top figures among the Death Eaters. However, Lucius was ignored by Voldemort because he lost an unknown dark magic instrument belonging to Voldemort. Today, Lucius no longer has the prestige he once had in the Death Eater camp. He could feel that his status in Voldemort's heart was equivalent to that of an abandoned son who was ready to be abandoned at any time. As soon as he drained his last vestige of profit and drained all the property of the Malfoy family, he would be likened to Voldemort. Throw it in the trash can like trash. Therefore, Lucius was very unwilling and felt a bit of betrayal. Thinking of the black magic equipment sales list sent to Dracula a few days ago, Lucius felt a little panicked for a while, but then he was suppressed by the anger and unwillingness in his heart. You did well, Lucius. Voldemort's hoarse voice sounded from the front of the living room. Even though his tone was encouraging, his eyes were scarlet and cold, like a cold and bloodthirsty snake. These days you have not only donated the manor, but also contributed countless properties to pave the way for Yaxley in the Ministry of Magic. It can be said that he tried his best. I always distinguish rewards and punishments. Tell me, do you have any rewards you want? Being able to serve my master is the reward I want most, Lucius said in a flattering tone. However, the expression on his face buried deep in the ground was full of reluctance, without any hint of flattery. Do you think I don't understand you, Lucius? Voldemort intertwined his weirdly long fingers like spider legs, and looked at Lucius's lowered eyes with his scarlet eyes. If I don't give you what you deserve as a reward, I'm afraid you'll start thinking about how to betray me later, right? Hearing Voldemort's gloomy words, Lucius raised his head in panic, thinking that the Dark Lord knew about his request for help from Dracula. Master, Lucius was so panicked that he almost told him about his meeting with Dracula. Fortunately, he was interrupted by Voldemort before he could speak. Let me think about it. What kind of reward would be better for you? Voldemort smiled sinisterly, which made Lucius panic. I suddenly thought of a very interesting idea. Voldemort suddenly opened his mouth and showed an extremely terrifying and ferocious smile. Lucius, you should have a son, right? I think he is not in your manner. He should have already have you started studying at Hogwarts. Lucius finally changed his expression completely. He deliberately waited until Hogwarts started before dedicating Malfoy Manor to Voldemort, just to prevent his son Draco from getting involved in the Death Eater mess. But no matter how hard Lucius racked his brains, he couldn't imagine that Voldemort suddenly mentioned Draco. The Dark Lord wanted to use his son as a hostage so that he would not betray him? Why, aren't you willing? Voldemort looked at Lucius's panic expression and indifferently stretched out the wand that was as pale as a bone in front of his face, and patted the pale side of his face with the wand frivolously. Lucius's mind went blank, and he wanted to refuse Voldemort's so-called reward, but he did not dare to speak out the words of rejection several times. At this moment, on the other side of the long table in the living room, under the magnificent chandelier, a voice rang, rescuing Lucius without leaving any trace. Master, Draco is my student. He is still too young and too naughty, and he can easily delay your important events. Snape said unhurriedly, if you need Draco to join the Death Eaters, I can pay more attention to him in these 2 school years and cultivate him into the talent you need as soon as possible. Snape sat upright and first on Voldemort's right-hand side. This was enough to show that he had a high enough status in Voldemort's heart. That's fine. Voldemort turned slightly and glanced at Snape, then nodded. Since Severus said so, then this reward will be given to you 2 years later. He waved to Lucius and motioned him to return to his original seat. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief, gave Snape a grateful expression, then bowed deeply again, and sat down in the second seat to Voldemort's left. The first person on Voldemort's left was a relatively tall, proud wizard who wore gorgeous robes and had his long golden hair braided into a neat braid. Seeing Lucius come and sit next to him, the arrogant wizard chuckled and said, "Thank you this time, Lucius. You spent a lot of money and connections on my promotion, right? You're welcome, Yaxley." Lucius hadn't recovered from the previous panic. He glanced at the wizard next to him and said expressionlessly, "This proud wizard named Yaxley works at the Ministry of Magic. Some time ago, it was he who accidentally learned from the mouths of Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Rufus Scrimgeour, director of the Auror Office about the search and informed Lucius about it. Ironically, the person who wrote the anonymous letter to report the Malfoy Manor was Voldemort himself, who was sitting on the throne at this time. Although Lucius escaped from the Ministry of Magic's search because of Yaxley's information, he also lost Voldemort's trust, allowing Yaxley to take his place. Not long ago, when Voldemort announced his return with the help of the dark mark on the Death Eater's arm, Yaxley rushed to join his former master. When he learned that Yaxley had a high status in the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort thought that he could use him to gradually infiltrate and control the Ministry of Magic, thereby gaining a greater say in the wizarding world, and through this, he and Dumbledore versus Dracula. Therefore, Voldemort ordered Lucius to use up the resources of the Malfoy family to pave the way for Yaxley in the Ministry of Magic. Actually, I'm thinking, with the power of our Yaxley family and your Malfoy family, and the financial resources of 2 of the 28 holy families, why can I only be allowed to sit in the position of third in command of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Yaxley said softly, "Isn't it because you haven't tried your best, Lucius?" He stared directly at Lucius, his eyebrows raised, and the wrinkles on his forehead were wrinkled in layers. The positions of Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour are not so easy to shake. Lucius glared at him angrily, "You clearly know that. This term of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, both the chief and the director of the Auror Office are known for their iron-blooded tactics, not to mention that their respective families are not without power." Power. Yaxley sneered disdainfully, "Are you talking about the power of the Bones family, which is full of Hufflepuffs, or the power of Scrimgeour, where there are only a few people in the entire family? Even if we put aside their power, there is not even a slightly bigger stain in their political careers. How can we drive them out of office?" Lucius retorted with reason, "Yaxley, have you lost your ability to judge after working in the Ministry of Magic for so long?" Yaxley's face darkened, and he slapped the armrest of the seat heavily. "You two can be quiet." Just as the noise between the two people further amplified, Voldemort said coldly, "Lucius is right, it is really difficult for them to leave the stage. Yaxley is also that's right. A mere third in command in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement can't do anything to help our great cause. Master, we can wait until Bones and Scrimgeour's terms are over." Lucius straightened his clothes that had become a little messy due to the argument just now, and then said seriously, "Then it's too late. We must push Yaxley to a higher position in a short time." Voldemort interrupted, "Since they have no political stain, we might as well help them create one." What do you think would happen if Azkaban was breached while the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the director of the Auror Office were in office? Voldemort's too thin lips curled up coldly, and his scarlet eyes scanned the many Death Eaters present, so frightened that they did not dare to breathe. Among the Death Eaters present, only Snape was not affected much by Voldemort. He asked calmly, "Master, are we going to rescue our other companions who are imprisoned in Azkaban?" "That's right, it's not like you cowardly, shrinking cowards who only focused on exonerating themselves after I left, and didn't even bother to do a symbolic search." Voldemort looked at the Death Eaters present and sneered. "Those friends who are imprisoned in Azkaban are my most loyal and trustworthy companions. We launch an attack on Azkaban to rescue those most reliable companions, but also to bring a huge stain on the careers of Bones and Scrimgeour, thus propelling Yaxley to the top. Many birds with one stone have two." The Death Eaters applauded enthusiastically and began to praise Voldemort's clever plan in various ways. Amidst the compliments, Voldemort showed a proud smile, and then suddenly looked at Snape beside him. "Severus, are you scared?" The compliments fell silent for a moment, and everyone present stared blankly at Snape. "I don't understand what you mean, Master." Snape also made a slightly confused expression at the right time. "No, you know exactly what I mean." Voldemort chuckled. "I mean, after I rescue those most loyal companions, are you afraid that your status will be shaken at this time?" Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood that Voldemort might not have complete trust in him yet, and this question was just another subtle test. Snape was alert, but his face didn't show it at all. He replied, "My companions in Azkaban are also my friends." "Very good." Voldemort laughed. His laugh was hoarse and evil, like a demon laughing from hell. "Very good, Severus." He smiled and patted Snape on the shoulder. "I saw you right." Snape made a flattered expression at the right time, but a clemency was still turned on to the maximum, and the vigilance in his heart did not relax at all. He didn't know whether this meant that Voldemort truly recognized him, or that he was once again setting up an enchantment circle. "So I can only force myself not to relax at all times." As an undercover agent, Lucius didn't need to be as tired as Snape. He was originally a wallflower, and he also recognized Voldemort's philosophy in his heart. So even though Lucius's occlumency was not as proficient as Snape's, and he only concealed the details of his meeting with Dracula and the list of dark magic tools, Voldemort was not aware of the abnormality. Because Voldemort had already guessed it, or he knew the nature of the Malfoy family's incels, so he was not surprised that Lucius had the idea of escape that popped up in his mind from time to time. Just when Voldemort wanted to continue explaining the time and plan for the attack on Azkaban, a handsome young man with black hair suddenly appeared like a shadow quietly in the living room of Malfoy Manor. "Are you planning to invade Azkaban now?" the black-haired young man asked softly, holding a diary in his hand. Looking at the extremely handsome black-haired young man in front of him, Snape's penis suddenly shrank. He clearly remembered that he had seen this face before, just last school year, in the restricted area where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. Voldemort used this face to first meet him. Snape frowned and looked at Voldemort with inquiring eyes. "Don't be nervous, Severus." Voldemort saw Snape's expression and chuckled, then turned his attention to the many Death Eaters present. "Let me introduce to you, this is a clone I made. You can completely trust him." Hearing Voldemort describe himself as a double, Tom Riddle, who was born from the Horcrux diary, had a slightly displeased expression on his face, but he did not refute it. "I'm asking you, why did you start to think about taking action against Azkaban when the Death Eater's power was far from restored?" he said coldly. His cold tone was exactly the same as Voldemort's. "Don't you know the consequences of exposing the restored Death Eater power to the entire magical world? How did you talk to your creator?" Voldemort's expression also turned cold. Even though he was angry inside, he was still very cautious. Voldemort did not think that his group of Death Eaters could know such high-end and secret dark magic as Horcruxes. But just in case, in order to prevent overly smart subordinates from guessing that Riddle's mind was born from a Horcrux, he did not use main soul to describe himself to Riddle, but chose to use creator such ambiguous vocabulary. "You only have a very small part of my memory, and I have to say that you are still too young now." Voldemort stared into Riddle's eyes and said softly, "Do you think I don't know the consequences of doing this? Do you think I don't know that this will expose the fact of my return to the eyes of the magical world?" As he spoke, he glanced at the many Death Eaters gathered around the long table. "Listen carefully, I have thought clearly about the attack on Azkaban. It will definitely do more good than harm to us. Yes, attacking Azkaban will indeed expose the fact of our existence. This is why I need to arrange manpower at the Ministry of Magic. After rescuing our companions, Yaxley will cooperate with the leadership's propaganda at the Ministry of Magic, identifying the attack on Azkaban as an accident caused by a Dementor uprising. Everyone here knows very well what kind of person the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, is, right?" he asked with a sneer. "Fudge is just a stupid, self-righteous, short-sighted idiot." Yaxley, sitting first on the left, leaned back in his chair and laughed contemptuously. "I agree with Yaxley on this point. Fudge is a waste that has accomplished nothing." Lucius tapped the ground with his cane and smiled disdainfully. Most of the other Death Eaters gave their own evaluations with disdain. After talking about it all, Fudge didn't have a few positive comments at all. The Death Eaters here basically said that Fudge was a fool and a waste. It seems that everyone is well aware of the fact that Cornelius Fudge is stupid. Voldemort pressed his left hand falsely, making everyone's voices quiet down. He is timid and afraid of trouble. He is obsessed with stability and peace and does not want his hard-earned position. There is an unstable situation. So I dare say that as long as we operate properly in the Ministry of Magic, Fudge himself can cover the eyes of the wizarding world and deny the fact that I have returned. Diary Riddle looked at Voldemort's ugly, twisted face with a thoughtful expression. But who can Cornelius Fudge hide such big news as Azkaban being breached? He suddenly asked, as long as they are not those lowly losers, they have some channels in the magical world. A wizard can easily find out the truth, or at least part of the truth. We will still be exposed to the eyes of others. Wake up, young boy. Voldemort looked at Riddle with scarlet eyes and said in a low voice, we have actually been exposed a long time ago. Whether it is Dumbledore or Dracula, they actually know about our return. And the only ones we need to pay attention to are the two of them. As for other trash, whatever they think, as long as the broadest group of people are kept in the dark and this action is not allowed to trigger a large-scale response in the magic world, then our next development plan will never be disrupted. Dumbledore, Dracula, don't rush, I have plenty of time to have some fun with you. Thinking of the threats brought to him by Dumbledore and Dracula, Voldemort's deformed fingers like spider legs pinched the armrest of the seat fiercely, with an extremely cold expression. With a bang, the armrest of the seat was crushed to pieces by him. Riddle glanced at the armrest that was blown into powder, but his expression remained unchanged. What you said makes sense. He continued and asked, but have you ever thought about how, with the power of these few people here, we can break Azkaban under the influence of countless Dementors, sealed, and then successfully rescued those comrades in prison? Voldemort laughed lightly at his question. To be worried about something like Dementors, it seems you still know too little. He said nonchalantly, dark species like Dementors can be used to my advantage, and we don't need to feel guilty because of them. Worry. Do you know why? Because we can bring them something that the Ministry of Magic cannot give them. If they choose one of the conditions given by the Death Eaters and the Ministry of Magic, they will definitely choose our side. After all, the Horcrux diary only recorded Voldemort's memories before he was 16 years old. Riddle, who was born in the diary, had no way of knowing what Voldemort had done after that. He didn't know that after Voldemort graduated, he personally went to the area around Azkaban and conducted in-depth research on Dementors, a species that is considered weird even in the magical world. He even once used this non-existent form to transform the species. His own body, and through the form of a Dementor, he learned how to fly in the form of black mist. For normal wizards, when seeing monsters like Dementors that feed on happiness, they often feel uncomfortable, even depressed, and desperate. But Voldemort got along very well with the Dementors. Because Dementors can only make a living by identifying the emotions of wizards and sucking their happiness. The emotions of these weird species are chaotic, and they will only hurt others. However, Voldemort is the product of aphrodisiacs and is a human being without any emotions. Dementors cannot find a trace of positive emotions in Voldemort's mind. Because of this, the Dementors had absolutely no way to deal with Voldemort. In the process of studying Dementors around Azkaban, the young Voldemort discovered that the Ministry of Magic did not really control the Dementors as a species. They only established a hasty cooperative relationship with the Dementors. The Ministry of Magic continuously sends prisoners to Azkaban, and the Dementors suck the happiness out of the prisoners' hearts, and by the way help the wizards, or rather help themselves, guard those delicious meals to prevent them from escaping. Voldemort soon realized that this partnership was extremely thin and fragile. If Voldemort one day establishes his own political power and can allow the Dementors to not only operate within the confines of Azkaban, but to allow them to suck the happiness of residents around the world at will, then these monsters will inevitably abandon the Ministry of Magic jurisdiction, and turn to Voldemort's command. Although Voldemort's power is far from being restored, and he has not yet established a dark regime of his own, there is still no problem in simply negotiating with the Dementors. Even if the Dementors arouse the suspicion of the Ministry of Magic because of their negligence, they will not lose anything at all. This is because the hardworking and free labor force of Dementors is really a rare good thing. If the Ministry of Magic does not want to increase its expenditure on guarding prisoners every year, they will have to choose to continue using Dementors to serve the Ministry of Magic. If some powerful ministers are in office, you may need to worry a little bit whether the work of Dementors will be banned by the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort sneered in his heart, but now that good-for-nothing Fudge has become the Minister of Magic, that a coward who is just willing to retreat will obviously not have the courage to ban the Dementors. Thinking of this, Voldemort no longer had any worries about attacking Azkaban. He turned his head and waved casually to the Death Eaters surrounding the long table. You can go and complete the tasks I assigned at this meeting. He said, if anyone fails to complete the task, you know the consequences. In the living room of Malfoy Manor, the Death Eaters stood up from their seats one after another, bowed respectfully to Voldemort, and then operated out of the living room. Like Lucius, the Death Eaters who lived in Malfoy Manor also carefully walked out of the living room, leaving the space to the Dark Lord and his rebellious clone. Soon, Voldemort and Riddle were the only two people left in the spacious living room. Actually, you came just in time. If I get something like that, I will be completely sure of breaking through Azkaban. Voldemort suppressed the heat in his eyes and looked at Riddle and asked, bring me what I want, come yet. Under Voldemort's blazing eyes, Riddle's handsome face changed color slightly, and then he shook his head heavily. What did you say? Voldemort's fiery eyes instantly turned cold, his scarlet eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. Half a year? It's been half a year since I left you at Hogwarts, and you're not even a first-year wizard. Can't even collect the blood. He stood up, took a step forward, and put his wand on Riddle's forehead. You should know, right? My memory? With Potter's blood, I can restore my peak strength. This will be of great benefit to you and me. Voldemort said coldly, but why are you unwilling to try your best to do this? Do you really think that I have nothing to do with my own Horcrux? I've tried my best. Riddle's mood didn't change much. He looked at his main soul who was near Chi-Chi and told him about his work one by one. When I was at Hogwarts, there was dang. I can't blatantly take Harry Potter's blood under the care of Dumbledore and Dracula. So I wrote Harry's name on the title page of the diary, lurked beside him, and gradually gained Harry's trust by talking to him and tutoring him in his homework. And I also successfully found him alone. When you are alone and completely unsuspecting. But what I didn't expect was that there was a powerful guardian magic in Harry's blood that could restrain us. I couldn't collect his blood by normal means, so I had to find other methods. Voldemort released the wand on Riddle's forehead and frowned without any eyebrows. Is this really the case? I have thought of it a long time ago. When I was possessed by Quirinus Quirrell could not touch Potter's skin with his body. This is because of the effect of this protective magic? He said viciously. Lily Potter left a magic specifically for me in Harry Potter's blood. Is this why you would rather gain strength later and use Potter's blood to restore your body? Riddle asked. Of course. Voldemort laughed sinisterly. I'm really looking forward to it. I must appreciate it at the next moment. When Potter sees that the protective magic his mother exchanged with her life actually flows on his enemy, what an expression it would be. I understand. Riddle lowered his head and said softly, I will get it for you as soon as possible. Even if you can't directly take Potter's blood, can't you use the Imperious Curse to control him and send him directly to me? Voldemort was not ready to let Riddle go and asked coldly. You should have many opportunities to do this during those 2 months of summer vacation, right? I tried. Riddle said nonchalantly, but Harry has an amulet made by Dracula, and almost all black magic will be absorbed by it. With a diary like me that doesn't have much magic left, there is no way to break Dracula's amulet. It's actually quite ironic to say that originally this amulet was most likely to be obtained by Hermione who had excellent grades. In this way, Harry would be easily controlled by Riddle's Imperious Curse without the amulet. Maybe Voldemort would have obtained Harry's blood and completely restored his body. However, in order to gain Harry's trust, Riddle patiently explained various issues of defense against the dark arts to him, and Harry was indeed very talented in defense against the dark arts. So, under everyone's surprised eyes, Harry surpassed Hermione in one fell swoop, won the first place in the defense against the dark arts final exam, and successfully obtained the amulet made by Professor Dracula himself. It is also because of this amulet that Riddle can no longer control Harry with the Imperious Curse. I didn't expect you to be so useless. Voldemort slammed his hand on the long table, and a crack suddenly appeared on the smooth tabletop. I'll give you another month and a half, and when the bell rings on Halloween, I had to see Harry's blood in front of me. After saying these words fiercely, Voldemort turned around and left the spacious living room of Malfoy Manor without looking back. He was afraid that he would be unable to resist destroying this useless memory in the next second. Watching Riddle leave the living room, Riddle couldn't help but let out a long breath and relaxed his tense body. He was taking a big risk by coming here to attend the Death Eater meeting. Riddle absorbed the Horcrux diadem that Voldemort had left in the room of requirement. Today, his soul power is several times stronger than when he was first found by Voldemort from Malfoy's house. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. But if he chooses not to attend the meeting because he is afraid of being discovered, Voldemort will immediately become suspicious of him. Even if Voldemort didn't believe that a Horcrux would betray him, he would at least have some doubts about whether he could completely control such a Horcrux that had developed self-awareness. Fortunately, Voldemort didn't seem to notice his problem. I don't know if it was because Voldemort was overconfident and didn't pay too much attention to him, or because Riddle's special characteristics made him hide it well, making Voldemort think that this was the normal power level of a Horcrux that had awakened its self-awareness. In short, Riddle is still alive and well now, and the rich soul origin from the 2 Horcruxes in his body has not been absorbed by his main soul. Do you want me to collect the blood before Halloween? Putting aside his worries about his life safety, Riddle began to think about Voldemort's intention to attack Azkaban. Could it be that he wants to attack on Halloween? Azkaban. Riddle knew that from the sunset on Halloween to the sunrise of Halloween the next day, this complete night would be the time when the atmosphere of black magic in the entire magical world is strongest. At this time when the atmosphere of black magic is extremely strong, Voldemort's resurrection using black magic rituals will be more successful. Not only that, such a night will also be the time when the Dementors are most active. If Voldemort can really negotiate with the Dementors, a rescue on Halloween will be the most difficult time for the Ministry of Magic's wizards to resist. But it's not just dark wizards and Dementors who can thrive in the strong atmosphere of black magic. A trace of worry appeared in Riddle's eyes, and he said to himself, on such a night, there are also vampires his home court, right? He thought of Dracula, who was surrounded by dark power, and thought about it carefully for a moment, but he no longer had the idea of warning Voldemort about this matter. The next moment, Riddle disappeared from the spot together with the diary in his hand. In Hogwarts Castle, Harry obviously didn't know that his mentor and friend, the diary he had obtained by chance, had been ordered to get his blood within a month and a half. At this time, he was worried about tomorrow's defense against the dark arts class. Hermione, you are the smartest among us. Can you make a guess about what tomorrow's defense against the dark arts class will be like? Harry sat on the sofa in the Gryffindor common room, frowning. Look at Hermione, who is writing furiously next to her. If you're asking about defense against the dark arts, then I'm not the smartest one, Harry. The little witch with messy hair said without raising her head. You are the number one in defense against the dark arts. It could be seen that Hermione was still a little unhappy that she didn't get first place in all subjects, especially because that person was Harry, who didn't do his homework well all day and kept messing around with Ron. No, Hermione, my score in the last exam was just a coincidence. You are the smartest one, Harry said to the little witch flatteringly, lying on the table. Speaking of this, he thought of the diary that taught him lessons. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't seen Tom in the past 2 days. Harry was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had accidentally dropped the diary somewhere. Harry was about to go find Diary Tom and ask him if he had any thoughts on defense against the dark arts. At this time, Ron came over from the stairs on the other side of the lounge. Hermione, I brought you the book you asked for. He handed a book to the little witch, who was busy writing with a face full of hospitality. Look, those magical animals that Hagrid told about, what is it? Harry stopped the steps he took and looked at the book in Ron's hand. The cover of this book is dark green as a whole, painted with some golden patterns, and 7 glittering words: fantastic beasts and where to find them are written in the upper middle. This is the work of Mr. Newt Scamander. If we take the care of magical creatures class in our 3rd grade, we will most likely use this book. Hermione took the book and told Harry and Ron. The two explained. She then showed an expression of admiration. This book contains almost all the magical animals that can be seen in the wizarding world. I really don't know how Mr. Scamander did it. Wait, Hermione. Ron looked a little confused. You mean, this is a 3rd grade textbook, but you have read it before? Yeah, Hermione, we're only in our 2nd year. Harry agreed. What are you thinking about, you two? Hermione rolled her eyes at the two of them. I finished reading this book before the 1st grade started. I haven't read it for a while and I can't remember some of the content, so I need Ron's help. I borrowed one from the library. Harry, Ron. Okay, don't just stand there, come and take a look at this magical beast. When Hermione turned to a certain page in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, her eyes suddenly lit up and she waved to Harry and Ron. The name Hagrid mentioned yesterday is Hinkpunk. Harry and Ron came closer and saw a magical animal in the book holding a lantern and hopping on its only leg. Hinkpunk is a short, one-legged magical creature with a blue, gray, or white smoky appearance. It likes to pretend to be helpful, carrying a lamp to illuminate travelers at night, thereby luring them away. The original path enters dangerous swamps or wetlands. Hermione looked at the notes in the book and read out the characteristics of Hinkpunk. Hey, does this magical animal like Zinkpunk just lure others into danger? Ron asked with some disbelief. It doesn't seem to have much attack power, right? That seems to be true. Hermione nodded, her messy hair swaying. As long as we pay a little attention in the wild, there is a high probability that we will not be put in danger by Zinkpunk. Among them? But, this seems to be different from what we imagined. Harry showed a puzzled expression. Just now we were guessing how Professor Dracula would torture us. Neville guessed that he would torture us. Bring a fire dragon to the classroom and let us fight the fire dragon. Harry, Professor Dracula is a good professor. He will not let us face an enemy that is impossible to deal with. Hermione said angrily. Ron was interrupted and silently retorted. Hermione, do you think it's possible? Professor Dracula himself is someone we can't possibly deal with. Hermione's tone paused, and she was speechless for a moment. Ahem, Hermione, let's quickly find out what the other magical creature Hagrid spilled is. Harry covered his mouth and suppressed a laugh and said, what is that magical creature called? Grinder. Whoa, right. It's Grindylow, Harry. The topic returned to magical beasts, and Hermione regained some confidence and corrected Harry's mistake. I remember that Grindelwald seems to be the character in the chocolate frog picture. No, it should be mentioned in Professor Dumbledore's picture. Ron thought for a while, then took out a pentagonal blue box from his pocket and opened its outer packaging. I just happened to bring a box of chocolate frogs. We can look for Professor Dumbledore's drawings. When it came to things that had nothing to do with study, Ron became interested. I collected a whole set of chocolate frog drawings before, but unfortunately I left it in the dormitory. I'm too lazy to pick it up now. Ron, how do you make sure that the picture on this box of chocolate frogs is Professor Dumbledore? Hermione looked at Ron, who was unpacking the box with some suspicion. There's no way to guarantee it, but the probability is high. Ron took off the outer packaging of the box and then lifted up the pentagonal blue lid. Dumbledore has the largest number of chocolate frog pictures. Harry and I are the third. When we met on the Hogwarts Express, we opened a picture of Dumbledore. He took the chocolate frog out of the box and placed it on the table. Harry quickly held down the chocolate frog to prevent it from jumping under the table. Then, Ron pulled out the pentagonal blue picture from under the frog. There is a golden frame on the blue picture. In the frame, an old man wearing glasses, white hair, and a long white beard is smiling kindly at him. Look, Look what I said, it really is Dumbledore, right? Ron proudly raised the picture in his hand and proudly showed it to Harry and Hermione. Hermione snatched the picture from Ron's hand, turned it over to the back, and carefully read the white text on the blue background. Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, recognized as the greatest wizard of our time. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945 and discovering the secret of the fire dragon's blood. For two purposes, he is very effective in alchemy with his partner Nico Flamel, and Professor Dumbledore is fond of chamber music and 10-pin bowling. The three little wizards didn't know the story behind the so-called Dumbledore's well-known contribution. They just looked at the picture curiously and were slightly stunned. I only discovered now that we didn't have to go to Professor Dracula to ask who Nico Flamel was. Harry said blankly. Nicola Flamel's name has clearly been written on Dumbledore. Ledo's chocolate frog picture. But Professor Dracula gave you the opportunity to talk to Mr. Flamel remotely. Hermione said angrily, feeling very sorry that she did not communicate with the famous alchemist. Really, you two were in vain. A great opportunity was wasted. If it were me, I would definitely prepare hundreds of questions about alchemy. So Grindelwald is very famous? Ron asked a little confused. It is actually written in the chocolate frog picture as Dumbledore's well-known contribution. I remember. Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard Ron's question, and she pulled out a history of magic from a thick stack of books beside her. You must not have listened carefully. A history of magic. Professor Binns mentioned to us in class that Grindelwald is considered one of the most powerful dark wizards in history, and started the global wizarding war 50 years ago. No one except Hermione will listen to the history of magic. Ron muttered quietly. Hermione ignored him and turned to a page at the back of the book History of Magic. On it, a middle-aged wizard with blonde hair and blue eyes was smiling wildly at the three young wizards outside the book. If Dracula were to see the image of this wizard, he might be reminded of the blonde young man he once saw in the Mirror of Erist, which might make him have a stronger impression of the most famous dark wizard in the first half of this century. Interest of. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. However, Harry and Ron were not very interested in the dark wizard who was defeated by Dumbledore. They just wanted to interrupt Hermione's strong curiosity and divert the topic of the history of magic that they were tired of. Hermione, have you forgotten our business? Harry said cautiously. We are going to look up the information for tomorrow's defense against the dark arts class and see what we will face. If it were other subjects, perhaps they would have already found the content of the next class through the textbook. However, Professor Dracula's defense against the dark arts class never had any rules. It seemed that he taught it wherever he thought without any plan. It's no wonder that the failure rate of defense against the dark arts is higher than other major subjects. Of course, Professor Dracula is already reliable enough, because the failure rate of defense against the dark arts in previous years was several times higher than last year. What makes the little wizards very troubled is that Professor Dracula has published a textbook this year, but this textbook is not for teaching at all. It is full of faults with the book Dark Magic, Self-Defense Guide, so that the little wizards have no idea which book to read, and they can only leave it up to fate as to what content will be included in the next class. This made Hermione, who wanted to preview her homework, very uncomfortable. Hearing that Harry wanted to study business, Hermione stopped looking at the history of magic in her hand and turned around to glare at Harry helplessly. It was Harry who mistook Grindelwald for the name Grindelwald, which he had seen on a chocolate frog picture before, and the topic went astray. The remaining fantastic beast is Grindelwald. Don't pronounce it wrong next time, Harry, she said angrily, while flipping back the fantastic beasts and where to find them that had just been buried under other books. A few pages later, Eureka! Grindelwald is a green water monster with horns, a dark magical creature. Its body is green, with green teeth and horns on its head. Grindelwald has very long fingers. Although these fingers are quite powerful for grasping things, they are easily broken. XX level magical animals? Isn't it a bit too low? Ron looked at the danger level marked in the book curiously and asked, Hermione, what level is the catnip you have always wanted to raise? Fantastic beasts? X level. Cats are XXX level magical animals and are dangerous to a certain extent. Hermione said, so what I want to raise is only a mixed race kitten with a certain amount of cat civet blood, not a purebred cat. What? Ron's eyes widened in surprise. A cat is actually a XXX level magical animal. Hermione, I beg you, please don't keep a cat. Just consider it for my Scabber's sake, okay? Ron, tame mixed breed cats and nivs are not dangerous. Hermione corrected seriously, and I will definitely feed my cat something cleaner and more delicious to prevent it from eating mice. You can't deprive me of my right to raise a cat just because I raise a mouse. Hey, you mean Scabbers is dirty? Ron asked angrily. Seeing that the two friends were starting to quarrel, Harry quickly acted as peacemaker and stood between them. Ron, Hermione, you are off topic again. Harry said, we haven't studied the dangers of Grindelwald yet. No need to study, the danger of Grindelwald is not too great. Hermione sat down angrily and turned her head to the side. I don't think Professor Dracula will carry out that kind of devilish actual combat against us. Trained. That's good, that's good. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Hermione speculated that Professor Dracula would no longer be as ruthless as he was in the first week, the three Harrys were still not sure what they would face in the defense against the dark arts class the next day. So the next day, after the first period of herbal medicine get out of class, Harry volunteered to go to the third-year wizard who had the first period of defense against the dark arts class to ask about the course content. "Harry, why are you so diligent today?" Ron asked suspiciously, watching Harry quickly pack up the equipment for the herbology class, "and the things learned in 3rd grade and 2nd grade are different. I feel like the reference won't be too useful. There is only 1 year difference between the 3rd grade and the 2nd grade, so there shouldn't be much difference in the content of defense against the dark arts." Harry quickly put on his bag and rushed to the door of greenhouse number 1, "And I happen to know someone who is in their 3rd year in Ravenclaw." "Wait a minute, Harry." Ron grabbed Harry's backpack from behind. "We can obviously go together. When we return to the dormitory to rest at noon, we can ask a 3rd-year Gryffindor senior to ask questions this morning. Isn't it enough to just learn something? But I'm still a little panicked. I immediately want to know what we will face in the defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon." Harry firmly broke away from Ron's hand and rushed out of the greenhouse door. Looking at Harry's back as he hurried away, Ron and Hermione looked at each other, looking at each other. "When did Harry meet 3rd-year Ravenclaw students?" Ron asked blankly. "I don't know." Hermione also shook her head in confusion. "I have never seen Harry behave like this." Harry ran all the way, calculating urgently in his mind. He cleaned up quickly, and Ravenclaw students always like to leave the classroom late, so when he left greenhouse number 1, the Ravenclaw students in the defense against the dark arts classroom should not have left yet. Although the greenhouse of the herbology class is far away from Gryffindor Tower, it is relatively close to Ravenclaw Tower. Although it still spans the entire teaching area, the greenhouse is located in the northeast of the square cloister of the teaching area. Ravenclaw Tower is located on the southwest side of the teaching area. If Harry is fast enough, he can run from greenhouse number 1 in the northeast along the north side of the square cloister of the teaching area to the west side, and then climb up from the gatehouse leading to the Quidditch pitch on the west side to the 2nd floor, and then run south to the stairs near Ravenclaw Tower. The defense against the dark arts classroom is located on the 2nd floor near the middle of the east corridor. If Ravenclaw students want to go back to the common room, they will definitely go around the corridor on the south side of the teaching area, just in time to meet Harry. Harry was betting on his luck that the student he wanted to meet would not go directly to the Great Hall for lunch. Generally, the auditorium is crowded with the most people when get out of class is over, and the road leading to the auditorium will also be very crowded, so most Ravenclaw students like to go back to the common room to read for a while, and then go to the auditorium to eat. Finally, all the hard work paid off, and Harry stopped the 3rd-year Ravenclaw student he knew at the stairs of the 2nd floor of Ravenclaw Tower. Walking from the corridor was a very beautiful Asian girl with long, waterfall-like black hair. She was holding several books in her hands, giving her a gentle bookish air. "Hello, Chu-jong." Harry, dressed in rough clothes and with a red face, greeted her. "The only time we met was when Professor Dracula awarded the amulet." Chu-jong looked with some surprise at the boy in front of him, whose hair was blown by the wind and his face was flushed. "Harry Potter." She pursed her lips and smiled. "Actually, you don't need to introduce yourself. I think there will be no one here who doesn't know you." Afterwards, Chu-jong smiled politely and looked at Harry with questioning eyes, waiting for him to tell her if he wanted to see her. "Ah, well, it's nothing serious." Harry glanced at Chu-jong, then quickly looked away, and said shyly, "Our first class in the afternoon is Defense Against the Dark Arts. I'd like to take the liberty of asking, what did you talk about this morning?" Chu-jong nodded lightly, and just as she was about to speak, another voice spoke before her. "If you want to know what to say, wouldn't you just ask me?" A silver-haired figure appeared out of nowhere and suddenly spoke. "Ah, teach, Professor." Seeing Professor Dracula appear out of nowhere, Harry was shocked and was so frightened that he couldn't speak. You, why are you here?" he asked stammering. "Why am I not here?" Dracula smiled playfully and asked casually, "Are you, a little wizard from Gryffindor, only allowed to come to Ravenclaw Tower?" I didn't mean that, Professor." Harry lowered his head with a red face and stared at his toes. "I just suddenly thought that I knew a 3rd-year classmate who happened to stop by and wanted to ask. I want to ask what you talked about this morning. By the way." Dracula smiled even more cheerfully. As if he had discovered something, he looked back and forth between Harry and Chu-jong, making them both feel uncomfortable. After the Defense Against the Dark Arts get out of class in the morning, Dracula had returned to his office board, thinking about what fun he could find today. Just when he was about to close the curtains to block the sunlight coming in from the outside, through the transparency of the corridor in the teaching area, he accidentally looked across the lawn in the center of the teaching area and saw a figure running quickly. The little wizard who was running fast had probably just finished her herbal medicine class, and his robes were still stained with speckled mud prints. He ran from the northeast to the southwest of the teaching area without even having time to take a breath. Dracula became interested and saw the face of the little wizard through his excellent eyesight. It turned out to be Harry Potter. So Dracula happily cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and quietly walked to the stairs of Ravenclaw Tower ahead of Harry, waiting for Harry to come to the door. What he didn't expect was that Harry had come all the way to Ravenclaw Tower to find a female classmate, and he actually used asking about the content of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course as an excuse to strike up a conversation. Dracula suddenly became unhappy. How could he allow his course to become an excuse for the young wizard to talk to him? So Dracula immediately lifted the disillusionment curse and appeared in front of Harry and Cho Chang. Running from the greenhouse in the northeast of the teaching area all the way to Ravenclaw Tower in the southwest, is this what you think of as a smooth journey? He said playfully. Harry blushed even more. He lowered his head and dug his toes into the ground unconsciously, as if he wanted to use his toes to create a crack in the ground and get in. It was Chu Jong who noticed Harry's embarrassment and took the initiative to change the subject. Professor Dracula, why did you come to Ravenclaw Tower? She asked politely. Maybe I can help you somewhere. Dracula glanced at her, then nodded slightly. That being said, I really need your help. He thought for a moment, then took out a piece of parchment with large characters written on it from his pocket and handed it to Chu Jong. Excuse me, Jong, help me put this a piece of parchment posted on the notice board in the Ravenclaw common room. Chu Jong curiously took the parchment from Dracula's hand and looked at the content written on it. The Duel Club is about to start. The first meeting of the Duel Club will be held at 6:30 p.m. on September 7, 1992, inside the Great Hall of Hogwarts Castle. All interested Hogwarts students are welcome to attend. No college limit, no grade limit, no grade limit. Are you going to open a duel club? Chu Jong asked in surprise. Hearing her question, Harry poked his head over curiously. But Harry didn't get very close to her, but maintained a vague distance where he wanted to get closer to her but was embarrassed to get too close. Moreover, he only glanced at the parchment in Chu Zhang's hand before his attention was attracted by the long and smooth black hair beside him, and he completely lost the idea of reading the writing on the parchment. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. That's right, you are welcome to the Duel Club, 2 top graders in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Dracula chuckled, and took out a piece of parchment with the same content from his pocket and handed it to Harry. Lee, since there is a young Gryffindor wizard here, I don't have to make an extra trip. Potter, as I asked just now, could you please put this parchment on the bulletin board in the Gryffindor common room? Dracula said. Potter. Oh, okay. Harry was mentioned by Dracula twice before he finally came to his senses and took another piece of parchment with the same words from Dracula's hand. Okay, just don't forget your respective tasks. I won't disturb you anymore. Dracula chuckled and glanced at the two of them, waved his hands casually, turned and walked towards his office. Goodbye, Professor. Chu Jong said goodbye to Professor Dracula politely, and then looked at Harry, who was still standing beside him. Mr. Potter, do you still need me to introduce to you our dark story this morning? Did you talk about magic defense class? Harry was looking at Chu Zhang's profile seriously, but her sudden look here startled him. Harry quickly turned his head to the other side, not daring to look into Chu Zhang's eyes. Thank you so much, he said quietly. Chu Jong glanced at Harry's clumsy behavior, and the corners of his mouth moved, as if he couldn't help laughing. But she still held back her laughter and told Harry the contents of the morning class seriously. Harry nodded repeatedly, but he was actually absent-minded and didn't listen much at all. Until he suddenly returned to the Gryffindor common room, Harry was still thinking about Chu Zhang's voice and her expressions when she frowned and smiled. She looked silly, and she showed a naive expression from time to time. A silly smile. Hey, buddy, are you lost? A hand waved in front of Harry's eyes. Harry didn't react at all, still grinning. Hey. Ron patted Harry's shoulder hard, waking him up. Who? Harry opened his eyes wide as if he had just woken up from a dream, and looked at the red-haired, freckled face in front of him. Oh, Ron, you scared me. I've been calling you for a long time, Harry. Ron said dissatisfiedly, if I don't wake you up like this, I don't know when I will be able to wake you up. Yes, Harry, the food we brought you is almost cold. Hermione echoed, looking at Harry worriedly. What happened when you went to ask Professor Dracula what he was teaching? Why do you act like a fool when you come back? Could it be that the content of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is even more exaggerated and you are scared out of your wits? Ron guessed with a worried look on his face. No, it's nothing, Ron. Harry quickly shook his head. I have already asked about the content of Professor Dracula's lecture in the morning class of the 3rd grade. He mainly talked about. Ron and Hermione looked at him expectantly. It's over, I forgot about it. As soon as Harry recalled the experience he just had, his mind was immediately filled with Chu Zhang's face, and he couldn't remember even a little bit of the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. Forgot. Ron looked at him in disbelief. So what did you do when you packed up your things and ran back to the castle after class? Relax, Ron. Harry smiled awkwardly and said weakly, Professor Dracula shouldn't have another perverted practical training class. I think she is in very good condition. It's not like that at all. I just finished a practical training class with Professor Dracula. Hermione caught the key words in Harry's words very keenly and looked at him directly. So the Ravenclaw student you know is not a senior, but a senior. Ron also reacted and jumped up suddenly. I knew it. Why are you so diligent today? Harry realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly covered his mouth. Tell me a little bit about your situation, Harry. Hermione looked excited and her eyes were bright. Even if you don't tell me, there shouldn't be many third-year girls in Ravenclaw. It's easy. Find out who it is. She clasped her fingers and began to think about the Ravenclaw girls she had met in the library, wondering who had aroused Harry's interest. I can't believe that Harry has already begun to think about finding a partner at this age. Ron murmured to himself, I don't know what Ginny will think when she learns about this. She admires Harry the most. That's it. Seeing the expressions of excitement or gossip on their faces, Harry blushed. Seeing that the topic was about to reach an unmanageable point, in a panic, he suddenly saw a piece of parchment folded in his hand. Wait a minute, I just remembered that there is something important that I haven't done yet. Harry seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He took the parchment and rushed to the bulletin board in the Gryffindor common room, and escaped from Harry, Min and Ron's gossip scene. He carefully taped the parchment to the bulletin board, moving very slowly, just to return to Ron and Hermione later. Harry's slow movements finally attracted the attention of the two of them. They put aside Harry's relationship issues and came closer curiously. Dueling Club. Hermione looked at the paper Harry posted on the bulletin board and looked at him suspiciously. Harry, are you going to organize a dueling club? As your friend, I think I need to advise you, Harry, you can't think that you can open a club just because you got first place in the defense against the dark arts final exam, she said seriously. It's not me, it's Professor Dracula. Harry corrected, I met Professor Dracula by chance over at Ravenclaw Tower, and he asked me to help paste this parchment here. Duel club? Wow, it sounds interesting. Ron looked at the big words on the parchment and immediately became excited, as if a bunch of stars appeared in his eyes. Let's join this club together, Harry. Harry was about to nod in agreement, but Hermione suddenly interrupted them seriously. Wait a minute. She carefully studied the parchment all over the notice board. Her expression became very solemn. Look at the last line of words. Don't you think it looks familiar? Ron and Harry turned their heads blankly and looked at the last line of the parchment. No restrictions on colleges, no restrictions on grades, no restrictions on grades. Ron read it out. What's wrong, Hermione? Isn't this very beneficial to us? Otherwise, for a club with a practical nature like this, it must be students from lower grades will not be allowed to participate. Harry also nodded doubtfully, feeling that what Ron said was completely correct. So you also know that it is a practical club, Ron? Hermione curled her lips. She looked at Ron and Harry depressedly, as if wondering how these two people's heads were so long and why they were so ineffective. When you see these conditions, don't you think they look familiar at all? Hermione poked the last line of the parchment with her finger. Have you two forgotten? When Professor Dracula accepted the 6th grade improvement class, what are the conditions for being a student? Professor Dracula is even willing to accept students with a T, extremely poor, grade, just to let everyone experience his perverted practical training class as much as possible. Ron took a breath. That seems to make sense. I wonder how there is such a club with no restrictions at all. It turns out that Professor Dracula trained devils from Black the Magic Defense class has been moved to an extracurricular club. Is this what Professor Dracula thinks? Harry couldn't help but shuddered as he thought of Dracula's half-smiling expression when he handed him the parchment. Then, are we still going to join the dueling club? Ron struggled with his eyes and began to circle in front of the bulletin board. Finally, just when Ron was about to knock Harry out, he gritted his teeth and looked at Harry with a look of death. But that's a duel, Harry. Ron grabbed Harry's shoulders and said in a dry voice, a duel is the most sacred duel between wizards. If I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I have decided that I must go to the first club party. If I can't persist, I will quit at the second party. Harry looked at Ron's firm but slightly timid expression and turned to look at Hermione. Hermione, are you going to attend? He asked. Hermione glanced at Harry and Ron out of the corner of her eye. Her expression seemed a little disappointed. Of course I'm going. She raised her head and said matter-of-factly, I also want to get first place in all subjects. It turned out that what Hermione had just said was to induce Harry not to join Professor Dracula's dueling club, so that she could further improve her defense against the dark arts scores under the Devil's training, and surpass Harry to get the first grade. 1. Okay, then let's go together. Harry laughed. The defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon was just as Harry had learned. Professor Dracula did not make any big moves, nor did he repeat the devilish practical training of the first week. The little wizard sat in the classroom and watched Dracula take out a hink-punk from the cage. He solemnly explained to everyone the unique characteristics of this magical animal and told everyone about the protection from hink-punk. The method of deception was followed by having the students in the classroom stand in front of the hink-punk one after another and begin the actual practice. The little wizards like this method of teaching using real objects as reference, and their progress is very rapid. Most students have learned how to deal with hink-punk in the classroom. Even those little wizards with slightly dull qualifications have firmly memorized all the methods that can be used when facing magical animals like Zinkpunk. As long as they try a few more times and practice the corresponding spells, they will be able to master it. Able to meet the required standards for this subject. It wasn't until the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class that the little wizards left the classroom with unfinished content. After walking out of the classroom, Ron touched his face, still a little incredulous. I actually came out of the defense against the dark arts class alive. Professor Dracula really didn't let us do another devil training. He looked at Harry with shock on his face. Harry, why don't you slap me? Now I suspect that I am dreaming. You're not dreaming, Ron. Harry glanced at Ron's face, secretly suppressed the urge to slap him, and said helplessly, didn't Hermione already surmise with us? Professor Gula didn't suddenly change his temper, he just left the devil training to the dueling club at night. I advise you to be prepared, Ron. It will be easy for us when the time comes. The time soon came to around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was less than half an hour left before the first meeting of the duel club. The students in the auditorium had finished their meals one after another, and handed their plates to the house elves to use magic to carry them to the kitchen on the basement floor. Then they curiously looked at the auditorium, which was the same as usual, looking for what was going on here. Possibility of hosting club meetings inside. At the same time, when most of the sun's body was blocked by the mountains in the distance and night gradually came, Dracula jumped out of the office window, turned into a bat, and flew to Hogwarts in a familiar way. The 8th floor of the main tower of the fort. Will you come down together, Dumbledore? Dracula returned to his human form, stepped on the windowsill of the principal's office, and looked happily at the old man with a white beard sitting behind the desk. He has decided that Dumbledore must be his assistant at this duel club gathering? Before officially opening the club's activities, Dracula was going to trick Dumbledore into having a good fight with him in the name of showing the young wizard his dueling skills. It's not too late to torture the little wizard after the fight. You're here so soon, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore didn't know what Dracula was planning, so he greeted him with a smile. I also said that Severus would go down later. Looking for you, Severus. Dracula frowned and turned to look at the side of the principal's office near the door. Only then did he realize that another professor had arrived before him, Professor Snape. What are you doing here? Snape squinted his eyes, glanced at Dracula vaguely, and curled his upper lip slightly. What a coincidence, Professor Dracula he said leisurely, if nothing else, we are obviously here for the same thing. Same thing. Dracula glanced at Snape in surprise. Do you also want to fight with Dumbledore? Of course, Dracula didn't actually say the second half of his sentence. He was a little worried that if he really revealed his true intention of fighting with Dumbledore, Dumbledore might be very protective of him, and he would have no chance of fighting in the future. I didn't expect that Snape, who always obeyed Dumbledore, actually wanted to fight with Dumbledore. Dracula thought happily, looking at Snape strangely, looking at him inexplicably. Professor Dracula, Severus came to me this time for the same thing as you? At this time, Dumbledore said with a smile, tonight's duel club meeting, Severus S.I. will attend as your assistant. What did you say? Dracula looked away from Snape's face and looked at Dumbledore behind the desk. Mr. Principal, I have the impression that you were the first to propose the idea of a dueling club. Just an agent. As the person who proposed this plan, it's okay if you don't want to be the speaker. Now you don't even want to be the assistant. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Dracula crossed his arms, his face full of displeasure. Now he somewhat understands how Serena feels when facing this hands-off shopkeeper of his. She just wants to slap this careless guy in the face with an avatar. Of course, his and Serena's ideas are still very different. Selena felt that the troublesome task of managing the castle should not rest entirely on her shoulders, while Dracula was unhappy that he had lost the opportunity to fight the great wizard Dumbledore. I'm really sorry, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore smiled and apologized to Dracula, but there was no apology on his face. Professor Snape will be a good teaching assistant. I also know that he wanted to be a defense against the dark arts professor many years ago, but I never gave him the chance. Snape's face turned dark, and his hand holding the wand was very hard. He also had a rare synchronization with Dracula, and wanted to give the headmaster a head start. But he finally endured it. If you still have a little sense of time as a professor, I think you should set off, Dracula. Snape gave Dracula one last sideways look, and then stepped into the principal's office without looking back. Spiral staircase. The automatically rotating stairs quickly carried him around the corner, and his figure disappeared in front of Dumbledore and Dracula. But I'm totally in time. Dracula glanced at the wall clock in the principal's office and shrugged casually. I can even have another glass of wine before going down. As he spoke, he actually took out a bottle of red wine from his seamlessly stretched pocket, poured it into a goblet, and elegantly watched, smelled, sobered, and tasted the wine. After finishing the drink slowly, Dracula took back the wine glass, returned to the window of the principal's office again, and lay down on his back with open arms. His figure fell rapidly in the last ray of sunset, and the black and red cloak behind him rustled in the wind. A few seconds later, Dracula's body slowed down suddenly and unnaturally, and landed very gently on the tiles above the roof of the auditorium. He straightened his slightly messy robes, jumped off the roof of the auditorium again, and landed in the entrance courtyard of Hogwarts Castle. At the same time, Snape quickly walked down the marble stairs leading to the second floor from the entrance of the auditorium. Seeing Dracula in front of the auditorium door, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise, then he looked away somewhat deliberately and walked into the auditorium first. When Dracula walked into the auditorium, it was exactly 6:30 in the afternoon, every second. The auditorium was already crowded with people. Everyone was noisily crowded on the long tables of their respective colleges, discussing what the duel club would have next, and speculating on how the auditorium, which had been used for meals and banquets, would become a duel club venue. Such a bustling scene is like another opening ceremony or end-of-term banquet held in the auditorium with everyone participating. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. Dracula habitually looked in the direction of the Gryffindor table. Unsurprisingly, he saw the twins Fred and George starting another bet, seemingly discussing where the club's duel match would take place. Where to do it. The twins determined that Professor Dracula would let the students stand on a long table to duel, and perhaps let students from different houses stand on different tables and cast spells on each other. Whichever house everyone falls off the table first, which house will out. Their roommate Lee Jordan thought that they would stand in the middle of two long tables and use the tables as boundary lines. Whoever goes out of bounds or touches the table will lose. Looking at this messy scene, Dracula took out the Hogwarts title deed from his pocket, tapped twice on the parchment, and then waved to the students present. The 4 long dining tables suddenly disappeared. Every little wizard sitting next to the long table felt a light but irresistible force, which lifted their bodies off their seats and stood up involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, all the seats disappeared along with the long table. In the dazed expressions of the little wizards, a gilded stage slowly floated up from the ground in the center of the auditorium, illuminated by hundreds of candles floating in the sky, shining brightly. The ceiling no longer reflects the sky outside, but becomes velvet black, as if to focus all the highlights on the stage in the center of the auditorium. The students in the entire auditorium automatically avoided the gold-plated stage and stood on both sides of the stage, squeezing each other. Each of them clutched their wands tightly and looked excited. Dracula looked at the scene in front of him and nodded with satisfaction, then tapped his toes on the ground and landed lightly in the middle of the stage. Dear little wizards, good evening, everyone. He happily looked at the densely packed little wizards on both sides of the stage and greeted them. It seems like basically all the students have chosen to join the duel club. Already? I'm happy to see this. I hope that in the following time in the duel club, you can learn some things that you can't learn in class. Likewise, I also hope that you can have a happy time in the duel club. In the audience, Ron shuddered subconsciously after hearing these words. Harry, did you hear what I just said? Ron put his face next to Harry's ear and whispered, Professor Dracula really wants everyone to join the dueling club. We will definitely not good times have passed. But, there seems to be nothing wrong with what Professor Dracula said. Harry wanted to argue for Professor Dracula, whom he admired, and whispered, Ron, think about it from another angle. If the words were spoken by other professors, would you still be so scared? Ron thought about it carefully, then nodded heavily. It will definitely happen. Seeing that no one else heard his voice, he amplified his voice slightly. Think about it. If Snape had said that sentence just now, wouldn't you be scared? Harry imagined Snape saying words such as welcome to the dueling club and I hope the rest of the time will be pleasant with that greasy face, and couldn't help feeling a chill. That's really disgusting. He made a face, raised his hand in front of his mouth, and made a fanning motion. Fortunately it's not Snape who will be our dueling club instructor. At this moment, Harry suddenly saw Ron's face change, becoming extremely frightened, and his face looked like a ripe purple eggplant. Seeing Ron's expression, Harry froze and slowly turned his head to look behind him. What a disappointment to you, Potter. Snape smiled coldly and extended his voice. Unfortunately, I happen to be the lecturer you least expect to meet. Harry's face was stiff, and he still didn't want to believe this sad fact, so he looked at the silver-haired figure on the stage, hoping to hear a different statement from him. However, the next moment, Dracula's words shattered Harry's expectations. Now I invite my assistant in the dueling club, Professor Snape. Dracula stretched out his arms to the audience and motioned for Snape next to Harry to come to the stage. Snape glanced sideways at Harry, then walked onto the stage in the center of the auditorium with a sneer. Harry watched with despair as Snape walked onto the stage and stood with Professor Dracula. Ron, after seeing this assistant in the duel club, I think Professor Dracula's devil training is no longer a problem. He said desperately, can the two of us work together with Snape? Surviving in the hands of others is the biggest problem. Ron nodded with deep understanding. Then, he turned to look at Hermione and asked for help. Hermione, if we are targeted by Snape, you must report to Professor Dracula in time. Hermione glanced at the two of them and nodded helplessly. I really don't know what's going on with you, but Snape always catches you when you say bad things about him, she said inexplicably. Ahem. Ron coughed twice. Maybe it's because we said bad things about Snape and never stopped. Before the first lesson of the duel club officially begins, we might as well have some appetizers. On the stage, Dracula glanced at Snape maliciously, with a slight curl in the corner of his mouth. I will be fighting with Snape. Together with Professor Pu, we will give you a small demonstration. Since you want to take Dumbledore's place, don't blame me for being rude. To the little wizards below the stage, Dracula's smile looked rather evil. But given that Snape has always been unpopular among the young wizards, except for the young wizards of Slytherin, the young wizards of the other 3 houses were loudly cheering for Dracula, hoping that he could help them teach this man a lesson. The annoying potions professor. Professor Dracula, help us beat up Snape. Ron also joined in the fun and shouted. However, I don't know if Snape paid special attention to him and Harry. Even though there were not too many young wizards shouting like this, when Ron shouted this sentence in the noisy crowd, Snape Pu's sharp eyes still glanced over accurately. Ron shuddered suddenly and looked at Harry tremblingly. Oops, Harry, Snape once again found out that I said bad things about him. His mouth formed a bitter trapezoid, and his whole face wrinkled up. What should I do? I won't do it in a while. Will he be dealt with under the guise of a duel? Harry gave Ron a sympathetic look and patted him on the shoulder. Have a good trip, Ron. Ron's expression became even more bitter. Now he could only look helplessly at the stage in the center of the auditorium, hoping that Professor Dracula could beat Snape unconscious, so that he might still survive. On the stage, Dracula, who Ron had high hopes for, was already face to face with Snape at both ends of the stage. Dueling is a traditional activity in the magic world. It is not just two people taking out their wands and fighting each other, but it has many rules and restrictions. Dracula told the little wizards in the audience, for example, now, before the duel begins, the wizards from both sides must bow to each other to show courtesy. He smoothed his black and red cloak and bowed gracefully towards Snape. Snape, on the other hand, had a solemn look on his face. After bowing properly, he clutched his wand tightly to his chest with a serious expression. Harry and other young wizards who knew Snape were very surprised by this scene. Originally, they thought that given Snape's character of never looking directly at others, he would probably not bow to his opponents honestly. However, today Snape changed from his usual careless expression, his face was serious, and even his bowing movements were correct. They have never seen such a cautious potions master. Under the surprised gazes of many young wizards, Dracula and Snape had already saluted each other, and then they raised their wands in front of their chests like swords. As you can see, both parties in the duel will hold the wand in a specific posture. Dracula introduced to the crowd, who gradually became quiet in the audience. If it is a formal duel competition, there will be a referee counting. If it's a private duel like ours, both parties can count together. On the count of 3, we will cast the first spell as soon as possible. Of course, in a friendly duel like this, neither party will use those extremely lethal curses to kill people. Hearing Dracula's words, Ron in the audience showed an expression of extreme disappointment. I'm still waiting for Professor Dracula to use the killing curse to completely defeat Snape, he whispered. At the edge of the stage, a very active little Gryffindor wizard had volunteered to act as the referee for this duel. He stood nearby and counted loudly to the two professors. 1, 2, 3. The moment the number 3 fell, Snape suddenly raised his wand over his shoulder. Expelliarmus, he shouted. Suddenly a dazzling red light flashed on the stage, hitting Dracula instantly. Dracula, who was under a spell, remained motionless, seemingly not reacting to the spell at all. However, the wand in his hand flew high into the air and fell directly into Snape's hand. Huh? Professor Dracula's wand has been lifted. Seeing this scene, the audience was in an uproar. The young wizards could not have imagined that Professor Dracula, who was highly expected by the 3 colleges to defeat Snape, would actually have his wand removed after just one move with Snape, leaving him barehanded. How can you duel without a wand? After a brief silence, several other Slytherin students, led by Draco Malfoy, suddenly cheered and began to applaud excitedly. Is the duel over like this? Ron stared blankly at the 2 professors on the stage. The huge gap made him feel empty. Harry also opened his mouth. No, it can't be. Standing next to her, Hermione held a notebook in her hand and was preparing to record the key points of the duel on the table. Seeing this result, she also raised her head blankly. She put down the quill in her hand and picked it up again. She just didn't know what to record. I don't feel right. At this moment, a nice boy's voice sounded next to several people. Harry turned his head and saw Hufflepuff's 4th-year student, Cedric Diggory, who had also arrived near the stage at some point and stood beside the 3 of them. He also held a notebook and a quill in his hands, mirroring Hermione's idea of taking notes. Besides Cedric, red-haired Fred and George blinked at Harry. Harry, you are right to listen to Cedric's analysis. Fred said, he is quite unkind. He often secretly goes to Professor Dracula alone to give him some advice. So he definitely knows more about Professor Dracula than we do. George took over and said, because of this, we specifically asked him to be our technical consultant. Technical advisor. Harry asked doubtfully. That's right. Fred said in a low voice, we started a bet with the big guys in Slytherin on who would win between Professor Dracula and Snape, and how long Professor Dracula would be. Time beats Snape. In order to prevent you from attacking us like you did at the end of last semester, we specially found a consultant to start this gambling game to ensure that it is foolproof. George also said in a low voice. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Harry was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that he had been out of control from time to time some time ago. Seeing the performance of Fred and George, Cedric smiled helplessly at Harry. Cedric is a very upright model student. He was originally unwilling to join Wes in the twins' gambling business, but he couldn't stand the 2 nagging 2 people who grew up in the same village, so he finally agreed. Be there better. Of course, there are other reasons for this. For example, he was planning to buy gifts for girls recently, and he didn't have enough pocket money, so he thought it would be good to make some extra money with the twins. Actually, in my opinion, this duel is far from over. Cedric analyzed. Look at Professor Dracula's wand, which is now in Professor Snape's hand. Do you notice anything wrong? Place. Harry and Ron looked over blankly, then shook their heads blankly. Hermione also looked over, and then her eyes widened in realization. Oh yes, Professor Dracula's wand is not this one, she said excitedly. When we were giving lectures, Professor Dracula's wand was pure black and very delicate, and we couldn't tell what kind of wood it was. But the root is light brown, like ash wood, and looks a bit like Ron's broken wand. But does this have anything to do with the outcome of this duel? Fred came over and asked, could it be that Professor Dracula was not using the wand smoothly today, so he was accidentally struck by Snape's magic wand? Has the curse been lifted? I think it's unlikely, Cedric said. Look at the expressions of the two professors on the duel stage. The others looked over together and found that Dracula looked calm, as if he had no unnecessary feelings about losing his wand, as if he had planned it. Snape looked at the ash wand in his hand hesitantly, then raised his head to look at Dracula. Dracula, what are you doing? He gritted his teeth and spat out such words through his teeth. However, Dracula did not answer his question. Instead, he calmly looked at the little wizards in the audience and talked about the duel situation on the field. Did everyone see it? Professor Snape just used a very beautiful disarming spell to disarm me, he said briskly, as if the person who was disarmed was not him. The disarming curse was invented by Elizabeth Smocklin, a dueling master in the 14th century. This spell was put to good use in later dueling competitions. Dracula also just remembered that more than 600 years ago, during the time when he first met Nico Flamel, a popular dueling master appeared in the magic world. The wizard used the disarming spell he invented so well that few people in the duel could pull off the second move in his hand. At that time, Dracula was very interested in having a fight with Smocklin, who invented the disarming spell. Later, he found that she was also better at using the disarming spell. When he met Dracula, who didn't fight with a wand at all, he was immediately confused. He was quickly defeated by Dracula. During this duel club presentation, Dracula happened to tell many young wizards about the origin of the disarming spell. In addition, he also wanted to advise the young wizards not to rely too much on the wand, otherwise they would suffer a big loss if they encountered someone like Dracula who didn't hold a wand. As we all know, wizards in the magical world are very dependent on the wands in their hands. Even more serious wizards will lose their sense of security without the wand. Dracula explained seriously, therefore, the successful casting of the disarming spell can defeat most wizards. But there are exceptions to everything. After saying this, Dracula suddenly raised the index finger of his right hand towards Snape. Expelliarmus. The next moment, a red light that was more dazzling than Snape's previous disarming spell shot out from Dracula's fingertips and hit Snape hard. He was struck to the point of losing his balance and flew towards the back of the stage. The wand in his hand flew high and finally fell into Dracula's hand. Snape's eyes tightened, and at the last moment when he was about to fall off the stage, his figure suddenly turned into a black phantom and landed suddenly on the edge of the stage. The little wizards in the audience first marveled at Dracula's spell, and then sighed with regret when they saw that Snape did not fall under the duel stage. Among them, the three brothers Fred, George, and Ron sighed the loudest. Did you see it? Even if your opponent is disarmed, you still can't take it lightly. Dracula raised the corners of his mouth and then said to the little wizards, there are always some wizards who are more proficient in using magic spells and can cast spells without a wand. Therefore, for opponents who have lost their weapons, I suggest that you add a petrification spell or stun spell in time to make them completely lose their ability to fight. Like this. As he spoke, Dracula raised Snape's birch wand that he had just captured in his hand. Stupefy. A pale red curse shot at Snape from a distance. Snape gritted his teeth and dodged the stun spell on the spot, then raised Dracula's ash wand that he had just obtained with the disarming spell and shouted, Petrificus totalis. Dracula paid no attention to the petrification spell that Snape was about to cast. He even put down his wand, crossed his arms and watched him cast the spell as if watching a play. In the audience, Fred and George looked at Dracula's actions with some eagerness. Why is Professor Dracula not moving again? It's easy to overturn if you are careless, George murmured urgently. We smashed in all the remaining galleons. Don't let us lose everything, Professor Dracula. Fred also stamped his feet anxiously. However, the scene where the little wizards expected Dracula to be shot by a curse did not happen. After Snape recited the petrification curse, the wand in his hand suddenly trembled, and then, a spark flickered on the wand. The light of the petrification spell suddenly shot out from the end of the wand? What? Snape's eyes narrowed, but his body's reaction was quite fast. Almost as soon as the magic spell lit up from the end of the ash wand, he immediately threw away the wand in his hand and fell sideways to the ground. Because of his timely reaction, he was able to avoid most of the magic power erupted by the petrification curse. Only his left arm was partially rubbed by his petrification curse and became stiff. However, Snape forgot that he was still at the edge of the stage and fell to the ground, which meant that he fell to the bottom of the stage. With a winter sound, Snape fell heavily to the ground under the stage. The little wizards around them immediately retreated a large distance, fearing that they would accidentally become the punching bag of the bad-tempered Dean Slytherin. As a result, a rare vacuum area appeared around Snape. This is another thing I want to tell you. Dracula looked at Snape's embarrassed image on the ground and said happily, don't use other people's wands casually after you seize them. There may be some mechanism. Woolen cloth. Hey, Harry, did you see? Professor Dracula learned how to defeat Snape from my wand. Ron looked excitedly at the flashy scene just now, jumping excitedly and shaking Harry's shoulders. Professor Dracula learned the method from me, which means he used mine. The method, to briefly summarize it, is that I defeated Snape. Ron's mood seemed very excited, as if it was not Dracula who defeated Snape, but himself. Harry glanced at him and was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. He tensed up, turned his head, and froze in place. What are you doing, Harry? Ron looked at his movements in confusion and poked his ribs. I understand. You don't want to admit my excellence and want to change the subject. Harry was a little itchy from being poked, so he suppressed laughter and quietly pouted toward the stage. What are you doing, Harry? Why don't you say anything? Ron poked Harry in the ribs again. This time Harry couldn't help it anymore and burst out laughing. Ron, don't be complacent here, look at that end of the stage, he said while laughing. What can be there, except Snape, who just became Professor Dracula's defeated enemy? Ron said. Wait, Snape. At the mention of Snape's name, Ron suddenly woke up, his heart racing. He immediately covered his mouth to prevent any further inappropriate remarks, and then carefully looked in the direction where Snape had just landed on the stage. At the edge of the stage, Snape had stood up at some point and was staring at Ron and Harry with extremely cold eyes. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. It's over, I'm dead, Harry. Ron whispered to Harry while covering his mouth. I'm sure Snape heard what I just said. He's looking at me now. His eyes look like he wants to kill me. I think he not only wants to kill you, but you also got me involved. Harry drooped his eyebrows and said dryly, whether I am involved or not, Snape will think so. I'm the one who said bad things about him. Then let us suffer together, good brother. Ron put his arm around Harry's shoulders, looking like he was willing to sacrifice himself. On the other side, Snape, who was feared by Harry and Ron, looked away. He glanced at the ash wand in his hand, which fired magic spells from the end, and threw it aside bitterly. Then, Snape borrowed Draco Malfoy's wand and used a universal breaking spell on his left arm. The curse is finite. The petrification spell that Snape cast himself was immediately released. He shook his left arm and felt that it was moving freely, so he returned the wand to Draco, and then walked back to the stage. Dracula, don't playing these little tricks make you happy? He walked up to Dracula, his voice lower than usual. You can obviously duel me upright. Why do you have to use such despicable methods? Method. Snape was very unconvinced in his heart. He would not have been so careless in the first place. As a veteran undercover intelligence worker, Snape has an extremely cautious character. He rarely uses other people's magical supplies without thinking or checking to prevent himself from being plotted. But the enemy Snape faced today was Dracula, an extremely powerful opponent, an opponent who had defeated him twice. Snape didn't think that an opponent of Dracula's strength would use any tricks. After all, he could defeat him with hard power. In addition, when fighting Dracula, Snape focused most of his attention on observing Dracula's every move in order to be wary of Dracula's sudden attacks. Therefore, he didn't have much time to pay attention to the ordinary-looking ash wand in his hand. In short, Snape was plotted by Dracula and was tricked by the wand in his hand. So he came to Dracula angrily and asked him why he used these boring little tricks to win. Because I have fought with you twice, Dracula said matter-of-factly. I have to say, except for the first time, which was a bit of a surprise, fighting with you later on was no longer interesting. Snape's eyes became a little stunned, and then burned with strong anger. His teeth were clenching, but there was nothing he could do against Dracula. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. Dracula said happily, this reverse wand is the inspiration I just got, and I couldn't help but use you as a test subject. The source of inspiration is Ronald Weiss, right? Snape's mood gradually calmed down, and then he gave a malicious sneer. That's true. Dracula nodded lightly. Wes's wand was broken, but the broken wand stuck with magic tape actually had other properties, which I didn't expect. I'm not interested in how you got the inspiration, Dracula. Snape said with a dark face, I just want to apply for the authorization of a dueling club from you. I want to apply to you to assign Ronald Weiss to a duel group with Harry Potter. Dracula glanced at Harry and Ron, who were looking at death in the audience, and there was a look of interest in his eyes. Of course, no problem. He was looking forward to the scene of Snape torturing Harry and Ron, so he decisively sold the two Gryffindor wizards. Okay, let's do this for the duel demonstration. Dracula turned around and said loudly to the little wizards in the audience, while raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Immediately afterwards, countless bright dividing lines suddenly appeared on the marble floor of the auditorium, crisscrossing, and circled many small venues for duels. Now Professor Snape and I will go among you and divide each two of you into a group. The two little wizards in each group will have a duel. Well, due to the size of the venue, it is difficult for our 7-year students to duel at the same time. It is not convenient for Professor Snape and I to take care of the safety of every pair of young wizards in the duel. It would be too troublesome. Already. Hearing this, Snape glanced at Dracula and his eyes twitched. So, it's not that this person can't take into account the safety of all students, he just finds it troublesome, right? Let's start with the young wizards. Dracula didn't pay attention to what Snape was thinking, and continued, since the first-year study time is still short, we will temporarily watch the battle, and the second-year wizards will start the duel competition first. He winked at Snape happily and said, Professor Snape will organize the second-year wizards into groups for the upcoming duel. Snape nodded knowingly and walked off the stage with a sneer. Harry and Ron in the audience felt uncomfortable. They hugged each other shivering and squeezed toward the back of the crowd. Snape walked quickly off the stage, his long black robes flowing behind him. Even though he had just lost the duel, he still had an intimidating aura surrounding him. No one in the audience dared to approach him. He walked through the crowd, matching the second-year students in his sights very hastily. Neville Longbottom and Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley formed a pair. Malfoy's two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, formed a pair. However, his pace did not stop for the grouping, and he continued to walk towards the middle of the crowd. Harry and Ron felt that Snape never took his eyes away from them. Finally, Harry and Ron retreated to the wall, unable to retreat. Snape walked up to the two of them with a cold smile of unknown meaning on his face. "The dream team of you two should be broken up, I think," he said with a dry smile. "Wes, come on, you can form a pair with Seamus Finnegan." As for Potter Dash, Harry subconsciously looked for help at Hermione, who was following him. Her eyes were full of worry. "I don't think you should be paired with Miss Granger. You two stick together all day long, and there is no challenge in actual combat," Snape said, with a cold smile on his face. "Malfoy, come up here. Come." He looked at Draco Malfoy, who was standing between Crabbe and Goyle. "Let's see, is it the famous savior Harry Potter who lives up to the expectations of those stupid people and wins, or is it Slater? Linz Malfoy is even better. As for you, Miss Granger, you may be paired with Miss Millicent Burstead." Malfoy walked over arrogantly, with a proud smile on his face, looking very much in need of a beating. Behind him was a Slytherin girl. She was tall, strong, stocky, and her thick chin stretched forward menacingly. She was no less impressive than the big guys Crabbe and Goyle. Hermione smiled reluctantly at her, but she ignored it. The strong Miss Millicent burst caught even Dracula's eye. Dracula immediately gave his judgment. Poor Miss Granger could only win by delaying time from a distance with all the magic spells she had mastered. This is indeed the case. If a mage is closely controlled by a tank, he will probably be in trouble. Face your partners. Seeing that the second-year students had all paired up, Snape returned to the stage and shouted loudly, "Take a bow." Upon hearing the command, most of the young wizards in the audience bowed politely to their opponents. But the two old enemies, Harry and Malfoy, didn't move. They didn't even think of nodding. They just stared at each other fiercely. "Raise your wands." Snape's cold voice sounded again. 1, 2, 3. Before he could count to 3, many young wizards took action first, either because they were nervous or because they wanted to carry out a sneak attack. Malfoy was one of the little wizards who wanted to carry out a sneak attack. He took action when Snape counted to 2. Flipendo at full speed. His spell hit Harry so hard that he felt as if he had been hit in the head by a stew pot and staggered. Fortunately, Malfoy's repel spell didn't seem to be very proficient, and it didn't repel Harry as expected. So Harry seized the opportunity, pointed his wand directly at Malfoy, and shouted, "Rictusempra." A ray of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach, and he doubled over, gasping for air. This silver light was a tickling charm. After hitting Malfoy, he was so paralyzed with laughter that he could hardly move. Looking at Malfoy kneeling on the ground in front of him, Harry hesitated, vaguely feeling that he shouldn't use magic on Malfoy while he was lying on the ground. This was against the ethics of the game. However, not everyone is as talented as him. Malfoy was laughing hard and pointing his wand at Harry's knee. "Tarrant Legra," he cried, laughing and panting. The next moment, Harry's legs were twitching uncontrollably under the influence of the dance step spell, as if he was doing a funny tap dance. Compared to the duel between Harry and Malfoy, the duel between Ron and Seamus Finnegan was much more peaceful. After Snape counted 3 times, the duel officially began. Ron and Seamus stood at opposite ends of the field, looking at each other, waiting for the person on the opposite side to make the first move. "Seamus, you go first, I'll let you go." Ron looked at Seamus, who was reluctant to take action, and said with a mysterious look on his face. He knew that his broken wand was not easy to use, and if he did it first, he would most likely let the spell hit him back. So he had to let Seamus make the first move. "Why don't you make the first move, Ron?" Seamus said unwillingly. "I can give in to you too." Simo also knew that he didn't master magic well. Many ordinary magics turned into time bombs for him, and he would inevitably damage himself 800 times before hurting the enemy. So he had to let Ron make the first move. The scene immediately reached a deadlock. At this moment, Ron suddenly remembered the duel between Professor Dracula and Snape. The way Professor Dracula defeated Snape was to have a wand that could cast reverse spells be captured by his opponent, and then use this method to plot against the opponent and ultimately win. Thinking of this, Ron was immediately overjoyed. "Seamus, quickly, use the disarming spell on me." He shouted loudly and even raised his wand high above his head, facing Seamus with a French military salute gesture. "Seamus, you want to cheat on me? There's no way." Seamus immediately saw through Ron's trick and laughed proudly. "Ron, don't think I don't know what your wand is. You've made many mistakes in class. Once." But seeing Ron raising his hands high, Seamus was unwilling to miss such a rare opportunity to win. So he gritted his teeth and used another magic spell. Looter Wibbly. The next moment, a violent explosion occurred in front of Simo. Looking at Seamus, who had a dark face in front of him, Ron couldn't help but laugh. "As expected of you, Seamus, the blasting genius, can even use the soft leg curse as a bomb." Then, he confidently raised his wand and pointed it at Seamus, feeling that he had a chance to win. "Fire roasted and spicy, furnunculus." The next moment, the pimple curse cast by Ron himself hit his stomach. Seeing Ron with pimples on his face, the dark-faced Seamus also laughed. As expected of you, genius Ron, I know you are best at beating yourself up. The curse stops, finite. Dracula's voice boomed from the stage and filled the auditorium. An invisible light curtain spread outwards with Dracula on the stage as the center, gently sweeping across all the second-year wizards in the middle of the duel. The messy magic light in the auditorium disappeared in an instant, leaving Seamus with a dark face, Ron with pimples all over his body, Harry who was dancing so high, Draco who couldn't stop laughing. These little wizards who were tricked by each other all recovered from their symptoms. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now there are only 2 little wizards left on the field who have not escaped from the chaotic duel. Hermione and Millicent are still dueling between the 2 of them. Millicent clamped her head with arms thicker than Hermione's thighs. Hermione screamed in pain and tore Millicent's hair frantically. Both of their wands were forgotten on the floor. No one had forgotten that this was a magical duel, and they all subconsciously regarded it as a daily fight between muggles. Dracula secretly held his forehead and shook his head helplessly. After all, Miss Granger was guilty of being nervous during battle. This problem had manifested itself as early as the second half of the first grade, when she went looking for the Philosopher's Stone with Harry and Ron, and it has not been completely corrected until now. When Millicent knew that he couldn't defeat Hermione with magic, so he rushed towards her with his strong body, Hermione immediately became panicked under the heavy pressure, her mind went blank, and her mind stored a large number of magical theories seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. As a result, the 2 little witches finally returned to their original origins and started a hand-to-hand fight. Dracula waved his hand gently, and Hermione and Millicent's muscles suddenly lost their strength. They loosely let go of their opponent's neck and hair, and were easily separated by Harry and Ron who hurried over. You acted too lightly and violated many duel rules, Dracula criticized. But his eyes were not serious at all. Instead, he was full of interest. In order to prevent this phenomenon from happening to young wizards in other grades, I think it is necessary to find 2 young wizards to demonstrate dash. He pretended to make a selection, and then looked at Ron and Seamus in the audience with interest. How about you 2, Mr. Weiss, and Mr. Finnegan? Ron glanced at his broken wand in confusion. Seamus also stroked his hair that was still furious from the explosion, and looked at Professor Dracula standing on the center stage of the auditorium in disbelief. They asked in confusion. Ahem. Before Dracula nodded, Snape finally couldn't stand it anymore and coughed twice. Professor Dracula, if you want to appreciate the art of explosions and performances of self-mutilation, you might as well watch it in private later. Snape curled up his upper lip and looked maliciously at the distance between Ron and Seamus. Another little wizard not far away. Potter, Malfoy, why don't you 2 come up and show us? Dracula shrugged, looked at Ron and Seamus with some regret, but nodded. That's good. The duel between Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy was also very exciting, not inferior to Wesley and Finnegan. He chuckled. Listen to Professor Snape, you 2 come to the stage superior. Harry glanced at Snape angrily, then glared at Malfoy with a hostile look, then quickly walked onto the stage in the center of the auditorium and stood next to Dracula, not wanting to get close to Snape at all. Not to be outdone, Malfoy walked onto the stage with his head held high, standing next to his dean and glaring at Harry. Snape took 2 steps closer to Malfoy, lowered his head and whispered something to him. Malfoy's eyes lit up, his expression immediately became extremely confident, and he sneered. Seeing Malfoy across from him who had obviously been taught by Snape and might be able to cast some vicious spells, Harry nervously looked up at Dracula. Professor, Snape seems to have secretly taught Malfoy a spell. Can you temporarily teach me a way to stop him? He asked softly. Are you scared? Malfoy lowered his voice when he saw Harry's performance. Dream. Harry gritted his teeth and burst out these words from the corner of his mouth. Before the official duel, the 2 opponents should not whisper to each other. Dracula glanced at Malfoy. Then, he turned to look at Harry. Well, in order to prevent Professor Snape, who is partial to Slytherin, from destroying the balance of this duel, it seems that I should also tell you some practical little spells. That's it. Have you heard of the locking curse? Dracula stood there, but his voice reached Harry's ears very accurately, not allowing Malfoy and Snape to hear it at all. Never heard of it. Harry shook his head blankly. It's okay. This is a very simple spell that can be learned quickly. Although it cannot completely block a person's voice like the silence spell, it can make the opponent's tongue stick to the roof of the mouth. Dracula said, second-year wizards don't know how to cast spells silently, so if you can prevent your opponent from speaking spells clearly, you can easily interrupt his spell casting. The incantation of the locking tongue curse is lock the tongue to seal the throat. The first syllable is lengthened and the second syllable is emphasized. Do you understand? Harry nodded confusedly, then opened his mouth, wanting to ask more detailed questions. But Dracula seemed to be very confident in him. He turned his attention to the crowd in the audience before he could ask other questions. It was my negligence just now. I didn't introduce you to the rules of wizard duels, which led to many violations of the rules. Dracula said loudly, but the specific duel rules are too long and too troublesome to read. You go back. Check the information yourself. I will briefly introduce a few important ones here. In a formal duel, one of the wizards needs to challenge the other party first. If the other party agrees, the 2 parties will agree on the time and place of the duel. As for duels in dueling clubs like ours, because there are organizers, there is no need to challenge, but the organizer arranges the event. In addition, as mentioned just now, before the duel begins, both wizards must bow to each other to show courtesy. In a formal duel, there is usually an assistant who serves as a reliable ally of the duelist, taking over the duelist to continue the fight when necessary. But this was rare more than 100 years ago, and wizards usually still one-on-one duel. In a regular duel, duelists can only use magic to fight each other, and no physical contact is allowed. For example, Miss Granger and Miss Burst, your duel violated the rules and turned the wizard's duel into a fight. Hearing Dracula's comment, Hermione's face turned a little red and she lowered her head and stared at her toes. Millicent, on the other hand, looked proud, as if he was very happy because he won the fight. In addition, the use of black magic is prohibited in friendly duels. Dracula continued, attention. The black magic here not only includes the most vicious curses, but also covers the use between you. The evil curse, jinx, the poisonous curse, hex. So, many groups of second-year players, such as Potter and Malfoy, Wesley and Finnegan, Lombard and Finlay, have actually violated our duel rules. Looking at the thoughtful little wizards in the audience, Dracula nodded gently to Snape, that's about it. Now I'll invite two contestants, Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy, to give a presentation to everyone. Snape walked to the side of the duel stage knowingly, and began to count for the start of the game in a cold voice. 1, 2, 3, start. Malfoy quickly raised his wand and shouted, you. Harry's movements were faster than his, and the length of the syllables of the locking curse was much shorter than the spell Snape taught Malfoy, so he recited the spell one step ahead of Malfoy. Latching tongue sealing throat and Glock. Malfoy's tongue immediately stuck to the roof of his mouth. Halfway through the spell, he couldn't speak anymore and could only make a weevu sound. Seeing that he had successfully used the spell he had just learned, Harry showed an extremely excited expression on his face and began to think happily. He was thinking about what kind of spell he could use without violating the rules of dueling and can teach Malfoy a lesson. As the referee, Snape's face became a little gloomy and his heart was a little depressed. He was unwilling to let Harry win the duel with a simple spell. Then the wand in his hand shook slightly. Dracula's eyes moved and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, but he didn't say much. He also felt that it would be too boring to end the duel like this, and it was completely meaningless. As a result, Malfoy's tongue and roof of his mouth, which were stuck together, quietly separated. As soon as he regained the ability to speak, Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry angrily and shouted, Serpensortia. The tip of his wand suddenly seemed to explode, sending out a large amount of black mist. Harry was still happily thinking about how to teach Malfoy a lesson, but he didn't expect that his locking curse had been broken by Snape, who was not a martial artist. Unable to react at all, he could only stare ahead in horror, seeing a long black snake suddenly jump out of the black mist, land heavily on the stage between the two of them, and then raise its head. Prepare to attack Harry. The crowd watching around them couldn't help but scream and quickly backed away, leaving a large space for the stage in the center of the auditorium. Shouldn't this evil curse be a curse or a poison curse? Harry turned to look at Snape and asked loudly and unconvinced. Don't use your poor knowledge to question other people's magic, Potter. Snape curled his lips contemptuously. If you can put away your arrogance and ignorance a little, you may still be able to understand what it's a summoning spell. Summoning spell. Harry looked at Dracula in confusion. Didn't Professor McGonagall tell you? Dracula crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. The summoning spell is a branch of transfiguration, and the opposite is the disappearance spell. However, at this moment, Harry had no time to think about the relationship between summoning spells and transfiguration. The big black snake between him and Malfoy had already crawled towards him and might attack at any time. Don't move, Potter. Snape said lazily, I'll get him away. He felt very happy when he saw Harry standing there motionless, looking helplessly at the angry black snake. But at the same time, Snape held the wand in his hand so tightly that even his knuckles turned a little white. Obviously, even if he wanted Harry to be frightened, he did not want anything to happen to Harry. This contradictory performance and complicated emotions were vividly reflected in Snape. Don't move. Harry suddenly shouted, the duel is not over yet. Snape's movements paused, and he stopped reciting the solution to the snake summoning spell. As the black snake approached Harry, his expression became extremely nervous. Harry was still a little unwilling. He didn't want to lose to his archenemy Malfoy, and he didn't want to admit that the spell taught by Professor Dracula was not as effective as Snape. Even if he didn't know, according to normal procedures, the spell that Snape taught Malfoy had already resulted in defeat at the very beginning of the duel. At this moment, Harry's mind was spinning rapidly. He was thinking about how he could deal with such a big snake. First of all, the locking tongue spell that Professor Dracula just taught must not be used. This is a spell that is suitable for wizards when casting spells, and it obviously has no effect on snakes. The big snake doesn't need to recite incantations like a wizard. In addition, he carefully recalled the offensive spells he had learned in the first grade. Thanks to the Devil's combat training in the defense against the Dark Arts class last week, he was able to recall most offensive spells in an emergency. Disregarding the curses that the Weiss twins and Ron secretly taught him, they were against the rules of dueling. As for the dance spells, repel spells, weak leg spells and other spells learned in class, it seems that except for the repel spell which may have some effect, the other spells are not like magic that can work on a snake. For example, the dance spell Malfoy used on him before. He couldn't let a snake dance on the stage, right? At this moment, a dazzling red light suddenly appeared in Harry's mind. Expelliarmus. By some strange coincidence, he subconsciously recited the disarming spell that Snape and Dracula had used on the stage before. A ray of red light shot straight at Malfoy, knocking the wand in his hand high into the air. Seeing this scene, Dracula was stunned. Ching Ching just commented for a long time that the disarming spell is not useful, and all the comments were in vain? This blind little wizard actually used the disarming spell in front of him. The key is that he used it well. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. After the wand in Malfoy's hand was knocked away by the disarming spell, the black snake on the stage did not disappear. It was as if it suddenly lost control and became more fierce. Once the summoning spell is cast, it is equivalent to generating a real magical creation. Dracula promptly reminded, before the magic power of the caster is exhausted, unless it is resolved with the disappearing spell, it will not be destroyed. Dissipates when the caster's wand is lifted. Are you still trying to be brave at this time, Potter? Snape squeezed his wand tightly, but his words were still sarcastic. Do you really think of yourself as the savior of the magical world, who can easily turn danger into safety no matter what you face? However, Harry didn't hear what Snape said at all. He was extremely focused. Stop. Harry didn't understand why he did this, nor did he realize that he had decided to do this. He didn't even wave his wand, but stupidly shouted at the black snake. However, his seemingly stupid move was very effective, and a miracle happened. Under Harry's incredible gaze, the black snake collapsed on the floor, becoming docile and tame, as supple as a thick, black watering hose, and stared at Harry without any aggression. Looking at this scene, Harry felt his fear disappear little by little. He knew that the snake would never attack anyone again. How he knew this, he couldn't say. But at least Harry knew he had won. He smiled widely and looked up at Malfoy, trying to see the unwillingness, anger, and irritability on his face. However, Malfoy did not show the expression that Harry imagined. Instead, he took a step back with confusion mixed with a little panic. Snape stepped forward and waved his wand. Vipera evanesca. The black snake turned into a plume of black smoke and disappeared. Snape also looked at him with a look that surprised Harry. It was a very surprised, very meaningful look, and Harry didn't like it very much. He was also vaguely aware that the crowd off the stage were whispering and talking about him privately. Harry looked blankly at Professor Dracula who was walking towards him. He wanted to ask a lot of questions. He wanted to know what happened when he was busy dealing with the black snake and didn't have time to react. Mr. Potter, come to my office. I have some questions to ask you, Dracula said. His burgundy eyes were full of intense interest, even a little fiery, and Harry wanted to avoid them unconsciously. However, Dracula stretched out his hand without any explanation, grabbed the hood of Harry's school robe from behind, and picked him up easily, like a chicken. Professor Snape, I have to leave a few minutes early for today's duel club gathering. Dracula turned his head and looked at Snape with a pleasant smile. I'll leave the competitions of other grades to you. If you feel that one person is too busy, you can call Professor Flitwick to help. Don't forget that he was a duel champion back then. After saying this, before Snape could agree, Dracula took Harry and disappeared in an instant. Wait. Snape wanted to retort, but he had no time to speak. So, he twitched the corner of his mouth, and then turned his eyes viciously to the young wizards who were talking in the audience. Shut up, everyone. Snape took out his anger at Dracula on the students. Tell me, is it possible that the slime of the flobber caterpillar has penetrated into your thick skulls? Or how do you think Potter dealt with it just now? Does that snake have anything to do with you? I am now deeply doubtful about the identity of you wizards. You are whispering and noisy. Are you students who come to Hogwarts to learn magic or are you parrots who eat in the Owl Tower? The little wizards shivered and fell silent, and Snape on the stage began his scolding without uttering a single curse word and with a gun and a stick. In the defense against the dark arts professor's office, the figures of Dracula and Harry suddenly appeared. As soon as he returned to the office, Dracula couldn't wait to snap his fingers. When I flew to the principal's office, I opened the window that had not been closed yet and closed it with a snap. Immediately, the heavy curtains were automatically closed, blocking the stars outside the window. Because there were not many lights on in the office, the light suddenly became dim. Dracula's attention was all on Harry at this time, and because vampires loved darkness, he didn't even notice the lighting problem in the office. He waved his hand casually, and a seat placed on the side of the office moved sideways and stopped directly behind Harry. Harry was then pushed into a chair by Dracula. Seeing Dracula's enthusiastic and even fiery eyes, he felt very panicked. The professor suddenly brought me into the office, closed the windows, drew the curtains, and didn't light the lights. What was he going to do to me? He was thinking in a panic and thinking about any strategies to escape. Then Harry discovered that a professor as powerful as Professor Dracula would never give him a chance to escape. So, Harry resigned and closed his eyes. He felt Professor Dracula's slender fingers pressing on his shoulders. So you are also a descendant of Salazar, Potter? Dracula asked softly. Hearing Dracula's question, Harry opened his eyes blankly. Huh? Salazar? Who is that? Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Dracula said, being able to talk to snakes is Salazar Slytherin's signature skill, and it is also his most important skill. One of the skills I'm proud of. Otherwise, why do you think the symbol of Slytherin College is a snake? Dracula stared into Harry's eyes and spoke in a deep tone. You're a snark, Potter. What am I? Harry didn't catch the unfamiliar word snake talk and was still very confused. Snake accent. Dracula repeated, the ability to talk to snakes is called snake accent. I know. Harry's eyes moved, and he suddenly thought of something that happened more than a year ago. I mean, this is the second time I have done this. Once in the zoo, a big python was released, and then the big python pounced on my cousin Dudley. It's a long story, but I still remember that the big python told me that it had never been to Brazil as mentioned on the animal's business card. I felt sorry for it and let it out unknowingly, but I really didn't mean to. I didn't even know I was a wizard at that time. At this point, Harry felt a little flustered. After receiving the acceptance letter, I learned that I was a wizard, so I thought, many people in the wizarding world can do this. Oh, they can't do it, Dracula chuckled. This is not an ordinary skill, Potter. This is a skill that can almost only be used by the descendants of Slytherin. But I'm not. Harry defended hastily. There was a panic in his heart that he couldn't explain. Even before the separation, Harry had a certain understanding of the 4 colleges through different channels. For example, Hagrid once told him that Voldemort, who killed his parents, came from Slytherin. In addition, Draco Malfoy, whom he met in Madame Malkin's clothing store, also made him feel that Slytherin most of Lynn's wizards are conceited, arrogant, and unfriendly. Later on the Hogwarts Express, his first friend of the same age in his life, Ron, told him that Slytherin was also a place where dark wizards often appeared, which made him give up his plans to go to Slytherin. Idea. So, when he was being sorted, Harry kept thinking in his mind, I won't go to Slytherin, I won't go to Slytherin. The sorting hat listened to his opinion and sorted him into Gryffindor, which made Harry feel relieved. Facts have proved that Harry's enemies after arriving at Hogwarts, such as Malfoy and Snape, were both from Slytherin, so he never regretted his decision not to go to Slytherin. But now Professor Dracula told him that he was actually a descendant of the founder of Slytherin. Harry said he couldn't accept it. It's not that you say you are not a descendant of Slytherin, I can confirm that you are not. Dracula said, you will find it difficult to prove this. Salazar lived for about 1,000 years in the past. Based on what I know now, you were probably his descendant. Harry opened his mouth, wanting to say that he really wasn't, but he didn't know how to refute. But Dracula changed the subject. Hope lit up in Harry's eyes again. But you are lucky, I happen to have a way to identify the relationship between you and Salazar. Dracula smiled with interest, admiring Harry's expression that changed from panic to surprise. If you want to understand this relationship, I need to collect some of your blood. No problem, Professor. Harry raised his arms very actively and rolled up his sleeves consciously. By the way, it seems that there are no syringes for blood drawing in the wizarding world. A syringe? I don't need such a useless thing. Dracula smiled scornfully and took out a small, exquisite crystal bottle from his pocket. The crystal bottle is slender as a whole, and the lower part is somewhat similar to the test tube in the Muggle world, but there is an extra thing at the mouth of the bottle, a cute little white bat with half of its body left. The little bat flapped its small wings and flew up with the crystal bottle. Then it placed its small and sharp side teeth on Harry's arm and nibbled it gently. Harry felt a slight itching sensation on his arm, but it didn't hurt at all. Then, the bright red blood flowed down from half of the little bat's body and poured into the small crystal bottle. When the volume of blood reached half the height of the crystal bottle, the little bat pulled the teeth out of Harry's arm, flapped its wings, and left Harry's arm with the crystal bottle. Harry subconsciously wanted to cover the wound with his hand, but found that the 2 shallow teeth marks had healed quickly, and in an instant they were back to their original state, as smooth as if there had never been a wound. Professor, why do I always feel that you seem to be very skilled in drawing blood? Harry couldn't help but complain. Are you very skilled? Probably. Dracula shrugged casually and reached out to take half of the small white bat flying over with fluttering wings and the small crystal bottle under it. In fact, as early as last semester, when he saw Harry turning to ashes when he came into contact with Quirrell in the restricted area where the Philosopher's Stone was stored, Dracula was already a little curious about Harry's body composition. After that incident, Dracula had a long conversation with Dumbledore and confirmed that the reason why Harry could survive Voldemort's death curse was actually because Harry's mother, Lily Potter, cast it on him. Bloodline magic. As a result, Dracula became even more interested in the magic that Lily Potter exerted on Harry's blood, and even Harry's blood, so much so that he almost sucked his blood directly. It's a pity that Dumbledore has been guarding against Dracula's actions, making it difficult for him to succeed. But today is different. Harry showed off his talent for speaking in public. This ability to talk to snakes almost means that he is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts. In order to check whether Harry is a descendant of Slytherin, it is reasonable to take a blood test, right? Even if Dumbledore was the headmaster, he couldn't find anything wrong with his actions. What's more, making Harry a descendant of Slytherin does not meet Dumbledore's expectations for him. Of course Dracula can't miss this rare opportunity, so he successfully collected Harry's blood using a small bat crystal bottle. In the dim defense against the dark arts professor's office, Dracula reached out and gently took the crystal bottle from under the little bat. He held the bottle and looked carefully at Harry's blood in the bottle. At the same time, Harry had a blank diary in his arms and was gnashing his teeth. Because Harry was going to join the duel club today, he thought of the diary that taught him a lot about defense against the dark arts and took it with him. It was precisely because of Harry's decision that Tom Riddle's Horcrux diary saw the scene where Dracula easily obtained Harry's blood, and he almost vomited blood with grief and anger. Why was Harry Potter's blood, which he couldn't get with all his efforts, so easily obtained by others? No, it can't even be said to be easy. This is obviously a free gift. Harry donated blood completely voluntarily and even rolled up his sleeves. Riddle in the diary was so distraught that he almost went crazy. But he was also very afraid of being discovered by the terrifying Dracula in front of him, and he did not dare to reveal any emotion at all. So he could only stay in the pocket in Harry's arms and gasp. The diary obviously thinks too much. Dracula was completely in no mood to observe a notebook in Harry's arms at this time. All his attention was attracted by the blood in the crystal bottle. It seemed that the little bat on the bottle mouth was a little bothersome, so Dracula grabbed its head, pulled it out of the bottle mouth with a pop, and then threw it aside. After freeing up the space at the mouth of the bottle, Dracula began to observe Harry's blood in the crystal bottle attentively. As for the little bat that was thrown aside, it was so frightened that it flapped its wings a few times, dragged half of its body in the air, and then got back into Dracula's pocket. Harry watched this scene dumbfounded, feeling inexplicably pitiful for the little bat with half its body left. So he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Professor, did you raise that bat just now? Isn't it a bit cruel to treat it like this?" At this moment, Harry felt a little tangled in his heart. He didn't want to believe that Professor Dracula, whom he admired, would abuse a small animal, but the fact happened to be right in front of him. Professor Dracula split a bat's body in half, used it as a blood-drawing tool, and then threw it away after use. How cruel? Is Professor Dracula really a cruel and ruthless person as some young wizards have guessed? Harry thought secretly. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Dracula was studying Harry's blood attentively. When he heard Harry's question, he raised his eyes and glanced at him. "You mean this bat?" He took out the poor little bat from his pocket again, held up one of its wings, and let it dangle in the air. "That's right, Professor." Harry looked at Dracula's indifferent movements and mustered up the courage to say, "I think even a bat can feel pain and should not be treated like this. I once heard Hagrid say that because we are wizards, we always have to use the characteristics of animals and the abilities of magical animals to improve our lives. This is understandable. But we must also be considerate of the difficulties of animals and cannot abuse animals." After hearing this, Dracula finally raised his head and looked at Harry as if he was mentally retarded. Am I wrong?" Looking at Dracula's eyes, Harry instantly lost his confidence and asked weakly, "I just want to say, have you ever seen a bat that has lost half its body and can still live well?" Dracula looked away from Harry and curled his lips in disgust. Isn't this the one?" Harry asked in confusion. "If you want it, then this bat will be given to you." Dracula casually threw half of the little bat into Harry's arms, with a playful smile on his lips. "I suggest you take a closer look. What the hell is this thing? Then decide whether to raise it or not." Dracula pronounces the word raise very strongly. Harry quickly picked up the little bat from his arms and looked at it in front of his eyes. He discovered that the body of this bat was actually hollow. Except for a complete head, wings, and a small half of its body, there were no organs or internal systems in its body. No, it still has an organ in its body, a small straw. How on earth does it survive? Harry looked over and over at the little bat's body structure, puzzled. "Haven't you noticed yet?" Dracula finally raised his head and looked at Harry with helpless eyes. "This is not a creature at all, Potter. This is just an alchemical product specially used to draw blood." Harry's expression froze, his face turned red in an instant, and he said in a voice like a mosquito, "Yes. I'm sorry, Professor. I misunderstood you. Forget it, it's not a big problem." Since he got Harry's blood today, Dracula was in a pretty good mood and didn't embarrass him too much. "But I suggest you learn some useful knowledge after you go back and don't read all day long. Nothing makes a fuss." Harry nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. "Just understand." Dracula waved his hand casually, put away the bat for drawing blood. "The focus of today is not here." He suddenly leaned down, put his hand on Harry's shoulder again, and said softly, "You really have a very good mother, Potter." "What, my mother?" Harry's eyes widened immediately and he became extremely emotional. "Professor, do you know my mother? A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you." Dracula shook his head slightly. "I don't know your mother, Potter. But I can see that your mother left an extremely powerful guardianship in your blood. Magic. And this protective magic is not something she can cast with her spellcasting level. That's why," Harry murmured. "It was made with the sacrifice of her own life." Dracula wanted to say this, but looking at Harry's lonely look, his words turned into, "Who knows? Maybe it's because of love." Dracula never thought that such Dumbledore-style statements that he once scorned would come out of his own mouth. So he shook uncomfortably and his expression changed instantly. "You can leave, Potter." Dracula said with a cold face, I have identified from your blood that you are not a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Harry was frightened by Professor Dracula, who could change his face faster than turning the pages of a book. He didn't know why the professor suddenly started to chase people away. Wait a minute, Professor. He asked quickly, has the result been confirmed? Don't you need to take my blood for testing? Then compare the two blood types, and finally confirm the result. I remember the hospital, it's all such a process. Are you questioning my judgment? Dracula said coldly, or, can you find me Salazar Slytherin's blood for comparison? After saying this, Dracula silently added in his mind, although I did leave Salazar's blood sample. Harry looked at Dracula with a cold face and shook his head helplessly. I understand, Professor. He stood up from his seat, then turned and walked towards the door of the office. Harry looked at the little alchemy bat in his hand, thought for a moment, stuffed it into his chest pocket, and put it together with Riddle's diary. When he took out his hand, he accidentally brought out a reverse cross pendant. Wait a moment. Dracula suddenly shouted. Dracula frowned when he saw the pendant he had given away 2 months ago. The color of the original gloomy wood amulet should be darker than the black ink, as if it contained all the darkness in the world. However, the amulet hanging around Harry's neck is no longer as black as before, but instead seems to be stained with blood red. Although it is still black, it is not as pure as before. This is a phenomenon that only occurs after absorbing multiple powerful black magics. Those black magics that only appear once or twice with weak magic power are simply impossible to change the color of the gloomy wood talisman. Don't leave in a hurry, I have something else to ask you. Dracula stopped Harry, who was about to open the door, and asked seriously, have you encountered any dark wizards some time ago? Dark wizards? Harry asked doubtfully, no. If we exclude those strange wizards we met in Nocturne Alley. Have those dark wizards already taken action against you before you met me? Dracula frowned slightly. Harry shook his head blankly. Dracula also felt that a dark wizard who could survive in Nocturne Alley was not the kind of reckless man who would act hastily. At that time, Harry suddenly appeared in Nocturne Alley. Those dark wizards who were extremely cautious by nature first tried to test, not sure whether the little wizard had any powerful backstage wandering around. The dominatrix who stopped Harry should have been the first creature to take the initiative to test, so the gloomy wooden amulet should not have been triggered. Could it be that? Dracula asked slowly, you were attacked at that muggle's house? No, Professor, I really didn't encounter any attack. Harry said without thinking, if it doesn't count that Uncle Vernon locked me in a room with an iron cage. Wait. Dracula suddenly interrupted Harry and asked with a frown, why did he put you in an iron cage, Potter? Has this kind of behavior that is tantamount to abuse often happened before? Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. A cold light appeared in Dracula's eyes. Dare to imprison his student, and the other person is just a muggle who has accomplished nothing. This makes Dracula feel very embarrassed. Professor, don't be impulsive. Looking at Dracula's cold eyes, Harry shuddered violently. Although Harry hates the Dursleys, and this family is very unfriendly to him, but after all, they are the relatives who have raised him since he was a child. Harry also didn't want to let this family die on the street because of his own reasons. After all, he knew that Professor Dracula would really kill him, so Harry quickly explained, Professor, it was actually me who offended Uncle Vernon on my own initiative, so he locked me up. Really? Dracula narrowed his eyes, and the coldness in his eyes faded a little. Tell me, how did you provoke him? Because Uncle Vernon hid all my magic-related things, I was a little resentful. Harry said uneasily, so I messed up a big business of his. After saying this, Harry glanced at Dracula secretly, only to find that his eyebrows furrowed deeper. This is not like you, Potter. Dracula said, I have the impression that you are not a little wizard who would use this method to retaliate against others. Maybe it was because my brain got hot at the time. Harry scratched his head. No. Dracula interrupted him again. Things like this can indeed happen when your brain gets hot, but you know that you can't use magic outside, and you also know that destroying your uncle's big business will definitely make him resent you. But you did it anyway. This is not something that can be explained in a flash of mind. This is called stupidity. Dracula's tone was too harsh, and his eyes were full of cold questioning. Harry's face froze, and he subconsciously wanted to argue that this matter was not done by himself, but by a diary named Tom Riddle. But Harry couldn't say. Because Tom didn't want him to reveal its existence, he didn't want to betray his academic mentor and friend. But Harry's hesitation of less than a second made Dracula see something different. Interesting. Dracula suddenly put away his stern face and raised the corners of his lips. Potter, you didn't tell me the truth, did you? I didn't. A flash of panic flashed in Harry's eyes. So who are you hiding the truth for? Who is the person who really destroyed your uncle's big business? Dracula looked at Harry deeply and chuckled. Harry involuntarily took 2 steps back and shivered. No, I really did it all alone. If I remember correctly, at the end of last semester, you had an argument with more than one person. Dracula followed Harry's retreat and moved forward at the same time, wine-red light flowing in his eyes. I remember very clearly. You originally wanted to go to the potions professor's office to resolve your grievances with Snape, but you ended up having a big quarrel with him, which intensified the conflict. Not only that, The twins who came to Wes's house also said another thing in front of me. You scolded them fiercely for losing money in a bet, even if they are junior students in the same college and friends of their younger brother, so there is absolutely no reason for him to do this. Where did the humble, optimistic, and kind-hearted you before you went when your emotions broke out? Dracula asked softly. Who are you being bewitched by, Potter? Harry finally retreated to the corner, without any room to retreat, but he was still stubborn and refused to say Tom Riddle's name. Look at me. Dracula suddenly enlarged his voice. Harry subconsciously raised his head and looked at Dracula, who was so close. He saw a pair of burgundy eyes. The twinkling light seemed to have an irresistible charm, making him fall deeply into it. In the school infirmary, Madame Pomfrey held up a strange diary and asked him if this diary belonged to him. After opening it, the name Harry James Potter was written on the title page. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry accidentally flicked out a drop of ink with his quill, which landed on his diary, but was absorbed by the blank page. In the dead of night, Harry quietly climbed out of the four-poster bed in the dormitory, leaned on the desk by the window, lit a candle, and then wrote in the diary with the faint light. In the second half of the first grade, Harry communicated with his diary through text, learned the knowledge left in class, and finally won the first place in defense against the dark arts. At number 4 Privet Drive, the diary came to Harry's room from the cupboard, encouraging him to take revenge on Uncle Vernon, and used magic to trick the big client on his behalf. In the room blocked by a large iron fence, the diary urged him to use the evil spell. The last scene is Harry taking out the diary from the bottom of the suitcase before the duel club begins. Harry suddenly looked away from Dracula's eyes and gasped for air. He instinctively realized something was wrong and subconsciously protected the diary in his pocket. Is it really a diary? Dracula laughed happily. I didn't expect that the thing I have been looking for is actually here with you. He took out a piece of parchment, which was densely filled with evil black magic items. This is a list of Voldemort's dark magic tools that Lucius sent him after meeting him at the White Dragon Bar. Nowadays, various other names have been marked with slashes, leaving only a single word circled in bright red ink. Journal? Professor, what are you talking about? Harry pressed the diary in his arms nervously, making a confused look on his face. How come the thing you have been looking for is here with me? Potter, it seems that you really regard him as your friend. Dracula suddenly smiled. I have to admit that you are indeed sincere in your treatment of your friends, and you still want to cover him up at this time. Harry lowered his head in silence and said nothing. But I have to tell you a cruel fact. Dracula leaned down and said softly, Tom Riddle, whom you trust, has never regarded you as a friend. This is impossible. Harry shouted loudly. He has always been very good to me. He not only teaches me knowledge, but also talks to me heart to heart. When I encounter something unhappy, he will persuade me. Harry also knew that he could no longer hide the existence of the diary. But he still didn't want Tom, who was also a teacher and friend, to be misunderstood by Professor Dracula, so he defended angrily. Dracula didn't pay attention to Harry's argument and just smiled casually. Do you know what the spell Tom Riddle taught you is exactly? Before Harry could answer, Dracula stretched out his hand to his side. The next moment, a mouse that had lived in the Hogwarts dungeon all year round fell into the hands of Dracula along with a ray of moonlight. As if feeling the strong dark aura on Dracula's body, the mouse immediately started to tremble. Do you know the name of that spell, Potter? Dracula looked at the mouse in his hand, and slowly took out his wand from his pocket. Avada Kedavra. A dazzling green light suddenly appeared. The mouse was hit by the green light, lost its breath instantly, and collapsed in Dracula's hands. The name of this curse is called the Death Curse, Potter. Dracula said word by word. Harry opened his mouth wide and was speechless for a while. A scene vaguely emerged in his mind. A woman was crying beside him, kissing his cheek. Then, an ugly-looking man with distorted features walked in. The next moment, there was a dazzling green light. Don't, Harry suddenly shouted. The next second, he collapsed on the cold ground, trembling all over. After a moment of dead silence, Harry took a deep breath and slowly raised his head, seeing Dracula looking at him thoughtfully. Professor, what happened to me just now? He asked uneasily. Dracula's eyes moved and he was silent for a moment, then slowly said, It's okay, you may have had a dream, don't take it too seriously. After that, he forcibly changed the subject. Riddle, it's come to this moment, are you still stuck in Harry's clothes and don't want to come out? A burst of black mist emerged, and a handsome black-haired young man suddenly appeared in front of Harry. I knew that one day I would be discovered by you sooner or later, Dracula. His expression did not show any panic at all, but rather a sense of relief, but I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. I thought I could at least still be alive. There are 2 months left. You are Tom. Harry looked at the black-haired young man in front of him and opened his mouth in shock. As expected, the complicated thoughts just now were dispelled by Riddle. Didn't you mean, you are just a possessor? Can this diary of thoughts only communicate with me through writing? Such a bizarre scene was as emotional to Harry as a volcanic eruption. He knew that he had really been deceived. Professor Dracula is right. Harry leaned against the wall of the office in despair, his eyes almost losing focus. I'm sorry, Harry, I did lie to you. Diary Riddle turned back and looked into Harry's dull eyes, but I had to lie to you. This is the task assigned to me by Voldemort. What did you say? The name of this old enemy brought Harry back from his thoughts. Did you just say, Voldemort? Don't you understand yet, Potter? Dracula sighed softly and looked at the black-haired young man standing next to Harry. Explain to him, Riddle, what is your identity? Unexpectedly, Riddle did not resist Dracula's arrangement and just nodded to him gently. Voldemort. Riddle looked at Harry and said softly, it is my past, present and future, Harry. He suddenly snatched Harry's wand from his hand, drew a few graceful strokes in the air, and wrote 3 shining names. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then he waved Harry's wand, and the letters automatically switched places and became, I am Lord Voldemort. See, he said softly, I used this name when I was studying at Hogwarts. Of course, I only used it to my closest friends. Do you think I want to use my name all my life? That dirty muggle father's name? No, Harry. I came up with a new name for myself. I know that one day, when I become the greatest wizard in the world, wizards everywhere will not dare to say this name easily. Harry's mind seemed to freeze. He looked at Riddle blankly. This was the man who was once an orphan whose parents died. When he grew up, he actually killed Harry's parents, and so many other people. But he has regarded this person as his close friend for a long time. Just when Harry was still stunned and confused, a golden red fire suddenly appeared in the defense against the dark arts professor's office, illuminating the dim atmosphere of the office. Oh, it seems we have guests coming. Dracula raised the corners of his mouth and stepped towards the direction of the fire. An old man with white hair and a long white beard that reached his waist strode out of the firelight. His face was solemn and he asked straight to the point, Professor Dracula, I heard Severus said that you took Harry Potter away. You're much later than I expected, Dumbledore. Dracula chuckled and said to the old man, actually, I thought Snape would contact you earlier. Snape may have become addicted to scolding the little wizard at the duel club, or he subconsciously didn't think Dracula would hurt Harry Potter. He stood on the stage of the duel club and gave a long speech for a long time before finally I remembered the incident of Harry being taken away. So Snape used a special patroness charm to send the news to Dumbledore, who was staying in the principal's office. After Dumbledore received the news, in order to prevent any possible accidents from happening to Harry, who was extremely important to him, he immediately came to Dracula's office. However, this time has been very generous. It was enough for Dracula to detect the relationship between Harry and Slytherin, check out Harry's memories, and even pull out the diary riddle that had been confusing Harry's mind from his arms. Actually, you came just in time, I have a surprise for you. Dracula showed an interesting smile, and then turned sideways, so that Riddle's figure appeared in Dumbledore's sight. Even for a wise old man like Dumbledore, his expression became extremely stunned in an instant. Tom. Dumbledore looked at the handsome black-haired young man in front of him in surprise. You are. His eyes flashed rapidly, and his memory seemed to return to 60 years ago. The handsome black-haired young man in front of me completely overlaps with the appearance of the amazingly talented Tom Riddle when he held the Special Contribution Award to the school high. Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore. Riddle showed a flawless smile and bowed gracefully to Dumbledore. My memory actually still stays at the time when I won the Special Contribution Award to the school. You were the only professor who questioned this at the time. So you are the Tom from 60 years ago. Dumbledore frowned, his sharp eyes seeming to penetrate the slightly illusory figure in front of him. After a moment, he suddenly showed a look of understanding. So that's it. Dumbledore nodded lightly, and then turned to look at Harry, who was full of doubts. Harry, could you please go back to the Gryffindor common room to rest for a while? Professor Gula has other things to discuss. But, I think this matter has a lot to do with me, Professor. Harry said hurriedly. Of course Harry didn't want to leave just like that. There are still many things he hasn't figured out yet, and there are many questions he hasn't asked yet. He is full of doubts about what happened today. When the time is right, I will explain it to you one by one, Harry. Dumbledore looked into Harry's eyes, his eyes still gentle, but extremely determined. But now please go back, okay? After going through so many things today, it's time for you to take a good rest. Harry opened his mouth, wanting to tell the two professors that he was not tired at all and did not need to rest at all. But looking at Dumbledore's increasingly tough eyes, he finally nodded silently, turned around and left the defense against the dark arts professor's office. He left the blank diary in the office, lying quietly on the cold ground. After Harry left, only Dracula, Dumbledore and Riddle were left here. You are the Horcrux that Tom made after killing Myrtle, right? Dumbledore looked at Riddle first and asked in a deep voice. As expected, I still can't hide it from you, Professor Dumbledore. Riddle said softly, I really want to know, is there really anything in this world that I can hide from you? There are too many things that I don't know, Tom. Dumbledore slowly shook his head. If it weren't for your behavior in Wu's orphanage that gave me a preconceived impression, and I have always been wary of you, I must be fooled by your performance like other professors. I'm really honored that the greatest wizard in the world said this. Riddle's voice gradually became colder. I really didn't expect that even after so many years, the greatest wizard in the world is still called Albus Dumbledore. I originally thought that the eye outside would take your place in just a few years. However, not only did he fail to achieve this achievement, he actually lost in the hands of a baby. Listening to Riddle's cold words, Dracula raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with interest, you seem to be very dissatisfied with your body, Mr. Riddle. Indeed, Mr. Dracula. Riddle looked at Dracula and gave him a meaningful look. The eye outside not only failed to fulfill the wish he made when he was young, but even became more and more different. Stupid. He was completely overwhelmed by the power. Dracula's expression became more intriguing, and the corners of his mouth raised an exaggerated arc. So what do you think, Mr. Riddle? He asked. Professor Dracula. Dumbledore's voice suddenly echoed through the entire office, interrupting the conversation between Dracula and Riddle. I think it is my duty to remind you not to forget our most important purpose. Voldemort cannot be truly eliminated until all of Voldemort's Horcruxes are destroyed. Dumbledore looked at Riddle with sharp eyes. Tom, I guess Voldemort must not only have your Horcrux, right? It turns out that Professor Dumbledore also has things he doesn't know about. Riddle smiled and shrugged. Of course, according to our thinking, a single Horcrux cannot be considered foolproof. As for how many Horcruxes he made, even I don't know. After all, I only have memories of Voldemort before he was 16. I understand. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Thank you for the clues, Tom. I am also very happy to see you again without your face being distorted by black magic. Then, he gently raised the wand. But I'm sorry, Tom, you should have been able to guess it. As a Horcrux, there can only be such an ending. A wisp of crimson flame spurted out from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, burning violently in the air. In an instant, it expanded to the size of half the room, and rushed towards the blank diary on the ground. Dumbledore's signature firestorm. Feeling the air that instantly became scorching, Riddle gently closed his eyes, letting the flames penetrate his illusory body, and approached the direction of the diary. He knew that he would not be able to escape from the hands of the most powerful wizard in the magic world, so he did not take any chances. Riddle was waiting for the other guy to make a move. I have given all the hints. I hope it will arouse his interest. He thought with his eyes closed. For a long time, Riddle did not feel the pain of the diary being burned. So he opened his eyes and saw two flames of different colors, but both extremely bright and magnificent, occupying almost the entire space of the defense against the dark arts professor's office, confronting and competing with each other like separate courts. On one side is a red color that is more viscous than magma, and the heat evaporating from it seems to be able to ignite the eyes of all the wizards present. On the other side was Senbei, which was colder than bones. Although it was in the form of a flame, Riddle couldn't feel any heat from it. Instead, he felt that it had a bit of coldness that penetrated into the bone marrow. The two flames touched each other anxiously, melting each other, refusing to give in to each other. Professor Dracula, have you really forgotten our most important purpose? Dumbledore's voice came from the sticky red, and his voice was unprecedentedly serious. Don't you want to do something for NI? Have you done your part to protect the safety of the Philosopher's Stone and his and Perennial's lives? Mr. Principal, I have always protected that old guy's magic stone, and I have never forgotten it. Dracula's dull voice rang out from the forest white flames. But I thought you had already understood that to destroy Voldemort it has never been my most important purpose. After a period of silence, the red flame suddenly began to shrink and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Dumbledore's figure emerged from it, and a faint red light could be seen on the wand in his hand. I always thought that your attempt to find anything interesting in the world was based on a solid bottom line. He said in a deep voice. Nico has always told me this. He told me that although you are a little cynical, you are still have the firm principles of being a noble. Professor Dracula, but I don't see any principle in your choice to protect Voldemort's Horcrux today. Since you can't see it, why bother saying more? It's better to use your personal strength to decide what is right and what is wrong. Dracula smiled evilly. I have wanted to fight you a long time ago, Denbu. Leto, let me see what kind of surprise the greatest wizard in the magic world can bring to me. The black and red cloak behind Dracula moved without any wind, and waves of dark breath emerged around him without reservation. Gradually, a dark moon quietly emerged in this office, cold and heavy. Dumbledore's expression changed slightly, and then he sighed softly. Professor Dracula, I will not fight you here. He said softly, choose the battlefield inside Hogwarts Castle. Do you want to demolish the entire castle? Many students will be upset by this, injured or even killed. After that, Fawkes the Phoenix landed on Dumbledore's shoulders and gently spread its broad wings. I hope you won't regret what you did today, Professor Dracula. He gave Dracula a deep look and finally said. The next moment, a golden red flame enveloped Dumbledore's whole body, instantly taking him to the principal's office. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use. Download it here. You can try it now. In the principal's office, two other professors were already waiting there. Albus, have you started fighting with Professor Dracula? Professor McGonagall asked very anxiously. I clearly felt in the office on the second floor that there was an extremely strong noise coming from the defense against the dark arts professor's office. The magic power fluctuates? I came here to ask Severus and I found out that you just happened to go to Professor Dracula. What kind of conflict did you have, and you had to take action to resolve it? Very rarely, Professor McGonagall hurried to the principal's office without even wearing a hat. Compared to Professor McGonagall's anxiety, Snape's face looked more nervous. Albus, why did you suddenly take action? Tell me, did Dracula do something detrimental to Potter? Looking at the nervous Professor McGonagall and Snape, Dumbledore suddenly laughed happily. Don't be nervous, Minerva, Severus. He said with a smile, I did have a fight with Professor Dracula, but it was just a good show between the two of us. Dumbledore ruffled Fawkes's feathers and recalled what had just happened. After learning that Harry had been taken away by Dracula, he felt very anxious, so he asked Fawkes to take him into the defense against the dark arts professor's office instantly. You came just in time. I have a surprise for you. Looking at the uninvited guest in front of him, Dracula said meaningfully. Dumbledore saw a brilliant light flowing rapidly in Dracula's eyes, and there seemed to be some other information and content rotating in those burgundy eyes. So he also activated legilimency, colliding the two people's spirits and thoughts together. The results of Potter's blood test are out, and I think it is necessary to let you know. Dracula looked at Dumbledore's sharp eyes behind his half-moon glasses and communicated to him silently. I have already checked it. Potter does not have any Salazar blood, but he can use snake accent. So, I didn't make a mistake in my judgment, right? Dumbledore also said silently, Voldemort really left the soul fragment in Harry's body unintentionally, making Harry a different kind of person. Horcrux. Yes, so if Voldemort is to be eliminated, the child Potter must also die. Dracula said, is this really an ending you can accept? Hudash Dumbledore breathed out silently, of course I won't let this happen, and I have already prepared. He quickly delivered the plan he prepared to Dracula's spirit. I have to say that your plan requires too many coincidences. Dracula frowned, and the price paid is too high. You are using yourself as a pawn. I have lived enough for more than 100 years. It doesn't matter, as long as I can succeed. Dumbledore laughed silently. Forget it, I want you to live a few hundred more years and experience what it means to be truly tired of living. Dracula sneered, I have another plan here, do you want to hear it? Of course, I also need you to cooperate with me to put on a good show in front of Riddle. Tell me, what do you think? In the dim defense against the dark arts professor's office, Dracula looked at the black-haired young man in front of him and asked with interest. As Voldemort's Horcrux, it doesn't matter if he doesn't help his creator, but he still wants to come to my side to fight against him? I don't quite understand. Riddle from the diary let out a breath, looked at Dracula seriously, and said, Voldemort didn't pay me the attention I deserved at all. He just regarded me as another spare life. Now that I have created my sanity through the memories of his youth, it is difficult for me to convince myself to follow his established route and just treat myself as a tool and an object that cannot have independent consciousness. Mr. Dracula, I want to break free from his control. Riddle said. A smile appeared on Dracula's lips, and he walked towards Riddle with interest, and did not stop until he came to his side. Let me take a look. Well, you are a body made of the power of the soul, right? He looked at Riddle's somewhat illusory figure and asked, I am not familiar with this kind of body structure. I have some impression that Voldemort was confronting me in this state in the restricted area where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. You are right. Riddle nodded lightly. He was originally possessed by Quirrell, but under the tremendous pressure you brought, the parasitic state was not enough for him to have enough power, so he thought about his Horcrux. Voldemort has always known that I was the first Horcrux he made, and I also possess most of his memories before he was 16 years old. I will definitely have stronger soul power than other Horcruxes, so he used some. They took me out of the Malfoy Manor and wanted to absorb the soul essence left in the Horcrux. But what he didn't expect was that I had already developed self-awareness, and his forcible occupation aroused my resistance. Riddle said, as far as I know, as a Horcrux, it is difficult for you to resist the power of the original body. Dracula gave him a deep look. In addition, when Voldemort officially started stealing the Sorcerer's Stone, I didn't notice your exist. Yes, I couldn't resist the power of the main soul at all, and he easily took over the soul body that I had worked so hard to condense. Riddle twitched the corner of his mouth with a very unwilling expression. Even before the final action, he told I will not risk my Horcrux, or even return my body. But I know that Voldemort is not thinking about me, but is worried about the continuation of his own life. He will not risk any Horcrux. I am no different from those Horcruxes without self-awareness. Actually, I also know that the mind that accidentally gave birth to a Horcrux is a burden and a disaster for my suspicious main soul. That is to say, he realized that he might fail in stealing the magic stone, so he is willing to return his soul body to me and let me lurk in the castle to complete his backup plan. Riddle stared into Dracula's eyes, his eyes full of defiance. Riddle used practical actions to show that he was born from the memory of the Dark Lord who cannot be named. He has a similar personality and traits to Voldemort, and he will never be manipulated by others and lose his autonomy. Dracula also looked into Riddle's eyes, with some appreciation in his eyes. Voldemort's character and appearance when he was young were more stylish than the bald man he is now. He chuckled and said, I really don't know what he did later to torture himself to look like that. Although it's hard to accept, I can understand his choice. Riddle said softly, for me, immortality and power are much more important than external things like looks. Ha, it's immortality again. Dracula sneered disdainfully, what's so good about immortality? There are always so many superficial humans who want to pursue it. It's so boring. Riddle was about to retort, but Dracula raised his hand and interrupted what he was about to say. Stop talking about those boring things. Tell me about the time you spent lurking in Hogwarts Castle. Something. Is the backup plan Voldemort gave you just to confuse Harry Potter's mind? Dracula looked at Riddle and asked thoughtfully, I can see that you have obtained Potter's mind. There's a lot of trust and there should be a lot of hands-on opportunities. There are so many opportunities to cause him to die violently by just causing an accident. However, you just do something like bewitching the mind. Isn't it a bit unnecessary? There are other reasons here. Riddle shook his head and explained, I can't kill Harry. My noisy main soul said it himself, asking me to leave Harry Potter to him. So, not only can I not kill Harry directly, I even have to protect him from living well. What's the point of this? Dracula frowned. Is Voldemort so stupid? He must kill a little wizard who is just in his second year just because he failed once? That's not the reason. He's not that stupid yet. Riddle shook his head slightly. Do you know the prophecy that Sybil Trelawney made 12 years ago? Dracula frowned slightly. Of course he knows what a prophecy is. His friend Nico Flamel, who has been a friend for hundreds of years, is an extremely good prophet and can understand the meaning of the prophecy. But 12 years ago, Dracula was still in a deep sleep and had no idea what was happening in the magical world, let alone the prophecy that was listed as a secret by both the Ministry of Magic and the Death Eaters. Damn it, how many magnificent things have happened during the 100 years I have been sleeping. Dracula gritted his teeth bitterly and looked at Riddle with cold eyes. Seeing Dracula's cold eyes, Riddle's expression tightened, and he immediately told the prophecy he knew from the main soul. The one who has the power to defeat the Dark Lord is approaching. Born to the man who has resisted him 3 times, born at the end of July, the Dark Lord will mark him as his great enemy. This is the prophecy that Voldemort learned may not be complete, but it is enough to select qualified candidates. So Voldemort chose Harry Potter as his powerful enemy, went to Godric's Hollow to kill him, but ended up falling under his own death curse. Dracula asked with a strange expression, if it weren't for this prophecy, maybe he wouldn't have failed, right? Yes, this is one of the reasons why I am dissatisfied with him. Riddle said coldly. Instead of trying his best to achieve his goals, he instead believed the prophecies he heard from hearsay and eventually fell into this prophecy. It's really stupid. So, just because of this prophecy, he doesn't allow you to harm Potter? Dracula asked. If this is really the reason, then Voldemort's understanding of the prophecy is too shallow. Want to hear what a real prophet thinks of prophecies? Riddle. He looked at Riddle with a chuckle and asked casually. Dracula did not care that Riddle learned the true meaning of the prophecy, nor did he care about the slight possibility that he might reveal it to Voldemort. Because this kind of knowledge needs to be understood and respected carefully, even if it is revealed to Voldemort himself, it will not make him, a dark wizard who has long lost his original belief, change his mind. On the contrary, it will be more likely to disturb his mind. Thoughts? By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Now Dracula is willing to tell Riddle about the prophecy. He wants to know how different Riddle is from Voldemort and whether it is really helpful. Have you thought about it, Riddle? Dracula asked with a chuckle. The prophecy ability of my prophet friend is not comparable to the current divination professor at Hogwarts. Mr. Dracula, are you willing to tell me such important knowledge? Riddle narrowed his eyes and looked at Dracula in disbelief. I thought it would be difficult to gain your trust. Get my trust. Dracula raised his eyebrows. Then you are overthinking. I can't possibly trust you. I will only consider how much help I can give you based on how much fun you can bring me. Riddle was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. Then please tell me about prophecy, Mr. Dracula. I believe you can also guess who my prophet friend is. Dracula glanced at him with a smile and said, Nicholas Flamel said that the reason why he studied prophecy was not just to pass the time. Boring time, not to accurately predict the future. The meaning of prophecy does not lie in this, but in getting rid of the shackles of fate and letting us know that there are more possibilities in this world, thereby making our lives freer. In short, prophecy is a magic that is meant to help us live our lives, not to constrain our actions. Wait a minute, I have a question. Riddle raised his hand and asked Dracula, now that we know the prophecy, how can we not be bound by it? If we completely put the prophecy aside, it will be different from completely. What difference does it make if there is no wizard who knows the prophecy? Riddle, no matter what the future mentioned in the prophecy looks like, everyone lives in the present. Dracula slowly walked behind the desk and sat comfortably on the sofa while speaking to Riddle said, the present is complete, but prophecy is not. Prophecy is fragmented. It cannot tell us all possibilities in the future, and naturally there is no need for it to interfere too much with our present. For that old guy Nico, the role of prophecy is just a hint and a choice. For me, prophecy is just one of the ways to find a more interesting future. Dracula said, Voldemort's real life was interfered with by the prophecy, so he fell into the prophecy. Unknowingly, the two people in the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office looked like ordinary professors and students. One asked questions and the other answered. There was no trace that one was the Dark Lord's Horcrux and the other was alive. A vampire count who has been around for over 1,000 years. I understand, Professor. Suddenly, the young Riddle used the honorific he had only uttered 60 years ago. All magic is controlled by wizards, not wizards controlled by magic. Not bad, quite savvy. Dracula chuckled, raised a goblet, and took a sip of the bright red wine. But I suggest you replace wizard with magical creature, otherwise you won't be happy about it. Yes, I subconsciously forgot that Professor Dracula is not a wizard. Riddle also changed his words with a smile. For a time, the atmosphere in the office was full of fun, harmony, and friendship, a warm school scene. However, the next moment, this harmonious atmosphere was broken by one sentence. I'm quite sincere in telling you the true meaning of the prophecy, right? Dracula gently placed the wine glass on the table in front of him and said softly, in this case, shouldn't you also tell me something? What about more useful information? Well, I won't embarrass you. I only need to know 3 things. First, what is the most fundamental reason why you betrayed Voldemort? Second, what is Voldemort's purpose of keeping you with Harry Potter? Third, when was the last large-scale operation of the Death Eaters? What activities are there? Wave after wave of dark aura with a strong sense of oppression emanated from Dracula, and the atmosphere in the office quietly became solemn, as if even the air was filled with lead, so heavy that Riddle could not breathe. The wine-red light in Dracula's eyes moved, spinning quietly near the hole, making Riddle feel that all his secrets had nowhere to hide. Staying by Harry's side is actually for his blood. After all, Riddle couldn't bear the heavy pressure in front of him and said honestly, "Father's bones, enemy's blood, servant's flesh, this is resurrection. The only three things needed now are Harry's blood. As for the reason why I chose to betray, it's because I absorbed the soul origin from another Horcrux of the main soul. Sooner or later, he will find out about this." Hearing this, even Dracula glanced at Riddle in surprise. He also didn't expect that this Horcrux diary was so courageous that it directly absorbed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. "What about the last thing?" Dracula asked with interest. "The latest large-scale operation was on Halloween." Riddle said slowly, "Voldemort ordered me to get Harry's blood before then. He would be completely resurrected that night, and then defeat Azkaban in one fell swoop. Ben, rescue his most loyal servant." Riddle looked at Dracula, only to find that Dracula had raised the corners of his mouth exaggeratedly, revealing two sharp side teeth. This is the most common way Dracula behaves when he thinks of something very interesting. "Listen to me, Riddle," Dracula said evilly with an exaggerated smile on his face. "Do you have any ideas about replacing Voldemort?" "Replace it?" Riddle opened his eyes wide. "What does this mean?" "They are also the incomplete soul fragments of Voldemort. He can be completely resurrected through the bones of his father, the blood of his enemies, and the flesh of his servants. So there is no reason why you can't use this to obtain a physical body." Dracula smiled strangely. A light flashes in his eyes from time to time. Riddle looked at Dracula's evil expression and was a little surprised for a moment. But at the same time, he had a strong desire to replace his main soul and obtain a real body. If one day comes, he will no longer need to exist as a humble Horcrux, but can truly become a wizard? "Can I really do that?" After a moment of silence, Riddle finally made up his mind and asked, "Whether it's possible or not, it's okay to give it a try, right?" Dracula raised his glass again and shook it gently. Since Voldemort chose to split his soul, he must also be prepared to have his soul split. Prepare for the repercussions. If you divide your soul into many parts, how much power will remain in Voldemort's main soul? Dracula said to himself as he took a sip of bright red wine. "So what do you need me to do?" Riddle asked. "Don't worry, there's still quite a while before Halloween." Dracula chuckled. "Before that, I have one thing I need your help with." Riddle looked questioning. "Can you write lessons and correct homework?" Dracula asked under Riddle's astonished expression. In the defense against the dark arts class the next day, Dracula had a new assistant. The little wizards looked at the new young and handsome assistant with curiosity. They were all speculating on how such a wizard, who looked to be about 16 years old, could become an assistant teacher in the defense against dark arts class. The other lower grade wizards were a little better. After all, they didn't look older than Riddle, so there wasn't much to say about that. But in the 6th grade defense against the dark arts class, Riddle's 16-year-old face was clearly the same age as the young wizards in the audience. For such a person to have the power of life and death in their daily homework from now on, of course it will make some people feel unconvinced. Slytherin's Marcus Flint was very dissatisfied with a man about his own age becoming an assistant coach, and stood up on the spot and raised questions. "Professor Dracula, I think that such a person who has not studied magic for a few years is not suitable to be our teaching assistant," he said loudly. Dracula looked at the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team with interest, laughing secretly in his heart. He had some impression of this student, because in last year's defense against the Dark Arts Ordinary Wizard level exam, he was the only one to get a T grade, which represented an extremely poor level. He also took the defense against the Dark Arts exam in recent years. Only one T. Dracula couldn't understand how on earth such a scumbag had the courage to question the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. "So do you have any other ideas, Mr. Flint?" he asked with a half-smile. Looking at Professor Dracula's expression on the stage, Flint swallowed secretly. He had already started to back off, but at this moment, another Slytherin student next to him whispered to him, "Marcus, have you forgotten our purpose? We can't let the defense against the Dark Arts class recruit assistants. Do you really want to do your homework?" That's right, the reason why Flint and his classmates questioned Riddle as a teaching assistant was actually just one of the trivial reasons why they were unconvinced. The most important reason is that I don't want to do my homework. After a year of getting along with each other, the students have already figured out Dracula's character. Before recruiting a teaching assistant, he was too lazy to correct homework, and there was a high probability that he would not assign homework at all. Even before the end of last semester, under the strict requirements of Professor McGonagall, Professor Dracula reluctantly found a few teaching assistants to help correct the homework. He himself did not even look at the homework. In addition, in order not to affect the teaching assistant, the workload of those days was actually very small, which made a scumbag like Flint very happy. Thinking of the joints, Flint gritted his teeth and said with force under Dracula's half-smiling gaze, "Professor, I think the person who can become an assistant teacher in the defense against the Dark Arts class must at least have the ability as Quirrell's assistant teacher last year. How strong is Assistant Quirrell?" Dracula played with the wand in his hand, and the expression on his face became more playful. I remember that the information about Assistant Quirrell has been announced. I think you should know that he is a powerful person. The identity of a dark wizard is correct. Do you want Assistant Riddle to have the same strength as Assistant Quirrell? Flint was sweating profusely on his forehead, but for his plan of not doing homework, he could only bite the bullet and said, "That's right, Professor Dracula. I think Assistant Quirrell did a very good job last year, and I don't want to find someone who is not as good as him as an assistant, especially since he is still so young." Dracula shook his head with a smile, turned around and looked at Riddle, who had been watching the show for a long time. "What do you think, Assistant Riddle?" he asked. "Professor, since the students question my strength, why not let me show them a little bit?" Riddle smiled gently and glanced at Flint. Flint looked at this gentle smile, and for some reason, felt a strong chill from it. He probably never dreamed that the powerful dark wizard Assistant Quirrell, whom he used as a shield, could be regarded as a servant of Assistant Riddle on the stage. "No problem." Dracula nodded slightly. "In that case, let's change the teaching method for this class. Everyone, put your textbooks away." The students in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom said they were used to it and stuffed the textbooks back into the drawer very skillfully. "Now, Assistant Coach Riddle will have a friendly duel with you one by one." Dracula smiled maliciously. "I just want to take this opportunity to check out your achievements in the duel club these days." Then, he looked at Riddle and said, "Don't torment them too much. These people will have to attend the duel club party tonight." Riddle nodded slightly, and then walked straight to Flint's position. "Let's start with you, Mr. Flint," he said softly. When the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was in a mess again. Corpses were placed in various corners of the classroom, their eyes rolled white, and they were wearing dirty clothes. "You guys have a good rest at noon, and remember to attend the duel club on time in the evening." Dracula and Riddle walked out of the classroom on time. Before leaving, Dracula did not forget to remind them to join the punctuality club. Outside the classroom, there were already groups of little wizards poking around to inquire about the news. Even though they had seen such a scene in the classroom many times, they still couldn't help but feel chilled. When they heard Professor Dracula's well-intentioned reminder, everyone present shuddered together, and one word quietly came to mind: devil. Fred and George, who had been waiting in the corridor for a long time, slipped into the classroom first, jumping back and forth on the empty space where the body was lying, and soon discovered Percy Weiss among the crowd. "Percy, tell us what we just talked about in this class," Fred asked with curiosity on his face as he shook Percy's body. Did Professor Dracula feel that the training in the duel club was not satisfying enough, or did he return to devil training? George also asked beside him. "No, none." Percy was shaken by Fred, but had no strength to break away, and said intermittently, "Professor Dracula found a new teaching assistant from somewhere. He is just like Dracula. Professor Law is like a devil, he singled out a group of us. No, Assistant Riddle was here when we were in class." Fred saw that Percy was about to faint, so he stopped shaking, "But we clearly don't have this kind of devilish training." At this time, another 6th grade student's speech told them the truth of the matter. "Flint, I'm going to kill you," was the breathless voice of Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "You have nothing to do to provoke. What are you doing to provoke Assistant Riddle? What harm? We all duel with him." Fred and George looked at each other and silently added the new assistant coach Riddle to their blacklist of pranks. At the same time, in the principal's office, "Albus, I would like to know the identity of Professor Dracula's latest teaching assistant." Professor McGonagall, wearing a top hat, hurried in and asked seriously, "I always think he looks familiar, and the familiarity with him doesn't seem to be a positive impression." "Albus, who is this Assistant Riddle?" Dumbledore was revising a document about Horcruxes. When he saw Professor McGonagall arriving, he silently put the document away. "You may have remembered it wrong, Minerva," he said with a smile. "I have no impression of Assistant Riddle." "Oh, I know, maybe he looks a bit like you decades ago. A handsome muggle first love." "I'm not kidding you, Albus," Professor McGonagall said angrily after hearing Dumbledore's inappropriate remarks. "Minerva, I'm not kidding." Dumbledore still kept a smiling expression. "If you think about it carefully, they are both handsome. Maybe they are actually a bit similar. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll look for it myself." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and glared at him angrily, then walked down the spiral staircase of the principal's office in a hurry, and went to look for clues by herself. Looking at Professor McGonagall leaving, Dumbledore sighed softly. Using this inappropriate way to piss off Professor McGonagall could indeed change the subject very quickly, but he didn't know how long he could keep it a secret from her, or whether it would have any other adverse effects. Dracula's sudden decision to make Riddle his assistant really caught Dumbledore off guard. Although Voldemort's face had been distorted into a human shape more than 40 years ago, few people in the wizarding world now know what he looked like when he was young. But wizards generally live long lives, and there are always some wizards who experienced Voldemort's student days who are still alive. Not to mention the wizarding world, just in Hogwarts Castle alone, there are several wizards who know what Voldemort looked like when he was young. Excluding Dumbledore himself, Professor Kettleben, who has been a professor of care of magical creatures for more than 60 years, was one of the professors who taught Tom Riddle. Fortunately, as a Horcrux, Riddle does not need to go to the auditorium to eat, so he has not yet met Professor Kettleben, who always teaches outdoors. But not only that, the current gamekeeper Hagrid also knew Riddle and was even very impressed by him. Back then, Riddle reported Rubius Hagrid, who was still a third-year wizard, making the professors at Hogwarts think that the acromantula secretly raised by Hagrid was a murderous monster. Because of this, Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts, and Riddle won the Special Contribution Award to the school. Even Professor McGonagall, who didn't have a deep impression of Riddle, only entered school less than 10 years later than this outstanding alumna. There will always be many opportunities to learn about the legend of Tom Riddle and even witness him. The face of youth. Dumbledore took out the documents he had just put away from the drawer and examined the plan that Dracula had briefly introduced to him. He actually knew that making Voldemort's Horcrux an assistant was probably not part of the plan, but just another way for Dracula to have fun. But Dumbledore finally decided to indulge Dracula's willfulness for once. Because he knew that only if Dracula truly enjoyed the plan would he follow the plan and lead Voldemort to a dead end step by step. He would not feel bored midway and choose to quit on his own initiative. For Dumbledore, it was a blessing to have a professor like Dracula, who could add a powerful combat force to the plan to eliminate Voldemort, but it was also a misfortune to have such a vampire who was not willing to follow the law. Dracula was beyond Dumbledore's control from beginning to end, and no one could know what outrageous thing he would do next. Amidst the whispers of the portraits and the soft cry of the phoenix, Dumbledore gently folded the document in his hand and placed it in a drawer full of desserts. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. He sighed and burned the parchment on the other table to ashes. That was his original plan. Dumbledore knew that there were too many contingencies in his original plan, and it was difficult to guarantee the success rate of finally destroying Voldemort. It was also difficult to truly save the life of Harry Potter, who had become half a Horcrux. The price may have been too great, so great that he finally chose another plan that was not completely under his control. October is coming quickly. October this year was extremely cold, with a damp chill permeating the Scottish Highlands and penetrating into Hogwarts Castle from the outside. Amid the frigid temperatures, a sudden outbreak of colds among staff and students left the head nurse, Madame Pomfrey, scrambling. To this end, she prepared a large amount of refreshments in the school infirmary, and posted notices in the common rooms of the 4 colleges of the castle and the staff lounges, asking faculty and students who had colds to go to the school on the 4th floor in time. Get a pick-me-up at the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey's refreshing potion has an almost immediate effect, but those who drink it will have smoke coming from their ears for several hours. Fred and George fell for it. The lively twins who came to West House had a very wide social circle and often went to various colleges to bet with others, so they quickly caught colds from other infected people. Unlike other little wizards who suffer from colds, Fred and George became even more excited after being infected with the cold. They rushed to the school infirmary immediately and asked for 2 bottles of refreshing potion, and drank it immediately. The next second, streams of steam came out from under their bright red hair, and their whole heads seemed to be on fire. The 2 troublemakers were having fun until the effects of the medicine wore off. They wanted to go to the school infirmary to get 2 more bottles of refreshing potion, but they were discovered and Madame Pomfrey chased them out with a broomstick. One afternoon, Dracula had just finished teaching a defense against the dark arts lesson to the 2nd grade wizards. He put away his wand and was admiring the teachings written by Riddle on the podium. Even though the class just now unknowingly deviated from the existing teaching plan, Dracula had to admit that Riddle's teachings were quite good, and the handwriting was very beautiful, clear, and neat. It was simply better than Toolman Quirrell is even more worry-free to use. At this time, Riddle was also in the defense against the dark arts classroom, coming to Dracula with a thick stack of parchment papers. Those papers were the students' homework, all assigned by Riddle. Riddle, who had almost all the experience of Voldemort's student days, easily defeated the actions of students who wanted to exclude him from the teaching assistant position. After all, Flint and other scumbag students' plan to get rid of their homework was not successfully realized, and they even suffered a lot for it. In fact, Tom Riddle, as a Slytherin who was born in an orphanage, suffered from rejection and disgust from purebloods in his early years at Hogwarts. But in this case, he relied on his unique methods, both soft and hard, to successfully conquer a large number of Slytherin's so-called pureblood nobles. At that time, Abraxas Malfoy, Avery, and Strange all became the first early Death Eaters. The tricks played by Marcus Flint and others today are all left over from their grandfather's generation, so naturally they cannot be Riddle's opponent. So after the 9 months when Dracula promised not to leave any homework, Riddle, as a teaching assistant, immediately took over the power of life and death in assigning homework, making the little wizards who were unwilling to do homework miserable. Professor Dracula, the homework has been collected. Riddle came to the podium and said to Dracula, "Everyone is very conscious today. Can they be unconscious? You came to your door one by one for those who didn't hand in their homework yesterday." Dracula smiled casually. "In the future, you can make your own decisions about homework, and you don't need to report to me. Please." "I know." Riddle nodded. At this time, the 3 Gryffindors, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, packed their school bags and stood up from their seats. Before leaving through the door at the back of the defense against the dark arts classroom, Harry still carried his bag and came to the front of the podium to say hello to Dracula and Riddle. "See you in the next class, Professor Dracula." Harry waved, and then turned his expectant eyes to Riddle. "Tom, after the duel club ends tonight, can I still study alone with you?" "Of course, we are friends." Riddle smiled gently at Harry. Harry's expression immediately became excited, and he ran towards Hermione and Ron, who were waiting at the door of the classroom. So, you have already taken care of Harry. Dracula looked at Harry's leaving figure in surprise and asked Riddle. He clearly remembered that when he first learned that Tom Riddle had become the assistant defense against the dark arts teacher, Harry was extremely repulsive and confused about the matter. Dracula was too lazy to deal with the young wizard's emotional problems, but letting Harry reveal Riddle's identity was not very suitable for the stability of this course. So he assigned Riddle a task to deal with Harry's rejection and stabilize his status as a teaching assistant. It's done. Riddle chuckled. Harry is still too naive after all. I told him that I am just an aggregation of Voldemort's partial memories. Now I have been subdued by Professor Dracula and stand on the side of justice. On the other hand, he just believed it stupidly. I guess it's not that simple. Dracula shook his head. Although Potter is a bit reckless, he is still quite smart overall. Of course, there are other details. Riddle had a slightly sarcastic smile on his face. Harry just cares too much about feelings. I just retaught him some magic in the same way as a diary knowledge. He once again thought of his diary friend named Tom. Dracula fell silent. Potter has probably regarded you as a friend, Riddle. After a moment, he said softly, now that you have become a teaching assistant at Hogwarts and have decided to turn against Voldemort, you actually already have, and Potter's stance on making friends. Don't disappoint the little wizard too much, Riddle. Dracula looked deeply at the black-haired young man in front of him, his tone solemn. Riddle was stunned for a moment, looking at Dracula, who suddenly changed his tone, and suddenly realized what his problem was. He had yet to completely change his mindset and put himself on the side of the Hogwarts staff. Faced with the naive and gullible character of the young wizards, Riddle did not correct them with the attitude of a teacher and try to teach them the principles of life. Instead, he first developed emotions such as ridicule and joking, and used to kind of watch this scene with the mentality of watching a drama. This mentality of still treating himself as an outsider is completely unpopular with Dracula. But Dracula is different. Although he often observes every move of the little wizards with the attitude of watching a play, he still has a little bit of professionalism in him after all. On the one hand, he had already agreed to Nico Flamel's appointment as a professor at Hogwarts, so naturally he would not want the students he taught to be inferior to others. This would make him lose face in front of his old friends. This is one of the reasons why Dracula is very unhappy with the high failure rate of defense against the dark arts. On the other hand, Dracula actually thinks like this in his heart. Isn't it enough to have a theatergoer in Hogwarts Castle? Tom Riddle is just a Horcrux. Why should he look at his students with the attitude of watching a drama? So Dracula immediately suppressed Riddle. I understand, Professor Dracula. Riddle lowered his head and said softly, I will not let Harry be disappointed in me. Just understand. Dracula nodded non-committally, turned and walked towards the stairs leading to the defense against the dark arts professor's office in front of the classroom. When he was about to reach the door, he seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned back again and looked at Riddle, who was still standing on the podium. The next gathering of Death Eaters will be in 2 days, right? Dracula asked. Riddle was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, yes, it will be this Saturday night. By the way, Professor Dracula, Potions Professor Severus Snape is Voldemort's most trusted subordinate now. If he tells Voldemort that I became an assistant, it might make Voldemort suspicious of me. What you want is to make him doubt you. Dracula suddenly interrupted Riddle. What? Riddle was shocked. Don't worry, in the gathering of Death Eaters, as long as you follow the words I told you, everything will be fine. Dracula said, believe me, the plan has been going on step by step. In Riddle's confused eyes, he opened the door and walked into his office. Then, an extremely playful smile appeared on Dracula's lips. Riddle, Malfoy, Snape. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Voldemort's expression will look like when he learns the truth. It was 12 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, the night was deep, the sky was overcast, there was no moonlight, no stars could be seen, and the sky was pitch black. It was as if Malfoy Manor couldn't afford to pay for lamp oil. There were no lights on in the living room, and it was almost as dim as the night outside. Voldemort played with his wand with his slender fingers like spider legs and walked on the thick carpet without making a sound. Lucius Malfoy had already sent his wife Narcissa back to the bedroom, and stood tremblingly in the living room alone, waiting for the arrival of the Dark Lord. You are quite punctual, Lucius. Voldemort said softly. His scarlet eyes were particularly obvious in the dim light. I just don't know if others are as punctual as you. He gently raised the wand, and Lucius consciously rolled up the cuff of his left arm, revealing a skull swallowing a snake's head. Voldemort suddenly exerted force, and the wand instantly poked the skull of the dark mark on Lucius's left arm. The dark mark instantly turned as bright red as blood. Lucius gritted his teeth tightly, enduring the burning pain of the dark mark and the sharp pain of the wand piercing his arm. With a bang and bang sound, one after another Death Eaters in black robes operated into the living room of Malfoy Manor and sat down in their respective seats. Voldemort pulled the wand out of Lucius's arm and looked around the long table in the living room. Taking this opportunity, Lucius returned to his seat with a cold sweat on his face and sat next to Yaxley. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. If I'm not mistaken, one of us has not yet arrived. Voldemort said in a very soft voice, which made the Death Eaters present shiver. At this moment, a young and handsome black-haired figure suddenly appeared in the dim living room and came to Voldemort's side. Sorry, I'm a step late, Riddle said softly. It doesn't matter, just come. Seeing Riddle's arrival, Voldemort slowly showed a smile. Now that everyone is here, let's get started with today's main topic. After saying that, he couldn't wait to look at Riddle beside him. Have you brought what I want? Riddle was silent for 2 seconds. I haven't got it yet, he replied calmly. Visible to the naked eye, the smile on Voldemort's face disappeared, and his expression instantly darkened, just like the dark night outside. There was a collective silence in the living room of Malfoy Manor. However, before Voldemort could completely burst into anger, Riddle spoke again. Although I haven't got it yet, I have found the exact method, he said solemnly. Now, I have completely gained Harry Potter's trust, and I have an hour alone with him every day. So what does this mean? Voldemort said coldly. Don't you have any time alone with Potter during the summer vacation? This is different. Riddle said, I didn't fully gain Harry Potter's trust before, so there were many methods that I couldn't use. But it's different now. With Harry Potter completely trusting me, I can let him use a special bottle to collect the missing blood and give it to me. As long as I can get Dracula to pay more attention to this side, lighten up a little, and I can get Potter's blood right away. Voldemort frowned and looked at Snape, who was sitting first on his right. Severus, tell me, is there anything wrong with what my clone said? He asked. No problem. Snape glanced at Riddle indifferently and said, your clone has now become the assistant teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. He has time to tutor Harry Potter alone every day. It is indeed very enjoyable. His trust. So there is nothing wrong with what he just said. But Snape suddenly changed to a more serious tone. The Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts is Dracula? I don't believe that your clone can hide from Dracula and become his openly assistant teacher. So what do you mean? Voldemort asked. His voice seemed extremely low. What I mean is, your clone has probably been discovered by Dracula, and the clone sitting here now may have been tampered with by him. Snape looked directly into Riddle's eyes with sharp eyes. What if I say, I wasn't tampered with by Dracula? Under Snape's sharp eyes, Riddle also stared back coldly. That's just your one-sided statement. Snape was unmoved. His eyes were very cold and empty, like 2 dark tunnels. The two looked at each other with cold eyes, and the air between them seemed to freeze. Okay, Severus, Tom, you two can stop now. Voldemort's voice suddenly sounded from the front of the living room of Malfoy Manor, interrupting the almost frozen atmosphere. Severus, there is no need to doubt my clone anymore, he said. I have already confirmed that he has not been manipulated by Dracula and can still be completely trusted. Snape's eyes froze for a moment, and then he slowly moved his eyes back to the table in front of him. I understand, Master, he said softly. Riddle tilted his lips at Snape and showed a provocative look, but received no response. He curled his lips in annoyance, but in his heart he was very disdainful of Voldemort's assurance just now in front of everyone. Riddle knew that Voldemort must have quietly checked whether there was anything wrong with his soul fragment while he and Snape were looking at each other. Voldemort's willingness to believe in Riddle was never because of his trust in him, but simply because of his confidence in himself. Whether the soul fragments in the Horcrux have been tampered with or not, he can't make any mistakes at close range. However, what Voldemort did not expect was that Dracula did not do anything to Riddle at all. Dracula just bewitched him with words, and made Riddle, the Horcrux diary, betray Voldemort's camp and join Dracula's team. After joining Dracula's team, both Snape's report and Voldemort's test frightened Riddle. He was afraid that Voldemort would know about his absorption of another Horcrux, and he was also afraid that Snape would expose his defection to Dracula. Riddle spent the short meeting in a state of trembling nervousness. That is to say, Riddle inherited Voldemort's memory, possessing strong acting talent and adaptability, and was able to barely cope with Snape's cold gaze and Voldemort's inspection. In order to prevent himself from being exposed, he quickly made an excuse and said goodbye. In order to avoid being discovered by Dracula, I cannot leave Hogwarts for too long. Riddle said, are there any other more important things? Leave first without me. There is nothing more important. Voldemort thought for a moment and said to Riddle in a deep voice, your only mission, which is extremely important to us, is to bring me what I want before Halloween. Riddle nodded silently, and then disappeared. After leaving Malfoy Manor, he breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly returned to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office at Hogwarts. Are you saying, Snape is definitely on Voldemort's side? Dracula held a lollipop in his mouth and looked at Riddle with interest, who still looked a little scared. How did you find out in just a few minutes? Not long after this Death Eater meeting started, Snape pointed the finger at me. Riddle said in shock, I thought he would at least hide something for me. As Hogwarts' assistant coach, I can at least be considered his colleague. But he didn't? He exposed the fact that I was working for you as soon as he came up, and encouraged Voldemort to no longer believe my words. If I hadn't been a fragment of his soul and still maintained a normal state, Voldemort would probably you really have to suspect me. Riddle recounted Snape's performance at the Death Eater gathering in detail, and then looked closely into Dracula's eyes. Professor Dracula, only by getting rid of Snape, the spy, can I work for you more safely, he said seriously. I know. Dracula nodded casually, took the lollipop stick out of his mouth, and threw it into the trash can nearby. Seeing that Riddle was still standing there, he waved his hand casually and said, go back and rest first. I will handle this matter. Dracula's nonchalant attitude made Riddle's expression stiffen. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only leave the office with a cold face. What are you going to do next? Watching Riddle leave, Dracula opened the window boredly and admired Hogwarts Castle in the night. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office is located in the overall rectangular teaching area, on the east side of the third floor, and is connected to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, which is adjacent to the east corridor on the second floor. Looking to the southwest side of the castle from the lower third floor, you can see an extremely tall and magnificent cylindrical building, that is the main tower of Hogwarts Castle. The main tower has a total of 8 floors, each floor is very high. The top floor is a wide spire covered with tiles, full of simple and elegant style. The spire is connected to 3 small towers that rise in sequence, which is the Hogwarts Principal's office on the 8th floor of the main tower. In this late night, in the dim and dark night, there are no stars in the sky, almost all the lights in Hogwarts Castle have been extinguished, and the world is dark. With his excellent night vision, Dracula's office did not turn on the lights, blending in with the deep night. However, the 3 small towers outside the spire of the main tower shone faintly, adding a bit of color to the night. It seems that tonight is not so boring. Dracula raised his lips. He stepped lightly on the windowsill and jumped into the dark night. In this dim night, Dracula did not have to avoid the eyes of the little wizards at all. He spread out a pair of broad wings and flew lightly in the protective color of the night. In this cold weather, the window of the principal's office was not closed. A candle was placed on the windowsill, swaying gently in the wind. Dracula's figure quietly appeared next to the candle, blocking the rare light in the night. "Ah, you're here, Professor Dracula." Dumbledore gently adjusted the glasses on his crooked nose and smiled happily. "It's cold today, please help me close the window when you get down. You seem to have been waiting for me here for a long time." Dracula frowned slightly, jumped down from the window frame lightly, and closed the window. "Ah, it didn't take long. When Severus left, I opened the window and waited for you to come over." Dumbledore rubbed his cold and red hands. "I am really old, and I still feel like closing the window warmer. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Mind if I light a fireplace?" Before Dracula could agree, Dumbledore waved his wand and lit the fireplace next to his desk. Green flames rose high from the fireplace, and the room suddenly became warm. "Tell me, what are you staying up so late to tell me?" Dracula glanced at the fireplace burning with green flames, and lay down skillfully on the sofa next to the sorting hat. "If you want me to tell you, you should really learn from that old guy Nico's routine. He goes to bed at around 8 o'clock every night and gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning. He is over 600 years old and can still walk on his own," Dracula said with a chuckle. "To be honest, I also envy Nico's leisurely life." Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. Originally, he had to worry about others coveting the legendary Sorcerer's Stone, but now that he has given it to you for safekeeping, the last worry is gone. Now he doesn't have to worry about anything. He only needs to watch dramas and study magic every day to live a comfortable life. How can you feel comfortable doing those repetitive things every day? Dracula disagreed, but his boring life did make his work and rest more regular. If possible, which old man would be willing to stay up late? But I have no other solution. If I don't solve Voldemort's problem, I won't be able to sleep or eat well, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore had a smile in his eyes and looked deeply at Dracula. "If you feel sorry for me, an old man, you can just promise to help me get rid of Voldemort. Then I won't have to stay up late like those energetic young people," he said with a smile. "If I feel sorry for you as an old man, who will feel sorry for me as an old man?" Dracula shrugged. "Voldemort, that troublesome noseless guy, although he has no brains, he has prepared a lot of spare life for himself. I won't take on such a troublesome task for myself just looking for trouble." "You are joking, Professor Dracula." Dumbledore smiled, covered his mouth and yawned. "Which old man can stay so energetic like you without sleeping for several days?" Dracula closed his eyes, too lazy to go back and forth with Dumbledore, the old fox, and say those useless words. "Tell me, what do you want to tell me?" he asked straight to the point. "Don't worry, there's still one of us who hasn't arrived yet." Dumbledore looked at the fireplace next to him and said with a chuckle. On the other side, in the living room of Malfoy Manor, after Riddle left, the remaining Death Eaters continued the previous gathering. "Do you understand the next plan?" Voldemort's scarlet eyes glanced around the Death Eaters present and asked coldly. "Understood, Master." The Death Eaters present all replied solemnly. "Very good, then let's discuss everyone's main tasks in this operation." Voldemort stared into everyone's eyes one by one until they were so frightened that cold sweat broke out on their heads, and then he slowly said the next sentence. "Start with you, Severus." Voldemort pointed his wand at Snape, who was sitting in the first place on his right. "Tell me how to accomplish your mission there." Snape nodded expressionlessly. "I will stay at Hogwarts, casting a spell on the coming and going owls and magical messages, blocking Dracula and Dumbledore's access to information." He said calmly, "If Dumbledore and Dracula have if they want to leave the castle, I will do my best to stop their movements and use other things to try to hold them back until our operation is over." "Severus is right." Voldemort's hoarse voice sounded. "Dracula and Dumbledore are the 2 biggest obstacles in our plan. We must delay them before we can succeed." Although we have 2 undercover agents in Hogwarts, my clone has other tasks, so only then can you hold off these 2 obstacles. Severus, for the sake of keeping your identity confidential, you don't have to participate in this operation on the spot. Voldemort said solemnly, all you need to do is try your best to hold off Dracula and Dumbledore for as long as possible. The better. Snape nodded slowly. Yaxley, where is the Ministry of Magic? Voldemort suddenly turned his head and looked to his left. Yaxley was different from other Death Eaters who were covered in black. His black robe was embroidered with gorgeous and complicated patterns, which seemed to highlight his unique temperament as one of the 28 saints. Voldemort's sudden question startled him. Yaxley shuddered subconsciously, then realized what he was doing and began to introduce his work content. I have bribed the Aurors and observers stationed in Azkaban at the end of October. They thought I was just visiting those members of the Yaxley family who were in prison. But how can those imprisoned trash be worthy of my visit? He sneered. At that time, I will destroy the communication devices between Azkaban and the Ministry of Magic when they are not paying attention, and cut them off. The possibility of finding reinforcements. In addition, I have already written the impeachment papers against Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour. I will hand them over to Fudge as soon as we break Azkaban. With the virtue of that idiot Fudge, he must not mind weakening the influence of 2 political rivals. At the same time, doing so can not only please our Yaxley family, but also get rid of the incident of being breached in Azkaban. It's the best of all 3. My promotion to the 1st or 2nd position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is a sure thing. You have accomplished your mission well. Voldemort nodded approvingly. When I take over the magical world, you will be the next Minister of Magic. Yaxley showed a fanatical expression at the right time and knelt on the ground to express his loyalty to Voldemort. Lucius sat second on the left, watching with great disgust as the head of the family, who was also one of the 28 holy clans, knelt down to Voldemort, completely forgetting how he licked Voldemort's toes at that time. Lucius, where are you? Voldemort's cold voice suddenly sounded in Lucius's ears. Lucius took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, I have already prepared all the Malfoy family's property, and our relationship with the Ministry of Magic has been sorted out. Even if the family wealth is dissipated, the Master's handover must be completed. The mission given to me. While the Death Eaters were still secretly holding meetings at Malfoy Manor, there was a different atmosphere in the principal's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore, hasn't the person you're waiting for come here yet? Dracula leaned on the sofa boredly and yawned lazily. You just added a few handfuls of Floo powder to the fireplace. How serious? Floo fans don't want money. He glanced at the fireplace, which had been burning green flames, with a strange expression. Although the price of Floo powder has remained unchanged for hundreds of years, and has been sold at the rate of 2 sickles per spoon for a long time, it is really nothing to a great wizard like Dumbledore who is not short of money, but Dumbledore adds it every once in a while. The Floo fan's behavior does seem a bit not very smart. Ahem, maybe something went wrong. Dumbledore was about to reach out for the jar containing Floo powder, but he couldn't help but froze in midair when he heard Dracula's question. Without the supplement of Floo powder, the flames in the fireplace finally could no longer maintain their green form and turned back to their original red color. Professor Dracula, hasn't Tom Riddle's Horcrux returned? Dumbledore turned to look at Dracula and asked, that doesn't make sense. Isn't the meeting of the Death Eaters over yet? So you are waiting for Snape, right? Dracula curled his lips and looked at Dumbledore with disdain. Riddle left the Death Eater gathering early to prevent his identity from being exposed. It will take some time for others. After all, he is Voldemort's Horcrux, so it is normal for him to receive some special treatment. Dracula thought Dumbledore was waiting for some important wizard, and his tone was mysterious. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore just sensed Riddle's return and thought that the undercover agent he had placed in the Death Eater camp was about to return, so he used a special Floo powder to open direct access to the Hogwarts principal's office. Ah, so that's it. Dumbledore smiled awkwardly and withdrew his hand from the Floo powder jar. It seems we have to wait a while longer. I don't know what Professor Dracula is interested in. Are you interested in wizard chess? He casually took out a wizard's chessboard and started to pass the time with nothing to say. You want to play wizard chess with me? Dracula showed a very strange expression. Are you sure? Is there any problem, Professor Dracula? Dumbledore glanced at Dracula strangely, feeling that his expression was strange for no reason. It's okay, come on. Dracula slowly raised the corners of his mouth and stood up from the sofa. He sat directly in front of Dumbledore's desk, looking at the wizard's chessboard on the table, quietly becoming interested in it. 5 minutes later, Dumbledore looked at the situation on the chess game in front of him and fell into deep self-doubt. He believed that with his high IQ and judgment, as well as his experience in participating in wizard chess competitions when he was young, he could be considered a pretty good chess player. Although the global wizarding war started by Grindelwald has become increasingly busy since the outbreak, and there is little chance to play small things like wizard chess, but it is not like being played to the point of being unable to fight back. Professor Dracula, I didn't know you were a professional chess player. Dumbledore looked at the silver-haired man in front of him with a playful expression and said helplessly, no wonder you look so confident, but I'm asking for it. It was a bitter experience. I'm not interested in becoming a professional chess player. Dracula shook his head happily, but I do have some experience in things like wizard chess that kill time. In the more than 1,000 years that Dracula has experienced, he has been bored for a long time, trying to find various things that can pass the time. Wizard chess, a game that was born in India a long time ago, is one of the things he has studied. In fact, during his 1,000-year life, Dracula had long been tired of playing games like wizard chess. He had thoroughly studied various ideas and methods of playing chess, and he had long since become too lazy to play chess with others. But Dumbledore's sudden invitation made Dracula suddenly interested. Being able to defeat a great wizard in a unique way like wizard chess sounds like a lot of fun. Seeing that Dumbledore hadn't moved for a long time, the magic chess pieces on the chessboard had begun to make noise. Queen, why don't you point out the next step quickly? I've been waiting for a long time. King, why don't you vote? It's boring. Knight, we are about to fight to the death, why does your majesty surrender first? Soldier. Dumbledore looked at the chirping chess pieces on the chessboard with a dark look on his face. He raised and lowered his hand, wondering if there was any chance of a comeback. At this moment, the flame in the fireplace in the principal's office suddenly swayed rhythmically. Ah, it seems Severus is coming back. Dumbledore immediately noticed the movement of the flames and stood up as if he had been granted amnesty. He put away the wizard chess piece very quickly, covering up the chess game with no chance of winning at lightning speed. Ahem, Professor Dracula, it seems that we don't have time to decide the winner today, so why not fight another day? Dumbledore coughed lightly and said to Dracula, who had not yet reacted. Dracula. Just now he was enjoying the old principal's embarrassed expression with great interest. Why did he lose his chess piece inadvertently? However, Dumbledore didn't give Dracula a chance to protest. He reached out and grabbed a handful of special flue powder and threw it into the fireplace. The flame in the fireplace immediately burned with green light. A greasy wizard walked out of the flames with a cold expression. His long black hair was draped on both sides like a curtain. In the middle was a grey-yellow face, a hooked nose and a pair of dark eyes. Welcome back, Severus. Dumbledore asked enthusiastically, did you learn anything from today's Death Eater gathering? Snape's dark eyes looked at Dumbledore, his eyebrows raised slightly, as if he was wondering why the old headmaster was suddenly so enthusiastic today. Of course, what Snape didn't know was that Dumbledore was a little embarrassed by the wizard's chess game just now, and now he just used him as a tool to change the subject. Dracula, why are you here? Snape did not answer Dumbledore's question, but turned his head to look at Dracula sitting at his desk. Why, aren't you welcome to me? Dracula stood up from the chair, walked to Snape with a chuckle, and looked deeply into his eyes. It seems that your undercover operation was very successful, Snape. Professor Neep, I'm very curious about how you managed to fool Voldemort almost perfectly. Even Voldemort's clone told me that you were definitely on the side of the Death Eaters. Dracula showed a meaningful expression and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Also, how did you manage to infiltrate the Death Eater camp and gain such deep trust from Principal Dumbledore at the same time? Snape looked at the wine-red light flowing in Dracula's eyes, pursed his lips tightly, and fell silent. No trace of emotion could be seen on his face. The situation now becomes a little complicated. Not only does Snape distrust Dracula, thinking that he is just an outsider who has only been at Hogwarts for a year, similarly, Dracula also does not trust Snape very much. Because he was confirmed as a Death Eater by Riddle himself? Severus, Professor Dracula, you two don't have to question each other like this. Just when the air fell into silence, Dumbledore suddenly said, Severus, Professor Dracula is absolutely trustworthy. You can safely tell him what happened at today's Death Eater gathering. Dumbledore looked at Snape and nodded lightly to him. After choosing to replace his own plan with Dracula's plan to destroy Voldemort, Dumbledore knew that all future information could no longer be hidden from the defense against the dark arts professor. Otherwise, there will only be more information gaps between the two people, and even some resentment. So Dumbledore didn't hesitate to tell Snape that he could tell Dracula the information he learned at the Death Eater gathering. Then, Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Dracula. Professor Dracula, I also fully trust Severus. He said softly, Severus being recognized by Voldemort is not a reason for us to doubt him, but should be used as our capital to fight against Voldemort. I would like to ask, Mr. Headmaster, why do you fully trust Professor Snape? Dracula asked the question with great interest, regardless of whether Dumbledore was willing to answer or not. I am not sure about this matter. I've been curious for a long time. After asking this question, Dracula noticed that Snape's expression changed subtly. As far as I know, Professor Snape was a die-hard Death Eater back then. Dracula raised the corners of his mouth, staring into Snape's eyes as deep as a dark tunnel. Why did you betray him so suddenly? He defeated Voldemort and gained Principal Dumbledore's trust so suddenly. There must be something I don't know about. Dracula looked deeply into Snape's eyes, and then sighed with regret. Snape had indeed learned occlumency very well, and there was nothing useful that could be found in his eyes. No wonder he can be an excellent undercover agent deep into the Death Eater camp. These things have nothing to do with you, Dracula. Snape finally couldn't bear it anymore, gritted his teeth tightly, and said word by word, if I were you, I would definitely take care of my own business first. What a pity, Professor Snape, but you are not me. Dracula did not feel dissatisfied at all, but smiled and said, if you were me, you would understand how boring I am. It's rare to be able to if you find something interesting, of course you have to explore it to the end. Snape's expression became even more gloomy, and he clenched the wand in his hand tightly, as if he wanted to hit Dracula in the face with a magic weapon at any time. But then he remembered the scenes of being defeated by Dracula several times, so he turned his head with a stiff expression, choosing not to look at Dracula's irritating face, out of sight and out of mind. Albus, I think we need to be ready. Snape looked at Dumbledore and said in a deep voice. Is Voldemort determined about his next move? Dumbledore's expression also became serious. Yes, the Dark Lord asked us to take action on Halloween. Snape said seriously, nearly all the elite Death Eaters will be dispatched to break through Azkaban's defense and rescue the Dark Lord's most loyal servants. Later, Snape told Dumbledore Voldemort's plan in detail. Snape himself held back 2 professors at Hogwarts, Yaxley bribed officials from the Ministry of Magic, and Lucius used connections and money to build relationships. Actually, after learning the detailed plan, this operation of the Death Eaters can be easily sabotaged. Snape said, as long as you 2 can arrive in time, the Dark Lord will not have enough power to break Azkaban defense. No. Dumbledore categorically rejected Snape's statement. Voldemort's plan can indeed be easily broken, but the gain outweighs the losses. He looked deeply at Snape and said in a very serious tone, if Voldemort's plan is destroyed so easily by us, he will be easily defeated. It's easy to find out that there are undercover agents in the Death Eater camp. Severus, the premise of all our actions is to protect your own identity first. I know. Snape said softly, I can't stop the Death Eater's other actions for the time being, but I can pretend that I haven't delayed you, and the news of the reign of the Dark Lord will be leaked a little later. Even the Dark Lord knows that there are very few things that can be hidden from Dumbledore. He can't be harsh on me on this matter. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. But even this will reduce his trust in you. Dumbledore frowned and shook his head slightly. He looked at Dracula who was bored next to him. Maybe we can find a better way. What do you think, Professor Dracula? Dracula crossed his arms and casually sat back on the chair in front of his desk, looking indifferent. Isn't it the exposure of the undercover that you are worried about? He crossed his legs and raised the corners of his mouth happily. Actually, we don't just have one undercover. You mean? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Just do what you have to do. Dracula waved his hand and said decisively, for example, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic, the director of the Auror Office, etc. You should inform them all, and the same goes for the Aurors and observers stationed in Azkaban, replace all those who have accepted bribes. Anyway, according to the original plan, Riddle's involvement in our camp will be exposed soon, so why not let him be exposed more thoroughly? And after Voldemort learns about a certain undercover agent, he will probably be more relaxed about the investigation of other undercover agents, which can be regarded as making the best use of Riddle. That's the advantage of having more undercover agents. Time comes and goes in a hurry like riding on a playful animal. The end of October is coming soon. The day before Halloween, the sun had just set from the end of the Black Lake, and the pitch-black night gradually pushed away the afterglow of the evening sun, wrapping the entire sky like a black curtain. This is the Halloween that countless wizards have been waiting for. There is an underground classroom specially set up for ghosts in Hogwarts, filled with hundreds of milky white, translucent figures. Most of them wandered around in the crowded shabby dance hall, waltzing in response to the terrible and trembling sounds. This yin music is produced by a musical instrument called a music saw. This unique instrument is often played with just a bow, producing a thrilling sound that sounds like 1,000 fingernails scraping against a giant blackboard. The band playing the saw was sitting on a stage covered with black cloth. A chandelier above their heads imitated the structure of the Hogwarts Great Hall. It also lit 1,000 candles, but it was not as bright and majestic as the Great Hall. Instead, it emitted a faint blue light at midnight. Now, this ghost territory has ushered in 3 unharmonious figures. Their breaths formed clouds of mist in front of them, as if they had walked into a refrigerator. Obviously, these are 3 living people who have sneaked into the ghost party. Harry, so why did you agree to the nearly headless Nick to attend his death anniversary party? Ron shivered and tightened his clothes around himself. It's cold, eerie, and scary here, instead of staying there. Here, I would rather face the big Halloween spider at the door of the auditorium. Harry nodded in understanding. He thought that agreeing to come here to attend nearly headless Nick's death anniversary party was one of the most wrong decisions he made this year. The other students in the school must have gone to the Halloween dinner happily, and the auditorium had been decorated as usual. The huge pumpkin planted by Hagrid was carved into lanterns, big enough to accommodate 3 people. Sit inside. What he regretted most was the rumor that Dumbledore had booked a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. Although the skeleton dance group is definitely not as surprising as last year's star vampire singer Lorcan Demeans, it is at least much better than the yin music pulled out by the band Ghost with a musical saw. At this time, the almost headless Nick escaped from the crowd of ghosts in the underground classroom and faced the 3 Harrys who had just walked through the door. Ah, my dear friend, he said with a very sad tone and very happy words in a black velvet curtain. Welcome, welcome, I am so happy that you can come. He took off his feathered hat and bowed gracefully to them. Welcome to my 500th death anniversary party, said the almost headless Nick. What an honor that 4 living people will come to this party of ghosts. 4 living people. Harry was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked into the depths of the underground classroom. In the gloomy environment, he saw a figure with silver hair standing on the ground, which was in sharp contrast to the ghosts floating around. Professor Dracula. The three of them exclaimed at the same time. They thought that no one would agree to nearly headless Nick's participation in the ghosts' party except for a big wretch like Harry. But the three of them never expected that Professor Dracula would actually come to Nick's death anniversary party earlier than the three of them. Judging from how familiar he was with the ghosts around him, it seemed that he had already arrived. A short time. At this time, Dracula was standing among a very beautiful ghost witch, a ragged man in chains, and a fat monk. Looking from a distance, Harry and the three of them could probably see that Dracula was happily talking to the beautiful ghost witch, ignoring the ragged man in chains next to him with a guilty face on his face. The fat man in monk's uniform was acting as peacemaker, trying to mediate the relationship between several people. Hermione, Ron, am I hallucinating? Harry asked softly to the two people around him. Why do I feel that Professor Dracula is as spooky as those ghosts? If he hadn't been well standing on the ground, I couldn't tell whether he was a ghost or a living person. I feel what you said. Ron pinched his chin and nodded exaggeratedly. Harry, do you think, could Professor Dracula not be a human being, but a materialized ghost? Look, Professor Binns, who is a ghost, can give us lectures. Why can't Professor Dracula be a ghost? According to the experience Professor Dracula showed us when he was giving lectures, it is absolutely impossible to only express it on his face. The age of coming out. In addition, Professor Dracula can also be immune to the damage caused by our spells. This is definitely not something ordinary wizards can do. The more Ron said, the more reliable his reasoning became, and he smiled proudly. So there is only one truth dash. Professor Dracula is actually a ghost. Harry. Hermione. Wake up, Ron. It's impossible for ghosts to use magic. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron, and if you arrange Professor Dracula like this, aren't you afraid that he will hear it and add a few more to you? Double the homework. Oh, no. Ron immediately covered his mouth and lowered his voice and said, quick, get out of Professor Dracula's sight before you are discovered. As he spoke, he walked towards the other side with small steps. Let's go, Harry. Follow Ron. Hermione and Harry looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. We can't leave him alone. Okay. Harry sighed helplessly. At least there seemed to be a few dining tables in the direction he went, so we can fill our bellies. However, when the three Harrys walked to the long dining tables, they all showed extremely frightened expressions. As I approached the table, I was first hit by a strong smell of rancidity and sourness. Harry reluctantly opened his eyes and saw large chunks of rotten meat on beautiful silver plates, dark, charred cakes piled on large trays, and a large amount of maggot-stuffed lamb tripe. A piece of cheese covered with green hairs. In the center of the table, there was a huge tombstone-shaped grey cake, with tar-like frosting spelling out the following words. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington died on October 31, 1492. The three of them were stunned. At this time, a fat ghost floated towards the table. He lowered his body and passed directly through the middle of the table, his mouth wide open, and just passed through a smelly salmon. If you put it through like this, can you taste it? Harry couldn't help but ask. Maybe, the ghost said sadly, turned and floated away. I guess they let the food rot to make the taste stronger. Hermione quickly guessed. She held her nose and leaned forward to take a closer look at the rotting lamb belly. Stop studying these foods, Hermione, I'm already so sick that I want to vomit. Ron said with a grimace, get out of here quickly, maybe we can make it in time for the last dessert of the Halloween dinner. Okay, then let's try to find another way. Hermione glanced at the way we came and said softly, I don't want to talk to Moaning Myrtle. Who? Harry asked. Do you know why the bathroom that Quirrell sneaked into last year became semi-abandoned? Hermione said. The bathroom breaks down all year round because she kept throwing water all over the place because of her tantrums. I try not to go there as long as I can avoid it. Every time I go to the toilet there, she will scream and cry at you. It's really scary. They were talking, but before they could turn around, a short ghost suddenly emerged from under the table and stopped in midair in front of them. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were instantly frightened when they saw this ghost. Hello, Peeves. Harry said carefully and a little timidly. It's not because Harry is timid, it's because Peeves is a ghost who likes to play more pranks than Fred and George. Peeves is different from the ghosts around him. He is not pale and transparent. On the contrary, he wears a bright orange red pointed hat, a rotating bow tie, and a broad, ruthless face with grinning teeth. Bad smile. Not only that, Peeves does not pass through any real objects like other ghosts, but can use his body to affect real matter. This is also his capital for mischief. Want some? Peeves looked at the three little wizards in front of him and said with a smile. At the same time, he reached out and handed them a bowl of mold-covered peanuts. No, thank you, Hermione said stiffly. What a shame, said Peeves. But there was no regret in his expression. Instead, his eyes flickered. It's so impolite to talk about poor Myrtle. He took a deep breath and yelled, Hey, Myrtle. Oh, no, Peeves, don't tell her what I said. She will feel very sad. Hermione whispered anxiously. I was just joking. I don't mind her doing that. However, the ghost of a short, fat girl has arrived. Oh, hello, Myrtle. Hermione had to stop what she was saying and greeted Myrtle in a pretended to be happy voice. Myrtle's face looked very melancholy and gloomy, half obscured by her long, straight hair and thick, pearl-colored glasses. What's wrong? She looked at Peeves with a sullen face. I have something very important to do today. If it's not important, don't disturb me. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Miss Granger was talking about you just now, Peeves said slyly in Myrtle's ear. I was saying, well, yes, I was just saying that you look really beautiful tonight. Hermione glared at Peeves fiercely and said with a stiff face. Myrtle looked at Hermione suspiciously. I know you're making fun of me, she said angrily. You think I don't know what people call me behind my back? Fat Myrtle? Ugly Myrtle? Poor, sniveling, sullen Myrtle. Mother. You left out the word pimple-faced. Peeves whispered in her ear. Myrtle's voice broke off. Whatever you say, I don't have time to talk to you today. She took a deep breath, turned her head and looked to the other side. Professor Dracula has finally become a ghost, and I can share a toilet with him. Great. Myrtle's eyes seemed to light up with 2 stars, which was in sharp contrast to the bitter and resentful look just now. Is this really Myrtle? Does she have emotions other than sadness? Hermione looked at the excited Myrtle and fell into deep doubt. However, at this moment, Harry keenly discovered a problem in Myrtle's words. Wait, Myrtle. Harry said in surprise, you mean, you also think Professor Dracula has become a ghost? On the other side, Dracula, who was being discussed by Myrtle, Harry, and other young wizards, did not pay attention to the situation here. He first expelled the bloody Barrow who came to apologize from the ghost party with an indifferent expression, and then drove aside the fat monk who came to be the peacemaker. Bloody Baylor, the culprit who turned Helena Ravenclaw into a ghost, really couldn't make Dracula look back favorably on him. Uncle Dracula, thank you for venting your anger on me just now. Helena raised her eyebrows and said with a smile. There was no trace of her usual cold expression on her face. It's a trivial matter. Dracula said casually, if Barrow pesters you again in the future, just tell me this matter directly, and I will take action. It is true that ghosts cannot die again, but there are still some magics that can restrict ghosts. Just use a special confusion spell on Barrow so that his memory will not recognize Hogwarts as the place he has been. Based on with the characteristics of a ghost, he can immediately roll as far as he wants. Actually, there is no need to go to such trouble for me, Uncle Dracula. Helena said, after all, Barrow was once Uncle Slytherin's proud disciple, and there is still some affection between you. Since you said so, forget it. Dracula shrugged, let's see how he behaves in the future. Then, Dracula took out a silver crown from his pocket. This is another Horcrux that Dracula learned about from Riddle. Now, all the soul fragments in the crown have been absorbed by Riddle, leaving only the purest magic power of Ravenclaw in the crown. Happy Halloween, Helena. Dracula chuckled. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to try not to make casual promises in the future. Too much trouble? At the same time, in the dim living room of Malfoy Manor, the Death Eaters gathered around the long table. The whole room was silent and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Master, your clone hasn't sent back any news yet. Yaxley asked, breaking the silence in the field. Snape stayed at Hogwarts and was responsible for holding back Dumbledore and Dracula. Riddle was still trying his best to get what Voldemort wanted. Under such circumstances, Yaxley considered himself to be the #1 Death Eater present, so he took the lead without hesitation. Master, we are about to start taking action now, but your clone hasn't sent you what you need yet. Yaxley whispered, is he really what Severus said, where has he taken refuge with Dracula? No, I still have confidence in my clone. Voldemort's voice was hoarse and cold, don't say such words again in the future. Although he spoke simply, Voldemort's scarlet eyes kept flashing, and no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Yes, Master. Yaxley bowed his head obediently. There was another breathless silence. A moment later, the fireplace in the living room suddenly lit up, making a crackling sound, breaking the silence in the living room. Lucius. Voldemort glanced sideways at the absent-minded owner of Malfoy Manor. Lucius was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up, walked to the green flame of the fireplace, and put his hand into it. The flames in the fireplace were very gentle and did not hurt Lucius' hand at all. A piece of parchment rolled into a small roll was taken out of the green flames by Lucius. He unfolded the paper, with a look of surprise in his eyes. It's a letter from Severus, he exclaimed. Voldemort's expression suddenly became more energetic, and he looked at Lucius with inquiring eyes. Severus said that he has entangled Dumbledore and is about to go to the principal's office to discuss with him how to deal with the threat of the Dark Lord's return. After reading this, Lucius glanced at Voldemort with some fear. This is normal. Voldemort was not angry at Snape's statement. He just nodded calmly. Severus's identity as a Death Eater cannot be hidden from Dumbledore. Only by letting Dumbledore know. By identifying him as an undercover agent lurking among us, Severus' true alignment will not be exposed. I have already communicated with him about what information can be told to Dumbledore and what cannot be told. You don't have to worry about these useless things, Lucius, keep reading. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the crumpled parchment in his hand, and then read. Severus also said that in the next time, he will try to drag Dumbledore to the principal's office and carefully discuss with him the plan to fight the Death Eaters, which can buy us about 3 hours. 3 hours. Voldemort nodded, enough for us to break through Azkaban. Then, he seemed to think of some other threat, and his face sank. Did Severus mention Dracula? Did he only hold back Dumbledore, not Dracula? Someone who's a bigger threat. Wait a minute, Master. Severus mentioned Dracula on the back of this piece of paper. Lucius quickly read on. Dracula attended the 500th anniversary party of the ghost Sir Nicholas on this Halloween night. He had a good relationship with the ghosts, and there were many novel things at the ghost party, which suited his interests, so there is no chance of leaving the meeting midway. Not only that, this kind of ghost party often lasts until after midnight, so Dracula's time in Hogwarts Castle is theoretically longer than that of Dumbledore, at least 4 hours won't leave. After reading this, Lucius said with a relaxed expression, "Master, so to speak, we are quite lucky." However, Voldemort frowned. Severus just let Dracula stay alone with the ghosts? This is completely pinning his hopes on Dracula's character. "I can't see any rigor in it," he said coldly. "What does it mean to be lucky? What if Dracula just doesn't want to stay with ghosts anymore and has to leave Hogwarts? If Severus only goes so far, I'll be very disappointed in him." Lucius's relaxed expression paused for a moment, and he quickly looked at the last paragraph on the parchment. In order to prevent Dracula from suddenly changing his schedule and plans, he has done this often. "I have a backup plan. I gave Dracula a gift 3 days ago on the grounds of easing the relationship between colleagues. A very novel black magic item. He has been carrying it with him these days, taking it out to play with from time to time." However, Dracula was obviously not willing to dismantle this black magic item and did not discover the positioning magic inside it, so he gave me an opportunity. Dracula's location is always recorded on that piece of parchment. If you find that he disappears suddenly or moves abnormally, please be sure to pay more attention. SS. After reading the text left by Snape, Lucius looked over and over at the crumpled narrow parchment in his hand, but he did not find any traces of positioning magic on it, nor did he see what Snape meant on it. Said location record. "Bring him here, Lucius." Voldemort looked at Lucius, who was in a hurry with disgust, and stretched out his fingers as slender as spider legs to him. "How can I have trash like you under my command?" Lucius showed an embarrassed expression, gingerly handed the parchment to Voldemort's hand, and then lowered his head. Lucius showed an extremely unhappy expression on his deeply buried face. However, Voldemort's attention was all focused on the parchment on his palm at this time, and he didn't care at all about the strange expression on Lucius's face. He stretched out his wand and touched it on the narrow parchment, and said softly, "The mark appears, great, dot." The next moment, the writing on the parchment seemed to melt, and all the ink was disrupted and reorganized, and vertical and horizontal lines were intertwined to form a simple floor plan of Hogwarts Castle. A red light spot is marked on the left side of the plan, which is the location of the underground classroom where the ghost is. In addition, there is also a line of small words that are almost legible appearing on the edge, thoughtfully annotating. The red dot is Dracula's location. If the red dot suddenly disappears, or starts to flash or move quickly, please pay attention to it. The Death Eaters present all looked at this magical parchment in astonishment. They were very curious as to how Snape was able to create such an exquisite and compact positioning map in such a short period of time. What the Death Eaters didn't know was that Snape's former rivals in school, the four robbers, were best at making locating maps. They often used such maps to find Snape's location and bully him at that time. Still very young Snape. As the sworn enemy of the robbers, Snape also studied the principles of magical positioning in detail when he was a student. Compared with the Marauders map made by the robbers, this super simplified version of Snape's small map really pales into insignificance. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Very good. Voldemort stood up from his seat and nodded affirmatively. As expected of Severus, I knew it would be impossible for him to make such low-level mistakes as just now. Lucius, that's not what you just said. Now I have to send my clone to send Potter's blood. Voldemort stood up impatiently and paced back and forth in the dark living room of the Malfoy family. What a waste. It took more than half a year to even collect the blood of a young wizard. I can't even get it. Severus can only hold Dumbledore off for 3 hours, and we don't know when Dracula will come out of the ghost party. There is no room for any delay. Waste, waste, waste. The more Voldemort thought about it, the angrier he became, and finally he couldn't help but curse loudly. In the entire living room, elite wizards from all walks of life were silent, trembling, and had no courage to answer the conversation. The only sound left in the living room was Voldemort's still angry heavy breathing. Just when the room was about to fall into silence again, the flame in the fireplace lit up with another burst of green light. Voldemort and the Death Eaters present subconsciously turned their attention to it. A cheek composed of various elements in the fireplace suddenly appeared in the green flames. Although the face made of flames, ashes, and coal looks a bit scary, judging from the structure of the face, you can still vaguely see the handsomeness of this face. Trash, you still know how to contact us. Voldemort roared, what have you done this month, and you can't even get a bottle of blood? Who told me at that time that I would definitely be able to get Potter's blood before Halloween? I trusted you time and time again, but you failed me again and again. Tell me, did you bring anything here this time? Voldemort stared at Riddle's face in the fire with his scarlet eyes, burning with anger. Even as Voldemort's Horcrux, Riddle was frightened by the violent mood of his main soul. This matter can be said to be the only important task Voldemort has given him, but it has been delayed by him for too long. At first, he didn't find a practical method. When he finally found a method, he reached an agreement with Dracula and could only continue to drag it out. Of course, the most important point is that after absorbing the Horcrux fragment in Ravenclaw's crown, Riddle has long lost the possibility of standing with his main soul. So he took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in his heart, and said, "Can you wait for me a little longer?" Still waiting. Voldemort suddenly pulled out his wand and pointed it at the fire where Riddle was. Under Voldemort's angry eyes, the flames in the fireplace rolled crazily, the green fire tumbling, jumping wildly in the narrow space, like an angry devil dancing in hell. Riddle's face made of fire was messed up and his voice became indistinct. "Listen. I say, I really want to help you." Riddle's voice came out from the flames, intermittently, but it wasn't until today that I finally found out how to get it. The perfect time for Harry's blood. You said the same thing last time. Voldemort said loudly, still angry. Perhaps because he wanted to hear what reasons Riddle would give, or perhaps because he really wanted to get a little more pleasant news from Riddle, Voldemort did not completely disconnect Riddle. The churning green flame slowly calmed down and gradually returned to burning quietly as before. And Riddle's face was restored to integrity, and his voice became clear again. "I don't know why, but Dracula paid too close attention to Harry Potter during this period, and I couldn't find a suitable opportunity to draw blood." He explained to Voldemort, "But today is different from the past. Dracula went to attend the ghost's death anniversary party, and he won't come out from there until after 12 o'clock in the morning. This is an excellent opportunity." Although Harry Potter and his friends also attended the death anniversary party, this kind of little wizard certainly couldn't stand the gloomy atmosphere of the death anniversary party. After staying for 2 hours at most, I won't be able to help but come out from the ghost side. When Harry comes out, I'll tell him that I prepared a nice dinner for my friend to comfort him from attending the ghost dinner. When Harry comes to my teaching assistant's office, I'll tell him in Dracula's absence, wouldn't he be at my mercy? I only need 3 hours at most. I promise that before 11 o'clock tonight, I will be able to bring Harry's blood to the safe place you told me before. Riddle's tone suddenly became extremely serious. "If I can't do it, I am willing to accept your punishment, even if it means completely absorbing the sanity I was born with." Voldemort narrowed his eyes and looked deeply into Riddle's face, as if wondering how true his words were. "About Dracula and ghosts staying together, I guess you are right." Voldemort slowly raised his hand and looked at the narrow, wrinkled parchment in his hand. At this time, the red dot representing Dracula was still motionless in the underground classroom. "In this case, I will give you one last chance," he said in a cold tone. "I will even give you an extra hour. Before Halloween officially comes, if you haven't sent the blood, then you know what to expect." Riddle nodded slightly, and then his face disappeared in the green flames. Voldemort watched Riddle disappear with scarlet eyes, and watched the flames in the fireplace gradually turn from green to red, with an inexplicable expression. "Master." Yaxley came up cautiously and asked softly, "Do we really have to wait for your clone for 3 hours? I'm worried, what if we miss the opportunity?" "No wait," Voldemort said. The red fire reflected on his scarlet eyes, as if there was a ball of flame burning in them. "Severus can only delay Dumbledore for 3 hours. We have no other. It's been 3 hours. Let's go, let me break Azkaban." He pointed his wand in the direction of Azkaban. "When my most loyal companion is rescued, my clone will naturally get what I want. But, hasn't your strength not been completely restored yet? Oh, in the absence of Dumbledore and Dracula, do those idiots from the Ministry of Magic still want to stop me?" Voldemort said in a cold voice, "Even if the strength has not yet been restored." With a strong momentum and a series of crisp sounds, the Death Eaters present disapparated one after another and disappeared into the living room of Malfoy Manor. The full moon hangs alone, and the waves surge into the sky. On an island in the middle of the British North Sea, a lonely fortress is surrounded by tall steel walls. The waves crashed against the iron wall, splashing high into the air, but not a drop of water could cross the towering walls of the island. Countless Dementors wrapped in tattered black cloth, as if they had been soaked in water, were wandering in the sky. Wherever they pass, it seems like all the happiness has been sucked away, reminding people of the most terrifying things they have ever experienced in their lives. This is the strictest and most inhumane prison in the British wizarding world. Here, all prisoners are guarded by Dementors. So far, the success rate of prison escape has always been 0. Most of the prisoners within the walls died of despair and lost the will to live. Dementors drained people of all their happiness and left them with the worst memories. Prolonged exposure often results in insanity and even death. To this end, on the outside of the Azkaban prison fortress, near the edge of the steel walls, the Ministry of Magic built a tomb to house those who died in the prison. This place is like an abandoned mass grave, with dead bodies lying there in a mess. Because the observers and Aurors sent by the Ministry of Magic were unwilling to get close to the Dementors, most of the corpses were hastily buried. Even at the end of October when the air was cold, mosquitoes were still active among the corpses, and the buzzing sound was endless. There is no blood on the earth, just coldness and silence, desolation and emptiness. This is because all the dead wizards have no wounds. They are either drained of happiness by Dementors, and their souls die before their bodies, or the soul was sucked away by the Dementors, leaving only the dead body. There are some scattered, low tombstones standing on the ground, left by relatives of prisoners who are willing to come to visit. No one has been to this dead cemetery for a long time, but on this unusual Halloween night, the air here is suddenly filled with the rustling of cloaks. Between the withered graves, behind the rocks, in every dark place, a wizard appeared, appearing as a black shadow. They all wore hoods and covered their faces, not revealing the slightest trace of themselves. Suddenly, a thick black mist suddenly rose. Voldemort's figure slowly walked out of the black mist and came to the front of many Death Eaters. "Welcome, my servants," Voldemort said calmly, but from his trembling pale lips, it could be seen that his heart was not peaceful either. "Oh, it seems that as long as there are Death Eaters carrying the mark got here first, and Azkaban's much-hyped anti-apparition spell doesn't seem to be difficult to deal with." His eyes looked around, as if across time, he saw scenes from many years ago. 12 years. It has been nearly 12 years since our last large-scale operation. I am very happy that there are still so many loyal Death Eaters following me as they were then. I am very happy, this shows that we're still united under the dark mark. Aren't we? All the Death Eaters in black robes and masks knelt on the ground in front of Voldemort, forming a circle. "Swear to serve your master to the death," they shouted loudly, causing the mosquitoes and flies around them to fly away from the center of the cemetery in a mess. "I really miss you." Voldemort walked slowly, looking at the faces of the Death Eaters in front of him one by one, and read their names: Lucius, McNeil, Nott, Avery, Crabbe, Goyle. He took 2 more steps, but suddenly stopped and looked at the gap between Lucius Malfoy and Avery, a gap big enough for 2 people to stand. "Mr. and Mrs. Strange should be standing here," Voldemort said softly, "but they are still detained in Azkaban. I know that they are the most loyal. They would rather enter Azkaban than abandon me. When Azkaban is breached, the Lesters will be rewarded beyond their wildest dreams. Do you have any problem with that, Lucius? Avery?" Lucius and Avery both shook their heads quickly, expressing that they had no other opinions at all. "When we break Azkaban, the Dementors will join us. They are our natural allies. Beyond that, we will recall the banished Titans. I will retrieve all my loyal servants and regain my possessions, a group of magical animals that everyone fears. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple." He continued walking, passing some Death Eaters without saying a word and stopping in front of others. "McNeil, are you still jealous of the way I paved the way for Yaxley's promotion?" Voldemort stared at an old wizard and asked. I didn't, Master." The wizard McNeil said in a panic. "I absolutely support Yaxley being the Minister of Magic. Don't worry, McNeil. The reason for paving the way for him first is just because his department is more suitable for promotion." Voldemort said with an evil smile, "Your job is to eliminate dangerous beasts for the Ministry of Magic, which is not in line with our expectations. But don't worry, there will be better things for you to destroy soon, McNeil. Your future is quite bright." "Thank you, Master, thank you," McNeil murmured. "And you?" Voldemort then walked up to the 2 largest, hooded figures. "Crabbe, you will behave better this time, won't you? And you, Goyle, will the chain fall again this time?" They are the fathers of Draco Malfoy's 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, and their sons' bodies and IQs seem to be carved out of the same mold. Both bowed awkwardly and muttered foolishly. "Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Yes." Voldemort looked cold. No, the chain will not fall off, Master." Gore immediately changed his words. Voldemort had nothing to do with these 2 fools. He sneered helplessly, turned to Lucius and said, "Lucius, watch your 2 old friends for a while, don't let them ruin our plan." "Yes," Lucius responded quickly. "What about you, Nott?" Voldemort asked softly to a hunchbacked man shrouded in Goyle's shadow. "Master, I kneel before you, I am your most loyal." "That's enough." Voldemort interrupted Nott's words of loyalty. He walked up to the largest opening and looked at it with empty red eyes, as if someone were standing there. "There are 7 less Death Eaters here, 3 died for me. I still remember them. They are Wilkes, Evan Rozier, and Barty Crouch Jr. Barty Jr. buried in this lonely cemetery. There is one who is missing and whose presence cannot be felt by the dark mark, Regulus Black. He should also be dead, and there is another who has no courage to come back, Yingor Karkaroff. He will pay." What Voldemort said was not accurate. He didn't know that Regulus Black had betrayed him for his house elf Kriaker, and now he had been resurrected by Dracula. In addition, he did not know that Barty Crouch Jr. was not actually dead. Buried in this cemetery was his mother who died for him. Now he is locked in a house by Barty Crouch Sr., who controls him with the Imperious Curse every day, which prevents him from responding to the call of the Dark Mark. Besides, Severus and Yaxley have their own tasks and cannot come to us now. Voldemort continued. "Not to mention the 2 who still have missions and the Death Eaters who have left me forever. We still have 10 companions, including Mr. and Mrs. Strange, trapped in the prison of Azkaban. And now, the prison where our companions are imprisoned is right in front of us." Voldemort pointed his wand at the lonely, dilapidated fortress in the distance. "Tonight, we must break the prison that is right in front of us," he shouted to the Death Eaters present. "I will not allow my loyal servants to be restrained by the corpse politicians of the Ministry of Magic. At the same time, rescuing those companions is also an indispensable condition for achieving our goal." Next to Azkaban prison, unlike the dilapidated surroundings, a relatively clean hut stood. The cabin is protected by airtight glass and is sealed extremely tightly. It is also surrounded by various protective magics to block the influence of Dementors on the mind. It can be regarded as the isolated island where Azkaban is located. One of the few Pure Lands. At this time, a relatively tall man with long blonde hair braided into a neat braid quietly appeared outside the hut that had blocked most of the Dementor's influence. Before entering the hut, Yaxley quietly raised his sleeve, glanced at the dark mark on the inside of his left arm that turned bright red, and nodded secretly. Through the reaction of the dark mark, he could confirm that the Dark Lord and many Death Eaters had arrived on the island where Azkaban was located, and then their next plan could proceed normally. So Yaxley raised his hand and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. A very narrow window opened behind the door, and a wizard revealed one eye from behind the window, looking out alertly. "Oh, Director Yaxley, right? Come in quickly." Seeing Yaxley's face, the wizard lowered his guard. He opened the door a small gap, put Yaxley in, then hurriedly closed the door, and carefully checked whether the seal of the door was intact. I'm lucky. There are no Dementors guarding the area. Azkaban is really not a place for people to stay. After the wizard had done all this work, he patted his chest and relaxed. He took a breath and said, "Director Yaxley, it's really hard for you to come to a place like this to visit your relatives in prison. The Dementors here can clearly understand some people's words, but they never care about our instructions and absorb our happy emotions regardless of friend or foe," he said. "I just don't understand. It's impossible for the prisoners in this hellish place to have their energy sucked away by the Dementors. It's impossible for them to escape. Why do we need to arrange observers and Aurors to guard here? Working here is torture." Yaxley smiled, ignored the wizard's complaints, and looked around at the structure of the hut. "Ogus, I bribed you. No one else will know, right?" He suddenly looked at the wizard named Ogus and asked, "I remember that there is a communicator here. You can notify the Ministry of Magic directly. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here." "How is that possible, Director Yaxley?" Ogus said quickly. "Very few people come to this remote place on a poor island, and there are a large number of Dementors guarding it. Where can we use a communicator?" He pointed to a magic rattle hanging on the wall to Yaxley. "No, that's it. As far as I know, this thing has never been used by anyone. I think it is just a decoration." Yaxley took a closer look at the rattle on the wall and nodded slightly. "I understand. By the way, where are the two Aurors who are partnered with you?" "It's right inside. I'll take you there." Ogus shrugged, and then shouted into the room of the hut, "Aurors, come out. Director Yaxley is here. Remember to take your key. The prison door can't be opened without the keys from our 2 posts." "Got it, Ogus." A rough voice came from the room in the corner of the hut. A shabby wizard walked out of the room, muttering as he walked, "I just did a patrol among a large group of Dementors, and I didn't expect to go out again. To be honest, if Yaxley hadn't given us the reward is generous enough, I definitely don't want to bring anyone in. It's too painful." "Who says it's not?" August said in agreement, turning to look at Yaxley. "So, Director Yaxley, don't think our asking price is high. We have a lot of reasons for bringing you in. Big risk. I understand." Yaxley said casually, "Don't worry about the remuneration. The Yaxley family has never been a pureblood like Wes who is short of money. As long as you can bring me in, the reward will definitely be yours." August groped under a messy table for a long time, found a somewhat rusty key, and held it in his hand. "Ah, I found it," he said. "Then let's leave quickly and go back early to avoid suffering from the Dementors." "I have no problem." The Auror next to him also nodded and shook a bunch of keys in his hand, making a jingling sound. "Wait a minute." Just as the two were about to step out of the door, Yaxley suddenly called them. The 2 Aurors and observers stationed in Azkaban turned their heads and looked at him in confusion. "Where is the other Auror?" Yaxley asked seriously. "I gave 3 people the money. Why are there only 2 of you now?" "This." Ogus quickly looked at the unkempt Auror wizard beside him with questioning eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Wasn't Raymond still with you just now? Why didn't he come out with you?" "Raymond was stopped by a Dementor when he was on patrol. He was so dizzy that he went to bed now," the Auror wizard explained. "Mr. Yaxley, if you insist on him if you follow, I will wake him up now. Have you gone to sleep?" Yaxley thought for a moment, then waved his hand. "Forget it, no need to wake him up, let him sleep well. Just the few of us will go, and you will lead the way." "Okay, then our reward?" August asked cautiously. "It's for 3 people." Yaxley said simply. August nodded happily and turned to the narrow door of the hut. Then he took a deep breath and put his hand on the doorknob. "Be prepared to face the Dementors, I'm going to open the door," August said with an air of resignation. The face of the Auror beside him also became serious. Yaxley stood 2 feet behind them, silently tightening his grip on his wand. The moment August pressed the door handle and opened the door, and when the 2 observers and Aurors were all focused on the door, Yaxley suddenly raised the wand in his hand. "Stupefy," he said to himself. 2 silent stun spells shot out from the tip of Yaxley's wand without interruption. The first hit August's back without any hindrance. August didn't notice it and fell to the ground softly, becoming unconscious in an instant. The second stun spell was shot straight at the slovenly Auror. However, just when the curse was about to touch the Auror's cloak, he seems to have been prepared for Yaxley's sneak attack. He rolled on the spot and avoided the inevitable stun curse. "Hehe, are you surprised?" The Auror stood up from the ground, put his hands on his hips, and showed a mischievous smile that was completely inconsistent with his slovenly face. He looked at Yaxley with a smile. "Instructor Moody is indeed right. That's right, you are the spy assigned to the Ministry of Magic by that mysterious man, right? What? Yaxley was shocked and quickly added another spell, but was firmly blocked by the armored spell that the Auror had prepared. Just when the two of them were in a stalemate with their respective attack and defense spells, Yaxley didn't notice that another Auror quietly appeared behind him and raised his wand. A silent petrifying curse hit Yaxley hard on the back. Yaxley's wand fell to the ground, and he froze in disbelief. He heard the sound of winter made by the wooden legs hitting the ground. A tough wizard with long grey hair and every inch of his skin seemed to be scarred walked up to the Auror and came into Yaxley's sight. Alastair Moody. Yaxley desperately recognized the man in front of him and knew that he would not be able to complete his task today. Tonks, your desire to perform is too strong. Moody casually added another stun spell to Yaxley, making him completely unconscious, and then said seriously to the Auror in front of him, Auror training, I clearly told you when you were here, don't talk nonsense to your enemies. When facing enemies, you must defeat them as soon as possible and make them lose their fighting power. This is the best way to protect yourself. And what about you? You are smiling here, and you are out of shape all day long. I know, Instructor Moody. The slovenly Auror curled his lips, opened his arms and stretched his body. As his arms stretched, his short hair gradually lengthened and turned as pink as bubblegum, and his rough skin became white and delicate. His, or rather her, face gradually changed into a delicate and beautiful young witch. These two people were the most famous legendary Auror, Alastair Moody, and Nymphadora Tonks, an intern Auror who had just graduated for more than a year. While two Aurors stationed in Azkaban were out patrolling, they forcibly interrupted their patrol with orders from headquarters, and sent them back to the Ministry of Magic in advance. After that, Tonks used her natural ability to transform into the slovenly Auror wizard. After entering the hut, she used the transformed Auror shape to secretly use a confusion spell on Ogus in the house, making him think that Moody was the previous Auror Raymond, and the two of them went smoothly. He entered the hut and waited for Yaxley to come to the door. This is not the first time for me to participate in such an important operation. I feel a little excited. After the transformation was completed, Tonks, who had become young and beautiful again, flattered Moody and said, This is an operation to deal with a mysterious man. Instructor Moody, can I become a regular official immediately after I participate in this operation? You don't need to be happy too early, Tonks. It depends on your specific performance before you can consider becoming a regular employee. Moody said, in addition, this operation is very dangerous, you must first keep yourself safe. You, a trainee Auror, should not have been involved in such a high-risk operation against a mysterious person. But there is an anti-thief waterfall outside Azkaban, which can dispel the effect of the polyjuice potion. In addition to relying on your disguise horse, it's hard for us to pretend to be anyone else here than Gus is capable of. That's why Director Scrimgeour of the Auror office made an exception and asked you to come with us. But this doesn't mean you can participate in the frontline battle. But my actual combat results are very good. Tonks said unconvinced. That won't work, results and actual combat experience are two different things. Moody said, follow me carefully and don't get lost like the operation in the Cairngorm Mountains more than a year ago. On the other side, Voldemort had finished his speech and led many Death Eaters out of the cemetery and towards the Azkaban fortress on the other side of the island. Smelling the scent of living people, a large group of Dementors surrounded him from all directions, constantly exuding a cold and gloomy atmosphere, sucking in the rare happiness in the air. Many Death Eaters felt the light around them being sucked out, as if the whole world had fallen into darkness. The positive emotions in my heart quickly faded, and emptiness gradually took over my heart. However, in front of the many Death Eaters, the bald wizard with scarlet eyes and no nose seemed to be unaffected by any Dementors and walked straight into the layers of Dementors surrounding him. My friends, do you still remember me? Voldemort opened his arms and said enthusiastically, I once promised you that if I rule the magical world, all the muggles in the world and those muggles who do not obey our rule will become your food. He said, but it is a pity that I being plotted by a gangster, I have been in silence for 12 years. Today, in this deep and great night, I am back. My friends, as long as you continue to help me as you promised me before, you will also get my promise as before. You don't have to be limited to the small island of Azkaban, you don't have to suppress your nature, but you can enjoy your rations all over the world. Aren't you, still not moved? The overwhelming Dementors seemed to understand Voldemort's words, and flew around more violently, setting off waves of cold fog, forming a thick black cloud, blocking the not-so-bright moonlight in the sky. Voldemort stood among the Dementors, laughing sickly. He watched as the Dementors flew further and further away, clearing a wide path for him and the Death Eaters behind him. The Death Eaters looked at this scene in disbelief. They came to Voldemort hesitantly and looked up at the scattered Dementors, feeling ridiculous in their hearts. So the Dementors, a species that has always been considered unable to communicate, have reached cooperation with the Dark Lord? What are you waiting for? Do you want me to urge you to move forward? Voldemort's cold voice rang out, interrupting the Death Eaters' thoughts. They quickly followed Voldemort's footsteps and walked towards the nearby fortress. As the Death Eaters moved closer and closer to the fortress of Azkaban, the prison where countless criminals were imprisoned and no one had escaped so far slowly outlined an outline in the black mist, appearing in the eyes of everyone present. The prison of Azkaban is more like a triangular prism-shaped tower than a fortress. It is constructed of marble that is full of historical vicissitudes. Because the island is exposed to storms all year round, the continuous marble has been eroded by rain and has countless patterns, marking strips from high to low, white lines of varying widths. There is not a single window outside this fortress, only a narrow and elongated entrance designed specifically for the Dementors. No matter how thin the wizard is, it will be difficult for him to pass through the entrance. Only Dementors, an incorporeal species, can enter and exit freely to absorb the remaining happiness in the hearts of the prisoners. Seeing the undefended fortress in front of him, Voldemort laughed wantonly and got carried away. "Go, Death Eaters, blow up this fortress with your spells," he shouted. "Go and rescue your companions from their prisons. The future of the wizarding world belongs to us." The tips of the Death Eaters' wands lit up with lights of various colors. They used the powerful spells they were good at and fired towards the fortress in front of them. Boom! A huge roar sounded on this isolated island, and even once covered the sound of the roaring waves around the island. However, to the surprise of all Death Eaters, the fortress of Azkaban was not damaged at all. A huge transparent barrier emerged, blocking the Death Eaters' many curses. The roar just now was the sound of the curses hitting the barrier. Voldemort stared at the barrier in front of him with cold eyes, and saw a vague mist drifting near the fortress. The shadowy figures in the fog came out, and their figures became more and more obvious. Led by 2 people, a dozen wizards came out of the fog to meet the Death Eaters. They were wearing Auror uniforms uniformed by the Ministry of Magic. Their belts and hair were rustling in the wind. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. There were expressions of panic, perseverance, or disbelief. "I didn't expect you to really come back, Voldemort," a witch with a serious face said through gritted teeth. Speaking Voldemort's name seemed to overcome the great fear in her heart. The surrounding Aurors were frightened when they heard this name, and they could even lose their wands. "Actually, when Dumbledore wrote to tell us about this, I still couldn't believe it." Another wizard also took a step forward and stood with the serious witch. "I actually thought it was fudge for a while." As the minister said, Dumbledore has developed a greed for power again and wants to take away the position of Minister of Magic through war. But I really saw you coming back. Now I only regret that I didn't send out all the Aurors and rush here to stop you. Voldemort narrowed his scarlet eyes and stared closely at the members of the Ministry of Magic in front of him. "Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, you 2 actually came here in person." He sneered and said softly, "So, it was Dumbledore who wanted to attack me. Did I tell you the news about Azkaban?" Seeing that the 2 of them were silent and Voldemort didn't care, he suddenly grabbed Lucius's arm beside him and poked the dark mark on Lucius's arm with his wand. "Very good." Yaxley didn't respond either. "He must have been controlled by your people," Voldemort said thoughtfully. "So, there is a traitor among us who leaked our secrets plan." "You say so, Lucius?" Lucius was horrified, thinking that his contact with Dracula had been exposed. "Master, there must be a traitor among us," he said tremblingly. "I will definitely help you find the traitor, believe me, Master. But why can't that traitor be you?" Voldemort moved his face close to Lucius, his breath almost blowing the hair on Lucius's face. "I heard, you had an affair with Dracula a while ago. We've met several times, am I right?" Lucius's hair stood on end, and he shook his head with all his strength. "I really didn't betray you, Master," he shouted tremblingly. "Dracula somehow got the authority to appoint and remove the school board. In order to maintain my status as the school board, I had to lie to him. Owner, Master, Yaxley's father has lost his position on the school board because he offended Dracula. We Death Eaters cannot have a school board. This is for our common cause." "Ah." Voldemort stared at Lucius with scarlet eyes, and finally sneered after a long time. "I know you, Lucius. You have always liked to be a faggot, and you really don't have the courage to rebel," he said. "So, our traitor is someone else." "Yes, it must be like this." Lucius was thinking frantically under the pressure of life and death. "I know, Master, the only people among us who have the chance to spread our message are those in Hogwarts. The undercover must be." "That's enough." Voldemort suddenly interrupted him. "There are other guests here. Do you want to tell people from the Ministry of Magic our information?" Then, he lowered his voice in Lucius's ear and said, "And what do you mean? The undercover agent is actually my own clone." Lucius immediately closed his mouth and broke into a cold sweat. "Well, now that the matter has been exposed, we definitely don't have much time," Voldemort said softly. "How long has it been since you had a real fight with people from the Ministry of Magic, my dear Death Eaters?" "I have been waiting for this day for a long time, Master." Nod immediately stood up and expressed his loyalty earnestly. "My wand has been thirsty for a long time." "Very good, Not." Voldemort twisted the corners of his mouth and said in a cold tone, "Then you will lead our Death Eaters to stop those damn Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. The battle is about to begin." A sword-like curse cut through the night like lightning, followed by a terrible sound of curses shooting. The heavy rain was like a horizontal waterfall, but it was more spectacular than the waterfall, and more gorgeous than the dense rain of bullets. On the isolated island of Azkaban, where it was rarely bright, Voldemort faced the raindrops of curses and walked step by step towards the members of the Ministry of Magic on the opposite side, taking his time and pace. However, no Auror dared to stand in front of Voldemort, and no spell was cast in the direction of Voldemort. The Aurors all had trembling hands. They pretended not to see this bald figure who was extremely conspicuous in the light of the curse. They all looked for other Death Eaters. No matter how much Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror office, yelled, it had no effect. Scrimgeour cursed secretly and stood in front of Voldemort himself. Rufus Scrimgeour. I'm curious how the Ministry of Magic would react if you and Amelia Bones, two heads of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, died on this isolated island. Voldemort smiled coldly. It's a pity that I don't have time to waste with you now, so I will let you live for a few more days. Do you really think you can win? Scrimgeour raised his wand with a serious look on his face. I won't let you pass. Tisk. Voldemort looked at Scrimgeour's actions and let out a disdainful laugh. Have I been away for too long and you have forgotten me? How come anyone dares to stop in front of me now? Already. He played with his wand boredly, paying no heed to Scrimgeour. Scrimgeour shook his wand angrily, and a dazzling red light immediately shot from the tip of his wand in the direction of Voldemort. However, faced with such a curse, Voldemort didn't even look up. He just shook his wand and flew the red light to the side. The flying red light hit an Auror standing near Scrimgeour, knocking him unconscious immediately. This battle saw attrition in an instant. Facing the strong pressure brought by Voldemort, Amelia Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, also came over and stood side by side with Scrimgeour. Hold on, we just have to hold him back. Bones turned his head and whispered to Scrimgeour, Dumbledore has known about this for a long time. He should be here soon. Scrimgeour nodded slightly. Afterwards, both of them looked at Voldemort with solemn faces and raised their wands at the same time. Two curses were shot at Voldemort one after another, faintly sealing the space where he could dodge. Do you think having one more person is useful? Voldemort sneered and continued to move forward without any intention of evading. Before the curse was about to hit Voldemort, he drew a line with his wand in front of him. His wand was like a magnet with strong magnetism, attracting the two curses firmly to the wand. Later, Voldemort shook his wand, and the two spells were returned to the positions of Bones and Scrimgeour along the original route. At the same time, Voldemort's own magic power was attached, making them even more powerful. While Scrimgeour and Bones were busy dealing with the spells they had cast, Voldemort raised his left hand that was not holding the wand again. He waved his left hand, and two big rocks on the island flew over quickly, causing a gust of wind. The next moment, two rocks hit Bones and Scrimgeour hard. The two men were shaken all over and fell to the ground in pain. They kept vomiting blood from their mouths and suddenly lost the strength to fight anymore. You are so weak, Director Bones, and Director Scrimgeour. Voldemort raised the corners of his mouth mockingly and walked straight past the circle surrounded by Aurors. The Aurors were full of fear and trembling. They did not dare to block the Dark Lord who could make them tremble even just by mentioning his name. They consciously made way for a spacious passage. Stop him, Aurors. Scrimgeour's weak voice sounded on the ground. Several elite Auror captains moved, but invariably did not stop Voldemort's steps. Instead, they stood in front of their director, fearing that Voldemort would be furious because of Scrimgeour's actions and suddenly kill him. Voldemort glanced at them, passed the layers of defenses of the Aurors with satisfaction, and continued to move forward. He deliberately did not use a killing move on Scrimgeour, just to prevent the loyal men of the head of the Auror office from desperate situations. Although he was not afraid of this, if he was delayed by a few little flies for a few seconds, Dracula and Dumbledore would be more likely to arrive. It was just right now. Those loyal Aurors stood in front of Scrimgeour and vaguely reached a tacit understanding with Voldemort. Voldemort would not kill their director, and they would no longer block Voldemort's path. In this way, Voldemort walked unimpeded to the fortress of Azkaban. This huge prison wall almost occupied his entire sight. However, just as he was about to destroy the prison's solid walls, he encountered another obstacle. Moody and Tonks had just blocked the Dementor's hut and knocked out Voldemort's undercover Yaxley at the Ministry of Magic. As soon as they walked out of the hut, they met a man with scarlet eyes and a distorted face. Who are you? Why are you here? Tonks raised her wand vigilantly and shouted to Voldemort. Then, she was surprised to find that her arm was grabbed hard by Instructor Moody beside her. Get out of here immediately, Tonks. Moody gritted his teeth tightly and pulled Tonks behind him. Run as far as possible, and don't look back. This is an order. Tonks turned her head in shock and looked at the legendary Auror who had always been fearless. She saw that his face was serious and solemn, and the hand holding the wand was clenched so tightly that even his knuckles turned white. Instructor Moody, he is. Tonks opened her mouth wide, a strong sense of absurdity welling up in her heart. Yes, he is Voldemort. Moody stared at the terrifying figure in front of him, and at the same time stretched out his hand to push Tonks away, trying to give the young trainee Auror a chance to escape. Moody was different from most Aurors. He was old enough and had been classmates with Lord Voldemort, who was still called Tom Riddle, when he was at Hogwarts. Because of this, Moody is not afraid of just a name like other wizards. Compared to others, he had a clearer understanding of Voldemort's horror. So Moody knew that he was no match for Voldemort, and he didn't want Tonks, who had just graduated, to die. Alastair, it's been a long time. Voldemort looked at Moody's scar-covered face with a nostalgic expression. Do you also want to stop me from destroying this prison? A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. You're asking questions knowingly. Moody said angrily, if you want to fight, fight? Where did all the nonsense come from? Very good. Voldemort's face darkened. You are indeed stronger than the two people before, and you seem to be a qualified opponent. The next second, without any warning, the two people raised their wands at the same time. Countless magic spells shot out from the two wands quickly, like long whips whipping the wind between the two of them, like countless beams of light cutting into the fog around Azkaban. Amidst the continuous sound of breaking wind, combined with the eerie gurgling sounds of the surrounding dementors as they inhaled, it seemed as if there were waves of ghostly cries resounding on this isolated island. Finally, all the colorful spells disappeared. The two people were entangled with two magic spells, one red and one green, as if two big luminous snakes were wrestling in the air. With a ferocious face, Moody used all his strength to pour almost all the magic power into the wand in his hand, just to gain a slight upper hand in the confrontation with the magic spell. Opposite Moody, Voldemort looked at ease, with a very relaxed expression. Alastair, after so many years, I actually want to have a good fight with you again, and then personally kill you, the legendary Auror. Voldemort chuckled, but said cruel words, but I really don't have time to play with you today. He raised his left hand again and transferred part of the magic power to the slender fingers like spider legs on his left hand. Then, Voldemort pointed his left hand forward, and hit Moody with a powerful knockback curse. Moody flew backwards and hit the marble wall of Azkaban Fortress hard, even creating a thin crack in the solid wall. Ahem. Moody coughed and struggled to get up, only to find that one of his wooden legs had been broken in the collision. He could only stand on one foot while holding on to the wall. Although his fingers were trembling, the wand in his hand never came out. Do you still want to struggle, Alastair? Voldemort showed a devilish smile. Expelliarmus. Moody's wand was finally thrown into the sky, and landed on the muddy ground of the island like a discarded branch. And when this legendary Auror lost his wand and was seriously injured, he was nothing more than a frail old man. Even your legendary Auror has fallen. Now no one will stop me, right? Voldemort laughed. If you ask me, apart from you being a figure, your Ministry of Magic is really there is no one who can fight. Who said that? At this moment, a clear voice sounded behind Voldemort. Voldemort turned around and saw a young witch with violet hair nervously holding the wand in her hands. Under the extremely nervous situation, her hand holding the wand did not tremble at all. Tonks, what are you doing here? Moody was shocked and shouted anxiously, didn't I tell you to leave here? Do you dare to disobey the instructor's order and don't want to be an official Auror? I am the first place in the practical examination among the trainee Aurors. Don't underestimate others. Tonks looked at Moody with a very firm look, and said with some stuttering, I want to express my gratitude to the mysterious people prove that the Ministry of Magic doesn't have anyone who can fight. The next second, she suddenly cast a very outstanding stun spell. However, the gap between her and the Dark Lord was too great. This spell, which worked extremely well for her, was casually put aside by Voldemort. He. Voldemort let out a sinister laugh. Tonks, right? What a funny little girl. He suddenly turned to look at Moody. Alastair, guess what? If I kill you, an interesting student, will you, a ruthless Auror, feel sad? How dare you? Moody yelled loudly, but anyone could see the fierceness in his appearance. What am I afraid of? Voldemort sneered and raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. A dazzling green light shot out from the tip of the wand in Voldemort's hand. Tonks. Moody's shout echoed vaguely in Tonks' ears, but she could no longer hear it clearly. The strong green light instantly occupied all her sight, as if all five senses were deprived of people at that moment. Tonks opened her eyes wide and watched as this chilling green swallowed up every inch of her field of vision. She had no time to react effectively. At the critical moment, some different colors suddenly appeared in Tonks' vision. A pure black bat flapped its wings and squeezed out a black mark from the stubborn green. Its trajectory bloomed like a flower. The next moment, a dark full moon suddenly rose quietly from the place where the bat flew out. Several bats rushed toward the green beam of the death curse like moths to a flame. Under the influence of the curse, one by one they lost their vitality and turned into points of light and dissipated. Under the consumption of these bats, the green light was gradually exhausted, and the dark moon also disappeared silently against the backdrop of wisps of fog on the island. A man with long silver hair and a strange face emerged from the dissipating moonlight. This enthusiastic lady, you seem to be in some trouble. A mellow voice sounded in Tonks' ears. Tonks' mouth dropped open, her hair turning from violet to rosy in an instant. You are, the one in the Cairngorms a year ago, she exclaimed with joy. Why did you come here? Tonks still vaguely remembered a year ago, when she had just graduated from Hogwarts. She became an intern Auror in the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic, and experienced the daily actions of an Auror with a large army for the first time. Then she failed the Auror stealth and tracking subject and got lost. Deep into the Cairngorm Mountains, Tonks met this handsome and tragic man. She smartly wanted to protect him as an Auror, but she didn't realize that this person was probably the source of the dark magic aura. Why didn't I come here? Dracula glanced at Tonks and raised his lips slightly. Actually, not only did I come here, but I also watched the show on the wall of Azkaban for a long time. This is impossible. Voldemort's horrified voice suddenly came from not far away. Dracula, haven't you been staying at Hogwarts? He took out the parchment sent by Snape from his pocket and saw that the red light spot on it still stayed motionless on the left side of Hogwarts Castle without any change. Dracula then turned his head and looked at Voldemort's incredible expression. Oh, he asked with interest, what gave you the illusion that I have been staying at Hogwarts? That piece of parchment in your hand. In fact, in the ghost-filled underground classroom of Hogwarts, Dracula's figure did stay in place, happily chatting with Helena and Nick, who was almost headless. It's just that this figure is not Dracula's true body, but a clone made using necromancy. It stays in Hogwarts with the positioning device left by Snape, thereby confusing Voldemort and making him come to Azkaban with confidence to carry out his plans. However, compared to the main body, this clone looks a little illusory. This is why he was regarded as a ghost by Harry, Myrtle, and others. As for the real Dracula, he had already arrived in Azkaban in advance, turned into a bat and hung upside down on the marble wall, watching the show from a high place for a long time. Did it turn out that Severus betrayed me? After Voldemort was stunned for a short time, his voice became completely cold. He crumpled the parchment in his hands fiercely. After rubbing hard, the positioning map created by Snape was crushed into countless pieces, thrown aside by Voldemort, and blown away by the wind on the island in the blink of an eye. Tisk, did you just know about this? Dracula showed a sarcastic smile and teased, Professor Snape has always won Dumbledore's trust and provided a lot of useful information for the great cause of eradicating you. Intelligence. Mr. Voldemort, do you really think that Snape is the spy you planted at Hogwarts? With a sarcastic smile on his face, he happily took a few steps closer to Voldemort. However, the truth is, maybe it's just the opposite. Dracula's cynicism made Voldemort's pale face gradually turn red, and his scarlet eyes kept flashing. Obviously he was very angry. I will make him pay the price. Anger rose in Voldemort's heart, and his eyes seemed to be burning with angry flames. Suffering successive setbacks at the hands of Dracula made the Dark Lord's arrogant and fragile emotions completely explode. He excitedly raised his wand and turned his anger into a dazzling green light that shot out of his hand. Boom! Dracula turned slightly sideways, and the thick green beam struck the ground behind him, blasting a huge pit into the ground and stirring up a cloud of flying dust. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use. Download it here. You can try it now. The next moment, Voldemort turned into a ball of black mist and flew up. A magic wand suddenly poked out of the black mist in the sky and waved out a colorful curtain of light, like stars covered by dark clouds falling from the starry sky. These light curtains are beautiful and dangerous, and they all carry a shocking evil aura and powerful momentum. They are all black magic that no one else has heard of. In this Halloween night with the strongest darkness, the power of black magic has been greatly enhanced. Dracula looked at the brilliant light curtain in the sky, chuckled slightly, and then raised his wand. The dark moon lit up behind him, emitting an extremely cold light. Countless crescent-shaped light blades flew out from the moonlight, accurately colliding with every light curtain sent by Voldemort. Gradually, more and more light blades were released from the dark moon behind Dracula, and they actually gathered into a backward waterfall, overpowering the intensive spell cast by Voldemort from a high place, and crushing him into darkness in the opposite direction. In the foggy sky, seeing that the situation was not good, Voldemort immediately turned his whole body into a black mist again, trying to avoid the attack of the light blade. Boom! Dracula snapped his fingers lightly. The crescent-shaped light blades suddenly turned after contacting the black mist. Each group of 4 light blades formed countless turbines, which instantly dispersed the fog in the sky. The turbine turned into a blade of light also dispersed the dark clouds over Azkaban, and a vacuum area suddenly appeared in the sky. The curved first quarter moon lay quietly in the sky surrounded by stratus clouds, casting a cool moonlight on this sea area that had never seen light before. So amazing. Tonks looked at this scene with wide eyes and murmured. The scene where Dracula pinned down and beat Voldemort gave her a great shock. You know, this is the Dark Lord who must not be named. Tonks felt ashamed when she thought that she had said that she wanted to protect his safety. Under the moonlight, the black mist seemed to become much thinner. A thin black mist barely condensed on the ground, and then Voldemort, who looked extremely pale, staggered into the place where the black mist was. Dracula, don't get too proud too early. He looked extremely weak and panted. When I regain all my strength, I will make you look good first. Oh, it's different to have someone to rely on. Even at this time, you still have such confidence. Dracula crossed his arms and chuckled. Whatever you say, I just need to be there every time you are resurrected. Just treat you well once. Mr. Voldemort, I wonder how many times your soul power can withstand the annihilation of your soul. After hearing these words, Voldemort's expression finally changed. Although he has Horcrux as support, he will never truly die, but his soul is still limited. If the original power of the soul is forcibly wiped out many times, then it is very likely that he will never be able to return to his peak power. Don't talk about looking good to Dracula then. It's hard to say whether he can continue to be his Dark Lord. You forced me to do this, Dracula. Voldemort lowered his voice, as if speaking through his teeth. My allies, please help me. The sky seemed to suddenly darken. The crescent moon that had just poked its head out was once again obscured by a mass of evil, ugly black creatures. The thick ink-like Dementors were stacked thickly together, and the entire group of Dementors looked like the ugly face of the devil, looking down at the front of the Azkaban fortress. Giggle. Woo dash. One after another, creepy sounds came from the cloudy sky. The air contained an extremely heavy and extremely depressing atmosphere, which evoked the most fearful and painful emotions in people's hearts. Countless Dementors surrounded Dracula in the blink of an eye. There were no facial features under their ragged hoods, and a hole opened where their mouths should have been, constantly absorbing the name of happiness in the air. Emotions. Dracula's face immediately darkened. He felt that all his joy had been sucked away. Dementors are really a hateful thing. Dracula's voice slowly became colder, and the corners of his mouth that were usually raised also lost their original arc, and his burgundy eyes became like blood, shining with an icy light. After the only joy in his long life was suppressed deep in his heart, Dracula's figure seemed to be outside the world, and his whole body was surrounded by indifference, not like a humanoid. Two sharp side teeth protruded from the slightly opened mouth, and the sharp nails also lengthened. The broad wings behind him suddenly opened up, creating a gust of wind. The Dementor's movements froze. They could no longer feel any happy emotions from Dracula's body, they could only feel the emptiness and loneliness that was extremely oppressive. This makes these evil species instinctively feel a sense of fear. The next moment, Dracula suddenly jumped up from the ground, spread his wings and flew into the air. His cold eyes were like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour anyone. He only relied on the vampire's fighting instinct to focus on a leading Dementor and flashed in front of it in an instant. The sharp nails suddenly pierced the chest of the leading Dementor, but missed, only tearing apart a rotten rag. Giggle. Several strange screams came from the Dementor's throat, and he opened the empty mouth under the hood again, trying to find and suck away the happiness in Dracula's heart. But once again it failed. Dracula's current state is like a 1,000-year-old ice, and his heart is filled with a sense of indifference. When this piece of deserted ice saw the Dementor's movements, it suddenly changed the position of its attack. He stretched out his other hand and suddenly thrust it into the Dementor's empty mouth. The next moment, Senbei's flame emerged in Dracula's hand and burned with the Dementor's mouth. Woo dash. The effect of this kind of flame directed at the soul was very obvious. Feeling the burning of the flame, the Dementor began to swing his body like a rag in pain, struggling to escape from Dracula's palm. Dracula let go of his hand as it wanted, admiring the Dementor struggling to fly around in the air, but in the end he could not escape being burned to ashes. He tilted the corners of his mouth indifferently, but then he found that he could not regain the interest he had when he curled his lips in the past, and his face returned to its cold state again. Afterwards, Dracula seemed to turn into a ruthless beast, killing all the Dementors in the community, or tearing them apart in the most cruel way, or burning them into powder with flames. The Dementors gradually realized what fear was, and scattered away, using all their strength to fly away from the place where the terrible person was. After those monsters left, the moonlight shone down again, still as cold and pure as before. Dracula's wings were spread out, floating quietly under the watery moonlight, confusion looming in his blood-red eyes. I don't know why, but he clearly killed countless Dementors that only made him unhappy. It was considered a heartwarming battle, and he should have felt very happy. But his mood at the moment was not filled with joy, nor was there any pleasure in retaliation. Dracula now only feels an inexplicable emptiness, as if he has forgotten something. Professor Dracula, what's wrong with you? A voice sounded in Dracula's ears as if from a long distance away. Yes, I think I became a professor. But why should I become a professor? Uncle Dracula, your expression is so scary. A pleasant and flustered female voice sounded in my ears. Isn't this voice Luo Yin's daughter? Professor, wake up quickly, the party is about to end. This is a somewhat childish voice. This voice seems to be that of an interesting little wizard named Harry Potter, right? Harry, your methods are useless. Look at me, Professor, wake up and have fun. Hearing these words, Dracula's heart moved slightly, and he felt that something that had been suppressed in his heart suddenly awakened. Where is the fun? Dracula suddenly opened his eyes. Dracula opened his eyes and saw a mass of hair as red as fire. You see, my method is indeed the most effective. Ron Weiss jumped up excitedly when he saw Dracula open his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a large group of ghosts and little wizards gathered around. Professor, what happened to you just now? Harry asked with a worried look on his face. You suddenly closed your eyes just now, and your expression was so cold that it was scary. Professor Dracula, just now a huge killing intent suddenly appeared in you. Helena said. To protect Dracula's identity, she did not use the title uncle this time. It felt like you wanted to wipe out everyone around you? We were all terrified. Professor Dracula, you must have just turned into a ghost and didn't react. Short and fat Myrtle also floated over. I was like this when I first died, but I woke up in that toilet. It took a while to recover. As she spoke, Myrtle kept winking at Dracula. Myrtle has not given up on the idea of letting Dracula share a toilet with her. Dracula simply ignored Myrtle next to him, turned to Harry, the three little wizards, Helena, nearly headless Nick and other ghosts and shook his head. Excuse me, I'm fine. He said softly, I just thought of something and lost my temper. Professor, are you really okay? Hermione, standing between Harry and Ron, asked with concern, is the ghost party too dark and affecting your mood? Do you want to go back and rest for a while? Hearing the dissatisfaction with the ghost party implicit in Hermione's words, nearly headless Nick glanced at her unhappily. To Nick's surprise, Dracula actually nodded. It's good to go back and take a rest, he said. Afterwards, Dracula said hello to Nick and Helena, turned around and walked out of the underground classroom where the ghosts were. Professor, wait for us. Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly followed. As the host of today's ghost party, nearly headless Nick looked at the wizards leaving one after another and shrugged helplessly. Okay, now there's not a single living person left tonight, he said to the ghosts around him. I feel sorry for them. The next show is the Headless Hunters Overhead Hockey Show. As soon as the performance of the Headless Hunters was mentioned, nearly Headless Nick's expression suddenly became depressed, and he forgot on the spot that there was no one alive to survive the 500th anniversary party until the end. Hey, I found you, Patrick Podmar. I still haven't settled the debt with you for not letting me join the Headless Hunters. He quickly rushed towards a headless ghost holding his head in his arms and became entangled with him. On the other side, Dracula sent Harry and the three little wizards to the auditorium and asked them to enjoy the pudding that had not been removed from the Halloween dinner. He walked to the principal's office alone. Dumbledore and Snape had been waiting there for a long time. Our mission today is about to reach its climax, you two. Dracula looked at Dumbledore and Snape, who had solemn faces, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Within a few minutes, he moved the corners of his mouth twice, but they had completely different feelings. On the isolated island of Azkaban, Dracula's desire to have fun was inadvertently withdrawn to the deepest part of his heart under the influence of the Dementor's strange abilities. When he completely lost the fun, he couldn't find the feeling even if he wanted to move the corners of his mouth. Although it only lasted a few minutes, Dracula, who had found fun again, experienced an earth-shaking difference. He silently sentenced the Dementors to death. It's your turn next, Professor Snape. Dracula looked at Snape's sallow face and smiled with interest. Whether our plan can go smoothly or not depends entirely on you. After saying this, Dracula ignored the reactions of Dumbledore and Snape, and was not worried about whether the plan could be completed. He lightly snapped his fingers, and his body turned into a patch of light and dissipated. The next moment, Dracula's vision suddenly changed. He saw a piece of cold moonlight, the Azkaban fortress illuminated by the moonlight, and the black mist flying in all directions. At this time, on the isolated island where Azkaban is located, Voldemort has taken advantage of Dracula to massacre the Dementors and fled the scene. The Death Eaters who fought against the Ministry of Magic had some advantages at first, but when they felt Voldemort's departure through the Dark Mark, they instantly lost the courage and motivation to fight against the enemy, and began to disapparate without anti-apparition. Escape on the spell-covered sea. After some of the Death Eaters were captured by Aurors, most of the Death Eaters finally managed to escape from this lonely island. Close to the Azkaban fortress, Dracula's body was still hanging in midair under the moonlight, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. "Did I let you go?" he said softly, looking at the Dementors fleeing in all directions. Then, Dracula withdrew his sharp fingernails and took out his wand from his pocket. "Let me think about what magic should be used to get rid of you pests," Dracula thought, playing with his wand unconsciously. The pure black staff rotated back and forth flexibly between his white and slender fingers. "Yes, I should still remember that spell." He suddenly laughed coldly, and at the same time, it seemed that all the dark atmosphere was suppressed in the deepest part of Dracula's body. Under the illumination of the moonlight, there was no trace of darkness around Dracula. His silver hair, the same color as the moonlight, swayed in the wind, his eyes were slightly closed, and he raised his wand in his right hand and pointed at the night sky. Different from his previous sinister appearance, he now exudes a somewhat pure and holy aura, uncharacteristically. "Haha, don't you like to absorb my pleasure? Then suck it to your fullest." Calling God Guard, exp. The tip of Dracula's wand suddenly emitted a silvery light that was more dazzling than the moonlight, illuminating the entire island where Azkaban was located. In the dazzling silver light, there seemed to be more and more silver-white bats flapping their wings, soaring in the night that was illuminated in an instant. After the bats gathered for a short time, they dispersed in an instant, shining silver light all over the island, even covering a large area of the sea outside the island. The silver light shines on the sparkling water waves, and each piece is swaying and shining, extremely beautiful. The silver-white bats shuttled through the air as if covered with silver gauze, spreading to every corner of the island at a rapid speed, trapping the Dementors that had fled in all directions and driving them away to a centralized area. The Dementors instinctively realized that something was wrong, and flew around with uneasy emotions, but they could not break through this layer of bright silver light at all. Gradually, countless Dementors were held hostage by the silver light and crowded together. They were imprisoned in a sealed silver ball of light, completely losing their space to fly. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. They were like a swarm of ants forced into a bag that had been gagged by Dracula. The ants inside lost any room for survival and could only gradually die from the torture of lack of oxygen and hunger. "Almost everyone is here, right? Then I'll give you a ride." Dracula smiled gently, raised his hand, and lightly snapped his fingers. Forest white flames suddenly rose from beneath the silver ball of light, engulfing the densely packed Dementors in the ball of light. I don't know if it's because the burning is too intense, or if the Patronus charm compresses the Dementors too tightly. With a bang explosion, the silver ball of light suddenly bloomed. Like the white and silver fireworks, it instantly broke through the quiet and dim night, and it was like an epiphyllum blooming in the middle of the night, bright and dazzling. In such an isolated island that is always occupied by clouds and storms, this unique firework is simply breathtakingly beautiful. On the ground, Tonks watched this gorgeous scene with stars in her eyes. "Wow, this is so beautiful." Her hair turned silver unknowingly, and she shouted excitedly, "Instructor Moody, come and watch the fireworks together." If it were normal, Tonks would probably be scolded by Moody again for his fussy behavior. But today Moody didn't care about educating the trainee Auror. He was now even more horrified than Tonks. That's impossible, Moody muttered. There is a magic eye in his left eye socket. It is large, round, and a bright blue color. It is spinning non-stop at this time. Moody tried to use his invincible magic eyes to see through this illusory scene. He couldn't believe that a dark creature like Dracula could use such a powerful patroness spell, let alone the classification of dementors. Species that do not exist can be artificially eliminated. This is impossible, only those with pure hearts and happy hearts can cast the patroness charm. He murmured. Who stipulated that only those with pure hearts can cast the patroness charm? A voice suddenly rang. It was rare that Moody did not maintain his usual vigilance, and did not notice that Dracula had landed next to the two of them. He was startled, and raised his hand nervously, wanting to attack Dracula, but found that the wand originally held in his hand had been thrown away into the muddy soil by Voldemort's disarming spell. Why are you so nervous? Dracula saw Moody's performance and laughed with interest. Mr. Moody, right? Did you stipulate the requirements for the use of the patroness charm? This is common sense in the magic world. Seeing that he had no ability to do it, Moody could only say viciously, sacred magic like the patroness charm has a strong purifying effect on dark wizards and dark magic creatures. Many dark wizards, they will all be swallowed up by the patron saint they cast in their desperate attempts. I have to correct you on a few questions, Mr. Moody. Dracula folded his hands on his chest and said with a chuckle, first of all, I am not one of those low-level dark wizards, don't compare me with them. Secondly, why do you think that my heart is not pure? Is it because of the dark aura I released before? Moody's words paused. He suddenly realized that all the dark aura had been completely removed from Dracula at this time, which was completely different from the way he looked when he was killing the Dementors ferociously. To tell you the truth, the only thought in my heart is to take back my fun. Isn't this pure enough? Dracula said softly, besides, to destroy those abominable people Dementors already make me happy enough. Isn't that enough for me to cast the patroness charm? He patted Moody's shoulder with deep meaning in his eyes, then turned around and walked towards Tonks, whose eyes were shining with utter adoration. What a coincidence, this enthusiastic lady. We met again. Dracula chuckled and said to Tonks, thank you for telling me the exact time last time, otherwise I might not have been killed by someone. Loves to be fooled by bad old guys. No, you're welcome, Tonks stammered. Then she raised her eyes and glanced at Dracula, and asked curiously, were you really the source of that large area of dark aura at that time? Dracula raised his eyebrows with interest and chuckled, that's right. What, are you going to take me away? Oh no. Tonks said quickly, I feel like, our entire Ministry of Magic can't catch you, right? Tonks, stop talking. Moody finally picked up his wand and walking stick, walked closer and yelled angrily. What I said is the truth. Tonks curled her lips secretly. I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. Moody glared at her fiercely with his normal right eye, then turned his head and looked at Dracula with his big evil eyes. Mr. Dracula, I heard that there is a new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, called Professor Dracula. Yes, it's me. Dracula nodded. Okay, since you can become a professor at Hogwarts, it seems that Albus is willing to believe you. Moody said seriously, since he believes in you, then our Auror office will not make things difficult for you anymore. It's not like I can't catch him and I want to find a way down the stairs myself. Tonks said to herself next to her. Although she was talking to herself, her voice was just loud enough for Dracula and Moody to hear. Moody's face was as dark as coal, and he pretended not to hear, and then said, Professor Dracula, what I need to remind you is that the Dementors are under the management of the Ministry of Magic. Your actions against the Dementors, in fact, it was an attack on Ministry of Magic employees. Oh, do you still want to avenge them? Dracula asked expressionlessly. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say that this kind of creature usually cannot be killed physically. Moody said, even if you just burned them with fire, as long as there are negative emotions in the world, they can never be completely eradicated. That is to say, Dracula, what you just did may not have the desired effect. Instead, it will intensify the conflict between you and those stubborn politicians in the Ministry of Magic. So what? Dracula smiled faintly. As long as I'm happy. In a deep, quiet, and well-protected underground fortress, sparse black mist floated in from all directions, forming a weak figure of Voldemort. After arriving at this bunker, Voldemort was obviously relieved. This is an underground building made by gathering the financial, human, and material resources of many very wealthy pure-blood families. It is also the most confidential gathering base that he asked the Death Eaters to build after his return. Although the construction time is still too short, the structure, furnishings, and decoration of the bunker are currently very crude. However, under the influence of various magical powers in the magical world, the general structure of the bunker has been clearly constructed in a short period of time. At least there is no problem in hiding people. Most importantly, the bunker was placed under the fidelity curse by Voldemort, who himself became the keeper of secrets. In other words, unless he himself became an undercover Death Eater, no one other than Death Eaters would know the location of the bunker. This bunker is one of the bases for Voldemort to make a comeback. Before this operation, he thought that he had formulated a second plan very carefully, leaving himself a way out to prevent it from failing like the last operation to steal the magic stone, and having to use the Horcrux again. Get strength. Voldemort shook his head, calmed down, straightened out his embarrassed image and expression, and then sat at the long table in the conference room, waiting for the arrival of many Death Eaters. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. Within a moment, amidst bursts of bang and bang sounds, the Death Eaters apparat to the bunker one by one, sitting around the long table the way they would sit at a meeting in Malfoy Manor. Of a circle. Different from their previous image of being arrogant, mysterious, or arrogant, these Death Eaters were in a state of embarrassment after the battle with Scrimgeour's Aurors, and their uniform black robes and masks had become tattered. Voldemort looked around and found that there were very few people in the entire meeting who were not injured. Scrimgeour brought just a few Aurors, and I also beat 2 of their leaders to the point of losing their ability to fight for you. He said coldly, I didn't expect you, all kinds of people in the wizarding world, to lose their ability to fight. The elites are still being tortured into such a miserable state. What a bunch of trash. Voldemort scolded his men sternly, completely forgetting that he had just tried his best to escape and was in the same embarrassment as them. The Death Eaters also complained secretly in their hearts. 12 years have passed. When they first chose to follow Voldemort, they were young and energetic, with high fighting spirit. Of course, they had a strong desire to fight and superb combat effectiveness. However, most of them are now in their 30s or 40s, and some of the older ones are even in their 40s or 50s. These noble purebloods or elites in the magic world have been used to living a pampered life for 12 years. These people should be gaining weight, and they should be suffering from kidney deficiency. Not to mention their improvement in combat power, there are very few who are not regressing. All in all, the ranks of Death Eaters are certainly no longer as strong as they once were. What's more, with their numerical advantage, they were able to firmly gain the upper hand in the battle with the Aurors at the beginning. But Voldemort's behavior of sneaking away alone really gave them a surprise, which made the Death Eaters instantly give up the idea of continuing to fight. Wizards of this age have long passed the age of youth and frivolity, and all of them are smart and cunning. Who is willing to fight for a Dark Lord who he escaped first? Compared with wizards who have lost their desire to fight, and those who fight for justice in their hearts, the gap naturally widens. As for the messy clothes and bloody wounds on the Death Eaters, they may not all have been formed in the process of fighting Aurors. In fact, some of the wounds were made by the human Death Eaters themselves, and some of the damaged clothes were also torn by themselves. If you don't do this and let the Dark Lord see others fighting bloody battles, with their clothes torn and bruised, but you are the only one who is clean and neat, what will he think? Comparing the Dark Lord's anger with his own embarrassment for a few minutes, those human beings were certainly not willing to face the Dark Lord's anger. The most typical example is Lucius. As a glorious wallflower, he was already fishing when he first started fighting. Facing the attacks from the Aurors, Lucius hid at the back of the crowd and kept casting some useless but fancy-looking spells, as if he was trying his best. At the same time, his expression was also very exaggerated. He gritted his teeth and shouted slogans loudly, but the wand in his hand often failed to move. What's even more outrageous is that Lucius secretly recited the water-creating spell Clear Water like a spring when no one was paying attention, wiped the water on his forehead, and dressed himself up to look like he was sweating profusely and struggling, to the point of collapse. After Voldemort took the lead in escaping, Lucius was the first to respond to Voldemort's call to escape, and immediately sprinted from the back of the team to the coast that was not covered by the anti-apparition curse, and fled the island. Before being summoned by Voldemort to come to the bunker for a meeting, he directly asked his wife, Narcissa Malfoy, to cast many harmless but tragic-looking spells on him. As a result, Lucius, who had no wounds on his body and even few wrinkles in his clothes, became the most embarrassed Death Eater present. Forget it, I didn't expect you people to be able to accomplish anything. Seeing the extremely embarrassed and hard-working Death Eaters, Voldemort was only superficially angry and did not continue to hold them accountable. Let's talk about it. How much was lost? Not. Yes, Master. Nott stood up and said in detail, according to my preliminary statistics, it can be judged that Yaxley has been captured by the Ministry of Magic. In addition, McNeil did not. He ran away and was hit in the back by a stun spell, and he spoke the names of several Death Eaters. These are the people on the list who did not come back during this operation. Voldemort nodded slowly and suddenly looked around at the Death Eaters with a critical eye. We lost a lot of our comrades during this operation. He asked softly, so, I think you all must be surprised why I left Azkaban before rescuing our comrades who stayed in Azkaban. I guess some of you will think that I didn't keep my promise, am I right? The Death Eaters here. Don't dare, you must have your own ideas. Before he could sit down, Nott quickly said with a smile, your ideas are far beyond our understanding. We dare not speculate. Nott is right, I do have some other ideas. Voldemort glanced at Nott with satisfaction and then said, but these ideas of mine are not because I don't want to save our companions, but because I can't. Go save them. The Death Eaters on the long table suddenly showed a bit of surprise. Perhaps you don't know yet. Voldemort's scarlet eyes suddenly widened and he stared at everyone present indifferently. I just confirmed that there are undercover agents from Dumbledore and others in the Death Eaters team. If we rescue our companions in Azkaban at this time, it will put them in danger again after they have just escaped from the Sea of Suffering. So I left Azkaban. Voldemort came up with a reasonable reason, so as not to embarrass himself too much. As for when to rescue our companions in Azkaban, we still need to think long and hard. Upon hearing the news confirmed to have an undercover agent from Voldemort's mouth, the Death Eaters were collectively stunned, and then began to look at other people around them with suspicion. Among them, Lucius, who was in tatters, jumped up in shock. He subconsciously thought that Voldemort had learned about his tip-off to Dracula. Voldemort was about to reveal who the real undercover was to the Death Eaters present, when he saw Lucius jump up. "Lucius, do you have anything to say?" he asked with some confusion. Lucius looked at Voldemort's slightly puzzled expression, and suddenly realized that his low-key behavior had not yet been exposed, and the big stone hanging in his heart suddenly fell. But now a new problem arises. How can he explain the reason for jumping up so as not to arouse the suspicion of the suspicious Dark Lord? Lucius took a slow breath, showed a righteous expression, then clenched his hands into fists and raised them high above his head. "I am sworn in with the undercover," he shouted. "Voldemort. A group of Death Eaters. Sit down first, Lucius." Voldemort twitched the corner of his mouth and motioned for Lucius to sit down. "I have found the undercover, but he probably won't have the courage to come and see me again." "Master, who is that traitor?" "Not asked. I will definitely make him pay for this." "That traitor is..." Before Voldemort finished speaking, there was a swish sound, and a green flame suddenly lit up in the fireplace in the conference room, illuminating the dim room. A wizard with a sallow complexion and long greasy hair, wearing a black robe, strode out of the flames and said eagerly as he walked, "Master, I have something very important to report to you." For a moment, the attention of everyone present turned to this belatedly arrived wizard. "Severus Snape, you traitor, you actually have the nerve to come back to see me." As soon as he saw the visitor, Voldemort's scarlet eyes seemed to burst into intense fire, and his voice was extremely cold and bone-chilling. "What? Severus is a traitor? How can this be?" When the Death Eaters heard Voldemort's words, they immediately exploded. They couldn't believe that one of the Dark Lord's most trusted men was actually an undercover agent on Dumbledore's side. Not only were the Death Eaters surrounding the long table extremely surprised, but even Snape showed a bit of astonishment. "Master, you may have some misunderstandings about me." But soon, he adjusted his mood and said calmly, "You know me, Master, there is no way I can become a traitor." "Then how do you explain the map you gave me?" Voldemort said coldly, "Dracula has long been on the island of Azkaban, but the map you made represents Dracula. But Gula's red dot has stayed in Hogwarts, almost untouched. As far as I know, this is most likely because Dracula has learned that there is something wrong with the gift I gave him, so he left it in Hogwarts Castle." Snape explained, "Dracula, there is no set pattern to what Law does, and no one can predict where he will go next. I don't think this can be used as evidence that I am an undercover agent." "Are you being stubborn?" Voldemort smiled coldly, "Then let me see, how do you explain the other thing dash? Our last version of the plan was only officially completed before the operation. It would take at least a few hours to transmit the information to Dumbledore and Dracula in time. By that time, the operation was of course completed perfectly. However, I saw Dracula outside the Azkaban prison who had been waiting for a long time. Such speed cannot be communication by normal means. In other words, the undercover must be lurking in Hogwarts. Get the moon. There are only two people in our camp lurking in Hogwarts, one is you and the other is my clone. Do you want to say that the undercover agent is not you, but my clone?" Voldemort sneered and said, "How could I betray myself? How ridiculous. But that's what I want to say, Master." Snape said suddenly, "Your clone behaved very abnormally tonight. I suspect that he is really the undercover you are looking for." "Ha ha 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 ha." Voldemort laughed loudly, "I can't tell, Severus, I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. Can you actually say that my clone will betray me? Have you started to seek medical treatment in a panic, Severus?" His smile faded, and his face gradually turned cold. "If you find someone on the scene and tell me that he is an undercover agent, it will be worse than what you just said. The answer needs to be more credible." "I'm not kidding," Snape said in a deep voice, "don't you find it strange? He has been doing such a simple thing as collecting blood for half a year without making any progress. Not only that, but as a disembodied clone, he still has your face when you were young. How on earth did he become the assistant teacher of defense against the dark arts? Even Dumbledore, who is familiar with your appearance when you were young, also admitted it personally his status as a teaching assistant. So I must advise you to stay vigilant and be careful of your clones." "That's enough." Voldemort's expression was indifferent, his eyes were cold. "Severus, you have disappointed me." Then, he raised his wand. Crucio. Snape's face instantly turned pale, and he fell heavily to the ground, his whole body shaking involuntarily. "This is just the beginning, Severus. Are you going to be unable to hold on any longer?" Looking at Snape's pale and trembling expression, Voldemort opened his mouth and showed a sickly smile. Then, he turned to look at the Death Eaters sitting at the long table. His expression became fierce again. "Did you see it? This is the consequence of betraying me." The entire conference room in the bunker was silent, and all the Death Eaters were silent, leaving only Voldemort's gloomy voice still echoing in the room. At this moment, Snape's weak, low voice suddenly sounded in the meeting room. "Master, I really didn't betray you." Under the severe torture of the Cruciatus curse, his voice was extremely low and hoarse, but it revealed an extreme determination. Seeing Snape's determined expression, Voldemort couldn't help but hesitate. "Are you still being stubborn, Severus?" he asked softly. "I'm not being harsh. I'm just stating a fact." Snape took advantage of Voldemort's relaxation to take a slight breath and panted heavily. Voldemort's eyes were condensed, and although his expression was still as cold as ever, the Cruciatus curse that he was casting finally stopped unconsciously. "Forget it, arrest him." He waved his hand to the Death Eater beside him. Snape didn't struggle and allowed himself to be tied tightly with ropes. The meeting room once again fell into deathly silence. After this frightening silence, another green flame rising from the fireplace broke the dead atmosphere. A black-haired young man with an extremely handsome face walked out of the flames. Seeing the person coming, the expressions of all the Death Eaters present, and even Voldemort himself, became a little subtle. From the perspective of Voldemort and the Death Eaters, there are roughly only 2 candidates for traitors on their side, and that is the only 2 people who can timely report the news to Dumbledore and Dracula who are staying at Hogwarts. Severus Snape, now the potions professor, and Voldemort's doppelganger, Defense Against the Dark Arts assistant Tom Riddle. Only these 2 people who were originally staying at Hogwarts had the opportunity to notify Dracula in time and let him reach the Azkaban fortress before Voldemort. Now, as long as it can be proven that Voldemort's clone did not betray the Death Eater organization, we can basically conclude that Snape is a traitor to the organization. By then it will be useless no matter how hard he talks. Have you brought what I want? Voldemort asked Riddle with a cold face. I remember I said that this is your last chance. I hope you can take advantage of it. Riddle stared into Voldemort's scarlet eyes, and then smiled slightly. Fortunately, he said. At the same time, Riddle took out a slender crystal bottle from his pocket, which was filled with bright red blood. Perhaps because he had experienced Riddle failing to complete his mission too many times, this time Voldemort couldn't help but show a surprised expression after taking the crystal bottle from Riddle's hand. He pulled out the cap, stared at the blood in the bottle, and examined it carefully. Yes, this is indeed the blood of Harry Potter. Voldemort's eyes showed suppressed ecstasy. I can feel that there is a kind of blood magic in it, which is specifically aimed at my guardian demon. Curse. Then, he turned his attention to Riddle, who had brought the blood, and waved his hand. You did a good job this time. Is there any reward you want? Just ask, and I will try my best to fulfill your wish. I don't need any reward. Riddle smiled and shook his head slightly. You returning to your peak strength in time is the greatest benefit to a clone like me. Voldemort looked even more satisfied and nodded to Riddle approvingly. Severus, is there anything else you want to say now? He looked at Snape, who was tightly bound, and asked proudly. I still maintain my previous views. Snape said firmly, remember to be careful about your clones. At this point, are you still unwilling to admit that you are an undercover agent? Voldemort said coldly, Severus, if you admit it honestly, I might still look at you for your years of hard work. For my sake, I'll leave you a way to survive. But if you are still so stubborn, you must also know that I have countless ways to make life worse than death. Admit it, Severus. Voldemort's voice was full of temptation. Or, are the 2 words I admit so difficult to express? How can you admit something you haven't done before? Snape's expression had become numb, but his psychological defense was still very strong, and he refused to admit the fact that he was an undercover agent. Okay, you are very good. Voldemort laughed angrily. It seems that I have to let you see with your own eyes how I return to my peak strength. You will regret leaving me. He clapped his hands. A house elf appeared in the conference room carrying a huge cauldron 2 or 3 times larger than itself. When the house elf saw Voldemort's twisted features and scarlet eyes, he took 2 steps back in fear. Like many house elves, this one is also short, with bat-like ears, a slender nose, and protruding green eyes as big as tennis balls. But unlike other house elves, if you look carefully, you may find that the elf's green eyes as big as tennis balls are not only filled with obedience to the wizard, but also contain some yearning for freedom. Come here and put the crucible in the middle of the table. Voldemort instructed it as a matter of course. But the elf did not walk over obediently. Instead, it subconsciously took a step back while carrying the crucible. I asked you to come over. Voldemort emphasized his tone and turned to look at Lucius. Lucius, your house elf seems to have some ideas of his own. Seeing the rebellious behavior of his house elf, Lucius was so anxious that his face turned green. He quickly stood up and reprimanded loudly, Dobby, the Dark Lord asked you to put the crucible over, didn't you hear it? The house elf named Dobby heard his master's order and was forced to walk to the middle of the long table and put down the huge cauldron in his hand with a look of struggle on his face. Go aside and punish yourself in front of the Dark Lord. Lucius then reprimanded. Dobby gave a comical choking sound and banged his head against the wall wildly. Bad Dobby, doesn't listen to his master. The elf hit the wall painfully, making heavy noises. At the same time, no one noticed that the house elf Dobby was still whispering in a voice that no one else could hear. Bad Dobby helped the Dark Lord who must not even be named, but Dobby didn't have the courage to resist. Shut him up, Lucius, Voldemort said. Don't make any noise, Dobby, Lucius said fiercely. Dobby immediately closed his mouth, stopped banging against the wall, and instead used 4 tiny fingers to silently tear at his ears. Voldemort glanced at the house elf and stopped paying too much attention. His attention was now entirely focused on the cauldron that Dobby had moved. The other Death Eaters also stared curiously at the huge cauldron in front of them, wondering what the Dark Lord wanted to do with this cauldron. Watch it, Severus. Under the curious eyes of all the Death Eaters, Voldemort suddenly said to Snape, I understand that your knowledge of potions is profound enough, so this pot of potion was originally intended for I left it to you to cook, but you betrayed me. In that case, Avery. Avery walked out with a proud look on his face when his name was called, and glanced at Snape with disdain, obviously very satisfied with such a reward for nothing. This potion is not difficult to brew. I hope you won't disappoint me, Voldemort said coldly. Avery nodded confidently and raised his wand towards the huge crucible. Clear water like a spring, aguamenti. A stream of water quickly gushes out from the tip of Avery's wand, and with the continuous splashing sound, the cauldron is gradually filled with water. This cauldron is so big that when filled with water, it can completely submerge an adult sitting in it. Voldemort looked at the cauldron filled with water, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more intense. He couldn't even control his own magical aura, and his black robes fluttered loudly. Avery waved his wand again, scratched dots at the bottom of the crucible, and recited another spell. Indio. A crackling fire burst out under the crucible, and the fire gradually increased in intensity. Afterwards, Avery took out several prepared potion ingredients from a bag and added them to the crucible. After another complicated operation, the water in the crucible gradually turned into a green color, emitting bursts of weird and unpleasant smells. The liquid in the crucible gradually took on the appearance of a magic potion. Under Voldemort's eager gaze, the potion in the crucible did not disappoint him, heating up very quickly. Within 2 minutes, its surface not only began to boil, but also emitted strong sparks, as if it were burning. The steam became thicker, and the figures of many Death Eaters present became blurry in the thick steam. Voldemort's robes rumbled more violently. Quick! His sharp, cold voice revealed strong urgency, expectation, and fanaticism. It'll be fine soon, Master. Avery wiped the sweat from his head and said tremblingly. After all, he was not a potion master like Snape. This potion, which Voldemort said was not difficult to brew, still cost him too much energy. After a while, the entire boiling water suddenly calmed down. Bright and dazzling sparks flashed on the surface of the water, exuding sparkling light in the rich steam, as if studded with diamonds. It's burned, Master. Avery breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his grip on the wand. Snape, who was bound aside, looked at him with disgust, as if he was disdainful of Avery's unprofessional method of brewing potions. It's now. Voldemort's sparkling scarlet eyes were filled with ecstasy, and his distorted facial features became even uglier, and his entire face looked like a flat snake face than ever before. Looking at Voldemort's ugly face, Riddle frowned slightly, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. But all of Voldemort's attention was attracted by the potion in front of him, and he didn't notice anything unusual about Riddle. He walked straight to the crucible, jumped lightly, and stood on the edge of the hot crucible. Avery took a deep breath, knowing that the next process was more important than all the previous steps combined, and raised the wand without any hesitation. The unintentional donation of your father's bones can regenerate your son, Voldemort said in a trembling voice under Voldemort's impatient gesture. Standing on the edge of the crucible, Voldemort suddenly separated wisps of grey smoke and formed a complete human skeleton shape above the diamond-like liquid. Then, the skeleton fell gently into the crucible, and sank gently with a hissing sound. The diamond-like liquid surface suddenly burst, the surface crackled, sparks flew, and the liquid turned into bright red and blue, looking like the most poisonous poison in the world. After separating the bones of his father, Tom Riddle Sr., Voldemort's figure suddenly became much more illusory. He looked at Avery with his cold eyes. Even though it was an illusory figure, the powerful intimidation in it still almost made Avery breathless. Avery took a deep breath, raised his right arm tremblingly, and turned the wand pointing at the crucible in his left hand to point at his right hand. Your servant's flesh, voluntarily donated by you, can make your master reborn, he said with difficulty. Then, Avery closed his eyes. Diffindo. He let out a scream of agony. Then there was a chilling plop sound, and Avery's severed hand was thrown into the crucible. The potion in the crucible immediately turned fiery red, and the strong light almost penetrated the thick steam in the meeting room, illuminating the shuddering expressions of all the Death Eaters. Avery gasped and moaned in pain. He curtly treated the huge wound on his right wrist, then put down his wand, and used his remaining left hand to slowly take the bottle of Harry's blood from Voldemort. The blood of your enemies is forced to be sacrificed, to bring your enemies back to life. Avery poured Harry's blood into the cauldron. The liquid in the crucible immediately turned dazzling white. The liquid was almost boiling again, and diamond-like sparks continued to splash in all directions, extremely bright and dazzling, completely dispersing all the surrounding steam. Avery completed his task and knelt down beside Voldemort on the edge of the cauldron. He covered his broken arm, looked up at the Dark Lord's satisfied and excited expression, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had done a great job. At this moment, Riddle, who had been watching for a long time, suddenly moved. Just when Voldemort was about to throw his illusory body into the dazzling white potion in the crucible, Riddle suddenly stepped forward quickly, raised his hand and raised his wand. Flipendo at full speed. Voldemort's attention was all on the crucible in front of him. He also had a high degree of trust in his split soul and did not pay any attention to it at all. Caught off guard, he was suddenly hit by the repel spell and fell from the edge of the crucible. What you do? Voldemort was furious and looked at Riddle with his scarlet eyes. Looking at Riddle's unruly expression, Voldemort didn't suddenly realize until this moment that Snape was not wrong at all, and the soul he split off was the real undercover, and the purpose of this soul fragment is precisely the resurrection potion that he desires so much. Come on, all of you, catch him. Voldemort looked at the frightened Death Eaters and roared viciously. At the same time, he also raised his wand and angrily cast countless angry spells at Riddle. Although Voldemort threw the bones of his father, Tom Riddle Sr., into the crucible and lost part of his physical strength, his strength was still not comparable to soul fragments like Riddle in the Horcrux diary. Riddle was at a disadvantage as soon as they fought, and could only fend off Voldemort's attack. However, Voldemort was not alone here. More and more Death Eaters surrounded him and attacked Riddle. The situation is about to become extremely dangerous. However, although Riddle was obviously unable to withstand the attacks of many curses, he did not show the slightest panic, and there seemed to be other confidence in his eyes. Sure enough, when he couldn't hold on anymore, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Professor Dracula, help me!" Upon hearing this call for help, almost all Death Eaters and even all wizards present, including Voldemort, froze. They subconsciously turned their heads left and right, trying to find that terrifying figure. Voldemort also looked around nervously, and then he was slightly relieved when he found that Dracula was not there. "Stop bluffing, Tom. There is no way Dracula can enter our base." A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "This place is under a spell of loyalty. Unless I personally give permission to enter, no one can enter. The location of this bunker can be discovered." "Oh, is this true?" A mellow voice suddenly rang. "Of course," Voldemort replied proudly. However, the next moment, he showed an expression of extreme astonishment, even horror, and looked towards the place where the sound came from. "I saw a silver-haired figure arriving here at some point." He was leaning against the door of the conference room, looking at Voldemort and the Death Eaters here with a half-smile. "This is impossible." Voldemort opened his scarlet eyes and stared blankly in the direction of the door of the conference room. "This is impossible. How can you enter a place where the loyalty curse is cast?" "The loyalty curse is indeed very powerful, and there is almost no possibility of breaking it." Dracula looked at Voldemort's frightened expression with interest, and smiled softly, "But after all, it is just a magic. As long as it is magic, there must be a way to deal with it. As far as I know, the mechanism of the red loyalty curse is to hide a secret in the soul of a living person. As long as the secret keeper does not take the initiative to reveal it, the secret will not be discovered, even if the Soul Imperious Curse and Veritaserum are used. Mr. Voldemort, I don't know if you have forgotten, but you do not have a unique soul. Dracula laughed happily. "Mr. Riddle's soul comes from the same origin as you. Since you have hidden the secret of this base in your soul, the scope of the red loyalty curse is only it is your soul that can tell the secret. And your soul is highly similar to Riddle's, so as long as you use a little magic to modify Riddle's soul, it's not difficult to deceive the loyalty curse." Looking at Dracula with a pleasant smile on his lips, Voldemort was stunned. He never dreamed that the person who exposed this base that had just been built a few days ago was none other than himself. "I'm the one undercover." Voldemort knew that today was probably going to be a bad day, so he gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed towards the crucible quickly. As he rushed forward, he shouted, "Stop them, hold them off as long as you can." Voldemort wanted to be the first to put his soul into the resurrection potion in the crucible. If he could be resurrected on the spot and restored to his peak strength, then he would still have the strength to face Dracula. The surrounding Death Eaters looked at Dracula by the door, with different expressions. Some were high-spirited, some were hesitant, some were confused, and some were afraid. In the end, the Death Eaters, led by Nott and Avery, chose to attack Dracula immediately. Nott made some mistakes in the dozen years since Voldemort left, and now he wants to make amends for them. Avery was left with only one left hand holding the wand. He was extremely eager to help Voldemort regain his peak strength. Only in this way could his efforts be rewarded. Only when Voldemort regains his strength will he be able to replace his right hand that was cut off while refining the medicine, and will he be given a higher status commensurate with his efforts. Others are showmen like Lucius. As soon as Lucius received Voldemort's order, he began to find ways to avoid the center of the upcoming battle. At the same time, his actions also meant to distance himself from other Death Eaters in front of Dracula to show their alignment. A small group of Death Eaters headed by Lucius once again began to fish in the water. They chanted the spell louder than anyone else's, and the light at the tip of the wand was much brighter than the others, but for a long time not a single decent spell was fired. In the scene that instantly became a mess, Voldemort quickly rushed towards the crucible. He was only hit by a repelling spell, and the distance from the crucible was not too far. As soon as he took a step forward, he was immediately within inches of the crucible. However, this one step has turned into a world away. A silver-haired figure stood in front of the crucible, raised his hand and erected a transparent light curtain, blocking Voldemort behind the light curtain. His seemingly thin body firmly blocked every inch of Voldemort's path forward. Voldemort rushed very fast and hit the light screen very hard. His face hit the transparent light screen hard, and his noseless face became even flatter, as if he had been severely stepped on by an elephant's big foot and pressed to the ground. I rubbed it for a long time. After Voldemort was frustrated, he subconsciously turned his head and wanted to angrily scold those Death Eaters who couldn't even stop him. However, when he turned his head, he found that the silver-haired figure at the door was still standing there, waving his wand casually, blocking countless spell attacks from the Death Eaters. Seeing Voldemort's gaze, Dracula at the door also changed his gaze and smiled at him. Voldemort looked at the silver-haired figure in front of him again, and found that this was exactly the same Dracula, but his figure was more realistic than the one at the door. Before, his emotions were immersed in shock and panic, and he didn't notice anything weird. It was only now that Voldemort discovered that the Dracula at the door was originally just an avatar or a projection of power, so it seemed a bit illusory like his soul body. Voldemort suddenly realized that there was probably nothing wrong with the map Snape had given him. It's just that even he was deceived by Dracula, so that the red light spot representing Dracula on the map could only be the location of Dracula's incarnation. Severus, I wronged you? Voldemort said silently in his heart. Then, he gave Snape a meaningful look, hoping that Snape's legilimency would be activated in time to understand what he meant. This look means this. Severus, I may have failed again today, and the Death Eaters may have suffered serious losses. But you still have a chance. If you continue to lurk in Hogwarts, I will definitely come back. Snape was silent for a moment and nodded slowly. After Voldemort turned his head, Snape lowered his head with a mocking smile on his face. Even Snape, who secretly had a huge feud with Voldemort because of what happened 12 years ago, couldn't help but show a somewhat pitiful look in his eyes at this moment. Voldemort probably still doesn't know that Snape, whom he has high hopes for, is the biggest undercover. Whether it was Riddle's exposure or Dracula's deliberate display of his incarnation this time, it was all to cover Snape's ability to lurk among the Death Eaters, thus ensuring that Hogwarts would have sufficient resources from Death Eater intelligence. No matter what era, what occasion, or who, information is always important. On the other side, in Voldemort's desperate eyes, a blood-red water prison enveloped his illusory body. This is Dracula's bloody water prison magic. Last semester, after Voldemort failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone, his soul was wrapped up in all directions by Dracula with this magic, and was eventually completely eroded by blood and water. Mr. Voldemort, it seems that I must let you see with your own eyes how your clone can restore your peak strength on your behalf. Dracula looked at Voldemort wrapped in blood and chuckled. Dracula returned to Voldemort almost exactly what he had said to Snape, except for changing a few pronouns. This murderous and heart-wrenching act made Voldemort furious. Even through the blood-colored water prison, his face could be seen turning purple with anger. This is just the beginning, Voldemort. Are you going to be unable to hold on any longer? Dracula then repeated what Voldemort had said before, his tone full of ridicule. Voldemort took a deep breath and finally calmed down. If you want to do it quickly. You don't need to insult me like this, he said very forcefully, relying on the fact that he still possessed a large number of Horcruxes, and even if his soul was wiped out, there was still a way to resurrect him. However, Dracula is also very aware of the fact that he possesses Horcruxes and does not accept his tricks at all. Don't rush to die yet, Mr. Voldemort. He pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, let me think about it. You said, what if I don't destroy you, but lock your soul in this place for a long time? Wouldn't it be the best choice to be in a water prison where you have no way to resurrect and no ability to go out and stir up trouble? Voldemort's eyes suddenly widened with a horrified expression. You are a devil, Dracula. He stared at Dracula closely and said through gritted teeth. Strictly speaking, you can indeed call me devil. Dracula did not feel dissatisfied at all, but laughed softly. Of course, if you look at what you have done, it is obvious that you are more like me than me. It's a devil. Voldemort stood in the blood-colored water prison, fell silent, and stopped answering. After a moment, he took a deep breath and nodded heavily as if he had made some kind of decision. Don't worry, Dracula. I won't do what you want. Voldemort's voice came from the bloody water prison. Dracula looked over curiously and found that black flames suddenly ignited in Voldemort's scarlet eyes. The next moment, Voldemort's whole body was ignited by black flames. I will come back again, Dracula. After saying these words, his illusory body burned completely and turned into powder floating in the blood-red water prison. Seeing Voldemort burning himself in front of his eyes, Dracula blinked in a daze. Why did your main soul spontaneously combust? He looked at Riddle beside him and asked innocently. Didn't you say you wanted to lock him up? Riddle wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his head and whispered, he chose to spontaneously combust in order to have a chance to continue to be resurrected. I was just joking. Dracula shrugged, it would be too troublesome to maintain a magic just to guard Voldemort. I'm too lazy to do that. Riddle, okay, let's not mention this anymore. This time Voldemort should be able to stay calm for a long time. Dracula chuckled, one more thing, the resurrection potion prepared by Voldemort is here. Don't you want to go in and experience it? I'm just a soul fragment, can I really use this resurrection potion? Riddle still couldn't believe it. It's always good to give it a try, Dracula said. In addition, Voldemort obviously divided his soul into many parts. When you absorb one of them, it is not necessarily more powerful than the main soul. How much smaller is the share? Riddle nodded slightly and walked slowly towards the huge cauldron in the center of the long table. Riddle walked to the crucible, took out the Horcrux diary from his chest pocket and threw it in. His body also turned into a ball of white light and entered the diary, sinking to the bottom of the crucible with it. The next moment, the sparks on the crucible went out. A stream of white steam rose up from the crucible, then sank along the edge of the crucible, quietly covering the floor of the conference room. I don't know if the diary will be damaged by water, Dracula thought wickedly as he dispersed the now empty blood-colored water prison and turned to look at the trembling Death Eaters. I almost forgot that you people are still here. He chuckled and said, let's talk about it. Your master abandoned you and committed suicide first. So what are you people going to do? The Death Eaters' expressions were very stiff. They reunited under the returning Voldemort, not just because of the fear of the Dark Lord in their hearts, At least in the minds of these senior Death Eaters, they thought that Dumbledore was old and Voldemort was resurrected. No one would be able to restrain and balance the Dark Lord in the future. The future wizarding world would be an era of dark magic, and these Death Eaters, as Voldemort's founding heroes, would be able to obtain a high status and a lot of benefits for themselves in the future. However, to the surprise of all the Death Eaters, after Voldemort's return, a powerful defense against the Dark Arts professor emerged. He thwarted the Dark Lord's plans several times and caused serious setbacks for the Death Eaters' camp. Now, this terrifying being, who was obviously also a great wizard, was looking at them with an interested expression. Among the panic-looking Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy, as a glorious wallflower and a colleague of Dracula who still maintained his status as a school board member, stood one step ahead of his colleagues without hesitation. Come out. Where is this? Lucius stood up, and then performed a face-changing trick for everyone on the spot, and his whole person seamlessly transformed into a confused look. The other Death Eaters behind him also immediately understood. Their acting skills were uneven, but most of them looked dazed. I seem to have forgotten something. Hey, how did I get here? That's not right. Wasn't I taking care of the children at home just now? Dracula. Do these Death Eaters pretend to be so uniform and consistent? They are all talents. Lucius, the leader, turned around a few times, looking at the meeting room in the bunker with a confused and curious expression. When Lucius turned his attention to Dracula, he immediately made an unexpected expression, as if he had seen him here accidentally. Professor Dracula, it turns out you are here too. Lucius said overjoyed, I came to such a strange place unconsciously. I am worried about who I should contact to find out what happened. Dracula looked at his superb acting skills and raised the corners of his mouth with a half-smile. It's fun to play Sting, he said with interest. Do you really want to know what happened? Lucius's expression suddenly froze when he saw Dracula's raised lips, recalling the fear he felt when the originally arrogant school board was dominated by this man. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Well, actually it's good for me to find the answer myself. Lucius said softly. No, I'd better tell you to go faster. Dracula seemed to have thought of some interesting idea, and a malicious and playful smile appeared on his face. Do you know? With the joint efforts of you people, the notorious Voldemort was defeated. He said softly. The Death Eaters suffered cardiac arrest and could not even continue the ongoing performance, and looked at Dracula in stunned silence. You were originally seduced by Voldemort and joined an evil group like the Death Eaters. Dracula ignored the stunned people and continued to tell the improvised story. Now, you have been inspired by justice, choose to take the blame and make meritorious service. You formed an anti-Dark Lord alliance and had a fierce battle with Voldemort. Just now, an extremely dangerous battle took place in this conference room. This was a battle between you, a group of reformed Death Eaters, and Voldemort. Because Voldemort had not returned to his peak strength, he was outnumbered and defeated. I fell by your hands. But after all, Voldemort was still a lean camel bigger than a horse. The moment before he was defeated, he cast a very powerful forgetting spell, erasing all your memories of reforming, leaving you with only your identity. Death Eater memories. The purpose of Voldemort using the Oblivion Curse is to get you to return to his hands and help him make a comeback. But I know you won't. The Oblivion Curse is not completely irreversible, so you must remember that you are the anti-Dark Lord as soon as possible. The memories of Alliance members will no longer be driven by Voldemort. The story Dracula made up made the Death Eaters stunned. If these Death Eaters didn't still have complete memories of that time in their minds, maybe they would really believe Dracula's lies. The story he made up was too complete, and there was still a little bit of plausibility. That's outrageous. Ahem, Mr. Dracula, you are really humorous. Lucius smiled helplessly. We are definitely not as great as you said. Just kidding, they don't dare to admit the story Dracula just made up. Any Death Eater who has participated in this meeting knows that Voldemort will be resurrected. Even though Voldemort burned his soul to powder, the Death Eaters were still unsure when the Dark Lord would come back. Under such circumstances, no one dared to agree with Dracula's story, even if such a story could help them better exonerate themselves from the Ministry of Magic's interrogation. The Death Eaters were afraid that one day the Dark Lord would suddenly return and cause trouble for those of them who had followed Dracula's words and reformed their evil ways. At this time, Lucius's heart also collapsed. Merlin's beard, who would have thought that he showed that confused and doubtful expression just now just to pretend to be a wizard controlled by the Imperious Curse. He does not have the courage to form an anti-Dark Lord alliance and then resist Voldemort as described by Dracula. So, Lucius turned his back to the other Death Eaters behind him and kept winking at Dracula, implying that he was Dracula's one of his own and there was no need to mix him with those of the Dark Lord. The die-hard Death Eaters tricked him all over again. Dracula saw the hint in Lucius's eyes, chuckled and nodded. He wasn't prepared to push this lowly person too hard, so he just wanted to have some fun with it. After all, in Dracula's view, there was only one undercover agent in the Death Eater camp, Snape, which was far from enough to shake Voldemort's foundation, and another one had to be sent over. A lowly person like Lucius is very suitable. In addition, for some unknown reason, Snape only listened to Dumbledore. In other words, if you want to get first-hand information from Snape, you must share the information with Dumbledore. This made Dracula very unhappy. Therefore, pushing Lucius to continue working undercover in the Death Eater camp can be regarded as one of Dracula's long-standing plans. In this case, Lucius was not suitable to be punished by the Ministry of Magic so severely that he would be removed from Voldemort's center of power. Therefore, Dracula also acquiesced in his use of relationships disguised as the Imperious Curse. Stop being so nervous, wizards. After seeing the wonderful expressions on the faces of the Death Eaters, Dracula felt very happy and raised the corners of his mouth exaggeratedly. I'm too lazy to deal with you, then. It's too troublesome. More professional people will judge you later. As he spoke, he turned his attention to the crucible, which had begun to gradually cool down. The last and most important step of resurrecting the potion, injecting the soul, is finally completed. Through the white mist that gradually dissipated, a man's figure slowly rose from the crucible. He was tall, thin, and well-proportioned. The first thing that appeared in everyone's sight was the face of Riddle in the Horcrux diary. He had black hair and black eyes. He was handsome. The micro-expressions on his face were also mixed with some evil and coldness. Riddle held the blank diary in his left hand, which was not affected by the potion at all, and left the huge crucible with a light jump. The moment he jumped into the air, he quickly used the transformation technique to transform himself into a Hogwarts school robe and put it on his body, and then landed lightly on the ground. Underneath the green-collared school robe, he also wears the attire of a Slytherin college student, a white t-shirt, a vest with green patterns, and a green striped tie. Suddenly, Riddle seemed to return to the time when he was still in school. That is the past that Voldemort often does not want to recall, but it is also all that Riddle remembers in the Horcrux diary. So the first time he put on clothes after he got his body was to put on a school uniform that looked like a student's. However, compared to the current fashion trends, the style of the school uniform should have been out of date for a long time. How do you feel, Assistant Tom Riddle? Dracula asked with a chuckle. Very good, better than ever. Riddle also laughed, but his voice was much more unrestrained than Dracula's. He seemed to still not be able to believe that he had obtained a body in this way. After returning home, he kept looking up and down at every part of his body. This is not a body that has been hastily built and assembled using soul power, but a real body that can sense everything in the outside world. Riddle took out a wand that had been prepared long ago from the diary that had lost its soul fragment. Hold it high above your head, unleash the magic power in your body, and release a bright and dazzling light. Looking at this light, Dracula frowned slightly. Judging from the upgraded version of the wand lighting spell released by Riddle, his total magic power, let alone comparing it with Voldemort at his peak, seemed to be far behind Voldemort's transformed body. If this is the case, then the effect of this resurrection potion is to create a corresponding body on the soul. The potion will create a body that fits the body as much as it has the ability, which also corresponds to the shape of the soul. From this point of view, if the person who uses this pot of potion to resurrect is Voldemort, there will not be a young Slytherin student like Riddle at all. What is more likely is that the crucible will produce an ugly monster with no hair, narrow nostrils, and scarlet eyes. Looking at Riddle's handsome face that had not lost its appearance, Dracula shrugged. Well, at least it seems that this assistant taught Bigelow to make the students more pleasing to the eye. Facts have proved that this year's Assistant Riddle is indeed more popular with the little wizards than Assistant Quirrell from last school year. But the students not only welcomed the handsome Assistant Riddle, but also harbored a mixture of love and hate. Professor Dracula, go take care of Assistant Riddle. That's right, Professor. Assistant Professor Riddle seems to be a different person today. It's terrible. Two almost identical voices sounded next to Dracula, pitiful, as if he had been wronged in some way. Dracula put down the newspaper in front of his eyes, looked up at the two clumps of fiery red hair, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Fred and George, the twins recognized as troublemakers in Hogwarts, now completely lost their usual mischievous smiles and looked aggrieved. Their faces were bruised and swollen, and there were two huge symmetrical dark circles on the two identical faces. The Weasley twins who came to Dracula now looked exactly like two poor little wizards who had been bullied and came to complain to their teacher. Professor, it's okay if you don't come to help us, but you still laugh at us. Fred's expression became even more aggrieved and he shouted loudly. That's right. Professor, if you don't help us seek justice, you will no longer be our favorite professor. George agreed angrily. Dracula laughed dumbly, looking over the shoulders of Fred and George, towards the duel stage set up in the center of the auditorium. Today is the day after Halloween, a Monday, and the first day after the holiday that normal classes and dual club gatherings resume. The Halloween decorations and scenery have not yet been removed, and the auditorium is still filled with a strong Halloween atmosphere. Many huge pumpkin lanterns are arranged around the auditorium, grinning at the little wizards. Dracula was lying comfortably in the largest jack-o'-lantern, holding a newspaper that had just been confiscated from the little wizard's hand. He looked past the Weasley twins who were standing in front of the pumpkin's big mouth and looked towards the center of the auditorium. At this time, Riddle looked very excited on the stage. One by one, he called up the little wizards who were in 4th grade and above, and taught them one by one on their dueling skills. It may not be appropriate to use the word pointing to describe Riddle's actions, because rather than teaching, it is better to say that he is using the fighting power of the students at Hogwarts to adapt to the weapon he has just acquired. Body. Riddle became more and more energetic and excited as he fought, but the little wizards were miserable. Riddle, who had just gained a body, had not yet mastered the use of his body. He could not cast spells freely, and he had no idea how to use his body. Therefore, just like Fred and George, many little wizards were beaten with bruises, which greatly increased the workload of Mrs. Pomfrey, the head nurse of the school infirmary, and also made the little wizards in 4th grade and above complain endlessly. So the dark circles around your eyes were caused by what kind of spell Riddle used? Dracula turned his attention back to the Weisla twins in front of him and asked with interest, these dark circles. The eye circles are quite interesting, but they don't look like the effects of a magic spell. You're right, Professor. Fred stamped his feet, looking filled with indignation. When we went on stage to receive instructions, Assistant Professor Riddle thought we were too weak. Not only did he let the two of us go on stage together, he even put away your wand and fight us with your bare hands. Yes, as your outstanding students with quality and morals, of course we must fight in a fair and just duel. George took over and said, so we resolutely rejected Riddle's conditions as an assistant teacher. Then Assistant Riddle attacked us without following duel etiquette and beat us with his fists. Fred said angrily, Professor, there is no physical contact in the duel field, but this is the rule you told us. George said with a sad face and sniffed in frustration. What Assistant Riddle did was a naked contempt for the duel rules. Dracula listened to Fred and George's accusations with interest, and quickly completed the whole story in his mind. Most of what Fred and George just complained should be fine. As 4th-year students, it was normal for the two of them to be called by Riddle for pointing, or rather for sparring. However, Riddle may have felt that he couldn't show his strength with these students and wanted to have some excitement, so he asked the twins, who worked well together, to try to test more of his strength. Unfortunately, Fred and George together could not satisfy Riddle's needs, so he put away his wand and used these two little wizards to hone his physical fitness. Not only does the magic power of the new body need to be adapted, but the physical strength also needs to be adjusted. Dracula knew the twins Fred and George very well and knew that of course they could not be as good and moral as they said. When they encountered something good like Riddle putting away his wand and fighting with them, the two of them could only be overjoyed, pick up their wands and rush forward. Of course, facing a master like Riddle who can cast spells silently without a wand, even without a wand, the Wesley twins would not be able to defeat him. So the two of them each received a fat beating from Riddle. Assistant Riddle's behavior is indeed a bit unjustifiable. Dracula nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will vent your anger on your behalf. He stood up from the jack-o'-lantern, chuckled and patted the twins on the shoulders. Fred and George looked up at Dracula in disbelief, expressions of extreme surprise on their faces. In fact, they were just angry for a moment, so they came to Dracula to complain, but in their hearts they didn't think that Professor Dracula would really be so kind and would vent his anger on their behalf. Are you telling the truth, Professor? Fred asked still in disbelief. How are you going to help us vent our anger, Professor? George also asked. Dracula looked at the two big dark circles on their faces and raised the corners of his mouth playfully. Don't worry. I will personally have a duel with Assistant Riddle to help him get a good workout, he said with a smile. In addition, I will also cancel his position as a temporary duel assistant. How can you take the lead in violating duel rules? After hearing Dracula's way of venting his anger, Fred nodded with satisfaction. Professor Dracula, you are still our favorite professor. He gave a thumbs up. However, George next to him was keenly aware of something amiss, and asked in a low voice, Professor Dracula, Professor Snape is not here today. If Assistant Riddle's dueling assistant position is cancelled, who will be the one to give him the job? Where are we training? Do you still need to think about this? When they are not here, of course I will train you. Dracula's smile became more playful. When the time comes, you will join the entire academy together, and I will personally train as your duel opponent. Your dueling skills. Fred and George's eyes suddenly enlarged, with extremely frightened expressions in their eyes. No, Professor? Professor, you can't do this. However, Dracula had already been intrigued by Riddle's fighting style. He ignored the crying Weiss twins and walked straight to the duel stage in the center of the auditorium. The newspaper in Dracula's hand was thrown into the air casually, and illuminated by the flickering candles in the jack-o'-lantern, several large characters on the cover were revealed. Azkaban was attacked by an unknown dark wizard and has been successfully repelled by the horrors of the Ministry of Magic. The newspaper continued to fall and fell gently into a thin old hand. That hand placed the newspaper on the table, gently held a pair of half-moon glasses on the bridge of his slightly crooked nose, and smoothed the long white beard on his face under the glasses. Professor Dracula, I heard that you had a great time at the duel club today. Dumbledore stroked his beard and looked at the silver-haired figure sitting on the window edge of the principal's office with a smile. It's not bad. Dracula curled his lips, obviously not very happy. I just hope they can get up on time for the first morning class tomorrow. I hope so, otherwise Minerva and the others will have to complain to me again. Dumbledore smiled and then asked, how is the current status of Tom Riddle's Horcrux? It's weaker than I thought. Dracula shook his head and said, Voldemort's resurrection potion did not allow Riddle to gain the power that belonged to the Dark Lord, but it probably solidified his power level to what it was when he was about 16 years old. Phase 1. But it seems that Riddle has integrated well, and there is still the possibility of continuing to grow. He used the method of fighting with the little wizards today to get used to his new body, and he has made great progress. Dumbledore nodded slightly, but his expression was slightly hesitant. After a moment, he asked softly, Professor Dracula, do you think our plan is still going on as planned? Of course. Dracula turned to look at Dumbledore. Are you worried that I'm not doing my job properly and don't care about the plan we made? That's not true. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm just not sure. Forget it. It would be great if we can proceed in an orderly manner and according to the plan. Did you read today's Daily Prophet? He asked. Dracula glanced at the newspaper in Dumbledore's hand and sneered coldly. Tisk, tisk, the unknown dark wizard attacked Azkaban and was repelled by the horrors of the Ministry of Magic. He curled his lips indifferently. What a good way to divert the topic, this so-called official report. Actually, it's understandable. Dumbledore said expressionlessly. The Ministry of Magic did not want to cause panic among the public, so it did not release information about Voldemort. What's more, Voldemort was indeed defeated by Professor Dracula. It should be short there is no possibility of recovery within this time. Don't you want to cause panic? Dracula sneered again. Tisk, do we have to wait until Voldemort is completely resurrected before giving the wizards in the magical world a surprise? Then, he turned his head and glanced at Dumbledore. I clearly remember, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the director of the Auror Office were both on the island of Azkaban. They had to see Voldemort with their own eyes. So did the two of them. Same opinion. That's not true. Amelia and Rufus want to announce the information about Voldemort's resurrection. Dumbledore said, but the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, does not want this news to be leaked. It is already very difficult to maintain the current stability, and he does not want other risks to arise while he is in office. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic who was called a fool by Voldemort, right? Dracula chuckled. Professor Dracula, there is no need to say that. Dumbledore smiled helplessly. Cornelius, well, he also has his own merits that can be learned from. You want to learn how to cover your ears and steal the bell. Dracula leaned on the window frame of the principal's office boredly, looking at the sparse stars in the night sky outside the window. If I guess correctly, those Death Eaters who were sent to the Ministry of Magic also did not many of them have been actually sentenced, right? As you expected, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore sighed. Most of those people are pure-blood wizards who have been donating to the Ministry of Magic for a long time, and their family power is also quite large in the Ministry of Magic. Distribution. Connolly would not be willing to offend such a large number of pure-bloods. In addition, those Death Eaters all insisted that they were controlled by the Imperious Curse and had no knowledge of this operation. Fudge was also happy to find excuses to let them go, and they hit it off. Of course, what Dumbledore did not say was that Fudge and many related personnel from the Ministry of Magic took the opportunity to extort those purebloods and made a lot of gold galleons. Sure enough, your wizard's regime is still so uneasy even after hundreds of years. Dracula smiled casually and jumped down from the windowsill, but it's good for our plan. Fudge's behavior was just right for them. It can just enough protect Snape and Malfoy, the two undercover agents within the Death Eaters, so that they will not be punished by the Ministry of Magic and do not need additional help from Dracula and Dumbledore, so they can be better protected. Their true identities continue to lurk in the Death Eater camp. Did Snape get enough rest these past 2 days? Dracula asked. Don't worry, Severus can go to class as usual tomorrow. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. He is very determined and will not waste too long because of a Cruciatus curse. That's good. Dracula nodded slightly. As you wish, Mr. Principal, our plan can proceed step by step. I hope Voldemort won't keep me waiting too long. After Halloween, it's November. Entering November means that Hogwarts Castle has officially entered winter, and it also means that the first official Quidditch match of each school year will kick off this month. After a draw, the first game of the year was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Although the Gryffindor players didn't show it on their faces, they were actually a little unsure in their hearts. This is because, with the support of Draco Malfoy's rich father, all members of the Slytherin team replaced the latest Nimbus 2001 broomsticks, whose performance is simply unparalleled to that of Gryffindor. Sweeping through the old antiques caused a crushing situation, and only the Nimbus 2000 given to Harry by Professor McGonagall could compete with them. The two batsmen, Fred and George, had already scouted out the enemy situation early. According to them, Slytherin's team members flew as fast as lightning. Because of Slytherin's top hardware, Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, was very anxious during this time. In order to defend the Quidditch Cup championship, he would pull the Gryffindor players out whenever he had time to conduct a kind of devilish training that made Harry and others talk about it. According to Fred and George's description, Wood's devil training was more perverted than Professor Dracula's defense against the dark arts class and dueling club. The first Saturday morning in November, the day the first Quidditch match begins. Harry woke up early in the Gryffindor dormitory. He lay on the bed for a while, unconsciously looking out the window, looking from the tall Gryffindor tower at the Quidditch pitch in the distance that was still green even in winter, thinking about the upcoming Quidditch match. Harry was a little nervous. He was mainly thinking about what Wood, who was eager to defend the championship, would say if Gryffindor lost. At the same time, he also thought about the fact that the teams they had to face all rode the fastest money could buy. Broom, this obvious hardware gap cannot be made up for by a little bit of technology. But when he thought of the arrogant faces of the Slytherin Quidditch players, when he thought of Malfoy humiliating Hermione as a mudblood, and of Ron's pain when he was hit by his own slug curse, Harry never so eager to beat the Slytherin team now. His heart was tumbling, and he lay in bed with his eyes open and thought wildly for half an hour. Then he got up, got dressed, and went downstairs to have breakfast early. When he arrived at the auditorium, he found that the other members of the Gryffindor team probably had the same mood as him and had already arrived early. They were crowded around the long, empty dining table, all of them looking nervous and taciturn. It was approaching 11 o'clock when the Quidditch match officially started. Almost all the teachers and students in the school began to go to the Quidditch stadium to watch the match between the defending champion of the previous school year and the second-placed team in the standings. It was a hot and humid day, and there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky. When Harry entered the dressing room, his two best friends, Ron and Hermione, rushed over to wish him good luck. Afterwards, he and the other team members put on the bright red Gryffindor Quidditch uniforms, then sat down and listened to Wood's customary pre-game pep talk to them. The Slytherin team's brooms are better than ours. This is undeniable. Wood said seriously, but every one of us sitting on the brooms is better than them. We train harder than them. In all kinds of weather we have flown in all kinds of environments, and with weather like today, it would be an advantage for us if it rained. You're quite right, George added with a shrug. My clothes haven't been dry since August. Of course, Professor Dracula's defense against the dark arts class and the dueling club also contributed a lot. Fred added. Wood glared at the two of them and continued to say passionately, we want them to regret it and let them know that seekers who pay their way into the team cannot win the game. Harry nodded in understanding. Wood was very emotional and his chest was heaving. He turned to Harry and said, it's up to you, Harry. You have to let them see that as a seeker, a rich father alone is not enough. Harry, today you have to catch the golden snitch before Malfoy, or die on the field. Because we have to win today, we have to win. He repeated must win twice, which shows how eager the Gryffindor team captain is to win. So don't stress, Harry. Fred winked at him and reassured. However, the next moment, Wood turned his vicious eyes to Fred and George. I heard that you opened another gambling game and asked Slytherin to win. He said fiercely, if I see that you are not working hard during the game today, let's see how I deal with it. You. Ha ha ha, Oliver, how did you know? Fred laughed, actually, this is just our strategy. Don't you know that smooth saying dash? In Quidditch, buy back, and the villa is next to the sea, occasionally buy a draw, and ride on the Nimbus, bet big on the odd one, and surpass the big players, buy the ball, buy a strong team, and queue up on the rooftop. We are the strong team, so we can't purchase. After all that, you don't want us to lose the game. Wood's expression became even more dangerous. Stop, Oliver, Fred was just kidding. George quickly stood in front of Wood and held down his tightly clenched fists. Actually, we did it to retaliate against those big Slytherin dogs. We deliberately let him go. The limelight came out. Even if we both beat Slytherin, they will definitely think that we have no confidence in this game and will place bets with a sense of luck. If you don't believe it, look, we have already cheated half of Slytherin College. George took out a book full of various betting amounts and waved it in front of Wood. And we only bet 2 silver sickles on Slytherin. The real big bet was on Gryffindor instead of us. Fred also said. Wood nodded with satisfaction when he saw the astronomical number 20 galleons after Lee Jordan's name. In that case, in order to show my determination, help me put in all my savings. Wood waved his hand. I am bound to make him a big profit this time. Fred. George, do you want to think about it again? Buy football and strong teams? Go queue up on the rooftop, Oliver. No need to persuade me, I've made up my mind. Wood said confidently. Okay, then I'll wait for you on the rooftop of the astronomy tower. Fred gave him a thumbs up. Harry looked at the team members who had made heavy bets and felt even more pressure. Finally, it was time for the Quidditch match to officially begin. When Harry and the others came out of the locker room and walked to the field, they were greeted by a loud noise. Mainly cheers, as both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff wanted to see Slytherin defeated, but the crowd could also be heard booing and booing from the Slytherin students. Mrs. Hooch, the Quidditch referee, asked Flint and Wood to shake hands. They stared at each other threateningly and squeezed each other's hands unnecessarily. Listen to my whistle, Mrs. Hooch shouted. 3, 2, 1. All. The whistle sounded. The crowd roared with excitement, welcoming them to take off. The 14 team members jumped into the leaden gray sky together, each arriving at the position they had practiced countless times. Harry, as seeker, flies higher than all the team members. He squinted his eyes and looked around, looking for the shadow of the golden snitch. Are you okay, Scarhead? Malfoy called in a mocking voice. He rode Nimbus 2001 and shuttled under Harry like an arrow, seeming to show off the speed of his new broom. Harry had no time to pay attention to Malfoy. He was under a lot of pressure in this game and just wanted to find the golden snitch as soon as possible. At this moment, a heavy black bludger suddenly flew towards Harry and hit him hard on the head. He barely dodged it by a hair and even felt the ball grazing his hair as it flew by. What a surprise, Harry. George flew over and said in shock. Batting bat in hand, he galloped past Harry, ready to hit the bludger at the Slytherins. I saw George hitting the bludger hard against a Slytherin player on the opposite side, trying to knock him off his broom. But what neither Harry nor George expected was that the bludger suddenly changed its direction midway and flew straight towards Harry. Harry quickly lowered his broom and barely dodged it again. George smacked the bludger hard at Malfoy again. However, like a boomerang, the bludger turned around again and headed straight for Harry's head. Harry felt something was wrong, so he speeded up instantly and flew to the other end of the field in a whoosh. Yet he could hear the bludger still whizzing after him. How is this going? Harry thought in surprise. Fred was ready to go, waiting for the bludger at the other end. Harry lowered his head suddenly, and Fred used all his strength to hit the bludger hard, sending the bludger to the other side of the pitch. Good shot? No problem now, Fred shouted happily. But he was wrong again. The bludger seemed to be attracted to Harry by magnetic force and flew after him again. Harry had no choice but to speed up and escape. It began to rain gradually in the sky, and big drops of rain hit Harry's face and splashed on his glasses. According to Wood, this situation was beneficial to Gryffindor, who had experienced training in all weathers, but Harry was not happy at all. Under the cover of the raindrops, he was completely unable to understand other situations on the field, and could only barely focus on himself to avoid the bludger that had been surrounding him. The Slytherins are ahead, 60-0. Commentator Lee Jordan's regretful voice rang out on the Quidditch pitch. Obviously, the Slytherin team's latest broomsticks worked, and the Gryffindor players couldn't stop their fast break. Meanwhile, the crazy bludger was still trying its best to knock Harry out of the air. In order to protect Harry from being shot down by the bludger, Fred and George have been flying closely to his left and right. This makes Harry only see their arms that continuously hit the bludger, and there is no hope of finding the golden snitch, let alone catch it. Someone has tampered with this bludger. Fred also discovered the problem. He frowned and muttered, while forcefully knocking away the bludger that launched another round of attacks on Harry. We need a timeout, George said with a nod. He raised his hands and folded them together to signal to Wood, while working with Fred to prevent the bludger from breaking Harry's nose. As a qualified captain, Wood clearly caught his signal. He gestured to Mrs. Hooch to pause the game. Doo-doo. Mrs. Hooch's whistle blew. Harry, Fred, and George landed on the ground, still dodging the crazed bludger. What's going on? Wood came over with a broom and asked doubtfully. Harry flew too high, the raindrops were too heavy, and Wood didn't notice anything was wrong with him. We were scored consecutively, and we couldn't organize an effective offense at all. He complained. Fred, George, where were you when that bludger prevented Angelina from scoring? Is it possible? Do you really want to make money by counterpressing those two sickos in Slytherin? We were 20 feet above her, trying to stop another bludger from killing Harry, Oliver, said George angrily. Someone had done something to that ball, it wouldn't let Harry go. The whole game, he kept stumbling around Harry and didn't even chase anyone else. Maybe someone from the Slytherin team did something to it. Fred speculated, or like last year, a dark wizard like Quirrell sneaked into Hogwarts and wanted to do something to Harry. Unfavorable. But those bludgers have been locked in Mrs. Hooch's office since our last training. They were still fine at that time. Wood said anxiously, I'll try to see if I can ask Mrs. Hooch requesting a replacement bludger. He walked towards Mrs. Hooch and anxiously explained Harry's situation. Then Mrs. Hooch nodded and took the bludger over for inspection. I don't see anything wrong with this bludger. She checked it inside and out, then shook her head. The flight path of the bludger is completely random. In previous games, there have been times when a ball has been surrounded by a ball. In the case of people flying, maybe you are overthinking it. But, Mrs. Hooch. Fred wanted to defend himself, but was interrupted by Mrs. Hooch. Your timeout is coming, can you continue the game? She looked at her watch and said seriously. Listen. Harry shook his head at Fred and George. You two are flying around me all the time. I have no hope of catching the golden snitch. You should go back to the other team members. I can handle that wild ball myself. But we can't just watch you die, George said excitedly. The conscience of the Weasley twins could not allow them to abandon Harry, even if they had to pay 20 galleons. Just when a few people were about to argue, an interesting voice rang out. It seems you have some trouble here, Professor Dracula. The twins Harry and Weiss looked in the direction of the sound in surprise and saw the excited silver-haired professor arriving on the Quidditch pitch at some point. From time to time, big raindrops would fall from the sky, and they would very consciously go around the edge of Dracula's body and fall on the lawn with a plop and plop. The weather today has been very gloomy, with not a trace of sunshine in sight, and it started to rain after the game started. However, this kind of weather, which only brings discomfort to Quidditch matches and watching games, is exactly what Dracula wants. In the weather without sunshine, he does not mind coming to the grand first Quidditch game of the school year. The game is exciting. I just saw that bludger has been crashing around Potter, right? Dracula asked. Yes, Professor, someone must have tampered with the bludger. Fred nodded seriously. I now seriously suspect that someone sneaked into Mrs. Hooch's office and put a curse on the bludger. Mr. Weiss, I have checked it and there is nothing wrong with the bludger. Mrs. Hooch glared at Fred seriously, then turned to look at Dracula. Professor Dracula, you should stay. It's not in the audience. It shouldn't be on the Quidditch pitch. It's against the rules. I'll just say a word and leave. I won't delay your game. Dracula smiled gently at Mrs. Hooch. Seeing Dracula's smile, Mrs. Hooch's tone suddenly softened and she nodded reluctantly. Well, since you're a professor, she said, but you only have 1 minute. That's enough. Dracula chuckled, turned to look at Harry and the other Gryffindor Quidditch players, and said to them, the bludger may have been tampered with, but it's not. It was most likely done before the game. It's possible that like Potter's broomstick last year, it was cursed during the game. Then what should we do? George asked with worry on his face as he put his arm around Harry's shoulders. Professor, you can definitely help us solve this problem, right? Fred asked. On the one hand, they were worried about Harry, and on the other hand, if possible, the twins would certainly not want the 20 gold galleons they had bet to disappear. Mrs. Huoqi also looked over with doubtful eyes and asked, "Professor Dracula, are you telling the truth?" Faced with this unexpected situation, even if she didn't want to suspend the Quidditch match midway, she still had to think carefully about it at this time. "It's okay, you can just play as usual." Dracula shook his head. "As for the guy who made a little trick, I will help you catch him." As he said that, he looked at Harry with a very playful look. "Even if I don't catch him in time, there is still no problem in saving Potter in time. I think you should have experience, Potter." "Of course, I believe the professor can catch me in time." Harry nodded helplessly, while still muttering in his heart, "After all, I have already experienced this once in the competition last school year." Harry couldn't figure out why things always went wrong like this when he participated in Quidditch matches. Either he was cursed by Quirrell on his broom, or he was chased back and forth by a bludger like today, and he was in danger of falling off his broom at any time. Fortunately, today's Quidditch match was promised by Dracula, and all the players present and the referee, Mrs. Hooch, were relieved. All the Quidditch players returned to their respective positions and took up their positions. All. Mrs. Hooch's whistle blew again. Harry kicked his feet and flew into the sky with a whoosh. At the same time, he heard a gust of wind behind his head and knew that the bludger was chasing after him again. But he was not too anxious in his heart. He knew that as long as he delayed for a few more minutes and waited for Professor Dracula to find the person who cursed the bludger, he would be saved. The rain fell harder, and Harry rose higher and higher, turning, spinning, plummeting, spiraling upward, and circling east and west in the sky. He walked back and forth in a Z-shaped pattern like a rope, trying to avoid the bludgers. The thick rain curtain formed by the heavy rain blocked the sight of the little wizards, and the spectators outside the stadium could hardly see the abnormality of the bludger. But they could see Harry making funny and weird movements in the air. Rain even poured into Harry's nostrils as he hung headfirst on his broom to avoid another ferocious attack from the bludgers. Harry heard a burst of laughter from the crowd on the Slytherin side. He knew that he must look very embarrassed, but he didn't have time to care about this. He just hoped to avoid the attack of the bludger. Fortunately, I don't know if the person controlling the bludger is too far away to control it accurately, or if the curse placed on the bludger is not very powerful. The wild bludger was very cumbersome and could not change direction as quickly as Harry, so the bludger and Harry were caught in a stalemate of chasing each other. Harry was slightly dizzy from the continuous circling movements, but he was still eager to win and kept his eyes wide open. His eyes passed through the raindrops that pattered on his glasses, and through the silver-white rain curtain. He carefully observed any golden reflection of the golden snitch within the entire Quidditch pitch. There was a whistling sound in his ears, and Harry knew that the bludger had almost hit him again. He turned around and sped off in the opposite direction. At the same time, Dracula quietly appeared in the thick rain. He spread his wings and floated in the sky, with light flowing in his burgundy eyes. The dense rain curtain had no impact on him at all, and would only serve as the best visual cover for the wings behind him. Dracula watched Harry's various funny and effective flying movements with great interest for a while. After a long time, he finally remembered his own business, and then turned his attention to the bludger flying around Harry like crazy. Looking at the magic traces connected to it, a look of surprise slowly appeared on his face. This type of magic doesn't look like it was cast by a wizard at all, but more like a house elf. Things get interesting. Dracula raised the corners of his mouth with interest, ducked and disappeared into the thick curtain of rain. Harry dodged another bludger attack. With his superb Quidditch talent and the adaptation to long-term training in bad weather, Harry has now become very familiar with the game. He began flying in circles around the edge of the Quidditch pitch like a giant pendulum. After walking half a circle around the arena, Harry suddenly found that the sound of breaking wind that often sounded in his ears was gone. He turned around overjoyed, and sure enough he found that the crazy bludger had returned to normal, flew out in another direction, and finally stopped chasing him. Harry knew that Professor Dracula must have caught the culprit. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped spinning. All this time dodging bludgers had worn him out? Were you practicing ballet just now, Potter? Just when Harry was relieved and wanted to take a break for 2 minutes, Malfoy suddenly flew over on his Nimbus 2001 and laughed loudly. Harry turned and glared at Malfoy hatefully. But since he really didn't have the energy to argue with him now, Harry was going to ignore him and fly away directly to the other side of the Quidditch pitch. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that a golden light quietly emerged from the thick rain curtain. Harry opened his eyes suddenly and looked through his glasses at the place where the golden light appeared. He saw the golden snitch. The snitch hovered just inches above Malfoy's left ear. Malfoy was too busy laughing at Harry to see it. At that moment, Harry stopped all his movements and hung in the air, not daring to speed up and rush towards Malfoy. He was afraid that Malfoy would notice his movements and find traces of the golden snitch. Based on the current distance between the two of them and the golden snitch, if Malfoy also saw it, then Harry would not have any confidence in capturing the golden snitch. Harry's mind was racing, trying to find another way to divert Malfoy's attention. At this moment, the wind sounded in his ears, and he caught a glimpse of the already very familiar bludger out of the corner of his eye. Harry's eyes lit up and he suddenly thought of a good idea. He suddenly felt that this crazy bludger wasn't so annoying anymore. While Malfoy looked at him triumphantly, Harry resisted the fatigue and dizziness caused by long-term spinning, activated the broom again, and started to rotate up and down around the bludger. Ha ha ha. Malfoy looked at Harry's funny actions and couldn't help laughing loudly. I said, what a surprise, the so-called scoring star of the Gryffindor team turned out to be I'm obsessed with ballet dancing on the Quidditch pitch. Ha 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 ha. Malfoy clutched his stomach and laughed so hard on his broom that his whole body was shaking and he looked like he would laugh himself off the broom at any moment. He completely failed to notice the golden snitch who was so close to him. In the hazy rain curtain, Harry showed an angry expression, suddenly stopped spinning, and rushed towards the sneering face below. He saw the eyes widen in horror at the face. Malfoy thought Harry was coming to hit him. What are you doing? He shouted in horror as he scurried out of Harry's path. Harry did not bump into Malfoy. One of his hands let go of the broom and stretched out to grab it. He felt his fingers wrap around a cold, winged metal ball. Harry was relieved, but at the same time he lost the strength to continue to support his flight, and fell straight to the ground. There was an exclamation from the crowd below. There was a bang sound and water splashed everywhere. Harry landed heavily on the muddy lawn, managed to keep himself from falling, and climbed off the broom. A weak smile appeared on his pale face, and he raised his hands high. The golden snitch, which represented victory, was firmly in his hand. Do-do-do. Mrs. Huochi's whistle representing the end of the game sounded on the field, followed by cheers from the audience and the extremely excited shouts of commentator Lee Jordan. Our talented seeker Harry Potter caught the golden snitch, and he caught it right next to the Slytherin team's seeker's ear. Let's congratulate Gryffindor on their victory. Fred and George flew over from a distance, threw their brooms aside, lifted Harry high, and threw him into the sky. Well done, Harry, shouted Fred. We really made a lot of money from this gamble. George's eyes seemed to have turned into the shape of gold galleons. Harry also showed a relaxed smile and looked towards the professors in the audience, hoping to see Professor Dracula and thank him for his help. However, the seat originally reserved for Dracula on the high platform was empty. At this time, Dracula had returned to his office. Also coming back with him was a very short house elf with bat-like ears, a slender nose, protruding huge green eyes, and wearing only an old pillowcase. The house elf who was caught doing bad things was standing tremblingly in front of Dracula's desk. Several times he tried to sneak away using the house elf's unique apparition, but he was imprisoned in place by a casual look from Dracula, unable to escape at all. And the elf finally understood that this professor was not an ordinary wizard at all. He might be in trouble today. It's quite strange. I feel like I've seen you before somewhere. Dracula sat behind his desk and looked at the house elf with confusion. He always felt that this elf looked familiar, but he was not sure whether it was an illusion caused by the face blindness of this species. So Dracula said, how about you introduce yourself first and tell me who your master is? Dobby. Dobby was not sent by his master. The elf looked unyielding. Dobby will not give in. Dobby cannot betray my master. So your name is Dobby. Dracula smiled casually, but this is quite false. How can there be a house elf who acts privately? Well, I also know that house elves will not betray their masters, so let's change the question. Why did you come to assassinate Potter? Upon hearing Dracula's new question, house elf Dobby's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to be stimulated by something, and tears kept rolling down his long, pointed nose. Dobby never wanted to harm the great Harry Potter. Dobby sobbed. The great Harry Potter. Dracula frowned. You seem to admire Potter, don't you? Dracula softened his tone and asked softly. It's not just me, all our house elves adore him. Dobby groaned, more tears rolling down his tattered pillowcase. I wish he knew what he means to us humble, enslaved people in the magical world. Dobby has not forgotten the situation when the devil who must not even be named was at his most powerful. Mr. Professor? Back then, people treated us house elves like vermin, and of course they still treat Dobby that way. Dobby said, wiping his face with a dirty pillowcase, but in general, since Harry Potter defeated the devil who must not even be named, we elves' life has improved a lot. Harry Potter survived, the evil lord's reign was broken, and there was a new beginning. For us humble house elves who thought the dark days would never end, Harry Potter shines like a beacon of hope. I understand this somewhat. Dracula nodded thoughtfully. I met a house elf named Creaker some time ago. He was not regarded as a human being by Voldemort, or even as a human being. A living creature, but just use him as a tool to experiment with magic. Dobby suddenly covered his ears and groaned. Don't say that name, sir. That's too scary. Okay, go on. Dracula shrugged non-committally. Why do you admire Harry Potter so much, but you want to knock him off his broomstick with a bludger and kill him? Dobby's behavior arouses Dracula's curiosity. As a house elf, it was already quite strange to act without the owner's permission. What was even more strange was that he was actually verbally grateful to Harry while actually controlling the bludger. Smash Harry's head. No, that's not the case. Dobby never wanted to let Harry Potter fall off his broom and die. Dobby said emotionally. Dobby wanted to save Harry Potter's life? He was seriously injured. It's better to be sent home than to stay here. Dobby just hopes that he will be slightly injured and then return home to rest. But that doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? Dracula raised his eyebrows. As for the slight injury you mentioned, I think Madame Pomfrey can just treat it casually and won't let Potter go home at all. An opportunity to recuperate. But Dobby didn't think of any other way. Until today he had some ideas, but was stopped by Mr. Professor. Dobby murmured with a sad face, "The devil who must not even be named, he has come back, and it won't be long before he will completely return to his previous strength." The first thing he did after regaining his strength was to come to Hogwarts to seek revenge against Harry Potter. Dobby couldn't let Harry Potter stay here, because history was about to repeat itself, and this time the big devil I will never make the same mistake as last time. At this point, Dobby's words suddenly stopped. He was stunned, horrified, and then grabbed Dracula's red wine bottle from the desk in front of him, knocked it hard on his own head, and muttered in pain. "Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby," actually revealed the secret that the master must strictly guard. However, just when the red wine bottle was about to hit Dobby's wrinkled, bald head, his whole body was suddenly frozen. "Mr. Professor, please stop stopping Dobby. Dobby has told a secret that cannot be told and must punish himself." Dobby thought Dracula was stopping him from punishing himself. The corners of Dracula's mouth twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his face. "I don't want to stop you from punishing yourself, Dobby," he said angrily, "but when you punish yourself, could you please not use my treasured red wine as a weapon?" With a casual move, Dracula took back the red wine bottle in Dobby's hand, took out the goblet and poured himself a glass of bright red wine. After tasting the wine elegantly, Dracula's mood eased a bit, and he once again turned his attention back to this special house elf. "It seems that your identity is not simple, Dobby." The corner of his mouth raised an intriguing smile. "You can know about Voldemort's resurrection, and you can also know where Voldemort wants to go after his resurrection dash. In that case, the answer to the question of whose house elf are you, the range is too small." Dracula stared into Dobby's eyes with a half smile. "Stop talking, Weevua, stop talking." Dobby's tears fell down in big drops. Dobby betrayed his master. Dobby is a very bad house elf. However, Dracula didn't pay attention to Dobby's sad mood at all, and then said in a positive tone, "If I'm not mistaken, your master is Lucius Malfoy, right?" Dobby's crying suddenly stopped. He opened his big bell-like eyes, horrified, and stammered for a long time without uttering a complete word. Seeing Dobby's performance, Dracula already knew that he had guessed correctly. The only ones who can know the specific situation of Voldemort's recovery are the few Death Eaters who participated in the bunker meeting. "It's not difficult to guess," he said casually, "and most of those Death Eaters are former. We won't know the specific situation of Voldemort until we attend the meeting, so naturally we can't let you overhear the news before then. Besides, it's too late for them to try their best to distance themselves from Voldemort. It's completely impossible for them to talk about Voldemort's restoration of strength at home, let alone reveal the news to the house elves. So the news about your backwardness must not have been overheard from your master." Dracula chuckled lightly and stared into Dobby's eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit blind to house elves, and I didn't realize that you were the elf who showed up in the bunker meeting room carrying the cauldron." "What did I say?" You might think a house elf looks familiar. It turned out that when Dobby was called aside by Lucius and Voldemort to punish him, before Voldemort prepared the medicine, because Dobby really couldn't stand the sight of Voldemort returning from resurrection, he could only quietly leave the meeting room and punish himself somewhere else. Therefore, Dobby also missed the situation where Dracula and Riddle teamed up to trick Voldemort. He thought that Voldemort, who was sure of victory, had completely returned, and his heart was in chaos. In order to keep Harry Potter, whom he admired, he gritted his teeth and ran away from Malfoy Manor. Dobby was completely stunned after listening to Dracula's long words. It took him a long time to swallow hard, feeling completely hopeless. Dobby can't save Harry Potter. I didn't expect that the professor at Hogwarts is actually one of the most hardcore Death Eaters." Dobby murmured desperately. Only the most hardcore Death Eaters the disciple was able to join that meeting, and that person was actually a dark wizard disguised as a professor. "I suggest you rephrase it, Dobby." Dracula glanced at him. "If you say that I am a professor disguised as a dark wizard, I might feel better." Dobby will not compromise with the Dark Lord's hawk like you." Dobby looked at Death with a look on his face. "It's really yours, Dobby, and you even scolded your master." Dracula sneered. "Oh no." Dobby's tears, which he had managed to stop, immediately began to fall again. "Dobby is a very bad house elf. Forget it, I always find it a bit difficult to communicate with you." Dracula finally lost his patience and stood up from his seat. "Let's go directly to your master and let him explain to you." At the same time, Malfoy Manor was decorated with lights. On the trees in the garden, on the walls outside the house, on the exquisite pillars, everywhere in the manor is hung with bright, luxurious lights and bright ribbons full of festive atmosphere, even those who often hang out at the entrance of Malfoy Manor. The peacocks all had small light bulbs hung around their necks. If an uninformed person saw it, they might think that what just passed this month was not a spooky Halloween, but a lively Christmas. "Lucius, the Dark Lord has just left. Is it really appropriate for us to decorate the house like this?" Lucius's wife, Narcissa Malfoy, asked with a worried face. "What if other Death Eaters see it? If it is leaked, your status in the heart of the Dark Lord will probably be even more unfavorable, right?" "Don't worry, Narcissa." Lucius leaned on his cane and walked comfortably in the spacious back garden. "The Dark Lord is gone, and I watched him burn himself to ashes with my own eyes. He will never come back within a few years. Besides, I'm not worried about other Death Eaters seeing this. After all, there is no room for redemption in my status." Lucius laughed to himself, then unconsciously stared at the dark mark on the inside of his left arm, and fell silent unconsciously. If Lucius, as a wallflower, decides which way to turn his head according to the blowing of various winds, so the original wind was actually blowing in the direction of Voldemort and the Death Eaters, and Lucius was also slightly tilted towards Voldemort. After all, he was an extremely terrifying great wizard and an extremely outstanding magical genius. He even had the complete power of an entire Death Eater. Compared to the seemingly weak and lonely defense against the dark arts professor, even a fool would not be on the wrong team. However, until the day of Halloween, in that underground fortress, Lucius was really dumbfounded by Dracula's crushing performance against Voldemort. The wind direction on the wall immediately changed. Lucius immediately switched from Voldemort's side to Dracula completely, and decided that in the future, in addition to the pro-Dang faction, pro-ambush faction and self-strengthening faction, which were created by the policies of the Ministry of Magic, he would create an additional new faction. The name is Dracula's Bitch Pie. Of course, dogleg was just a word that suddenly emerged in Lucius's mind when he was responsible for almost all the aftermath, paying bills, and easing relationships, but he didn't find any benefit at all when he was a Death Eater. He felt that if he continued to work in the dangerous profession of a Death Eater, the head of the pureblood family would really become like Voldemort's lackey. He could only lie on the ground and kiss Voldemort's toes all day long, and he would not be able to gain anything from himself at all. The things you deserve. Now, thinking of the additional faction he wanted to open up about Dracula, Lucius immediately thought of the word dogleg. However, for the sake of his own face, he will still call this faction the Pro-Dracula faction in a very uncreative way. Currently, he is the only one in this faction of the Ministry of Magic. Lucius, I don't quite understand. Narcissa Malfoy asked doubtfully, since you have chosen to break away from the Death Eaters, why do you still keep in touch with other Death Eaters, and even plan to are you ready to respond to the Dark Lord's call at any time? Wouldn't it be safer for you, me, and Draco if we go directly to Professor Dracula to seek asylum? You don't understand, Narcissa, it's not easy for me to break away from the Death Eaters, let alone to seek the protection of Professor Dracula. Lucius sighed and said gloomily he poked the ground with his cane, no matter where we go, we need corresponding value. Isn't the head of the Malfoy family valuable enough? Narcissa Malfoy frowned. No, the head of the Malfoy family is indeed very valuable to the Dark Lord, but it is far less valuable to Professor Dracula. Lucius shook his head. What the Dark Lord wants is to conquer the pure blood. To rule the magical world is to gain greater power. So the identity of the head of the Malfoy family is very valuable to him. But Professor Dracula is different. Dracula does not lack wealth at all. To him, the property accumulated by the Malfoy family for hundreds of years may be no different in his eyes than the pocket money of a poor man, and he also I have no interest in power and only find these things troublesome. All Dracula wants is tons of fun, Lucius said in a deep voice, and his greatest pleasure so far is to deal with the Dark Lord who is out of character for him. Because of this, I can only continue to provide him with information about the Dark Lord, to have the value of being protected. But that's too dangerous, isn't it? Narcissa said worriedly. It's better to have a brighter future than staying under the Dark Lord's hands. I don't want the Malfoy family to fall into my hands. Lucius changed his cane to another hand and put his arm around his wife's shoulders. Okay, the Dark Lord is gone and it's time to celebrate. Don't get into those nervous conversations. Be happy, Narcissa, at least this manor that they have occupied for a long time is finally back in our arms. No need to look at the Dark Lord's face to act. Lucius was in a very high mood after regaining control of Malfoy Manor. Not only will he fill the manor with celebratory decorations and lanterns, he will also light all the candles and chandeliers to make the night in Malfoy Manor as bright as the day. Lucius, if I'm not mistaken, it's daytime now. Narcissa Malfoy glanced at the current sky in confusion. Although the sky is indeed a bit dark today, unlike Hogwarts where it is raining heavily, the Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, England is only in a grey and overcast sky, and it is not so dark that all the lights need to be turned on. Narcissa Malfoy glanced at Lucius worriedly. Lucius, did the Dark Lord put too much pressure on you before he left, causing problems in your brain? Otherwise, we should go to St. Mungo's. Would you like to visit the hospital for magical maladies and maladies? Not really. Lucius' excited words were stuck in his throat, and he was silent for a long time before he said, Narcissa, don't you think that when the Dark Lord was still there, our manor was too dark? In order to maintain his so-called mystery and secrecy, the Dark Lord doesn't even let us light a lamp. It looks like we can't afford candles. This is simply a shame. Lucius shook the arm holding the cane and said angrily, I think we need to prove to those friends who misunderstand me that our Malfoy family can afford candles. Narcissa looked at her husband with caring eyes, not understanding how he could communicate with his other pure-blood friends and actually compare themselves over something as trivial as how many candles they lighted. Okay, she nodded, but if you light candles like this, there won't be enough candles left in the manor. With that said, Narcissa shouted to the empty yard, Dobby, go out and buy a warehouse of candles and come back. Lucius and Narcissa paused for a moment, prepared to hear the house elf's usual bang and bang disembodiment sounds, as well as the sound of respectful obedience after his deep bow, but nothing appeared before them. A gust of cold winter wind blew by, making the two of them shiver. Dobby. After waiting for a long time, no house elf Dobby appeared. Lucius frowned and shouted impatiently, Dobby, where did you stupid house elf go? Hurry up. Come here and punish yourself. However, there was still no response from the elf's sharp voice. Stop calling, he must have left privately. Narcissa said expressionlessly, within the confines of this manor, it is impossible for the house elves not to hear our call. How dare this despicable little thing leave the manor without our permission? Lucius's face turned cold. Go back, Narcissa. Write a letter to the boss of literary residence and ask him to give the candle to we'll send it over. When Dobby comes back, I will let him know the consequences of leaving privately. Both Lucius and Narcissa completely regarded house elves as the humblest and lowest status servants. Of course they would not understand Dobby when he sneaked out of Malfoy Manor privately. They turned around with indifferent expressions and walked towards the living room, which was no longer the same as the old one where they couldn't afford candles, but now became dazzling and dazzling. So what are the consequences of leaving Malfoy Manor privately? Just before they stepped into the glorious living room, behind Lucius and Narcissa, a rich voice suddenly sounded. Lucius's footsteps suddenly stopped in the air. The two turned around and saw a tall figure with long silver hair standing among the rose bushes that bloomed out of season under the influence of magic in Malfoy Manor. Against the backdrop of patches of green flowers and leaves, among the purple rose brocades, the figure was looking at this exquisite and gorgeous manor with great interest. Who are you? How did you get in? Narcissa Malfoy's face turned cold when she saw this man she had never seen before, and blurted out before Lucius could stop him, do you know the consequences of trespassing on Malfoy Manor? Oh. Dracula glanced at Lucius beside Narcissa, and the expression on his face seemed to become playful. Then tell me, what are the consequences of trespassing on Malfoy Manor? Lucius's pale face suddenly turned a little dark. I'm really sorry, Professor Dracula. Narcissa doesn't know your identity. Please forgive me for any offense. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply towards Dracula. At the same time, Lucius whispered to his wife, Narcissa, this is Professor Dracula I mentioned to you. Quick, apologize quickly. Narcissa also panicked after hearing her husband's remarks. She had already learned about the terrifying Professor Dracula from Lucius. It was said that this professor was able to suppress the Dark Lord in terms of strength, and his personality was more capricious, making him even more formidable than the Dark Lord. Exist? Yes. I'm sorry, Professor Dracula. I really didn't know it was you. Narcissa was also trembling, imitating her husband's movements and bending down. The two of them had long been accustomed to groveling under Voldemort's rule. Lucius was already thinking hard at this time. In order to express his loyalty, should he crawl over and kiss Dracula's toes like he did when he was under Voldemort? This is a question worth thinking about. Lucius, you two are a bit boring. Looking at the performance of the Malfoys, Dracula curled his lips and walked out of the purple roses. I thought I was invading you. It's our territory. You should have at least raised some objections, but instead you just bowed your head and obeyed. Also, don't show the things Voldemort left behind in front of me in the future. It's not fun. I would rather you fight with me. Maybe it will become more interesting. We don't have the habit of masochism, so how dare we fight against you? Lucius smiled bitterly to himself. At the same time, Lucius also gave up on the weird etiquette of kissing toes. He even suspected that if he dared to make such an action, it would most likely make Dracula feel disgusted, which would probably be more serious than the consequences of a sneak attack on Dracula. Suddenly I remembered, you haven't answered my previous question. Dracula walked out of the flowers and came to Lucius and Narcissa. Tell me, what are the consequences of a house elf leaving the manor privately? Only then did Lucius notice that Dracula did not come to Malfoy Manor alone. Right at Dracula's feet, there was a short elf wearing only an old pillowcase, his mouth tightly closed and his big eyes staring in panic. Dobby. Lucius frowned in confusion and asked, why are you with Professor Dracula? Dobby saw his master, thought of what he had done, and was worried that Dracula would tell the Malfoy family, and he suddenly shivered with nervousness and fear. Dobby muttered, trying to open his mouth to speak. However, his two lips seemed to be tightly glued together, making it impossible to speak. Speechless curse. Lucius looked at Dracula in surprise. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and a frightened expression suddenly appeared on his face. Professor Dracula, did Dobby offend you? Don't worry, I won't let such a lowly servant offend you like this. As long as you open your mouth, you can kill or behead him as you please, and vent your anger however you want. Lucius immediately put on an expression of righteousness and extermination and said loudly. Hearing his master's ruthless words, Dobby, even though he had no feelings for him before and was often abused, could not help but feel sad. Big tears fell from his big eyes to his nose, and then tick-tock, dripping to the ground. Forget it, Dobby didn't offend me. Dracula glanced at Lucius and said casually, I think he is quite interesting, at least much more interesting than you two. Among the group of house elves, Dobby is indeed very interesting, and can even be said to be the most interesting individual among the house elves. As a house elf, he would sneak out secretly, he would mentally resist some of his master's arrangements, he would resist Voldemort's requests, he would worship Harry Potter and put into practice actions to save him. This is a feat that no other house elf would be able to accomplish. But Dobby is really interesting, but it's a bit noisy. Dracula said with a chuckle, so I put a silence spell on him. I was really too lazy to listen to his self-reflection and self-reflection. It's a punishment, it's a bit noisy. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief. If you like it, I can sign a magic transfer contract and transfer the house elf to you and let him be your servant, he said carefully. Transfer him to me as a servant? I'm not interested. Dracula glanced at Dobby's dirty old pillowcase and shook his head in disgust. Make him some clothes? This pillowcase is too it's broken and looks like an eyesore. Clothes? Give him. Lucius opened his eyes in shock. Professor Dracula, I think I need to remind you, giving any piece of clothing to the house elf is equivalent to letting him go. With you gone, we will no longer have such capable servants. I know. But I don't lack those servants who obey my words and have no ideas of their own. Dracula said, what I need most is someone who can bring me fun, or someone who can bring freshness or a thing, not a puppet that only goes along and follows orders. Do you think I don't know what will happen after signing a contract with a house elf? They will lose all their thoughts and opinions, become completely a vassal of their master, and at the same time almost sacrifice all the fun they have. It's not easy to meet such a unique house elf as Dobby. I don't want to frustrate his always beating thoughts. Dracula chuckled. So hurry up, Lucius, and find him something suitable. The living room of Malfoy Manor, where the Death Eaters held their meeting a few weeks ago. When it was previously occupied by Voldemort and Death Eaters, this place seemed dark and gloomy as if it was reluctant to light a lamp. At this time, all the candles and lights had been lit, and the entire living room became brightly lit and magnificent. Luxurious furniture, exquisite marble fireplaces, gilded mirrors. These luxurious furnishings are sparkling and reflect the bright light in the living room. The stone floor tiles are almost entirely covered with precious thick carpets, all reflecting the Malfoy manner of wealth and luxury. Dracula was leaning on the soft sofa, holding a tall wine glass and shaking it gently. From time to time, he would bring the rim of the glass to his mouth and take a sip of the bright red wine. Dobby, the house elf, stood beside Dracula with his big green eyes. Lucius and Narcissa sat neatly at the long meeting table, explaining to Dobby the facts about Voldemort that he had previously misunderstood. At the same time, he also used an expedited order to order an exclusive house elf robe from Madame Malkin's robe store. So, the Dark Lord who must not even mention his name has been defeated again. Dobby stared with big, round green eyes in astonishment. That's right. Lucius said coldly. He still couldn't lose face in front of his own house elves, so he insisted on acting like a cold head of the family. Then I'm terrible. Dobby suddenly sobbed loudly. Dobby is sorry for Harry Potter. Dobby almost knocked Harry Potter off the broom, and Dobby also misunderstood the kind-hearted Professor Dracula. Dobby is a very, very bad house elf. Kindness. Dracula's mouth twitched. This was the first time he heard someone use such irrelevant words to describe himself. Lucius' face in front of the long table turned even darker. According to Dobby, the Malfoy house elves did not reveal the secret to others after learning about Voldemort's return. But when he was trying to save Harry Potter, the savior, he completely forgot about the young master of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy, who was at the same game. This was not due to Lucius, the head of the family. Don't express dissatisfaction. At this moment, an owl flew over from the window and dropped a large package on top of Lucius' head. Lucius opened the package and saw the small and exquisite clothes inside. I can't believe it. Even if I explain the facts to the house elf, I actually ordered a set of clothes for him. He carefully looked around and whispered, what if my friends knew about this thing? I'm afraid I'm going to be laughed at to death. Lucius handed the small clothes to Dobby. Dobby stared with big green eyes, looking at the small set of clothes in front of him in disbelief. This is a small dress suit, a white shirt, a black jacket, thin trousers, and a matching small top hat. It can be said that a sparrow is small but has all the internal organs. The dress seems to fit very well. In other words, this can be called the first tailor-made house elf dress in the wizarding world. Its size data is based on Narcissa Malfoy's magical tape measure. Then measured. For this reason, Narcissa decided not to use this soft ruler to measure clothes anymore. The master gave Dobby a set of clothes, the house elf said with a trembling voice as he took the dress, feeling particularly excited. The master gave Dobby the clothes. I understand, you don't have to repeat it twice. Lucius gritted his teeth and said, take your clothes and leave before I change my mind. Although Lucius Malfoy is a typical pureblood who ignores house elves, his house elves are not blown by the strong wind. Magical creatures like house elves are not something you can hire if you have money. Magical families that can have house elves are either high-ranking people with a very high social status in the magical world, or pure bloods with a long family history and inheritance. Only a few wizards can rely on luck to pick up those who are alone and have been abandoned. A house elf abandoned by his master. Moreover, as they are naturally good at doing housework and using all kinds of magic, they do not need any salary at all, and they can handle the things that the wizard tells them to do in an orderly manner, and rarely dissatisfy their masters. This rare magical creature, even in the wealthy Malfoy family, there is currently only one Dobby. Lucius' heart was bleeding when he handed the clothes to Dobby. Dobby subconsciously looked at Dracula, who single-handedly led this matter, and saw the handsome professor nodding to him with a chuckle. So, Dobby made up his mind and took over the exquisite and compact dress from Lucius. Dobby is free. Dobby shouted excitedly. He was so excited that he started crying. Big tears flowed from his big eyes, across his pointed, long nose, and dripped from the tip of his nose. Dobby cried bitterly while carefully protecting his first set of clothes, not letting his tears stain this exquisite dress. Lucius, how bad do you usually treat him? Dracula looked at Lucius Malfoy with a stiff expression in surprise. Can a house elf who has left his master be so happy? This is not something ordinary people can do, right? Lucius coughed dryly and avoided Dracula's gaze awkwardly. Lucius couldn't help but be embarrassed by Dobby's performance. Because house elves are one of the most obedient magical creatures and have the deepest feelings for wizards, they are often not very happy when they get clothes. Because gaining freedom also means that they have been abandoned by their master and become an elf that no one wants. Not only is this not a relief for the house elves, but it also represents a shame, a sign of incompetence, and will be looked down upon by fellow house elves. Even many house elves who have been abused do not blame their masters and feel sad when they are given clothes and fired. For example, the corpses of house elves that Dracula once saw in the house of the Black family, the pure-blood wizards of the Black family are accustomed to cutting off the heads of dead house elves and hanging them on the stairs, on the wall next to it. However, the Black family's actions did not arouse the resentment of the house elves, but were regarded by elves like Kriaker as the greatest honor in their lives. The deformity of the thinking of magical creatures like house elves is evident. Because of this, Dobby's behavior is even more strange. Anyone can see that Dobby's current expression is clearly that he is so happy that he is crying with joy. He has absolutely no reluctance or infatuation that a serious house elf would have for his master, but only the joy of being free. Lucius had raised such a unique house elf, so he was naturally ashamed, and even more speechless when faced with Dracula's questioning. Lucius, if you really want to escape from Voldemort, let me give you a piece of advice. Dracula stood up, slowly took a step forward, and stared into Lucius's grey eyes. Those who rule under Voldemort put away the habits left behind during this period and your so-called bad behavior as a noble. Dracula said softly, I can't stand it. The cold sweat on Lucius's body instantly soaked the clothes on his back, and his face became paler than usual. I understand, Professor Dracula. He lowered his head, bent his knees involuntarily, then straightened them forcefully, suppressing his habitual move of kneeling down to beg for mercy. Very good, it seems you do understand. Dracula raised the corner of his mouth, drank all the wine in the goblet, and then placed the wine glass casually on the long table next to him, making a crisp sound. Lucius picked up the wine bottle with a discerning eye and refilled Dracula with a glass of bright red wine. Dracula smiled with satisfaction, pulled out a chair and sat down. He picked up the slender stem of the cup again and shook it gently. The bright red wine swirled in the glass, and the vortex on the liquid surface shattered the reflections of Dracula and Lucius, and the color of the wine gradually became darker. Lucius stared blankly at his messy figure in the wine, as if he saw his complicated mood. Tell me, what compensation do you want? Dracula's voice interrupted Lucius's chaotic thoughts. After all, I have caused you to lose a precious house elf. You can think carefully about what compensation you need. Lucius was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to say some clichés for rejection, such as being able to help Professor Dracula is the best reward, working for Professor Dracula is what I should do, and so on. He often said these words when facing the Dark Lord, and he couldn't be more skillful. However, just as he was about to say those polite words, Lucius suddenly saw this scene in his sight. The same Malfoy Manor living room, the same seats, but the scene was not as magnificent as it is now, but instead very dark and gloomy. A hoarse, deep voice sounded from the seat at the front of the living room. You did a good job, Lucius. The figure with scarlet eyes and a snake-like cold gaze said coldly, I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. Tell me, do you have any rewards you want? Being able to serve my master is the reward I want most. Lucius said in a flattering tone, speaking out the clichés he had said countless times before without any hesitation. However, this time, he didn't seem as lucky as usual. I suddenly thought of a very interesting idea. Voldemort cracked his mouth and showed a ferocious smile. Let your son join the Death Eaters, Lucius. Lucius suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked at Dracula who was shaking the wine glass in front of him, and swallowed the cliché that he almost blurted out in his throat. Professor Dracula, I do have a merciless request. He took a deep breath and changed his words. Tell me about it. Dracula looked at the wine glass in his hand and replied casually. I have a son who is studying at Hogwarts. Lucius said thoughtfully, if it is convenient, please look after him a little more. After saying this, Lucius raised his head and looked at Dracula, hoping to discern his wishes from his expression. Dracula stopped shaking the wine glass, turned his head slightly in surprise, and looked at Lucius's worried expression. Draco Malfoy, right? I remember him. Dracula chuckled, it's a very simple thing. Are you sure you want me to take this small thing as compensation for you? No, Professor Dracula, Draco is not a small thing to me. Lucius said, he is the most important thing in Narcissa and I's life. Okay, I understand. Dracula stood up from the chair, still holding the stem of the goblet. He strolled towards the open space in front of the living room and waved to Dobby, who was still wiping tears excitedly. Dobby hurriedly hugged his own little dress and ran to Dracula's side with small steps. A dark moon quietly emerged from behind Dracula. The moonlight was cold, but it illuminated the resplendent living room of Malfoy Manor dimly. Dracula shook the wine glass gently and walked into the moonlight with the elf. Don't worry, I will take good care of Draco. Dracula's voice disappeared along with the moonlight, and the lights in the hall became bright again, and the light shone into Lucius's grey hole. Lucius suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down on the back of the seat. He knew that his actions today were finally not in vain. Since Dracula agreed to take care of Draco, it meant that he did not mind providing some protection to the descendants of the Malfoy family, and Draco would no longer be forced to become a Death Eater. In this way, even if Voldemort is resurrected and returns, even if Lucius angers the cruel Dark Lord, the Malfoy family will not cut off all inheritance. The dark moonlight shone in the defense against the dark arts office. Dracula shook his glass and walked out of the moonlight. Beside him was a house elf holding a small dress. Unlike the weather in Wiltshire, England, where Malfoy Manor is located, it still rains heavily in the Scottish Highlands, where Hogwarts is located. Along with the strong wind, the raindrops slapped on the window glass of the office, streaking across the water traces that resembled the lake. Dracula leaned against the cold window, took a sip of wine, and turned to look at Dobby, who had just stopped crying. Finally stopped crying? He asked. Dobby is just too excited. Dobby wiped his eyes again, rubbed his wet palms on the old pillowcase he was wearing, and held the little dress in his arms very preciously. He raised his head and looked at Dracula. "Thank you, Mr. Dracula, for liberating Dobby," he said gratefully in a harsh and sharp voice. "Mr. Dracula, you have liberated Dobby. You and Harry, who defeated the Dark Lord, as great as Potter." Dracula chuckled and shook his head. He didn't expect that even if he set Dobby free, he would only reach the level of Harry Potter. One can imagine how high the status of his savior student is in the mind of the house elf. That is to say, before I rescued Dobby, my status was not as high as any of my students. He shrugged dumbfounded. "Dobby, I'm actually very curious." Dracula then looked at Dobby and asked curiously, "As a house elf, why do you yearn for freedom so much?" "It's just because Lucius and the others don't treat you well." "Okay, because Dobby is a unique house elf." A bright smile suddenly broke out on the elf's ugly brown-red face, revealing a mouthful of teeth. "Dobby has never been willing to be submissive like other elves, and Dobby also I never want to go back to the past and live under that rule that cannot be named. So Dobby wants to be a free house elf." At this point, Dobby became excited and jumped up and down. But if Dobby is still under the control of his master, then Dobby will never be able to become a free elf. He said. Fortunately, the great Mr. Dracula helped Dobby gain freedom. "Then you are really an independent house elf." Dracula chuckled. "What should this be called? A progressive elf in the new century in the magical world." "It's not as exaggerated as Mr. Dracula said." Dobby lowered his head in embarrassment and whispered, Dobby is just doing what he wants to do." "Then what are your plans next, Dobby?" Dracula asked thoughtfully. "Speaking of which, in all my years of living, I have never seen a free house elf." "I don't know. What can you do?" "Sir, Dobby has already thought about it." Dobby's eyes widened, and the look in his eyes was slightly sad. Dobby is going to wear new clothes to meet the great Harry Potter. Apologize to him personally. Dobby almost made Harry Potter fall off his broom and nearly break his bones. Harry Potter will never forgive the very bad Dobby. Dobby lowered his head, his expression becoming a little lonely. "On the contrary, I think Potter will forgive you," Dracula said with a smile. At this time, he had already taken out the title deed of Hogwarts and saw what the little wizards were doing all over the castle. The Quidditch match had just been completed a few hours ago, and the celebrations that followed were far from over. Countless little wizards wearing red-collared school robes gathered together in the Gryffindor common room, surrounding a little wizard wearing round glasses in the middle, celebrating the Gryffindor team lively. The record of defeating Slytherin. Among them, two red-haired twins also set off two huge fireworks in the common room, filling the entire space with firelight. The person wearing the prefect badge was another red-haired student. He arrived at the scene in time, used a water-making spell to extinguish the flames caused by the fireworks, and then started chasing the twins around. "Dobby, you can go to Gryffindor's dormitory in a while." Dracula smiled with interest and said to Dobby, "The Harry Potter you are thinking about is in the common room. There's a celebration party. I'm very tired from the game in the morning. By the time their banquet is almost over, Potter will probably go back to his dormitory to take a nap. Then you can go to his dormitory to seek his forgiveness." Dracula gave Dobby an encouraging look. Having just won the ball game, Potter must be in a good mood, and you don't have any bad intentions. According to his character, he shouldn't make things difficult for you. Hearing Dracula's comfort, Dobby's expression became much happier and his mood became cheerful. It would be great if Harry Potter could really forgive Dobby. He smiled brightly, and his big pointed ears stood up. "When the great Harry Potter forgives Dobby, then you can go find a job with peace of mind." "Wait, what did you mean, looking for a job?" Dracula twitched the corners of his mouth and looked at Dobby with great confusion. "You have just become a free elf. Why are you looking for a job in the blink of an eye?" Dobby's unique brain circuit is indeed fun enough, but it always makes Dracula a little unable to keep up. No, Dobby is a free house elf, but not a lazy, passive house elf. Dobby seriously told Dracula the differences between the two types of house elves. A house elf cannot live without a job. The life of a house elf without a job is meaningless. So you want to find another master. Dracula frowned. If Dobby really gave Dracula a positive answer, it would only mean that he had misjudged this maverick elf. This also means that Dracula's interest in Dobby will no longer exist. Dracula naturally did not want this unique house elf in the history of magic to be freed voluntarily to find a master again. Fortunately, Dobby did not disappoint Dracula. Dobby doesn't want to find another master. Dobby said a little coyly, Dobby wants to find a real job, the kind that can get a salary. A house elf who needs a salary. Dracula's eyes lit up and he suddenly became interested. How about you give me a job, 200 galleons a month and 10 days of vacation? Is this salary acceptable? However, what Dracula didn't expect was that Dobby suddenly screamed loudly. Mr. Dracula is looking down on Dobby. Don't you think it's enough? Dracula frowned slightly. The salary he gave is already a pretty good salary in the wizarding world. I'm afraid even the Minister of Magic may not have such a high salary. No, this salary is too high and will make Dobby feel ashamed. Dobby said loudly. Dracula. So how much salary do you want? Dracula was speechless and then asked. Dobby had a very bright smile on his face and tears of joy filled his eyes again. Mr. Dracula, Dobby wants wages just to buy enough clothes for Dobby? Compared with wages, Dobby still prefers work. Dobby said. So, Dobby is a free little boy. Elf, sir, all Dobby needs is a sickle a day and 1 day off every month. 1 sicko every day. Dracula's eyes twitched. Your monthly salary is not even 2 galleons, and you can't even afford a nice set of clothes. How can there be such a conscientious labor force in this world? I am afraid that even the black-hearted capitalists in the Muggle world would not dare to exploit employees in this way. If they dared to know that there was such an employee, they would probably be moved to tears. It's okay, sir, the set of clothes Dobby is holding is enough to last a long time. Dobby said very contentedly. Dobby has already calculated that 3 sets of clothes are enough for each year. Summer and winter 1 set for each, 1 for spring and autumn. So when you talk about getting dressed, you just want to find something to wear, instead of changing into new and better looking clothes. After hearing Dobby's magical speech, Dracula became more and more helpless. Of course, house elves don't need those fancy clothes. Dobby said confidently. Dobby can even wear a pillowcase for several years. I can't meet your request. Dracula shook his head. What kind of salary is a silver coin a day? If this gets out, others may think that I am the kind of stingy evil capitalist. You are embarrassing me. Where to put it? Let's do it this way. According to your conditions, exchange Seco for galleons, and the salary is 1 galleons per day. He did a little calculation and changed a condition that he thought was not good. As for rest days, just follow Huo. Is it acceptable for Hogwarts students to have weekends off? So that works out, 7 galleons a week, 2 days off. Dobby counted on his fingers for a long time, and suddenly shuddered. So much money and vacation time, this is too scary. 7 galleons a week is more. Dracula was silent for a moment and then said, Dobby, do you know that if your salary is a little less and your holidays are deducted, you will be like those who are free? The house elves are not much different. But, Dobby is a free house elf. Dobby stared at Dracula in front of him with his big green eyes in confusion. Dracula put his hand on his forehead. Free and freedom are the same word, free. Dobby understood Dracula's money-free house elves as free house elves. Mr. Dracula, it's not that Dobby wants to bargain, but that you gave us too much. Dobby seemed to see that Dracula had nothing to say, and explained flatteringly, Mr. Dobby loves freedom, but Dobby doesn't want too much freedom. Dobby prefers to work. It would have been better if Dobby didn't explain, but the explanation made Dracula completely helpless. It can only be said that even for a progressive elf in the magical world like Dobby, escaping from the mental confinement of house elves does not happen overnight. Others bargain with their bosses to get higher wages and more vacation time. It's better for Dobby. In turn, he will push down his salary and compress his holidays as much as possible. If he can't achieve his ideas, he will be in a hurry with you. Okay, the treatment is up to you. Dracula waved his hand and drove the speechless house elf out of the office. You can go to Gryffindor's dormitory and worship you. Go apologize to the great Harry Potter. Since the day of the first Quidditch match in November, Hogwarts has had a house elf in need of wages. Although the wages he needs are nothing like Dracula. Dracula directly threw a large bag of gold galleons to Dobby, covering his wages of more than 20 years. Dobby felt terrible about receiving so much wealth at once, so he returned the gold coins to Dracula. He had only 2 galleons left for himself, which represented his wages for a month plus 4 separate days. House elves are also good at housework, keeping Dracula's office in order. After becoming a defense against the dark arts professor and getting such an office, Dracula never bothered to decorate and organize it. Basically, after seeing that it was a little messy, he just used a cleaning spell to get rid of the dust in the office, and then continue to let it maintain that messy beauty. As for the decor in the office, Dracula didn't make many changes. He just used transfiguration to turn the curtains into thick black curtains to block the sunlight that might come in during the day. He hung a few bats that looked like specimens but were actually alive and well at the door of the office to provide lighting for the office. Provide a warning to prevent someone from sneaking in. There are not many other furniture and other furnishings, a desk, 2 soft armchairs, a comfortable sofa, a bookshelf with a few books, a wine rack for wine, and a candy stand for lollipops was added later, as well as a large bed. After Dobby took over the management of the defense against the dark arts professor's office, there were earth-shaking changes here. The desk and bookshelf became neat and tidy, there were no wrinkles on the bed, and every corner of the office was spotless. Dobby also deliberately followed Dracula's preferences and added a lot of decorations to the unused space in the office with the funds Dracula gave him to purchase, such as the black Gothic coffee table, the large vase engraved with devil wings, the tall dark clock, the crystal lamp decorated like a moon. After all the furniture was laid, Dobby found that a corner of the office was still empty, so he planted a few bright red flowers watered with blood. This is a flower that comes from the ancient magic world in the Himalayas. Its Sanskrit name seems to be Manzushwa. It has no leaves when it blooms, and its petals are as bright red as blood, and its whole body is stained with a coquettish temperament. Dobby has been taking care of Malfoy Manor for a long time and is very good at using magic to grow flowers. He thought that these strange flowers fit Dracula's temperament very well, so he cultivated them very carefully. As Dracula's new butler, Dobby has taken care of Dracula's office very carefully. But it only took him a week to purchase, clean and decorate Dracula's office. Then Dobby was at leisure. In the past time, he not only had to rely on his own house elf to take care of the entire huge Malfoy Manor, but he also had to accept various accusations and various temporary orders from the Malfoys. Even so, Dobby was still able to find time to sneak out and rescue Harry Potter from the threat of the Dark Lord. One can imagine how efficient his work is. Now it was just an office, and even with the additional duties of the defense against the dark arts classroom and the duel club, Dobby still felt bored. When there was not enough work, Dobby felt a deep sense of guilt and believed that this kind of lazy life was not what a qualified house elf should enjoy. So, he slipped into the kitchen on the basement floor of Hogwarts Castle and went to help other house elves working in Hogwarts. Buddy, let me tell you, I am definitely the most successful house elf now. In the kitchen of Hogwarts, while washing the dishes, Dobby stood tall and looked at the house elf he had just met next to him. The elf shows off. Why do you say that? Buddy, the house elf working in the kitchen, asked curiously. Because I am a house elf with my own wages. Dobby said proudly, I can earn 30 silver sickles a month, which means that in less than half a year, I can buy a house elf with my own money. Get dressed. What? Buddy showed a horrified expression and moved a few steps to the side, as if he didn't want to stand with Dobby. Who is your master, who can let you sink to the point of getting paid? Buddy, really shame on you. Come on, Buddy, don't you want to wear new clothes? Dobby asked. Being able to earn wages means that we can buy clothes with our own money. Dobby's topic about buying clothes finally aroused Buddy's curiosity. He suppressed the unreal feeling in his heart and asked, so why does your master give you wages, Dobby? Because Dobby has no master. Dobby is a free house elf. Dobby said, I was hired by Mr. Dracula. He paid me to work for him. Mr. Dracula is truly the greatest man I have ever met. He is willing to pay house elves and even give them holidays. What? Buddy was so frightened that he shook his hands violently and smashed the plate in his hands on the ground. You said you have no master and are a free house elf. And you actually have a vacation? How can you be the most successful house elf? You are clearly a disgrace to house elves. Buddy's piercing scream attracted the attention of all the house elves in the kitchen. The elf supervisor in the kitchen was chopping vegetables. When he heard Buddy's voice, his face darkened. The elf supervisor took the bloody kitchen knife that had just been cut into meat, stepped forward and grabbed Dobby's arm, and forced him out of the kitchen door. We don't need help in the kitchens at Hogwarts from degenerate house elves like you, he said viciously. The kitchen door slammed shut. After solving Voldemort's problem and returning to a regular school life, the extremely bored Lord Vampire Count recently found a new pleasure. That is to remotely observe the actions of House Elf Dobby through the monitoring function of Hogwarts title deeds. Seeing him going around preaching the beauty of freedom to other elves, I guessed that he would be kicked out by his fellow house elves in a few minutes. According to Dracula's observation, Dobby spent a relatively long time in the Hogwarts kitchen in comparison. In order to work, this progressive house elf went to the Hogwarts School Infirmary, the Astronomy Tower, the Owl Tower, the Castle Dungeon, Professor Sprout's greenhouse and other places to participate in the work of house elves, and for himself in the future. Hogwarts kind help. But Dobby would often be kicked out by the house elf supervisor on duty after only one day of work. Dobby's fastest expulsion record was achieved while cleaning the Slytherin common room. It only took him 2 minutes, and he was noticed by the conservative elves loyal to Slytherin house as soon as he opened his mouth. No, drive him out immediately. There was a bang sound. This is the iconic sound that represents apparition. Dracula looked up from the Hogwarts title deed on his desk and looked at Dobby, who looked lonely. Oscared by other house elves, he asked with interest. Other house elves are unwilling to work with Dobby. They think Dobby is a fallen elf. Dobby wiped his tears and said sadly, they think a house elf without a master is a fallen elf. Evil and unreasonable heresy. This is normal. After all, you are the first house elf to eat tomatoes. Dracula chuckled and peeled off a bloody lollipop and leaned on the soft back of the chair behind him. The first one to try it. People who do new things will always be tabooed by their peers. Mr. Dracula, but Dobby doesn't eat tomatoes. Dobby wiped his eyes and said with some confusion, and, why are elves who eat tomatoes tabooed by their own kind? What Dracula wanted to say was stuck in his throat, and he almost swallowed the lollipop in one gulp. Ahem, tomatoes are actually just a metaphor. It's not important. Dracula coughed out the lollipop and glanced at Dobby helplessly. The first person to eat tomatoes is an idiomatic expression used to describe the first person who dares to do something. But, are there still people who dare not eat such a normal thing as tomatoes? The first person who dared to eat tomatoes shouldn't be so amazing, right? Dobby asked in surprise. Then, the elf seemed to suddenly think of something and began to wipe away tears again. Dobby knows. Mr. Dracula must also think that Dobby is a depraved and evil house elf, so he used things like tomatoes to describe Dobby. Dracula's words stalled again. If you continue to think so much, I will give you a salary increase, Dobby. He gritted his teeth and bit the candy bar into pieces with his sharp teeth, then glared at Dobby coldly. I told you, this is just it's an idiomatic expression that doesn't mean anything. Dobby was so frightened that he stopped crying immediately. He hurriedly wiped his hands on his big eyes a few times to wipe away the tears, and subconsciously wanted to dry his wet hands on his clothes. However, he soon discovered that he was no longer wearing the dirty old pillowcase, but an exquisite small dress suit. Dobby immediately took his wet hand back and clasped it behind his back helplessly. Mr. Dracula, you can scold me, but you must not give me a salary increase. Dobby said pitifully, a salary increase is too terrible. Dracula rubbed his brow and sighed. Forget it, I'm embarrassing you. After all, these sayings are not commonly used in the magical world. He explained, here in Europe, many muggles and a small number of wizards often use tomatoes to describe the first person to make an action. Warrior. In addition, as far as I know, unlike the term used here in Europe, the East prefers to use the term the first person to eat crabs to describe it. Well, let me tell you the story about the first person to eat tomatoes. Dobby quickly moved a small stool and sat in front of Dracula's desk, and began to listen carefully. If I remember correctly, 300 or 400 years ago, around the 16th century, a British knight traveled to South America. I forgot the name of that knight. Anyway, he was the one who saw tomatoes. Plant. While Dracula was recalling the interesting things he had experienced in the past 1,000 years, he told Dobby the story of the first person to eat tomatoes. Just 300 or 400 years ago, Dracula once attended a meeting on a whim. It was the first time he attended a meeting of the nobility after receiving the title of earldom from the Grand Duke and Lord of this land of England. Joint meeting. It was also at that meeting that he met the knight who saw the tomatoes. In fact, tomatoes were originally a wild plant native to South America, and their original name was wolf peach. Wolf peach was an ornamental plant at that time, and humans did not discover its edible value. Because people at that time learned lessons from fungi, they all knew that the brighter the color, the more toxic the plants, such as poisonous crops such as poisonous mushrooms and colorful poisonous spiders. So there is a local saying, wolf peaches, also known as tomatoes, were considered poisonous by experts at the time. According to locals, people who eat wolf peaches will soon develop pimples and tumors on their bodies, and in more serious cases, it will be life-threatening. Although the wolf peach is bright red when ripe, with red fruits and green leaves, it is very beautiful and attractive, but just like the brightly colored mushroom, which is highly poisonous, people are still very afraid of it. No one has ever dared to try to take a bite, and they just take it. It is used as an ornamental plant. I seem to still have some memory of that night. Dracula said to Dobby while putting the lollipop stick on his fangs to scrape out the last flavor. I remember that he was not just a nobleman, he is also a wizard who is quite good at using magic. In that situation where there was no reasonable way to preserve them, that knight used magic to bring tomatoes into England. Because the tomatoes were very bright and shiny, the knight gave the tomatoes to the queen who was reigning at the time. Well, it seems that the queen at the time was little Elizabeth. In short, that knight used tomatoes as a gift of love to express his love to little Elizabeth. Since then, tomatoes have been called love fruit and lover fruit by people at that time. It's just that even though the popularity of this fruit has been established in one fell swoop, no one wants to eat tomatoes. They just continue to plant tomatoes in the manner as ornamental plants only, or give them as gifts symbolizing love to a lover. As for treating it as a kind of food, sorry, no one has ever dared to eat it. Listening to Dracula's narration, Dobby was so amused that his tears turned into laughter. They don't even dare to eat tomatoes. Those people are even stupider than Dobby. Dobby's energy recovered and he shouted happily, so did they eat tomatoes in the end? Well, tomatoes should have really become food nearly 200 to 300 years ago. Dracula said thoughtfully, one person thought that tomatoes were so beautiful, bright, and fresh that they looked delicious. He looked like he couldn't control his desire to eat. So the man tasted the world's first tomato. Dracula shrugged. The first person to eat tomatoes was a French painter. He had painted tomatoes many times. Faced with such a beautiful and lovely but poisonous fruit, he really couldn't resist its temptation, so he came up with the idea of tasting it himself. The thought of what it smells like. It can only be said that the painter from France is a typical foodie who wants to eat to the death. He risked his life and ate the first tomato, but after eating it, he only tasted the sour and sweet taste without any discomfort. But he still firmly believed in the toxicity of tomatoes. After eating the tomatoes, he lay in bed and waited for death. What happened next is easy to guess. The painter lay quietly on the bed. He did not die after a long time, until he was too greedy to stand it and ate another tomato. Facts have proved that tomatoes, a bright red plant, are non-toxic and harmless, and can be eaten as a very delicious fruit or vegetable. The French painter recalled the delicious feeling when chewing tomatoes, and told his friends the news that tomatoes are not poisonous and can be eaten with a cheerful face. Soon after, the news that tomatoes were non-toxic shocked many places and quickly spread throughout the world. Since then, hundreds of millions of people around the world have been able to enjoy the delicious food brought by this warrior who dared to be the first to eat tomatoes risking his own life. Dracula slowly finished telling the story, his expression slightly dazed. He told Dobby the story of the first person to eat tomatoes, originally just to comfort Dobby's injured little heart and cheer up Dobby so that he could continue to maintain the title of progressive free elf. But when Dracula was halfway through his story, he mentioned the knight who brought tomatoes from South America, and the French painter who was the first to taste tomatoes. He suddenly thought of all the friends he had known hundreds of years ago. Everything has returned to dust and dust to dust. Now, only Dracula himself and Nico Flamel, who possesses the elixir of life, are still living boredly in this boring world. From beginning to end, Dracula has no real enemy. Even though there were so many brilliant wizards, magical creatures who regarded him as their mortal enemies, and the light of justice that wanted to sweep away the darkness, Dracula never really cared. Because he knows that these figures who lead an era will eventually disappear in the long river of history as time goes by. Even wizards as powerful as the 4 founders of Hogwarts have gradually turned into pale symbols after 1,000 years, and no one else can remember their former voices, faces, and faces. When it comes to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and Slytherin, wizards will only think of the 4 houses of Hogwarts, but not the 4 amazing geniuses. Gorgeous wizard. Dracula's enemy is only time from beginning to end. Mr. Dracula. Dobby's voice interrupted Dracula's thoughts. Dracula's eyes regained focus and saw Dobby's big green eyeballs unblinkingly blocking his face, looking inexplicably scary. What are you doing here, Dobby? Dracula angrily put his index finger on Dobby's forehead and pushed him away from him. Mr. Dracula, you just scared me. Dobby was pushed aside by Dracula's fingers, but his mood became happier. Mr. Dracula, your expression just now was so cold, I almost thought he will turn into a devil in the next second. Dobby shuddered as he spoke. Mr. Dracula, are you really okay? Even though he was still a little scared, Dobby still said with concern, why don't you go see Madame Pomfrey in the school infirmary? I'm helping in the infirmary. She took good care of me when I was. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Dracula shook his head, shaking off the indifference in his heart. He stood up from the office chair and walked to the window of this office. Now, Dobby has placed very exquisite and beautiful black porcelain pieces on this windowsill. The smooth porcelain pieces reflect the silent moonlight outside the window, adding a sense of tranquility to the office. On the edge of the windowsill close to the side, there is a pot of bright red flowers blooming in the moonlight, which is particularly charming. Looking at the bright flowers in front of him, Dracula suddenly thought of another guy in his long life who could be called a friend besides Flamel. If it's that guy, he should still be alive. Dracula stared thoughtfully at the flowers in front of him, and then suddenly turned to look at Dobby, who looked concerned. Dobby, I'm going out for a few days, stay here by yourself. Dracula said, go and tell Riddle later and let him teach the defense against the dark arts class for me. Isn't this not good? Dobby hesitated. I remember that Riddle has been looking forward to this for a long time, and he also wrote the teachings. No problem. Dracula chuckled. If Dumbledore asks, you can just say that I continue to be boring like this. Might blow up Hogwarts. He'll understand me. As he spoke, he stepped on the porcelain piece on the windowsill, leaped out, spread his wings, and disappeared into the silent night. The sky is overcast and the sea breeze is howling. Rows of dark green giant waves rise and fall one after another, like countless sea beasts breaking free from their cages, and the rough backs covered with seaweed almost touch the dark sky. The southernmost country in the Balkans is surrounded by sea on 3 sides, and this area has been very unstable recently. This is a country that once had one of the most brilliant civilizations in the world, Greece. However, I don't know why, but today's Greek magic world seems lackluster. The magic world in Greece had a prosperous development more than 1,000 years ago, and countless outstanding wizards were born in this area, leaving a great reputation. However, in today's Greek magic world, talents are withering and all industries are in ruins. Almost all wizards understand one thing: magic is a science that places great emphasis on talent. In the history of the wizarding world, there are few examples of wizards who were born dull and became outstanding talents in the wizarding world. Even Newt Scamander, the admittedly taciturn magi-zoologist in his youth, demonstrated the rare ability to gain the trust of magical creatures at an extremely young age. However, according to expert statistics, there are very few wizards born in Greece in the past few hundred years who are talented and intelligent, and most of them are ordinary people who have spent their lives doing nothing. This once brilliant place has not produced a genius who leads the times for a long time. Over time, wizards left Greece, a place of evil, and went to other countries to develop in the magical world. Under a vicious cycle, the Greek magic world has experienced this kind of talent decline. Now, this country with withered talents welcomes 2 uninvited guests. There were 2 wizards, one old and one young. The old man had messy gray curly hair and some freckles on his face. He was carrying an old-fashioned brown leather suitcase in his hand. The young man is a boy with blonde hair, dark blue eyes, and soft facial features. He is probably only 11 or 12 years old and looks like he is still in school. You must be the famous magical zoologist, Mr. Newt Scamander. A bald, middle-aged wizard came up with 2 followers, shook hands with the old man enthusiastically, and said, in fluent English, let me introduce myself. I am the Minister of Magic in Greece, Abodal. I was the one who corresponded with you 3 days ago. It can be seen that the Greek Ministry of Magic does not have many manpower. As the Minister of Magic, Albert personally wrote a letter to the magi-zoologist and came to greet him in person, even with only 2 small followers behind him. Hello, Mr. Abbott. The old man looked a little shy and smiled slightly at the Greek Minister of Magic. It seemed that it was the after effects of coming into contact with these people from the Ministry of Magic when he was young. He grabbed his suitcase tightly and subconsciously checked every button on the outside of the suitcase. Minister Abodal obviously didn't notice the old man's little moves and got close to him very enthusiastically. Ah, is this your grandson? He is indeed a talented person. He turned his attention to the blonde boy next to the old man and praised with a smile, I heard that your grandson is only 12 years old and has already become your assistant. Now, he has just reached the age of 2nd grade, right? The blonde-haired boy imitated the old man's behavior, showed a shy smile, and stepped forward. Hello, Mr. Abbott. My name is Rolf Scamander. The boy introduced himself. I just entered the 2nd grade this year. It's really amazing that I can be your grandfather's assistant when I'm only in 2nd grade. Abodal touched his bald forehead and sighed. How he wished there could be a few such smart young wizards in Greece. But it's really strange. The qualifications of the little wizards born in Greece are worse than the last. Generally, it takes them 6 or 7 years to barely complete the 3rd and 4th grade courses of magic schools in other regions. And this gap is widening from generation to generation. I guess Rolf is also studying at Hogwarts, right? Alberto continued to flirt with him with a smile, trying to build friendship in order to reduce the cost of hiring this elderly magi zoologist. Which college is he in now? Going to school? A Hufflepuff like your grandpa? No, Mr. Abbott, I didn't go to school at Hogwarts. Rolf raised his head and said to the Minister of Magic, my mother said that Hogwarts has to replace a defense against the dark arts every year. Professor, the teaching quality was worrying, so he asked me to study at Yinfamouni Magic Academy. I was assigned to the Thunderbird Academy in Yinfamouni, which is the same academy as my grandma. After hearing Rov's words, Newt, who had been standing nearby without speaking for a long time, had a trace of regret in his eyes. Newt was expelled from Hogwarts halfway through school for raising illegal magical animals, so he still wanted his grandson to fulfill his wish to graduate from Hogwarts. Is it because of the defense against the dark arts professor? That's really a pity. Abbott said, I heard that a new defense against the dark arts professor has come to Hogwarts in the past 2 years and has been re-elected. It's the 2nd year and it seems to be pretty good. You know Bulgaria and Romania, right? Those 2 countries to the north of Greece, their wizards seem to admire that professor very much. Especially those wizards in Romania, who are usually very arrogant, but as long as they mention that professor his name will immediately turn into a secretive one. I don't quite understand why the people in Romania admire a guy who is a professor in the UK so much. We are 2 countries that are more than 2,000 kilometers apart. Albertel spread his hands, looking puzzled. You're talking about Professor Dracula, right? Newt finally spoke for the first time after saying hello to Minister Albert. Albus told me that Professor Dracula is a very good person. There must be something special about it that we don't know yet. That's right. Albertel spread his hands. Whatever, those Romanian arrogant wizards never take our Greek Ministry of Magic seriously, and they can't possibly tell me about Professor Dracula. Things. As he said that, he became a little angry. How disgusting. Our Greek magic world was once the world leader more than 1,000 years ago, but because of the poor development now, we have to suffer from these guys. Gas. Ahem, Mr. Abodal. Loa found that his grandfather's eyes had become a little wandering, seeming to drift to other places who didn't know how far away, so he quickly interrupted Minister Abodal's complaint. Didn't you write a letter to ask my grandpa to come over because you suspected that there were magical animals causing trouble here? Oh, by the way, look at me, I almost forgot about business. Alberto slapped his forehead hard and laughed twice. Rolf is still smart, otherwise we wouldn't have known we would be delayed here. How much time? As he spoke, he glanced at a younger brother next to him. The younger brother expressed his understanding, took out a map from a big box behind him, and handed it to Albert's hand. Albertel took the topographic map of Greece with satisfaction and used his wand to draw a red circle on a mountainous area. Mr. Scamander, look here. He held up the map with his left hand and pointed at the circled place with the wand in his right hand. In this mountain range, a wide range of strange phenomena have occurred during this period. Although I don't want to admit it, our Greek wizards will never be able to cast such a wide range of magic, so don't blame me for immediately suspecting magical animals. Luo Fei looked at Minister Albert with pity, looked like a little adult, sighed and said, your words are too heart-wrenching, Minister Abodal. Albertel choked on his words. It's clearly my heart that has been stabbed. Why are you sighing like a little kid? He was complaining crazily in his heart. However, in order to maintain the demeanor of being the Minister of Magic of a country, Abodal could only smile stiffly and look as if nothing had happened. Newt didn't care about the expression of the miserable Greek Minister of Magic. He just waved his wand, brought the topographic map closer to him, and then carefully looked at the area circled by the red circle. It is densely covered with arcs representing mountains. Is this Olympus? Newt asked. Yes, Mr. Scamander is indeed a professional. Abodal gave a thumbs up. The entire area of Mount Olympus has been surrounded by fog recently, and it has been for more than 10 years. They haven't dispersed even till the sky. If it's just fog, it should be normal. Newt asked softly, it's winter now. The Olympus Mountains block the water vapor from the southwesterly wind on the ocean. It doesn't matter if it rains or snows for a longer time. What a strange phenomenon. Newt analyzed it from a very professional perspective, with an obvious expression of disappointment on his face. He originally thought that some new and magical animal had appeared in a place as rich in mythology as Mount Olympus. So, on the day he received the letter, Newt secretly took his grandson and assistant Rolf to Greece without telling his wife Tina, hoping to see the magical animals. After arriving here, Albert told him that it was just a common mist in winter. Newt suddenly felt like he had been cheated. No, of course I won't trick you here just because of the fog, Mr. Scamander. Seemingly seeing Newt's unhappy expression, Albert hurriedly explained, if it's just the fog, forget it, but there are still large swaths of black gas and white light emerging from the fog from time to time, which is very weird. After hearing Albert's explanation later, Newt became somewhat interested again. Can you confirm the specific day when the fog appeared? Please tell me the image of the white light appearing in the black air in as much detail as possible. He said, I need to use this to determine what magical animal caused the impact. Well, I remember that the time when the fog appeared was after Halloween. Abodal scratched his bald forehead and said thoughtfully, I have discussed with the Muggle government and asked their experts to using the weather conditions as an excuse to explain the strange situation on Mount Olympus. After all, the symbolic meaning of Mount Olympus is too important to the people here, and we really dare not let public opinion ferment. I watched Muggle news yesterday, on something called TV, it seems. The program, the Muggle Observatory said that the fog appeared after Halloween, and it has been 19 days since today. 19 days. Newt frowned. There are not many magical animals that can continuously cause such large-scale weather changes, and even fewer can last for 19 days. Newt stretched out his hand to Rolf, and Rolf took out a very old cowhide notebook and handed it to Newt's hand. Thunderbirds can do it. The white light you described may also be the thunder and lightning caused by thunderbirds, but the black gas cannot be caused by thunderbirds. Newt said while writing and drawing on the leather notebook stand up. So what you mean is, there are 3 possibilities. Newt filled several pages in the cowhide notebook and handed it to Albert. The first possibility is that what caused this large-scale fog is the clouds brought by the thunderbirds, and the white light is the electric light caused by the thunderbirds. As for the black air that does not match the characteristics of the thunderbirds, it may be like dementors. Dark creatures such as the Voldemort bat are fighting with the thunderbird. But there is a big problem with this possibility, that is, thunderbirds are not within the diet range of dementors, and the number of Voldemort bats is pitiful and can only be seen in tropical areas. Even if there are a few individual Voldemort bats appearing in Greece, it is difficult to cause black air that can be observed by wizards with the naked eye. What about the second possibility? Abodal asked eagerly. The second possibility is that there are some magical animals that I haven't discovered yet. At this point, Newt's eyes flashed with excitement. This is also the most ideal situation in my mind. No matter, it was just I don't have a problem with the observed creatures being the result of the mating of different magical animals, or a new species resulting from mutation. However, Abertelli did not have high hopes for this possibility. As we all know, Newt Scamander has been the world's most renowned magizoologist wizard since the 1920s. He travels around the world all year round, looking for all kinds of magical animals that have never been discovered before. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them compiled by him has been published in dozens of editions. Basically, every time a new edition is released, many magic schools are rushing to use it as a textbook for Care of Magical Creatures courses. For such a legendary magical zoologist, decades have passed. Are there really any magical animals that have not been discovered by him? Not to mention, now this thing that may be a magical animal is so high profile that it directly covers the entire Mount Olympus with special effects. Then, what about the third possibility? Abodal asked again. The third possibility. Newt's excited expression faded, and his face became serious. Maybe 2 extremely powerful wizards are fighting on Mount Olympus right now. 2 powerful wizards. Albert was shocked. Mr. Scamander, don't dare to say nonsense. We have never had a wizard here who can change the celestial phenomena on a large scale. Minister Albert, why are you so unsure of yourself? Young Rolf jumped up and patted Albert on the shoulder, and said to him in an old-fashioned way, I grew up listening to stories from Greek myths and legends. Maybe there are some ancient great wizards in your magical world who have never appeared in the world. Abodal smiled bitterly and shook his head. I would rather believe that wizards from other places came to fight. Mr. Scamander, what do you think? He turned to look at the old man next to Rove, who was frowning in thought. Newt raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Albert, then turned his head and glanced at Rove worriedly. I want to see Mount Olympus, he said softly. That's great. If you go into the mountains to investigate in person, you will definitely find the truth about Mount Olympus. Abodal naturally wanted it, and he winked at the other younger brother behind him excitedly. The younger brother made an okay gesture knowingly, and took out a small golden statue from a box that had just been moved. Mr. Scamander, this is the door key to Mount Olympus produced by our Ministry of Magic. Abertel was obviously prepared. He took the small golden statue and handed it to Newt. There are not many wizards here who can make port keys, and these things are in short supply right now. Newt and Rolf looked at the golden statue that resembled the legendary Hermes in front of them and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. It is obvious that port keys are in short supply in Greece. The small statue of Hermes in front of me seems to be made of gold, and its purity is very high. Such a statue might weigh as much as a pound or 2. According to the more conventional gold price, if 10 galleons and 1 gram of gold are used to calculate the price, such a small statue would probably cost 8,000 galleons, which would be as high as 40,000 pounds when converted into pounds. The Greek Ministry of Magic processed and produced such valuable items as portkeys, which in disguise proved the rarity of portkeys here. In contrast, in the British Ministry of Magic, basic travel items such as portkeys can be made by almost every clerk in the Department of Magical Traffic Management. And given that door keys are thrown away after being used once, most door keys are made from useless waste products such as old shoes, waste newspaper rolls, and broken teapots. The advantage of this material selection is that the Ministry of Magic does not need to recycle used door keys, which greatly reduces time costs. Therefore, when looking at the small golden statue of Hermes held in Albert's hand, Newt and Rolf both showed sympathy and pity in their eyes. Is there anything wrong? Alberto looked at the two Scamanders in confusion. Don't you even need a portkey when traveling far away? Rove opened his mouth, wanting to explain how common such portkeys were in England and America. But Newt interrupted him by rubbing Rolf's head. Rolf, we are guests, don't embarrass Mr. Abbott too much, Newt said softly, with a gentle look on his face. Looking at his very considerate grandfather, Loafu nodded obediently. Newt smiled and looked at Albert, who was still confused. Mr. Albert, I can understand your difficulties, he asked with a gentle expression. Since your door keys are so rare, why don't we just apparate to Mount Olympus? Albert's expression froze on his face. Mr. Scamander, do you mean to say, apparate to Mount Olympus 100 miles away? He asked with a stiff face. Yeah, what's the problem? Newt asked curiously. This distance shouldn't be too far, right? Albertel covered his face in pain. Loafu looked at Albert's expression and carefully tugged on his grandfather's dirty windbreaker. Grandpa, please stop talking, he whispered. I now feel that you are the culprit who embarrassed Mr. Abodel. Newt, Rolf, Minister Albert, and his two followers, the five of them finally used the statue of Hermes to reach the outskirts of Mount Olympus. This is because in order to take care of Minister Albert's emotions, Newt pretended that he could not apparate to such a long distance, although it is hard to say whether Albert would believe his white lie. Several people stood on an empty road and saw a desolate mountain peak in front of them, shrouded in thick fog. From the parts not covered by the fog, we can see that Mount Olympus is extremely majestic and magnificent. The mountains are handsome and tall. From halfway up the mountain, you can vaguely see the towering snow-capped mountains piercing into the fog. The dark gray of the bedrock and the whiteness of the snow match perfectly. Perhaps only nature can create such completely different but matching scenery. The mountains are covered in mist, and from time to time white light shines, turning the mist into pure white. However, the white light is often mixed with some vague black energy, adding a bit of evil temperament to the domineering and slightly soft mysterious mountains. Unexpectedly, the movements of white light and black energy in this area have become more frequent now. Abodel said with a solemn face. When I came here a few days ago, white light and black energy would appear every once in a while. The chi flickers alternately, but now it's almost non-stop. Newt frowned, looking at the mist-shrouded mountains in front of him. His face gradually darkened. Minister Abodel, this white light and clouds are definitely not caused by thunderbirds, he said softly. I once lived with a thunderbird for nearly half a year. I know very well that the thunderbird's innate magic. Most of the clouds they attract are dark and heavy rain clouds, and the light they emit is also a bit of blue electric light. So have we ruled out the first possibility? Abodel asked. It can basically be ruled out. Newt nodded, but the possibility of a special thunderbird mutating cannot be ruled out. Well, so the second possibility you mentioned can still be retained. Abodel agreed. He took 2 steps forward, observed the thick fog carefully for a while, turned his head and asked curiously, so are you more inclined to the second or third possibility? There is too little information for me to draw such a hasty conclusion. Newt shook his head. I have to go into the mountains and collect more information. Newt looked at Mount Olympus, half of the mountain hidden in the mist, with bursts of joy and exploration in his eyes. At the same time, Rolf, who was standing next to Newt, had the same emotion in his eyes. Grandpa, it seems it's time for us to go on an adventure together. Rolf jumped up excitedly. I got the opportunity to take risks when I was only 12 years old. I said that I will definitely become a great magical animal like Grandpa, Scholar. However, just as Rolf was jumping for joy, Newt tilted his head slightly and looked at his little grandson in confusion. Who told you that I was going to take you on an adventure? He asked softly. Loafu's celebration stopped abruptly. But, Grandma Buntai isn't here, so you only have a little assistant like me, right? He stuttered as his mood dropped too much. As if he had thought of a possibility, Roof suddenly opened his mouth. You wouldn't want to enter Mount Olympus alone where the situation is unknown, would you? Of course. Newt straightened his dirty but adventurous windbreaker as a matter of course. When I was young, I took many risks alone. I was already familiar with the road. But you are no longer young now, Rolf said eagerly. You can't go alone. Mount Olympus needs me. The discipline of protecting magical animals needs me. Rolf, you are still too young. I can't let you go on adventures with me, Newt said. Besides, I'm not dead yet. I still have to support the subject of protecting magical animals. Wait until it's not too late to take over after graduation. Newt showed a rare playful smile and put a tie embroidered with gold patterns into Rolf's hand. The next moment, as the air in front of Newt and Alberto twisted, the bulging Rolf disappeared into the outer lands of Mount Olympus. I made you laugh, Minister Albert. After sending away his troubled grandson, Newt breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Albert. Rolf is still too young. It is not appropriate to participate in such an unknown adventure. Understood, understood. Abodel nodded repeatedly. Then, he looked at Newt's hand that just handed out the tie, and opened his mouth slightly, but never said anything else. Do you have something to tell me, Minister Albert? Newt noticed that Albert was hesitant to speak, so he asked curiously. Ahem, there's nothing important. Albertel coughed awkwardly. I just wanted to ask, was the door key that Mr. Scamander just handed to Rove also a door key? You read that right, Minister Albert. Newt smiled softly. This is a portkey that Albus gave me decades ago. It can return to Hogwarts from anywhere in the world. See, I haven't used it in these years, but I suddenly remembered it today. Made decades ago, anywhere in the world. Abodel swallowed, feeling that after all these years he had stayed in a small place like Greece, he still saw little. Newt smiled amusedly. In fact, he was initially surprised by the effective range of the door key made by Dumbledore and how long it could be retained. This is because normal door keys are often only used within the country, and the shelf life of most door keys is only a few days. After this time, the magic contained in them will gradually dissipate, and eventually turn into useless old shoes, waste newspaper rolls, broken teapots. As for transnational port keys, they not only require approval from the Ministry of Magic, but also require more detailed magic casting. Port keys that cross continents are even more complicated generally speaking. Only the top group of wizards can make cross-continental keys. Continent's door key, and it is only valid for a few hours at most. Cross-border and cross-continental port keys require extremely strict approval and extremely high fees. This is why the number of black traders in the magic world who secretly sell port keys remains high. Moreover, the door keys sold by black dealers usually have no quality guarantee. They often appear in the wrong location, are too bumpy, or even throw the wizard away from the door key during use. Port keys made by Dumbledore never had this problem. The most powerful wizard in the magic world, he showed his excellent ability to make port keys as early as 60 years ago during the Global Wizarding War. He used port keys several times to fight Newt and him against Glindel. Woe's friends were rescued from fire and water. For example, the door key used by Newt to teleport Rolf away was obtained from Dumbledore decades ago and has still been used. Newt and the Greek Minister of Magic beside him were thinking thoughtfully about the portkey while walking side by side in the direction of Mount Olympus. Diddy. Just then, several loud car horns sounded, interrupting their thoughts. Newt turned his head and saw a black car with its headlights on, driving slowly behind the two of them. Hey, the two guys in fancy clothes in front of you. A middle-aged man rolled down the window and stuck his head out of the car. Do you two have any quality? If you hear the horn while walking in the middle of the road, why don't you hurry up? Get out of the way. The man spoke in Greek, and Newt looked at Alberto beside him in confusion. Albert's face became extremely embarrassed, and he quickly took Newt's arm and dragged him to the side of the road. I'm really sorry, we were too focused on chatting. Abodel said with an apologetic smile to the man. The man looked at Newt and Alberto who had stepped aside on the side of the road. He let out a humph and stuck his hand out the window out of anger and raised his middle finger. You should pay more attention in the future. He tapped the gray shell of his car with his middle finger. Did you see it? This is a BMW 850 Ci. The fact that I can afford this car means that I can take care of you two at will. A weird transvestite. After saying this, the man still put his middle finger out of the car window, started the car with his other hand, and quickly left in front of Newt and Albert, leaving only the dust they raised in the sky. Seeing this muggle being so provocative, Abodel, who was the highly powerful Minister of Magic in Greece, turned red with anger. Although Newt couldn't understand what the man said, he could still understand the behavior of raising the middle finger and flicking tail gas. Even he, who has always been good-tempered, was a little dissatisfied. But both of them restrained themselves and did not use magic to attack muggles. This is a matter of principle for wizards in the magical world. However, just because the two of them didn't take action doesn't mean that others won't take action. Boom. A loud noise came from not far in front of the two people. The two of them looked up in shock and saw an extremely handsome silver car, and an equally handsome man sitting in the car. That man has long silver hair that is more dazzling than the car. Mirka, are you sick? The muggle in the black car angrily opened the door and jumped out of the car, looking distressedly at the large dent in his bumper. Malaka, Mue Lambda, Ka, is a very classic curse word in Greek. The muggle man still felt uneasy after cursing and continued to yell at the wide open window of the silver car in front of him. Do you know how to drive? Huh. He slapped the silver car in front of him hard and roared loudly, I'm really unlucky today. I just met two transvestites who didn't know how to give way. As a result, another unsighted guy drove his car right in front of my car. The muggle man leaned his head over and glanced at the silver-haired man in the car. He immediately became dissatisfied with his appearance and became even more angry. Okay, it turns out you and the two people behind you are together. He looked at the black and red cloak on the silver-haired man in front of him, and a look of realization appeared on his face. It's really unlucky that I met three people in strange clothes at once. The guys are more annoying than the last. The silver-haired man sitting in the silver car is of course Dracula. After he flew out of his defense against the dark arts professor's office, he originally wanted to apparate directly to Greece and go directly to his destination. However, on the way through the Forbidden Forest, Dracula suddenly saw an old Ford car that originally belonged to the Wesley family driving over the Forbidden Forest. He immediately thought that after he took the initiative to let go of this small car that seemed to have given birth to some consciousness, he had purchased two of the most expensive cars that could be bought in the Muggle world at once. One of them was sent to the Weasley family as compensation for the old Ford, and the other was based on the functions of the flying car modified by Mr. Weasley, and also used the alchemy learned from Nico Flamel. Remodeled. However, after Dracula personally modified the car, before he could drive it, he was diverted by matters such as the Duel Club, Voldemort's return, and dealing with Tom Riddle's Horcrux diary. Gradually, the car that had been renovated and had never been driven once was pushed to the back of his mind, and he couldn't remember it at all. After solving Voldemort's problem, Dracula went to and from get out of class repeatedly every day, and he was already bored to the point of boredom. Quiet and thoughtful, he very hastily handed over the teaching rights to assistant teacher Tom Riddle and flew out of the office. The old Ford car driving over the Forbidden Forest finally reminded Dracula of the little toy he had transformed long ago. He immediately became interested and flew to Greece in his car. The alchemy Dracula learned from master alchemist Nico Flamel is quite superb, and the modified cars are also very safe. Therefore, of course the car he drove would not be like the old Ford modified by Mr. Wesley, which could not even fly from Devon, England to Hogwarts, Scotland, and even knocked Harry and Ron out of the air. Came down and bumped into the Whomping Willow. Dracula flew from Scotland to Mount Olympus in Greece. When he was about to land from the sky, he happened to encounter an arrogant muggle who was mocking the two wizards. So Dracula suddenly became interested and prepared to test how his modified car compares with those completely muggle craftsmanship. By the way, he could also teach this arrogant muggle a lesson. He stepped on the accelerator, and the modified car suddenly appeared in front of the muggle man's black car like a silver lightning. All that's left is what Newt and Alberto saw. Is this your first day on the road? You don't even know you can't overtake on a mountain road? You suddenly ran in front of me like a ghost. The muggle man was still cursing angrily. Don't embarrass yourself if you don't know how to drive. After cursing angrily for a long time, the muggle seemed to be tired and stopped panting. Are you a mute? Just let me curse in the streets here alone, but you should give me some reaction. He breathed heavily, looking at the playful smile that always hung on Dracula's face in depression, and suddenly felt it was a bit scary, and I shivered all over. Sting. Dracula suddenly laughed. Is this the road rage patient in the muggle world? It's quite interesting. Although the muggle man doesn't understand English very well, he can still understand the wording. He immediately became depressed. British? How dare you not understand after I scolded you for a long time? Maylaka, you are really unlucky today. The man cursed secretly and began to dance and make gestures. While rubbing his thumb and index finger in the air, he stammered a few English words he knew. Money? Money, the muggle man said with difficulty. His face turned red from suppressing the pain. You, bang. My car, no use. You can tell that he is trying to convey that Dracula crashed his car and needs to pay for it. Dracula leaned on the comfortable backrest of the driver's seat and looked at him with interest, as if watching a play, without replying a word for a long time. When the muggle man was gesticulating for a long time and his mouth was completely dry, Newt, who had stood watching for a while, finally couldn't stand it any longer and signaled to Albert. Minister Abodal, I think they can't communicate normally. How about you act as a translator for them? After all, the kind-hearted and simple magi zoologist couldn't stand by and watch. Why, isn't this interesting? Abodal was not consistent with his thoughts. No matter how backward the Greek magic world was in the world, as the Minister of Magic, who was considered a highly powerful person in the magic world, being provoked by muggles still made him a little angry. Now is not the time to watch a show. Newt shook his head. The wizard driving the car should also be here to explore the abnormal situation in Mount Olympus. Solve the problem quickly and get down to business. Albert then reluctantly stepped forward and came to Dracula and the muggle man. What happened here? He asked the muggle man in Greek. Then he looked at Dracula and asked in English, Mr. Wizard, have you also come to Mount Olympus to investigate the abnormal situation these days? Before Dracula could reply, the muggle man saw Abodal, who could speak Greek, as if he had seen a savior. At this time, he didn't care whether Albert was a transvestite or not. He grabbed the Minister of Magic's arm and said, hurry up and tell this guy, he crashed my car and I have to pay for it. Then, he specifically pointed to the logo of his car. Did you see this BMW? If my car was damaged, it would cost at least $30,000 to repair, not counting depreciation and a series of other losses. Albertel looked at the muggle man who started talking incessantly again, and the corners of his mouth twitched, and he immediately no longer wanted to act as an interpreter for him. The man didn't realize it, but it still took him several minutes to finish his long speech. If you don't know how to drive, don't come to this kind of mountainous area, don't you think? If you cause a car accident, you have to pay for it. This is a matter of course. Even though he no longer wanted to help this person emotionally, the need to do business overcame his personal emotions after all. Alberto took a deep breath, turned to look at Dracula, who was still in the car, and prepared to simply translate a few words from the muggle man. However, at this moment, Dracula suddenly spoke. Unfortunately, I really can't drive. he said with a playful smile on his face in fluent Greek. Today happens to be my first day on the road. It is normal to have any traffic accidents. Please be careful, be considerate. Albert. Muggle man? Mirka, are you kidding me? The Muggle man was furious. I understand, you pretended not to understand for so long just to see me make a fool of myself, right? Your guess is correct. Dracula shrugged. I've been a little bored lately. It's quite interesting to see a Muggle swearing here. Malaka, you bastard. The Muggle man was so angry that he clenched his fists and was about to rush forward to fight Dracula. Albertel quickly stopped him, and at the same time secretly used magic to cast a calming spell on him, making him calm down slightly. The conscientious Greek minister of magic was really worried that this wizard who appeared out of nowhere would use dark magic on this annoying Muggle, even though he himself had the urge to do so. Okay, everyone, please calm down. Abodal acted as the peacemaker. Our main purpose is to resolve this incident. Don't be too impulsive. The Muggle man, whose emotions were calmed down by magic, finally calmed down, but his determination to ask for money still did not waver at all. $30,000, without this amount you will never be able to repair my car. He stretched out 3 fingers and said to Dracula, my car is a BMW 850 Ci. I'm sorry you have never seen this luxurious car? After hearing this number, Abodal quietly counted it on his fingers. According to most currency exchange rates in the wizarding world, 1 gallon is equivalent to £5, and $30,000 is equivalent to just over £20,000. In this way, $30,000 is almost as much as more than 4,000 galleons. Albert took a breath and turned to look at Dracula, who still had a playful smile on his face. Hey, how can you still laugh? He said to Dracula in English that Muggle men could not understand. That's more than 4,000 galleons, how are you going to compensate him? Unexpectedly, Dracula shook his head at him indifferently. I thought you should be responsible for this car accident. He took out a blood-flavored lollipop from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, and said casually to the Muggle man, it was clearly your car that hit the car this time. You should compensate me for the damage to my car. My responsibility? What a joke. The Muggle man couldn't control his emotions again. Although I hit you, who knew you would suddenly appear in front of me? It's obvious that you were speeding on the mountain road. Plus a series of traffic rules such as overtaking without honking. This is not looking for trouble. Besides, if you don't submit the traffic regulations, the price of the car is more expensive than mine. Just spend $2,000 to solve this trivial problem like yours. The Muggle man looked at the side of Dracula's silver car that he hit for a long time, but he couldn't find any traces of the car accident, not even a scratch. That's not right. How come your car doesn't even have a scratch? He murmured inexplicably. As a Muggle, the man could never imagine that Dracula had added many protective ancient rune circuits to the car in order to prevent Wes's old Ford from crashing into the Whomping Willow. Not only that, he also added several instant-triggered storage spells to the car body. When a collision occurs, it will automatically cast protective spells such as Iron Armor Curse and Total Protection. Therefore, when the Muggle man's BMW 850 Ci hit Dracula's car, under the influence of several spells and protective runes, not even a trace was left. Instead, the Muggle's car bumper hit him. There was a big dent. Would you like to take a closer look? Dracula snapped his fingers lightly. The Muggle man blinked and saw an obvious dent appearing suddenly on the silver car in front of him. Huh? Did I just get dazzled? He was a little confused, but in his heart he felt that this was reasonable, so he didn't raise any questions. How about this? Brother, I'll take care of you. This time, I'll take 50% of the responsibility for the car accident. The Muggle man patted his chest and said, $50,000 will definitely be enough to repair your car. You can't do it again. Just give me an additional $25,000. He made a wishful thinking in his mind. Muggle men's cars are actually covered by insurance companies. In addition, the repair price for such a dented bumper is actually far less than $30,000. He made a rough calculation and estimated that all repairs could be done with less than $5,000. If you can get $25,000 from this man in fancy clothes, wouldn't that be a bloody profit of $20,000? The Muggle man already had a proud smile on his face. I agree to divide the responsibilities on a 50-50 basis. Dracula also had a playful smile on his lips. Since you agree, then give me the money. The Muggle man couldn't wait to reach out his hand. He has decided that once he gets the $20,000 he earned in vain, he will go abroad to party for 3 days and 3 nights. Don't worry yet. Dracula snapped his fingers again. On the wheels, in front of the car, and on the window glass, the car logo consisting of 2 overlapping capital letters R slowly appeared on various parts of the silver car. Take a closer look at the car and then recalculate the cost of the accident. The Muggle man looked at the silver car in front of him, at the overlapping capital letter R. His heart suddenly slowed down, and his breathing gradually stopped. This. His lips twitched and he stammered for a long time before finally breathing. Malaka? Is this a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Seeing Dracula's car logo, the Muggle man suddenly wanted to quit. He has discovered that this silver-haired man is more than just someone who can drive a Rolls-Royce. $1 million car will crash into it at any time, and his actions without feeling distressed or caring are just the right thing to do. This was the source of his fear. Ahem. I thought about it, and suddenly I felt that the responsibility for driving 50/50ths was not very reasonable. The Muggle man immediately changed his mind and said, "Actually, our two cars have suffered about the same degree of damage, so why don't we each retreat? Step this way, otherwise it will be treated as if we owe nothing to each other. I will suffer a little loss, and you won't have to pay me the repair cost of $25,000 US." He seemed to feel that he was wrong for saying this. Before Dracula could respond, he got into the car again, started the car as fast as he could in his life, and drove away from the scene in a puff of smoke. "Your Excellency, are you just going to let this Muggle go?" A Bodil looked at the Muggle man's car disappearing around the corner of the road, and asked slightly depressed, "Don't you want to teach him a lesson?" "Of course I have to teach him a lesson. After all, I have always been a petty guy." Dracula raised an evil smile on his lips and turned to look at the other side of the mountain road. Newt and Albert followed Dracula's gaze towards the corner, which was in the opposite direction to where the Muggle man disappeared. Just when the two of them were confused, a black car suddenly came out of the corner. If you look closely, you can see its dented front bumper. "Is this the car from just now?" Newt asked in surprise. The next moment, his question was answered. Inside the open window of the black BMW sedan, a middle-aged man was looking at Rolls-Royce and Newt on the side of the road with an expression of disbelief. At the same time, he reached out and rubbed his eyes blankly. Who is this if not the Muggle man just now? The black car sped past again and once again disappeared around the corner where it disappeared last time. Your Excellency, I suddenly remembered, isn't it inappropriate to use magic to teach Muggles like this? Only then did Abodil remember his identity as the Minister of Magic in Greece. This goes against the International Wizards Federation Secrecy Act. As long as you two don't tell anyone, who will know that I violated the Secrecy Act? Dracula said nonchalantly. That's true. Alberto nodded, and then he realized something was wrong. That's not right. I am also the Minister of Magic, so how can I take the lead in covering it up? But didn't you just say you wanted to teach this Muggle a lesson? Dracula glanced at him. I said it out of anger, just words out of anger. Abodil wiped the sweat from his bald forehead. Not long after, the black BMW car emerged from the previous corner again. The Muggle man in the car looked at the silver Rolls-Royce on the roadside, his eyes widening in shock. Malaka. He stepped on the accelerator and quickly drove away from the previous corner. However, 2 minutes later, the Muggle man appeared in front of the three Draculas again. Today is really evil. Panting, he turned the steering wheel and turned the car around in a drift, heading towards the corner where he came from, hoping to find a way to leave. However, 2 minutes later, the black car appeared again from the corner where it had left. After many unscientific experiences, the Muggle man's eyes were now bloodshot, and his face was full of doubts about life. He slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of Dracula's Rolls-Royce. "Brother, can I call you eldest brother?" He was really scared this time. He opened the car door tremblingly and jumped out of the car. "I was blind, and I actually provoked your character. You must be the devil living in Olympus, right?" Seeing that Dracula's eyes became a little evil, the Muggle man also realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words. No, my question is, you must be a god who lives in Olympus." He took the car keys out of the car, held them in both hands, and handed them to the window of the Rolls-Royce where Dracula was. "I was really wrong this time, please let me go. I will no longer be greedy for compensation for this car, I can give it to you directly." The Muggle man's hands were trembling, and the car keys were shaking in his hands, making a constant sound of metal strings colliding. Dracula raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the key shaking in his hand. "Have you thought about it? It might be cheaper to pay some money alone than to bring the whole car in." He chuckled. "It doesn't matter, I've already decided." The Muggle man took a deep breath and said loudly. Now he just wants to get rid of such an evil place and such an evil person. As for losing money or losing the car, it is no longer within his scope of consideration. "That's fine, I just think it's a bit monotonous to drive this car." Dracula chuckled and took the man's car key from his hand. "Since you are still sincere, then now you can go." Really? The Muggle man asked in disbelief. "Of course, will I still keep my words?" Dracula's voice turned cold. No, I didn't question your intention. I'll leave right away. The Muggle man didn't even bother to take away the other miscellaneous things in his car. After getting Dracula's permission, he hurriedly rushed to the corner where he had returned it to its place of origin several times before. While running, he would look back from time to time to see if he was still trapped in the cycle on the mountain road. Just when the Muggle man was about to leave the corner and looked back for the last time, he saw the bald man wearing strange clothes and speaking Greek pointing at him with a strange twig. Obliviate. As the bald guy said such strange words, the Muggle man seemed to have suddenly forgotten something. "No, where's my car?" He kept looking around and murmured. Then, he suddenly saw two cars, one black and one silver, side by side on the roadside in the distance. A man with silver hair was looking at the black BMW sedan. "Stop, let go of my car," the Muggle man shouted angrily. Dracula paused while observing the new car. "Mr. Minister, does your so-called forgetting spell only erase half of the memory?" The corner of his mouth twitched. Well, you know, we Greek wizards are not very skilled in magic." Abodil wiped the cold sweat from his bald head and said awkwardly, "And the casting distance this time is a bit far. No, it's so controllable. I have a deep understanding of this." Newt suddenly said with a look of approval. He then waved his wand and cast a silent oblivion spell on the Muggle man. The Muggle man immediately forgot about looking for his car and left the area around the corner in a daze. Thank you for your help, Mr. Scamander. Alberto forced a smile. Minister Albert, didn't your Greek Ministry of Magic cast a Muggle expulsion spell on Mount Olympus? Putting away his wand, Newt frowned slightly as he watched the Muggle man retreat. Under the condition that we are not sure about the specific situation here, using the Muggle expelling charm to protect the safety of Muggles and prevent the Ministry of Magic's official business from being interfered by Muggles. This should be the most basic and common way to do things, right? Well, this still has to do with the issue of the level of magic in Greece. We don't have enough people. Abodal said helplessly. There are not many members in the Greek Ministry of Magic, and among them, those who can use Muggle expulsion spells even less. And the scope of Mount Olympus is really too big. Even if our wizards work overtime day and night, they can't cover the entire mountain area with the Muggle expulsion spell in a short time. Then haven't you negotiated with the Muggle government? Newt continued. Tell the Muggle government to send troops to station in this area to prevent civilians from approaching. At the same time, you can also arrange for some experts to talk about the anomalies in Mount Olympus, the dangers of the phenomenon. Or, the relationship between your Ministry of Magic and the Muggle government is as bad as America's, and there is no possibility of communication. After all, Newt is a 90-year-old man with a lot of experience. In addition, his brother Theseus Scamander was once a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, so he is quite familiar with the ways of doing things in the magical world. For familiarity, when he saw the unprofessional behavior of the Greek Ministry of Magic, he immediately picked out a lot of their faults and pointed out many good solutions. Our relationship with the Muggle government is not as bad as America's. Abodal was even more helpless, but the power of the Greek Ministry of Magic is too small, and they don't listen to me. I informed the Greek president called Constantine several days ago, asking them to impose martial law on Mount Olympus to prevent accidents. But the Muggle president is not happy. What did he say? Greece's economic development model is inseparable from tourism. Tourism provides nearly 1/5 of GDP, and Mount Olympus is Greece's economic development model. The bulk of the tourism industry, it's a mess, I can't remember clearly. In short, the Muggles are firmly against imposing martial law on Mount Olympus, so our Ministry of Magic really has no choice. Newt was silent for a moment and glanced at Albert with sympathy. You guys are really living in difficult conditions. He hesitated for a long time before he considered this euphemistic comment. At the same time, Dracula had already dealt with the BMW car sent by the boy who offered money before. He casually used a repair spell to repair the bumper, which Muggle men said cost $25,000 to repair, and then burned all the useless things inside the car, making the car look pretty good. The BMW 850Ci is pocketed. Dracula is going to use this car to transform it into a more unique magically modified car when he is bored, and he can change it out for a ride from time to time. So what are you missing now? Do you just need to cover this mountainous area with a Muggle repelling spell? After putting away the car, he walked to Newt and Albert and asked, Only, do you think this matter is too simple? Albertel questioned. In an area as vast as Mount Olympus, even a simple spell cannot be cast by just a few people. It can cover it completely. But this matter is indeed very simple. Dracula smiled with interest. Abodal frowned with disbelief on his face, thinking that Dracula was just bragging to him. So Dracula lightly snapped his fingers. The next moment, a hidden and colorless ripple, centered on Dracula, quietly caressed the bodies of Alberto and Newt, and extended to the outside of the mountain. If you look down from high in the sky, you may be able to see such a magical scene. Countless Muggles were driving cars, holding cameras to take pictures of Mount Olympus, or climbing this majestic mountain while chatting and laughing. However, they coincidentally took back what they were doing at the same time, put away the luggage and backpacks lying around, and hurriedly left from the inside of the mountain to the outside as if they had thought of something urgent. Mr. Minister, can you hear me? Over. A young man's voice suddenly came from the inner pocket of Albert's clothes. He took out a walkie-talkie purchased from Muggles from his inner pocket and pressed the button deftly. You can hear it, please turn over. Seeing the weird looks in Dracula and Newt's eyes, Alberto smiled awkwardly and whispered, Isn't it because there is some problem with the level of magic? I can only rely on other things to make up for it. Then, the younger brother's voice came from the intercom again. Mr. Minister, there is an abnormal situation outside Mount Olympus. A large number of Muggles who were originally staying in the interior of the mountain left the Mount Olympus area at about the same time. The specific reason is currently unknown. Over. Received, over. Alberto slowly moved the walkie-talkie away from his mouth and looked at Dracula with extreme astonishment and even a little horror in his eyes. That Muggle-repelling curse you just cast really covered the entire Olympus. Maylaka? Even silent casting plus wandless casting? The Greek Minister of Magic even broke out into obscenities. The magic world is huge, and there are always things you can't think of, Mr. Minister. Dracula chuckled and sat back in his Rolls-Royce. In addition, if there is nothing urgent, I suggest you leave as soon as possible. He waved to Newt and Albert. The things on the top of the mountain are not something you can easily handle. Seeing that Dracula was about to drive away, Abodal became anxious. This wizard who was born and raised in Greece has never seen such an exaggerated situation. Casting a spell silently and without a wand, he was able to make the Muggle expulsion spell cover the entire Mount Olympus, and it seemed very easy. Look, with such a thick thigh, how could you not hug it if you have the chance? But the problem is that Abodal has not found a suitable reason to hug the thigh, and he does not feel that as the Minister of Magic of a small country, he will be looked down upon by this thigh. In this case, he can only use the identity of another big guy next to him to show off his power. Your Excellency, don't leave in a hurry. Abodal called Dracula. Do you know who this person is next to me? This is the most famous magical zoologist in the magical world, Mr. Newt Scamander. He said seriously, wherever he is, any information about no problem with magical animals will bother us. One more person means more effort, especially one more top magi zoologist. Do you think so, Your Excellency? Dracula hit the brakes. Hearing the name, his interest suddenly rose. Newt Scamander. Dracula stuck his head out of the car window and looked at the old man with freckles on his face and grey hair with interest. So you are the one who defeated 50 years ago, the great hero of the dark wizard Grindelwald. That was a long time ago. Newt smiled shyly, squeezing the hand holding the suitcase tightly. Even after all these years, Newt still doesn't take it for granted to acknowledge his contribution during the global wizarding war. In the eyes of this humble magi zoologist, the person who has been under pressure to maintain order in the wizarding world and even the Muggle world has always been Dumbledore, who is respected by everyone. Don't be modest, Mr. Scamander, I've heard your story. Dracula chuckled, shook his head, and backed the car back to Newt and Abbott. When I asked about that during the period, that old guy Nico always praised you. The old guy you're talking about is Mr. Flamel. Newt was stunned for a moment. He looked at Dracula's appearance carefully, and saw that Dracula's face did not look like he was over 30 years old, and his expression was quite blank. May I ask, what is your name? Newt asked. Just call me Dracula, Dracula said. Unless he is a very close friend, such as Nico Flamel, or the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Dracula has always been accustomed to telling them his last name, and does not like to hear people call him name. Dracula. Upon hearing this surname, Minister Abodal, who was standing aside, suddenly jumped up. You are the first defense against the dark arts professor to be re-elected for a second term at Hogwarts in decades, he asked in surprise. No wonder Abodal was making such a fuss, it was because Dracula's reputation had spread to high-level officials in various countries during this period. As the oldest magic school in Europe and one of the oldest magic schools in the world, Hogwarts has great popularity and recognition among wizards and civilians. The strange things about the defense against the dark arts subject at Hogwarts have actually attracted the attention of not only the British wizarding community, but also the Ministry of Magic and magic schools around the world. When a subject in which no professor has been re-elected for decades suddenly has a professor who successfully enters the second year, people all over the world immediately become curious about Dracula, a figure who suddenly appeared, and immediately launched a large number of inquiries and investigations. Although the Greek Ministry of Magic is not very powerful, it is still possible to simply inquire about some information on a daily basis. As the Minister of Magic in Greece, Alberto naturally learned about Dracula's identity through his own channels. In addition, the surname Dracula can be said to be extremely rare in the magical world. Based on the most basic information such as silver hair, burgundy eyes, and a cynical personality, the man sitting in a Rolls-Royce in front of him, the identity is easy to identify. It suddenly occurred to Albert that just half an hour ago, before Newt sent his grandson away with the Portkea, he had discussed the new defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts with Grandpa Scamander. Professor Thing. He simply couldn't believe that the person he was talking about half an hour ago appeared in front of him so hastily. Oh, am I so well known now? Dracula raised his eyebrows and looked at Abodal, who was full of surprise. I feel that I have been quite low-key recently. Alberto silently glanced at the silver Rolls-Royce in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding of the word low-key, he said helplessly, not to mention other operational issues, just the fact that he was re-elected for the second year has attracted everyone's attention. Is that so? Dracula put his elbow on the car window, supported the side of his face with his right hand, and thought silently. A strand of silver hair hanging from his forehead hung on the back of his hand, gently blowing by the fresh and moist mountain breeze outside the window. Albert couldn't help but swallowed when he looked at Dracula's lowered eyelids and clear-cut profile. After staring like this for a while, he realized something was wrong and quickly raised his hand to slap himself. I'm still thinking about marrying a wife before I'm 40. What's the point of staring at a man like this? Abodal took a deep breath, although this man is indeed a bit handsome. He secretly glanced at Newt beside him, only to find that Newt was also staring at Dracula's side face motionlessly, looking extremely intently. Mr. Scamander, do you also think that Dracula's handsomeness is a bit illegal? Alberto asked quietly. Huh. It took Newt a while to react. He turned his head and glanced at Albert in confusion. Well, yes, Professor Dracula does look handsome enough. Then he turned his head again and looked at Dracula's face. What a sin. Albert patted his bald forehead sadly. Mr. Scamander, you are quite old, and your wife is still waiting for you at home. Newt turned his head again, his expression even more confusing. What are you talking about, Minister Abbott? He asked. Am I overthinking it? Albert's voice paused for a moment. Aren't you admiring the appearance of Lord Dracula? Appreciation? Not really. Newt shook his head. I just want to confirm a guess. Newt turned his gaze back again, focusing on Dracula's fingertips, corners of his mouth, eyes, and ears, and then a hint of understanding gradually appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Dracula suddenly opened his eyes. Forget it, I really can't keep a low profile. He leaned on the soft backrest of the car seat as if accepting his fate. For those interesting guys who want to know about my deeds, just let them know. It's up to them. Then, Dracula turned his attention to Newt and Alberto outside the car window. Let's talk first. I actually know what is on the top of the mountain, and there are no magical animals or anything like Mr. Scamander's professional stuff on it. Something that speaks volumes. So you two still plan to go? Go, it's here. Abodal said passionately. On the one hand, he believed that he was the big brother of the Greek magic world and should truly understand the vision of Mount Olympus, a sacred mountain of great significance. On the other hand, he had never seen a thigh as thick as Dracula's. Just waiting to follow along to learn more. Newt hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. He was also a little curious as to what circumstances could cause such a large-scale abnormal phenomenon in the entire mountainous area. Then get in the car. Dracula waved his hand casually. Mount Olympus is nearly 3,000 meters above sea level. Compared with many high mountains in the world, Mount Olympus does not seem too high, but as the highest peak in Greece, with a huge gap from the plain at the foot of the mountain, it is not low at all. The weather in November is quite cold, and Greece, as a typical Mediterranean climate, has relatively humid winter weather, so many cold-resistant plants are still working hard to grow. Sitting in Dracula's luxury car, looking out the window into the distance, I could see the green mountains below, stretching between the sky to the north and west in the foggy weather. As the vehicle continues to drive and you move your gaze closer, you can see that the surrounding colors gradually change from a large amount of artificially paved light gray to the dark green of vegetation, and then to the woody ochre of rocks. Finally, when the road in front of us came to an end, everything as far as the eye could see was covered with fog and white snow. There is no road ahead. Shall we come down and walk? Abodal looked at the mountain road reaching the end and asked. After going back and forth on the mountain road for many times, the poor Greek minister of magic was about to faint. When he asked to get off the car, there was even a little hope in his eyes. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Dracula waved his hand to him, with an interesting smile on his lips. I saw his slender fingers swiping on the complicated driving panel, and I didn't know how to operate it. The next moment, the Rolls-Royce logo that looked like a little angel on the front hood of the car suddenly changed. The pair of wings behind the little angel suddenly expanded, widened, and extended, and finally split into two separate parts. One wing is attached to the left side of the body, and the other is opposite it. Then, the wings flapped slightly. A soft but powerful wind blew from under the wings, causing the surrounding snowflakes to fly all over the sky, and even the fog in the air was blown away. Dracula looked at this scene with satisfaction and pressed another button. One after another, mysterious ancient runic symbols suddenly appeared on the car body, the windows, and even the bottom of the car, connecting with each other to form a gleaming runic circuit that enveloped the entire car. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use. Download it here. You can try it now. The next moment, the silver car suddenly accelerated, flying like a bolt of lightning toward the top of the mountain where the strange phenomenon was strongest. Mara, this car can actually fly? And how can it fly so fast? Abodal was startled and almost blurted out a curse word, but luckily he reacted in time. He subconsciously grabbed the handle of the car door, as if grasping a life-saving straw, and never dared to let go. Ahem, Lord Dracula, I have a question. I want to ask it boldly. After a long time, Alberto barely recovered, and looked at Dracula who was driving happily and asked tremblingly, if you have anything to say, just say it. Dracula was in a good mood at the moment and replied casually, I just don't quite understand. Since this car can fly, then why did we have to go around so many mountain roads on the way up? Abodal asked weakly. He just got carsick and almost vomited. Newt sat in the back seat, with an expression of recognition on his face, as if he had the same question as Abertal. Oh, this is a question. Dracula glanced at the two of them in the rearview mirror, with a slight smile on his lips. Don't you think it's fun to drive in circles on the mountain road? Just because of this reason. Albert's mouth opened wide. Of course, otherwise you think I have nothing to do and want to drive in circles on the mountain road. Dracula said. I think you just have nothing to do. Albertal complained in his heart. Then, he looked at Newt and said, Mr. Scamander, you have never been in a muggle car, right? How come you didn't notice any signs of motion sickness? Actually, I'm quite familiar with muggle transportation. Hearing Albert's question, Newt's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. I often took muggle cruise ships to and from the UK and many other countries. Among them, the one I went to most often was America. At that time, Tina was the director of the Auror office there, and she often couldn't get away. And I had to look for magical animals everywhere, so I often took a cruise to the United States to meet her. Looking at Newt, whose face was full of happiness, Albert was silent. Almost 40 years old and still single, he was hit hard again. Listening to Newt telling stories about his youth in the car, before he knew it, the fog in front of him became so thick that it was almost impossible to see anything around him. As the frequency of the white light flashing became higher and higher, the black air that appeared from time to time became heavier, and the atmosphere in the car gradually became depressing. Newt stopped talking and looked solemnly out the window at the thick fog and the scene of white light and black air. I can now confirm that this is not a sight that can be caused by any magical animal, he said softly. This kind of sacred and pure white light reminds me of a kind of magic patroness charm. You are right, Mr. Scamander. Dracula nodded slightly. It can be seen that whether it is fog, white light or black gas, it all leaks from a gap on the top of the mountain. Then this gap is the entrance for us to explore the truth. Dracula opened the window, and his sharp eyes searched for unusual locations in the surrounding fog. Your Excellency Dracula, the fog here is so heavy, can you see what's outside? A Bodil asked in confusion. He opened the window like Dracula and looked outside for a long time but found nothing, only a vast white scene. Newt also tried to use meteorologio outside the window, but the fog here was too heavy and the coverage was too wide. Whenever he clears the fog in an area, the fog in other directions will fill in one after another, leaving no gaps for observation in the nearby dense fog. In this case, no one can see anything nearby with the naked eye, right? Dracula said, but we don't need to see anything clearly with the naked eye, as long as we clearly observe the flow of magic power around here. There seemed to be light flowing continuously in Dracula's burgundy eyes. From his perspective, the endless fog on the horizon seemed to disappear, leaving only countless colors, outlining countless colorful lines in the sky. Whether it is the pure white light that flashes from time to time in the fog, or the black air that occasionally escapes from the secret realm on the top of the mountain, it is now transforming into countless ink-rendered pictures, entangled in Dracula's sight. Following these colors that are entangled with each other and separated from each other, continuing to look into the distance, it seems that you can see a dense cloud. Dracula's eyes lit up and he suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The silver car instantly turned into a bolt of lightning in the fog, swinging through the air with a windy drift, rushing towards the glow in Dracula's sight. A Bodil didn't react, and immediately knocked his head against the window next to the back seat, with a big swelling on the back of his head. As for Newt, who was also sitting in the car, he survived because he was still wearing his seat belt. Slow down, Albert said to Dracula tremblingly as he hurriedly grabbed the seat belt beside him. However, after finally finding the suspected entrance, and not knowing when this natural magic that could change at any time would change its form and location, Dracula was unwilling to stop at this time. Mr. Minister, please feel sorry for yourself. You will be here soon, he comforted. After hearing these words of comfort, Albert's face instantly turned green. Newt, who was sitting next to Albert, was a legendary wizard who had seen big winds and waves after all. After experiencing the initial 2 or 3 seconds of being at a loss, he immediately adapted to the ultra-high speed of the car and even cared about it. He took out his wand from his sleeve. The shoes are sticky, Kalisho. Newt read to the poor Greek minister of magic next to him. The simple sticky foot spell was modified by Newt and acted on Albert's clothes, sticking his clothes to the back seat of the car. A Bodil was no longer in danger of bumping into something again. Thank you, Mr. Scamander. Alberto breathed a sigh of relief, quickly pulled on his seat belt and fastened it, and cast a grateful look at Newt. Newt nodded, stretched out his wand and touched the bruised area on the back of his head, and used a healing spell to dissolve the big bump. After all these things were done, the distance that was not too far at first was reached in an instant at the extremely high speed. It should be around here. Dracula parked the car in the air, and the light in his eyes began to flow again. Obviously, this area is where the colorful clouds representing magic gather. But if you just use your naked eyes to look in the direction where the magic is strongest, you can only find a fog, which is the same as the scene above any Mount Olympus. Alohomora opens? Dracula put his hand out the window and casually cast an unlocking spell there. The light representing the unlocking spell disappeared into the mist of the sky, like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any reaction. So disrespectful. Dracula frowned. What about this spell? A Crucio. Upon hearing this spell, a Bodil, who was originally dazed by the high-speed car, suddenly sat up with excitement. But he forgot that the back of his wizard robe was connected to the seat behind him, so, laugh. After the poor robe withstood many acceleration and deceleration impacts, it finally couldn't withstand another impact when a Bodil was shocked and was finally torn open with a big hole. But at this time, Alberto could no longer care about so much. He was looking at Dracula in stunned silence and asked, Mr. Dracula, what you just used was one of the unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus curse. That's it. Is there any problem? Dracula responded irritably after seeing that the Cruciatus curse did not cause any ripples. Then he glanced at the bald face in the rearview mirror, and suddenly remembered the identity of the man in the back seat. Oh no, I forgot that there is a Greek minister of magic here. Sorry. You heard wrong. I didn't use the unforgivable curse just now, he said without changing his expression. Albert, you are treating me like a fool here. Your Excellency Dracula, I must remind you that using the unforgivable curse without authorization is illegal in the entire magical world. A Bodil said seriously, and the use of black magic will harm wizards. Mental state has a great impact, and it is easy for people to go astray. In our part of Greece, every wizard who learns black magic will eventually end up insane. Dracula glanced sideways at Albert and suddenly sneered. Then do you think there's something wrong with my mental state? He asked casually. There is a big problem. Albert thought so, but seeing Dracula's expression gradually becoming colder, he still didn't dare to say it out. Ahem. I think your spirit is quite normal and you are definitely not affected by black magic, he said confidently. Oh, I thought you would say that my mental state was abnormal. Dracula stared into Albert's eyes and said with a half smile. Absolutely not such a thing. Albert was sweating from behind. Forget it, it's boring to chat with you. You still have too little knowledge. Dracula shook his head boringly. I can give you a reminder. Things like black magic will indeed have an impact on the wizard's mental state, but that depends on how strong his own spirit is. A mentally strong wizard who has been immersed in black magic for his whole life may not be mentally affected by black magic, but those wizards like you in Greece have a weak spirit and have no potential to learn black magic at all. They will fall into the trap at the slightest contact. The abyss of eternal destruction. Dracula suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, stood up and came closer to Albert. If the defense against the dark arts professor doesn't know black magic, how can he teach people to defend against black magic? Open your eyes, I will let you experience a feast of black magic. After that, he suddenly jumped out of the open window and disappeared into the thick fog. A bottle didn't react at all, and the driver's seat became empty, leaving only the instrument panel in front of the car and other instruments still running step by step. Hey, Mr. Dracula, don't let your imagination run wild. He was stunned for a long time before he suddenly came to his senses. He stuck his head out of the window and tried his best to look down at the car. I just said it casually. In fact, you didn't use the unforgivable curse on anyone, so you don't need to be imprisoned in your Azkaban. A bottle shouted into the thick fog. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. Just then, Newt tapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Minister Albert, Professor Dracula is fine. Newt shook his head and said softly, instead of worrying about Professor Dracula's safety, you might as well mend the clothes on your back first. Albert's next words were stuck in his throat. The mountain breeze carrying heavy moisture blew from the car window, and he felt a chill behind him. Albert hurriedly used the repair spell to restore his clothes to their original appearance, and then looked at Newt curiously. Mr. Scamander, how do you know that Lord Dracula will be fine? This is thousands of meters high in the sky. He still asked worriedly, and I'm not afraid of your jokes. In fact, Dracula is not what I'm most worried about. It's my own life that pulls you. Look, the operation of this muggle car looks so complicated. Neither of us knows how to drive it. If Dracula fell from here, there is a high probability that we wouldn't survive. After hearing Albert's frank words, Newt actually laughed. Don't worry, we won't fall down like this. He smiled and patted the old-fashioned suitcase that he never left his hand. I have a lot of little cuties here who can help us land safely. Do you want to hear about it? With that said, Newt planned to introduce the airwing bird in his box that had helped him a lot to Abertal. However, the next moment, there seemed to be a bolt of thunder suddenly appearing in the sky, interrupting Newt's interest. As a thick bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, the surrounding dense fog seemed to be split in half in an instant. Immediately afterwards, countless rays of light of different colors emerged in the air one after another. They kept flashing, jumping, and bursting with the brilliance of the lightning. In the blink of an eye, the sky that was originally occupied by fog turned into a sea of various spells. This is. Albertel looked out the window in shock. This sight filled with curses simply subverted his cognition. Many of these spells were things he had never seen or even heard of in his life, but each spell carried a powerful aura and was full of terrifying aura. The death curse, the multiple freezing curse, the fire curse. He carefully distinguished the magic that he could barely identify among these endless spells. Oh my god, are these all black magic? At this time, Albertel finally understood what Dracula meant by the Feast of Black Magic just now. Newt on the other side has a more different understanding. As a legendary wizard who personally experienced the era of the global wizarding war, Newt had witnessed the most powerful dark wizard in the world, Grindelwald, when he used magic many times. Not only that, he even witnessed the pinnacle showdown in the wizarding world in 1945, the duel between the two great wizards Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Now that he saw the many spells cast by Dracula, he vaguely recalled the posture of the two great wizards during the duel. 17, 18, 25, how many spells were cast at the same time? Newt was dizzy as he counted the spells in front of him, but he couldn't count how many spells Dracula had cast at once. But at least what Newt can be sure of now is that this defense against the dark arts professor is definitely a great wizard on par with Grindelwald and Dumbledore at their peak. Covered by dense spells like raindrops, the space in front of him gradually began to fluctuate. Just when a dark purple magical light passed through a certain space, it disappeared very suddenly. Dracula looked keenly at that abnormal location, stopped casting all spells for an instant, and concentrated on waving his wand. A blood-red light beam like a waterfall suddenly blasted towards the place where the deep purple magic had disappeared, severely shattering and annihilating the hidden magic that existed in that space. The next moment, a six-pointed star magic circle surrounded by circular light appeared at the place where the blood-red light pillar was bombarded. Behind this magic circle, there seems to be a different world, whose mysterious outline is vaguely outlined in the eyes of Dracula, Newt, and Albert. Now, the three of them are only separated from that world by a brilliant and magnificent formation aperture, intersecting and rotating, like a door that does not welcome visitors. I don't know when Dracula's figure appeared in the driver's seat of the car again, putting his hand on the dashboard. The guy in the back, please remember to sit tight this time, I'm getting ready to go. He stared closely at the magic circle not far ahead and said with a chuckle. Albert hurriedly fastened his seat belt again, sat upright, and nodded. Dracula looked at his actions in the rearview mirror considerately, and then stepped on the accelerator suddenly. The silver car accelerated instantly and crashed into the rotating magic circle. The moment they came into contact with the light curtain, the three people sitting there seemed to feel that the world was spinning, and the world seemed to be upside down. The towering and majestic Mount Olympus seemed to be upside down, hanging far above the sky. Below Mount Olympus is a towering and elegant building with a strong ancient Greek style, standing on a flat land like water. However, the most shocking thing is not these, but a silver giant as high as Mount Olympus, which seems to reach the sky and the earth, standing just next to that building. This giant is the patroness charm. Newt murmured as he looked at the patroness, who seemed as tall as Mount Olympus. Albert was already in shock when he saw the otherworldly scene in front of him, but now that he heard Newt's words, he almost stared out of his eyes. Maylaka, are you telling me this is a patroness? He stared at the tall silver-white giant, unable to believe that a patron saint could reach such an exaggerated size. I don't know. Newt also shook his head in confusion. I just inferred from the look, color, and characteristics of this giant. Except for its size, it is the same as the patroness in all aspects. But I'm still not sure this is a patroness. It can't be a patron saint, the size is too outrageous. Alberto shook his head repeatedly, making it clear that he didn't believe Newt's judgment. However, at this moment, seeing the reactions of Newt and Albert, Dracula raised the corner of his mouth with interest. There's nothing you can't believe, this is the patroness charm. What? Albert was shocked. Don't scare me, Lord Dracula. How could there be such a big patron saint? You must be joking with me, right? No, it seems that there really was a patron saint as big as a giant in history. Newt suddenly spoke, interrupting Albert's surprise. I remember a very famous wizard a long time ago. His name is Andrus the Invincible. You mean the invincible Andrus? The two said almost in unison. But, Mr. Scamander. Albertel wiped the sweat on his bald forehead. Even though I would like to believe in our great wizard in ancient Greece, even if it is an existence like Andrus, you can't cast a patron saint as big as a mountain, right? Who knows what happened in the past? Newt murmured softly. Then, he suddenly opened a button on his old-fashioned suitcase and shouted into it. Teddy, help me get the chocolate frog picture that Rolf left in your nest. What are you? Alberto looked at Newt in confusion. I suddenly remembered that my little grandson likes to collect chocolate frog pictures. He has a complete set of pictures that Sniff has secretly hidden. Newt explained with a smile. That set of pictures contains a story about the invincible Andrus's card. Not long after, a small yellow paw poked out from the gap in Newt's old suitcase. The little paw schemed along the cracks of the suitcase very skillfully, found another snap, and popped it up. Then, another small paw of the same size reached out of the box and lifted the suitcase up an opening. A small animal with a long beak like a duck, bright black eyes, and a body covered with black down poked its head out of the box. Is this a niffler? A Bodil tilted his head curiously. Yes, Teddy is already quite senior, and he even helped me steal the blood pact from Grindelwald. Newt had a trace of reminiscence in his eyes, and stretched out his hand to gently stroke the black fur on Shiu's body. Ah, this is the legendary niffler back then. Alberto looked at the niffler in Newt's arms with reverence. Did you get what I asked you to get? Newt said gently, stroking Shiu's head, with a smile like an old mother's face showing involuntarily. Sniffing Teddy nodded proudly. Newt reached out and tried to take out the chocolate frog picture that Rolf had left behind from the pocket in front of Sniff's belly. As a result, Teddy covered his belly and stretched out a small paw towards Newt. Newt shook his head with a smile, took out 2 gold coins from his pocket and stuffed them into Sniff's little paws. Shiu's little paw was not big enough to grab 2 gold coins at once, so Teddy had to lift up the other little paw covering his pocket and hold the 2 gold coins handed over by Newt. Between the 2 paws, Newt took this opportunity to put his hand into the pocket in front of Sniff's belly and took out a set of chocolate frog pictures. These pentagonal pictures with squiggles printed on them are all blue in color. What attracts Shiu is the shiny golden frame around the pictures and the gold rim on the outside. Newt and Alberto searched separately inside the chocolate frog picture. Within a moment, Alberto was the first to find the great wizard from ancient Greece, the invincible Andrus. Andrus the Invincible, dates of birth and death unknown, said to be the only known wizard capable of casting a patroness the size of a giant. Albertel said to the chocolate frog picture in his hand. This card only introduces so much, and doesn't record anything else. He shrugged to Newt. A giant-sized patron saint doesn't mean a mountain-sized patron saint, right? Does Professor Dracula know who summoned this patroness? Newt frowned slightly and looked at Dracula in the driver's seat. That's the Andrus you guessed. Dracula raised his eyebrows and chuckled after watching the show for a long time. Is Andrus really the Invincible? Abodil changed his previous questioning attitude and his expression became very excited. I said, we in Greece must be saved. An invincible figure like Andrus can still be saved. Still alive? Wow, he is so invincible. I don't know if Andrus is invincible or not, but I know he must be very happy. Dracula's faint voice came from the front seat. The defense against the dark arts professor had a rare expression of envy in his eyes. I really don't know how long that guy's brain circuit is. After such a long time, this patron saint is getting bigger and bigger. Dracula muttered to himself. Unknowingly, the silver car landed on the ground as smooth as water. Dracula, Newt, and Alberto stepped out of the car together, and when they stepped on the ground, there were ripples like water waves. In front is a group of buildings with a strong ancient Greek style, most of which are made of hard stones and are almost seamless. The dignified and elegant roof and the flat ground are connected by many stone pillars. The stone pillars are stacked with drum-shaped blocks, and the blocks are connected with mortise and tenon joints or metal pins. Even the walls are made of stones, which are smooth and fine, with tight joints. The entire building complex is extremely tall and magnificent, full of historical vicissitudes. The silver light shines on the pure white stones, creating a majestic, beautiful, and shocking feeling. Anyone will feel their insignificance when facing this group of buildings. However, if compared with the silver white giant next to the building, even such a tall and majestic group of buildings is as contrasting as when humans face this group of buildings. Unlike before, sitting in a car and flying high in the sky, I could barely see the entire giant. Now standing on the ground, you can only see the giant's extremely abstract silver white feet, and even only the side like a high wall, not the top of the feet. If the silver white giant is the only light source in this world, then there seems to be an aura that can annihilate the light source in the building complex, and it is impossible to see what exists behind the empty stone pillars. But whenever people want to look deeper into the interior of the building, they will always feel a sense of season in their hearts. Of course, Dracula is not included in this list. Not only did he look into the building, he even wanted to walk in. Hey, Andrus, where are you? Dracula walked into a stone temple and shouted loudly. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. Waves of black energy emerged from the temple and circled around him, seeming to want to erode the visitor who entered the building without permission. Dracula glanced at the black energy, slapped it away, and exited the temple. Then he walked to the next building. Just after he walked around 3 or 4 buildings, a tall man wearing white clothing similar to a wrapper and with his shoulders bare walked over from a distance. Ah, Dracula, my old friend. He laughed, stretched out his arms, and hugged Dracula. We haven't seen each other for a long time. This tall man had long red curly hair tied into a braid on the back of his head, and there was a silver band on his forehead that tied up the curly hair. The bridge of his nose was very high, almost touching his brow bone, and he had a very funny red beard on his face. Wait a minute. Dracula suddenly stretched out his hand to block the man from outside. You guy who doesn't even wear clothes properly, don't touch me. Who knows if you have taken a shower in all these years? The man's outstretched arms froze in the air, and a very funny and embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Please, I'm just a half-dead soul. I rely on the guardian angel to keep me alive. Why do I need such a useless thing as taking a bath? He reacted quickly and immediately put his hands behind his head and gestured. A casual movement. I think you are just jealous of me. Why should I be jealous of you? Dracula said through gritted teeth. Ha 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 ha, didn't you want to learn this optimistic attitude from me hundreds of years ago? The man said proudly. You guy, you think about having fun all day long, but in the end you find everything boring. This kind of mentality, that's not right. Then tell me, during the more than 100 years since we have not met, how did you maintain this mentality in such a remote place? Dracula curled his lips and asked casually. You see, I used the patron saint to confine Hierbo's evil soul in this building complex, so that I can play hide-and-seek games with him every day. Sometimes I win, I find Hierbo and put his soul was beaten so hard that he lost the strength to do anything. Sometimes he wins and hides successfully, leaving me unable to attack. But even if I lose, I can't help but think that as long as I find him once, I can beat him to his weakest state in one go. Happy? Ha 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 ha. Dracula looked at him with a very complicated expression and hesitated to speak. How should I put it? Your happiness is too simple. He thought for a long time before saying, Andrus, you have been doing such repetitive things every day for 2,000 years, you really don't want to feeling bored. Once you get used to it, you'll enjoy it. Andrus smiled, especially when something went wrong some time ago. Hierbo's power suddenly increased a lot. His smile faded a little. Can you see some clues outside? Our previous battle was quite fierce. Well, Mount Olympus is now surrounded by a fog. From time to time, the light of your patron saint, including the black energy brought by Hierbo, is also leaked out. Dracula nodded and said, what happened here? What? I don't know what son of a bitch had enough time to kill the Dementors outside. Andrus suddenly cursed and said, Dementors are things that are born from negative emotions, even if they are broken into pieces. The slag will slowly form a new one. That guy Herbo got his power from nowhere. He can absorb the power of the killed Dementors. While preventing the Dementors from regenerating, he can use the Dementors' power instead. It's too outrageous. This time I saw that he suddenly absorbed the power of hundreds of Dementors. I almost let him run away without noticing. Andrus was filled with righteous indignation. If you dare to let me know which guy who is not a human being did it, I will give him a few slaps. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at Dracula, and suddenly found that Dracula's face became very ugly. Could it be that that guy who is not a thing is you? Andrus asked blankly. Isn't it me, Andrus? Dracula glared at him fiercely. Come on, don't you want to slap me hard? This is what you said, then I'm here. Andrus suddenly became excited and rolled up his sleeves, looking eager to try. But looking at Dracula's increasingly fierce eyes, he still didn't dare to take action. Okay, it's just a joke. He patted Dracula on the shoulder. As long as you help me deal with this piece of shit Herbo, I'll forget about it. How about that? Dracula glared at him again, patted the hand on his shoulder, and then nodded. Okay, he said. Then let's go. Andrus said enthusiastically, the sooner we solve the problem of Herbo, the sooner we can eliminate the anomaly in Mount Olympus. Just as the two were about to walk towards the depths of this ancient Greek-style building complex, a weak voice suddenly sounded from behind Dracula. Your Excellency Dracula, what are you talking about just now? Why can't we understand? Only then did Dracula remember that he was not alone this time. There was also a magi zoologist and a Greek minister of magic in the car.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.